transported to a world on the brink of collapse, where martial prowess reigns supreme. Wang Yishan chose the path of surrender, becoming the so-called useless father in his daughter's eyes. That was until the day when the ghostly girl with a crown of rainbow flames was cornered by a gang of thugs. System activated. Paternal love system successfully loaded. Rule: your realm shall always surpass your precious daughters by 2 grand levels. Moreover, equal realms mean invincibility. Wang Yishan gazed at his daughter, who was only at the nascent stage of martial cultivation, then felt the power of a master at the initial realm coursing within him, plunging into deep contemplation. So, if you want your old man to ascend to martial emperor, my dear daughter, you'll have to put in some effort first. From that moment on, Wang Yishan embarked on an unyielding path of tormenting his child to grow stronger. While others trained to the death, he only needed to shout to his daughter, Ranran, "Keep going. You are the sole shortcut for your old man's godhood." Years later, when the alien emperor's army besieged the city, Wang Yishan silently stood behind his daughter, who had become an empress in her own right. "Daughter, father, the enemy is too strong this time. Let me handle it." Wang Yishan waved his hand casually, exuding calm and ease. "No worries, my dear. Just take a small step forward, and I can annihilate them all in an instant." Thus, the story begins. Bang! A thunderous crash shattered the afternoon's dull silence in the Laurent apartment building. The long-neglected, slower-acting sound-activated hallway light was startled awake, flickering on with a dim, yellowish glow before fading out with a faint SSS, leaving behind only a faint ember of light. The weathered, composite door, its paint peeling more extensively than Wang Yishan's enthusiasm for life, was flung open by a reckless force. With a resolute, "I don't want to live anymore" attitude, it slammed violently against the wall behind, emitting a second, pained groan. Dust, accumulated over years, perhaps older than Wang Xinran herself, tumbled from the doorframe, bestowing the worn floor tiles at the entrance with a gratuitous, time-worn vintage, distressed effect. Then a head poked inside. What an astonishing, earth-shattering head it was. Red-orange, yellow-green, cyan-blue, purple. The rainbow itself would hang its head in shame. Even a palate would gasp in admiration, exclaiming great ancestors above. This short, multicolored hair stood on end, each strand brimming with indomitable spirit, as if defiantly proclaiming its unique existence to this mundane world. Next came the head's owner, Miss Wang Xinran, who slithered inside like an eel. Her denim outfit perfectly embodied the phrase, "Fabric is precious, but holes are priceless." Knees, elbows, and the outer thighs were adorned with carefully crafted rips, revealing healthy, sun-kissed, wheat-colored skin beneath. On her feet were a pair of studded boots with soles thick enough to double as bricks, clanking loudly with each step, their rhythmic din intertwined with the disgruntled buzzing of the hovering skateboard beneath her, composing her distinctive entrance soundtrack. At the skateboard's tailpipe lingered a faint trace of cheap, simulated ghost, fire-blue flames, the air tinged with the ozone scent of burnt energy. Evidently, the earlier reckless drift parking downstairs that nearly sent the trash bin flying was the handiwork of this very contraption. "Dad, send money. Emergency in the martial world. Hurry up, on fire here. Gears about to blow." Wang Xinran was like a mini tornado engulfed in a dust storm, whooshing straight to the cramped living room center and halting precisely before the sofa. Her gesture requesting funds was fluid and natural, her posture self-assured, her eyes gleaming with the righteous light of, "If you don't give money, you're obstructing human martial evolution and condemning the future female martial emperor to ruin." Clearly, she was a seasoned veteran in such matters. On the sofa, Comrade Wang Yishan lounged in an almost liquid posture, earning the nickname Human Grandpa Pancake. He wore a faded Lucine, necked old man's shirt, the chest emblazoned with indistinct letters, vaguely forming YOLO, a relic from a bygone century's fashion craze. On the nearby small tea table sat an aluminum can bearing the ancient Happy Fatty's soda label, loyally bubbling with joyful fizz. His fingers absent-mindedly traced the air as a faintly glowing screen projected before him, looping a century-old manic video. The hypnotic melody of Chicken, You're Too Beautiful, and the faint electronic beats of Ginny, Too Beautiful seeped through, creating a striking temporal dissonance with this futuristic martial era. Lazily lifting his eyelids, his gaze first fell upon the dazzling cybernetic palette atop his daughter's head, then drifted to her youthful face inscribed with, "Give me money," finally dissolving into a deep sigh, laden with endless paternal helplessness and sorrow. Ranran, my girl, Wang Yishan began, his voice hoarse from just waking and numb from life's relentless blows. This hair of yours, is it a great revival of non-mainstream civilization atop our humble abode? Or are you personally auditioning to be the lifetime honorary substitute for traffic lights? Goodness! Even the stoplights would call you a pro and beg to give you center stage, bowing down to you on the spot. You wouldn't understand. It's fashion. It's attitude. It's a declaration of individuality, a brave act of breaking societal norms. Wang Xinran immediately switched to defensive counterattack mode, her mouth chattering at machine gun speed. Hurry up. Stop with your antique aesthetic critiques. Transfer me 500. Wait, no, make that 1,000. I've got my eye on the new Swift Wolf Rune sticker. The official says it can slightly amplify movement speed once applied. It's insanely cool, you know, totally epic. The newbies at school, when they see it, will drop to their knees and chant "Long live Sister Ran." 1,000. Wang Yishan, feeling like a cat with its tail stepped on, suddenly tried to rise from his grandpa pancake state with a sharp whoosh, but lacking strength in his waist. He only managed the initial motion of a sit-up before collapsing back down. Do you think I'm a walking, unlimited money-printing machine? Or that I suddenly awakened in Isekai'd talent called Midas Touch? Daughter, let's be honest here. This month's pension has almost been bled dry by your endless freeloading. If this keeps up, your old man will have to survive on Northwest Wind. And that Northwest Wind is a mutated version. Now drinking it causes diarrhea. As he lamented heartbrokenly, he fumbled beneath himself as if searching for a family heirloom, slowly producing an ancient, exquisitely spiderweb-cracked smartphone that looked even older than Wang Xinran. Such a model would qualify as a modern artifact in a museum. Stop. Stop. No way. Wang Xinran immediately launched a triple refusal, capped with a signature 90% scleria exposed. Super invincible eye roll. You're starting your century-old old-timer rap on repeat again, aren't you? My ears are about to develop calluses. It's the 103rd year of the martial era. Don't you understand what an era means? Strength rules individuality is liberation. Big fists are the only truth. Good looks. Oh no. Strong personality is also part of combat power. Get it, my useless old dad? Your old-fashioned values of thrift is a virtue. Keep a low profile for safety, have long biodegraded in the trash heap of history, turning into fertilizer, nourishing mutated ivy. Wang Yishan was left speechless, overwhelmed by his daughter's verbal onslaught. He could only tremulously unlock the ancient phone with his fingerprint, so slow it tested his patience while muttering softly as if reciting some long-lost ancient incantation. 100 years ago, a century passed. Your old man could still surf the web, engaging in fiery debates with eccentric netizens from all corners of the world for 300 rounds, exchanging laughter and wit with ease. But now things have taken a turn. Surfing the web is out of the question. I can only barely dog paddle through the river of memories, splashing around with no real purpose in this wretched world. Even savoring a sip of authentic, unadulterated Fat House joy water has nearly become a cultural heritage project, requiring special preservation. The phone seemed to stutter momentarily before emitting a tone as clear and melodious as celestial music. Federal Bank. Transfer of 1,000 yuan to account ending in 1314. Wang Xinran. Successful. Current balance 58.8 yuan. All right. Thanks, Dad. Love you. NWA. Heart to you. The notification of money arriving was more uplifting than the most epic battle anthem in the world. Wang Xinran instantly shifted seamlessly from debt collector mode to affectionate little comforter mode, her smile blossoming like the midday sun, dazzling enough to blind anyone. She blew a flying kiss through the air, her movements fluid and natural, as if performing some arcane high-level martial art technique. Just wait for the next monthly exam. Your daughter, Wang Xinran, will definitely break into the top 100 in the grade, bringing glory to the Wang family and adding luster to your old face. Gotta go. Now the guys downstairs are waiting. If we're late, the best spots for the martial arts trial class will be gone. Before she finished speaking, she spun around with utmost flair, mounting her buzzing hoverboard, which seemed equally eager like a pack of mutated hounds chasing her. She shot out the door with a whoosh. The motion was so swift it left behind a trail of multicolored afterimages and a faint scent of ozone. Spend wisely, that sticker might be an intelligence tax. Stay safe, don't pick fights if you can't win. Remember to run. No shame in that Wang Yishen's pale and feeble admonitions were shattered by another merciless slam of the door, cleanly breaking apart in the cramped living room air, with not even an echo left. The world seemed to fall silent at that very moment. Wang Yishen remained half-collapsed, staring at the door that still trembled slightly, as if silently lamenting its own tragic fate, helplessly shaking his head with emotion, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. His gaze drifted vacantly away beyond the small, dust-laden windowsill, cast toward the bizarre and dazzling world outside. Outside the window was a typical urban scene of the 103rd year of the High Martial Era, streamlined in design, resembling silver mackerels. Hover trains silently and swiftly darted through the steel jungle of towering skyscrapers that pierced the clouds. Massive holographic billboards projected the agile figures of popular martial artists and dazzling displays of their exquisite techniques, with slogans woven from beams of energy, flickering intermittently. Yet a closer look revealed that many buildings had bases unusually thick and robust, bearing clear signs of later reinforcement, with metallic surfaces etched by protective runes designed to absorb impacts. Further away, on the outskirts of a modern architectural cluster, the remnants of genuine skyscrapers from a century ago stood silently like tombstones of civilization. Their surfaces, long since covered by cold-resistant, mutated vines and moss, silently narrated the catastrophic history and civilization upheaval known as the Great Cataclysm. The soundproofing of this Laurent apartment was practically non-existent. Soon, the distinctive roar of Wang Xinren's illegally modified hoverboard engine came from downstairs, accompanied by her robust, slightly roguish yell. "We're rolling out. Target Storm, Martial Arts, Academy Trial Class. Brothers, keep up. Today, well, make that arrogant new coach cry. Let him see what it means to get a beating from society." Oh no, I mean the passionate flowers from the future. The engine's roar faded from near to far until it vanished into the city's ambient clamor. The world returned to a kind of quiet that belonged to the underclass, a silence amid the noise. Wang Yishen slowly withdrew his gaze. The look of helplessness and slight defeat etched on his face, worn down by life's hardships, receded like a retreating tide, replaced by a calm and depth utterly incongruous with this shabby Laurent room and the old man's worn shirt he wore. He reached out, picking up a can of Fat House Joy water from the coffee table, and took a gentle sip. The cool, sugary liquid slid down his throat, offering a fleeting and illusory comfort. In the room, the devilishly persistent background music from a century-old viral video continued to echo in solitude. "Chicken, you're so beautiful, baby chicken, you're so beautiful." Amid this eerie BGM, Wang Yishen gazed out at the sky that blended ruins and rebirth, technology and martial arts, whispering softly to himself in a voice only he could hear. 100 years' time runs faster than those damn mutated rabbits. His eyes deepened, as if piercing through the window before him, glimpsing a distant past and some unspeakable future. In that gaze, there was not a trace left of the meek, utterly consumed old dad just moments ago. Downstairs, the unique, physical roar of the Ghostfire hoverboard engine finally trailed off, swallowed by the city's ambient noise. Wang Yishen maintained that Old Man Pancake slouch for a full 3 minutes without moving. Had it not been for his fingers tapping unconsciously on the sofa armrest, one might have suspected he suffered a sudden heart attack from having only 58.8 yuan left in his balance, and just dropped dead. In the room, the addictive melody of that century-old viral video stubbornly looped. "Chicken, you're so beautiful, baby chicken, you're so beautiful. Teach 100 years, and this damn thing has become my personal theme song. Who do I complain to?" Finally, Wang Yishen stirred. He slowly reached out and switched off the painfully intrusive glow screen. At last, the world quieted. Only the faint hum of hover trains slicing through the air and the dull thuds of some large machinery at a distant construction site remained. His gaze once again fixed upon that small window. The sky outside was a strange blend of hues. Nearby shimmered the pale blue radiance of a high-tech protective force field, rippling like water, while further off loomed clouds tinged with rust-red, lingering year-round from the residual energy dust of the century-old Great War. Several newly completed skyscrapers, clad entirely in adaptive solar panels, reflected dazzling metallic glints in the sunset, their lines sleek and futuristic. Yet nestled among these pristine structures were old neighbors in stark contrastation style, flying eaves and dugong brackets, with stone mythical beasts perched atop the roofs as sentries for warning and defense. Most striking striking of all. A glass curtain wall building at least 300 meters tall jutted out a massive wooden watchtower at its midsection, from which fluttered a flag embroidered with the 4 characters Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy, waving proudly in the window's surreal fusion of styles. A full-on cyberpunk spectacle. Ancient flying eaves sprouting amidst the concrete jungle, this magical realism. Aesthetic is a pain to witness every time. Wang Yishin muttered under his breath, picking up the can of Fat House Joy water for another gulp. The icy liquid seemed to ignite some deeply buried memories. His eyes began to glaze his focus, scattering, as if piercing through the glass before him, casting his vision into a more distant, more absurd dimension of time and space. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile far more hideous than tears could produce. Had I known this transmigration package would be such a scam, I would have rather died than press that confirm button back then. His thoughts drifted back to that pivotal moment that altered everything. It seemed to be an ordinary weekend afternoon. The exact date had grown hazy. All he remembered was that he was sprawled in a rented room in the year 2023, scrolling through ridiculous internet memes while sipping well. It was probably some kind of sugary soda favored by homebodies. And then, apparently driven by reckless curiosity, he clicked on a flashy pop-up web advertisement. The headline read something like, "Do you wish to experience a different life? Just another worthless scam." The next instant, he vanished, not in the physical sense, but his consciousness was ripped away, drawn into an indescribable vortex of swirling colors. Just as he thought his soul would be shredded into strands, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Temporal displacement program activated. Target anchor point calibrated. Warning. Encountering unknown temporal turbulence. Coordinates shifting, relocating. Then, Adhoni van Hebe Saus. Like some unfortunate soul strapped to the front row of an IMAX theater, he was forced to watch an epic documentary at breakneck speed. He witnessed with his own eyes a once bustling metropolis, alive with honking traffic and neon lights, suddenly rent open in the sky by a gaping maw, from which bizarre, grotesque, alien creatures spilled forth in droves. Missiles screamed through the air. Fiery explosions blazed skyward, and skyscrapers that once symbolized the pinnacle of human civilization crumbled like mere building blocks. The internet went dark, power grids failed, phones became nothing more than bricks, and social order collapsed within days to an unrecognizable extent. Just as humanity teetered on the brink of annihilation, a glimmer of hope emerged. Ancient scriptures, legendary breathing techniques, peculiar jade pendants unearthed from Tombsall suddenly manifested miraculous powers. Some inexplicably sensed the so-called spiritual energy or primordial force, their bodies evolving, their fists and feet capable of shattering stone tablets, even commanding windfire, thunder, and lightning. Martial arts once confined to novels and films forcibly took up the mantle of human civilization's survival amid the ruins. Good grief, a three-dimensional IMAX spectacle. 100 ways human civilization could perish combined with the rise of martial arts. I am the savior and immersive experience whose ticket price was truly worth every damn cent. Wang Yishin recalled that viewing experience with lingering dread. It felt as though someone had force-fed him an entire bottle of ersatz liquor before strapping him onto an endlessly looping roller coaster ride. Just as this chaotic documentary reached the stage where humanity had barely stabilized through the nascent rise of martial arts, confronting alien forces, the mechanical voice that had summoned him spoke again. World background loading complete. System energy insufficient. Entering forced hibernation maintenance. Wishing you a pleasant new life. Pleasant, my ass. Wang Yishin wanted to curse aloud, but then everything went black, and he knew nothing more. When he awoke, he found himself firmly planted well, standing upon a fresh pile of ruins. The time was decades after the moment of his transmigration. The world had devolved into the grotesque state he now witnessed, a distorted fusion of technology and martial arts, a monstrous patchwork of shattered aesthetics, and he, honorably, had become an undocumented outsider. No identity, no money, no skills to survive in this high martial world. His meager knowledge of 21st century internet surfing and slacking was utterly useless here. Starting out with nothing but a pair of underpants, relying entirely on scavenged gear. Everything in those novels was a lie. Wang Yiqian sighed deeply. During that period, his existence was scarcely better than that of a stray dog, scraping by on expired nutritional paste found amidst heaps of garbage. evading low-tier beasts and even more perilous human marauders along the ruins' edges. He barely clung to life. Just when he thought he was about to become the disgrace of all transmigrators starving to death in a foreign land, he encountered Wang Xinran's mother, a woman just as desperate, foraging for scraps in the wasteland. Her gaze was fierce like a young wolf cub's, and her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking. At that moment, Wang Etienne's eyes grew complex, tinged with nostalgia and a certain restless itch. She was truly a character. Taciturn, ruthless, and fiercer than he was when it came to snatching supplies. Were they comrades in misfortune? No, not quite. Partners in crime? That didn't sound right either. In any case, two solitary souls struggling to survive in the post-apocalyptic ruins somehow found themselves drawn together, huddling for warmth. Each day was fraught with anxiety, never knowing if the sun would grace them again tomorrow. Yet, strangely, despite the bitter hardships, there was a certain simple, grounding sense of peace during those days. Later, Wang Xinran's mother became pregnant. Then, on a stormy night filled with thunder and lightning, perhaps a mighty martial artist undergoing a celestial tribulation, Wang Xinran entered this wretched world, crying out loud. Wang Etienne began murmuring to himself, "When you were born, all wrinkled up like a little monkey, you were so ugly I almost couldn't bear to look." A faint smile involuntarily appeared on Wang Etienne's face, only to vanish moments later. "Your mother named you Xinran, hoping you'd flourish and prosper. Well, basically, she wished you well." The child's birth seemed to bring some change to that silent, fierce woman, along with an anxiety Wang Etienne could not yet comprehend. She began venturing out more desperately in search of supplies, sometimes returning injured, her eyes growing ever more complicated. Not long after Wang Xinran's first birthday, on an ordinary morning, Wang Etienne awoke to find himself alone. The woman had vanished as if evaporated from the earth, leaving behind a hungry infant and a useless Wang Etienne. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. Even 100 years later, recalling that morning still choked him up. She left without a word, not even a note. How carefree. He had been utterly broken, nearly ready to give up on himself. If he could barely survive like a dog, how could he possibly raise another helpless burden? He even contemplated abandoning little Wang Xinran at the doorstep of some seemingly reliable survivor enclave. But when he looked into those bright black eyes, so reminiscent of his own mother's, and saw that toothless smile directed at him, a shred of his pitiful conscience stirred. Forget it, he thought bitterly. I'll just treat this as a real-life apocalypse nurturing game, on hell difficulty from start, to support this little wretch. Wang Etienne forced himself to do what he most detested. He joined a small survivor settlement, eking out a living by running errands, selling manual labor, and once nearly losing his life during a minor beast attack, only barely earning a meager ration of food and some points. Eventually, as the situation stabilized, humanity established relatively secure city-states. Drawing on a smattering of martial arts knowledge gleaned from watching movies, combined with his own trial and error, he somehow muddled his way into becoming a low-level martial artist. By sheer luck, during a battle defending the settlement, mainly from scrounging a discarded blade, he earned the title of a retired warrior due to injury, qualifying for a monthly pension. Though pitifully small, it was at least steady. With that paltry sum, he played both father and mother, tending to the wrinkled little monkey, raising her into the colorful, fiery young woman who now had him on the brink of hypertension. Raising a child was no easy task, Wang Etienne sighed. He rubbed his eyes, now a little gritty, feeling as though his 100 years had been a condensed chronicle of the old father's trials, while others transmigrated as invincible demigods, conquering heaven, earth, and air in an instant. He ended up a full-time, stay-at-home dad, one operating at a deficit. He gazed out at the surreal sky, emotions swirling, longing for the ordinary past, grumbling at the absurdities of this world's design, tangled feelings toward the woman who left without a trace, but above all, a weary yet grounding satisfaction in watching his daughter grow amid the chaos. Enough of this. Why dwell on it? He chuckled wryly. If he could raise this little terror safely without her developing an antisocial personality, then he could at least say he'd done right by himself. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, attempting to cast aside those trivial, stale memories. Though life was a bit poor, a bit humiliating, and his daughter a little disdainful, it was after all a home. Just as he was about to slump back onto the sofa, pondering whether to have braised beef or fresh shrimp fish cake, flavored compressed biscuits for dinner, ding. Detection of profound paternal love within the host's being, as boundless as the surging rivers and as deep as the ancient stars, though unspoken. A cold, abrupt, yet faintly mocking mechanical voice exploded unexpectedly in the depths of his mind. Wang Etian jolted violently, nearly bouncing off the couch. The old father's love system, responding to this transcendent call, is now binding. Wang Etian. He froze in place, eyes wide as copper bells. His mind consumed by a single thought. What the hell? My golden finger has been delayed 100 years, and it's finally ing arrived? His entire body stiffened, like a statue petrified in an instant, only his eyeballs trembling faintly from shock. That cold, slightly cheeky voice echoed in his mind, lingering endlessly. No, still buzzing incessantly. Binding progress. 1,051,100. Binding successful. Dear host, congratulations on becoming the sole designated user of the old father's love system. May the radiance of paternal love illuminate your path forward. Heart emoji JPG. That last blinking, tachystatic heart image nearly sent Wang Etian over the edge. Wait. Finally rebooting from his stunned state, Wang Etian snapped upright from the sofa, moving so swiftly it nearly strained his old bones. He looked around instinctively, then pinched his thigh hard. Ouch! The sharp pain made him gasp. Not a hallucination, not a mental breakdown caused by long-term ingestion of expired nutritional paste and compressed biscuits. Nor was it some despicable scoundrel downstairs tormenting him with a state-of-the-art brainwave prank device. It was real. That delay meant that from a youthful spring to an aged, well, not quite gray-haired yet, but mentally ancient, transmigrator, the legendary transmigration benefit system had finally arrived. Heavens above, earth below. Which passing celestial sister had finally remembered this forsaken child, left behind in a foreign world? Wang Etian was so moved he nearly wept tears of joy, feeling that all the grievances and frustrations of the past century were worth it in this moment. Though the interest was a bit low, at least the principal had come through, along with a dazzling bonus. System, my brother, are you there? Make a sound. He attempted to call out within his mind, much like a child clutching a brand new toy for the very first time. Greetings, host. This system is at your service 24 hours a day, standing by at all times. No need for loud clamoring. Mental communication suffices. Smiling service, JPG. The system's reply retained that programmed chilliness, yet the smiling emoticon somehow radiated a sly, cunning undertone. All right. Mental communication, it is low-key. Wang Etian rubbed his hands together, excitement bubbling over as he paced 2 circles in the cramped living room, nearly toppling an empty soda can on the floor. Hey, system bro, I've been waiting for you for 100 years. My patience has long gone, resurrected, and worn thin countless times. Don't you think it's time to show some goodwill? Any newbie starter packs? Legendary skills? Or better yet, just bestow upon me the cultivation level of a martial emperor, so I can taste the thrill of dominating heaven, earth, and the very air? His mouth watered as if he could already envision himself punching through the Nanshan nursing home, kicking the Beihai kindergarten. Wait, no. It was punching alien warlords and kicking rebellious humans, standing atop the world's summit, basking in the adoration of all. Detected. Host's urgent desire. The system's voice chimed in, generating your exclusive attribute panel and core rule descriptions. Please maintain composure to avoid cerebrovascular incidents due to overexcitement. Emergency medical services are not provided by this system. No sooner had the words fallen than a faint blue, tech-infused light screen projected directly onto Wang Etian's retina. So vivid it seemed naturally ingrained there. Old Father's Love System V10. Host, Wang Etian. Current realm. Inactive. Linked to the state of the bound target. Constitution, 28, slightly above the average elderly couch potato. Spirit, 99, weathered by a century of hardships. Mental endurance remains fair. Charisma, 15, long-term homebody, social skills nearly non-existent. Luck, a 100-year delay in transmigration, bound to a ghost fire maiden. Host to interpret accordingly. Overall evaluation, a battle-hardened, mentally stable, self-assessed, veteran father, potential yet to be uncovered, mainly dependent on his daughter. Wang Etian stared at the pitiful attribute panel, especially that glaring luck E, his mouth twitching slightly. System bro, aren't you being a bit too brutally honest? What else with the note in parentheses? And what about my realm? Why is it inactive? Core rule descriptions. Rule 1, realm binding. The host's martial cultivation realm will be linked in real time to the bound target, your daughter, Wang Xinran, and will permanently remain 2 major realms higher than the bound target. Rule 2, invincibility within the same realm. Under any circumstance, the host holds absolute dominance within the same major realm, disregarding minor rank differences, enabling effortless annihilation. Rule 3, love as motivation. Some advanced system functions and lottery opportunities are tied to the host's expressed paternal love, including but not limited to verbal encouragement, material support, crisis rescue, etc. Wang Yitian's eyes widened like copper bells, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a goose egg. Permanently, 2 major realms above? Invincible within the same realm? What kind of divine rule is this? This means as long as my daughter advances on the path of cultivation, I can level up effortlessly. If she is a martial artist, I'm a grandmaster. If she is a martial master, I'm a great grandmaster. If she ever strives and becomes a martial emperor, I instantly surpass the martial emperor and achieve an unprecedented realm? Good gracious! Wang Yitian felt his heart race and blood pressure soar. The happiness struck so suddenly, like an entire fountain of soda exploding over his head. Ah, I knew it. Heaven still loves me. Though late, this golden finger is thick, strong, absurd. He danced around in excitement, almost wanted to sing a song. After all these years of playing it safe, could he finally continue to play safe as a big shot? No, strategically prudent. This was the ultimate cheat code tailored for a steady player like him. Daughter, you truly are your father's lucky star. From now on, I'll treat you like royalty. No, like the precious daughter you are, cherished and adored. The more he dreamed, the more vivid the vision became. Himself clad in golden armor, riding the 7-colored auspicious cloud. No, wearing an old man's shirt and flip-flops, calmly slapping away martial emperor-level foes with ease. Then, who would dare call Wang Yitian a deadbeat? He would carve the words deadbeat into a plaque and hang it on the world government building's entrance. Ding! Detected. Bound target, Wang Xinran, experiencing intense emotional fluctuations and abnormal vital signs. Under external threat. Emergency mission issued. Mission name, fatherly love as a mountain, urgent rescue. Mission description, your beloved daughter Wang Xinran is being extorted by a hostile trio of martial artists near the 3rd Street of the West City Wasteland. The highest opponent's cultivation is late-stage martial artist. Your daughter is bravely resisting, but the situation is dire. Mission objective, depart immediately to rescue your daughter. Repel or eliminate all threats. Mission reward, newbie starter pack X1, paternal love value 100. Mission penalty, failure to rescue will result in the random loss of one host bodily function, e.g., hair, taste, or a critical male function. The system's alert sounded like a thunderclap, instantly jolting Wang Yitian from his blissful reverie. West City Wasteland. Hostile martial artist squad. Highest opponent late-stage martial artist. Xinran is in danger. The prior ecstasy, excitement, and boundless hopes for the future vanished like a receding tide, replaced by a chilling coldness shooting from his feet to his crown, coupled with overwhelming fury. The smile on Wang Yitian's face froze instantly, then vanished altogether. His usually murky, lethargic eyes sharpened like twin, unsheathed cold blades. The laziness evaporated, his spine straightened rigidly, and an indescribable aura of oppression radiated from him. Though he had not truly fought in 100 years, and had long played the role of a useless old dad, at his core, he was still the survivor who had clawed out of the apocalyptic wasteland soaked in corpses and blood. He was the ruthless man who once bared his teeth against mutated wild dogs to protect the infant cradled in his arms. Touch my daughter? You're asking for death. System. Navigation. Fastest route. Wang Yitian's voice turned icy, devoid of warmth, radiating a killing intent unseen in a century. On navigation activated. Optimal route planning underway. Estimated distance 32 kilometers. Notice, host's realm activated. Based on bound target Wang Xinran's status, early stage martial artist, your realm has been automatically elevated to early stage grandmaster. Almost at the same moment as the system's prompt, Wang Yitian distinctly felt a vast, pure power erupting from deep within his body like a dormant volcano, surging through his limbs and bones. His previously sluggish meridians cleared instantly. His desiccated energy sea brimmed with surging primal energy. His senses sharpened beyond anything he had ever known. Even hearing the wing beats of a mutated insect several hundred meters outside the window with crystal clarity. So this is the power of a grandmaster? Wang Yitian adjusted to the sudden influx of strength, a cold, ferocious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Late-stage martial artist? Impressive, huh? He murmured under his breath, his gaze fixed unwaveringly toward the western part of the city. Today, he vowed, he would make those blind fools witness firsthand what it truly means to be invincible within the same realm. Before his words had even fully escaped his lips, his figure flickered. Instead of using the door, he moved like a phantom, smashing straight through the aged window of the low-rent apartment. The crisp shattering of glass rang out sharply as Wang Etien's form blurred into a fleeting shadow, racing along the optimal path marked by the system at a speed beyond ordinary comprehension, hurtling toward the abandoned district in the west of the city. A century of endurance. A century of hardship, all cast completely aside in this moment. All for his daughter. A useless deadbeat father? No, from this instant forward, he was the masterful protector of his precious child. Realm classification. Martial artist, warrior, master, grandmaster, martial king, martial emperor. Wang Etian felt like a human rocket with its fuse lit. No, not even a rocket could move this fast. At the very moment he broke through the window and soared into the air, the overwhelming power, known as the early Grandmaster stage, surged through him like a flood breaking a dam or a volcano suppressed for 100 years, roaring through every fiber of his being. An unprecedented sense of strength flooded his limbs and bones. His muscle fibers sang with vitality. His skeleton emitted faint humming sounds, and his previously murky vision sharpened to crystal clarity. He could even discern the dust particles drifting in the air. The roaring wind whistled past his ears, while below, the buildings rapidly receded, shrinking to the size of toy blocks. Damn, is this what flying feels like? Wang Etian roared inwardly, adrenaline spiking wildly. He had worried that after 100 years without martial practice, he might be ill-prepared for this sudden surge of power. Yet strangely, the sensation of commanding such strength carried an eerie familiarity, as if some dormant switch within his body had clicked open with a crisp snap. Muscle memory? Or perhaps a hidden boon bestowed by his time-traveling fate. Regardless, there was no time to ponder now. Navigation ongoing. 300 meters ahead. Turn left to enter an abandoned energy conduit, shortening the distance by 0.5 kilometers. The system's calm voice sounded in his mind. Wang Etien's eyes narrowed. Defying all physical logic, his body twisted sharply midair like a swimming fish, precisely crashing into the gaping, pitch-black entrance of a massive pipe about 1 meter in diameter. The pipe's inner walls were coated with viscous, foul-smelling grime. But his immense speed, coupled with the naturally circulating Grandmaster-level primal energy around him, formed a thin aura that shielded him from all filth. Exhilarating. This was 10,000 times more thrilling than riding a floating taxi. Wang Etian dashed through the dark conduit with extraordinary perception, even managing to banter to himself. He felt as light as a feather, yet brimming with explosive power. So this is the Grandmaster level? He was utterly enamored. Within less than a minute, he spotted the glow at the tunnel's end. Approaching target area, 3rd Street, Western City, Abandoned District. Warning. Intense energy fluctuations detected. Bound life form's vital signs remain in critical condition. The system's warning tightened Wang Etien's chest, instantly banishing all distractions. Ranran, hold on. Father is here. Like a cannonball, he shot out from the pipe's mouth, landing firmly atop a half-collapsed building's rooftop. His gaze was as sharp as lightning, instantly locking onto the scene below on the street. Amidst the wreckage of discarded metal and construction rubble, his precious daughter, Wang Xinran, her multicolored short hair vivid against the desolation, leaned against a crumbling wall, gasping heavily. Her torn denim jacket bore fresh rips, blood stained the corner of her mouth, and her once cool hoverboard lay smashed to one side, spewing black smoke. She gripped a short blade seemingly cobbled together from scrap parts, her eyes fierce and wild like a cornered beast, fixated on the 3 shabby-looking men encircling her. Little miss, you're feisty, huh? Holding your own against us 3 warriors at the early stage this long? I gotta admit, you got some skill, said a thug in a floral shirt with a mohawk, licking his lips lecherously. Hand over your cash and the hoverboard's energy core. Then come have a drink with us, bros, and we'll let you go today. How does that sound? His energy fluctuations revealed he was a late-stage warrior. Screw you. Wang Xinran spat a blood-tinged mouthful. Though battered, her spirit remained unbroken. Want money? No way. If you got the guts, kill me. Otherwise, wait till my old man shows up and beats crap out of you. Ha ha ha. Your old man? That deadbeat down in the low-rent district? Mocked a skinny tall thug with exaggerated laughter. What is he going to do? Perform a public kowtow and beg for mercy? Bullshit. Don't you dare call him my old man. Wang Xinran flared up like a cornered cat, swinging her short blade with desperate fury. TCH, refusing a toast only to drink the penalty wine. The Mohawk thug's face darkened. Primal energy surged as he launched a fierce punch toward Wang Xinran's face, slicing through the air with a deadly whistle. Had it landed, she would have been grievously wounded. Wang Xinran's pupils constricted, gritting her teeth. She braced to withstand the blow. At this critical moment, A lazy voice, tinged with the nasal tone of someone just waking up but clear enough for all to hear, suddenly rang out. "Hey, you big tough guys bullying my little girl? I senti that a bit shameless?" The voice was soft but carried a peculiar power that forced the Mohawk thug's fist to halt midair. Everyone simultaneously looked up toward the source of the voice. Perched casually on the edge of the rooftop of a nearby three-story building was a man. He wore a faded old t-shirt, baggy shorts, and a pair of flip-flops, with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. His posture was utterly relaxed, one hand dangling over his knee, the other picking at his ear, then flicking something below. The very picture of a streetwise loafer squatting idly to watch the show. If not Wang Yitian, then who else could it be? The old man? Wang Xinran's eyes widened instantly, her mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. She simply could not believe her own eyes. Her so-called father, the lazybones who'd rather lie down than sit, who'd choose soda over plain water, and whose combat prowess was roughly equal to half a goose. How on earth did he end up here? And in such a bizarre fashion? Where did this old geezer come from? Has he gone mad? The Mohawk thug withdrew his fist, scrutinizing Wang Yitian from head to toe. Detecting no trace of formidable primal energy, he sneered. Another old loser coming to die? What? You want to play hero and save a girl? Take a good look at yourself first. Wang Yitian leisurely stood up, dusting off the non-existent dirt on his shorts, then casually leapt down from the three-story rooftop. His movements were light and effortless, as if descending a staircase. Bang! He landed nimbly before Wang Xinran, kicking up a little dust, positioning himself squarely between her and the thugs. Ranran, you all right? Wang Yitian turned his head to glance at his daughter, his eyes filled with concern. Mifine. Wang Xinran, still dazed, responded instinctively before suddenly snapping to full awareness. She anxiously pushed him. Dad, you're crazy. Run. They're all at least late-stage warriors. You can't beat them. Go find a patrol team. Run? Go where? The burly man who had remained silent all along, his face marked by a scar and his aura noticeably more imposing than the other two, slowly stepped forward. His eyes gleamed with a sinister intensity as he fixed his gaze on Wang Yitian. The kind I despise most are fools who overestimate themselves like you. Since you've come, you might as well stay together. Suddenly, a formidable energy erupted from the scarred man's body, far surpassing that of the mohawk-headed thug from before. A martial artist at the initial stage, Wang Xinran felt the suffocating pressure instantly. Her face drained of color as despair took hold, and she tightly shut her eyes. It's over. A martial artist. It's really a martial artist. This time, her father was truly doomed because of her. Oh, a martial artist at the initial stage? Wang Yitian seemed to have discovered something amusing, a meaningful smile curling on his lips. He looked back at the scarred man without a trace of fear, instead with a hint of eagerness. Perfect, Wang Yitian flexed his wrist, producing a crisp crack of knuckles. His tone was as casual as if bargaining at a market stall. Let us see if you really are as invincible at this level as the manual claims. Looking for death. The scarred man was thoroughly enraged by Wang Yitian's arrogant demeanor. With a furious roar, his entire body surged with primal energy. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground, causing the hardened gravel beneath to crack instantly. He launched himself forward like a cannonball, unstoppable and relentless, his fist smashing toward Wang Yitian. The fierce wind from his punch carried a visible shockwave. This was a blow fueled by rage, capable of shattering stone and steel. Dad! Wang Xinran screamed, heart-wrenching and desperate. Faced with this savage strike, Wang Yitian neither dodged nor blocked, not even bothering to assume a proper fighting stance. He merely lifted his right hand casually, fingers spread wide, and gently clenched it toward the rushing fist. Time seemed to slow in that very moment. Before the incredulous eyes of all present, the furious punch, powerful enough to pierce steel plates, met Wang Yitian's palm and burst like a punctured balloon, emitting a soft pop before vanishing into thin air. The scarred man's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. His fist was ensnared effortlessly by Wang Yitian's 5 fingers, completely immobilized. The sinister grin froze on the scarred man's face, replaced by utter shock and bewilderment. He felt as if his fist had struck not flesh and blood, but an ancient, immovable mountain, eternal and unyielding. Is that all? Wang Yitian tilted his head, a trace of disappointment crossing his face. Initial stage martial artist? Is there really this much fluff? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he squeezed the scarred man's fist with a slight increase in pressure. Crack! Crack! The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed like popcorn popping. The scarred man howled in agony like a slaughtered beast, his entire right hand as bones crushed mercilessly by Wang Yitian's grip. But that was not the end. After pulverizing the fist, Wang Yiqian casually flicked his wrist, flinging the scarred man's body like a rag doll. The man, weighing over 200 pounds, was hurled backward as though struck by a speeding heavy truck. Without any resistance, he flew through the air and crashed with a thunderous boom into a pile of discarded metal parts some 30 feet away, embedding himself deeply and falling silent. His life uncertain. Silence. A deathly stillness. The remaining two thugs, the Mohawk and a lanky man, were petrified. Their expressions shifted from arrogant to stunned, and finally to boundless terror. The entire transformation taking less than 3 seconds. Wang Xinran was as if frozen by a spell, her eyes wide like copper bells. Mouth agape in an O shape large enough to fit a light bulb. She even forgot to breathe. Her mind utterly blank except for the replay of Wang Yiqian's seemingly effortless yet earth-shattering grip, crush, and flick. Wang Yiqian acted as if he had just done something trivial, lightly shaking his hand as if brushing off some dirt. Then, his gaze calmly turned toward the two remaining thugs, who were already paralyzed with fright. Don't come any closer. The Mohawk thug was so terrified he babbled incoherently, his pants instantly soaked and emitting a foul stench. Wang Yiqian furrowed his brow, as if disgusted by the odor. He casually picked up 2 small stones from the ground. Next time, remember to keep your eyes open and don't provoke a kid with a father. Swish, swish. The 2 stones flew like bullets, slicing through the air with sharp whistles and striking the 2 thugs squarely on their foreheads. Thud, thud. The 2 late-stage martial artists collapsed backward without even a sound, each with a bloody hole in their forehead, their eyes still frozen in utter terror. Instant kill. A genuine, indisputable, overwhelming annihilation. From Wang Yiqian's entrance to the defeat of all 3 thugs, including the initial stage martial artist. The whole episode lasted no more than 30 seconds, and he was still wearing flip-flops and baggy shorts. Wang Yiqian turned around and looked at his daughter, who remained frozen like a statue, and smiled in a familiar, slightly ingratiating and cautious manner, rubbing his hands together. Well, Ranran, not scared, right? Dad's little performance wasn't too shabby, was it? Wang Xinran stared blankly at Wang Yiqian, at the stark contrast between his ruthless decisiveness moments ago and the familiar, useless grin she knew so well. Then she glanced at the martial artist embedded in the scrap heap, his fate unknown, and the 2 thugs with holes in their foreheads lying on the ground. A gust of wind stirred the dust on the ground and tousled her signature multicolored short hair. But this time, her hair did not flare arrogantly as usual. Instead, it lay limp against her forehead, as if frightened out of its usual boldness. Her worldview shattered at that instant, as if struck by a colossal hammer, breaking, reassembling, and shattering again in an endless cycle. After at least half a minute, Wang Xinran finally seemed to regain her voice, trembling with disbelief as she forced out a few words from her throat. Why, you're really my useless dad who only scrolls through short videos and drinks soda? Wang Yiqian's smile stiffened, and he scratched his head. If I told you Dad was just performing above himself just now, would you believe it? Wang Xinran, yeah, right. She felt as if her brain were an antiquated computer running 100 massive games simultaneously, all of them frozen and unresponsive. The CPU overheated, the graphics card smoked, and the memory exploded. She stared blankly at the man before her, dressed in an old man's shirt, baggy shorts, and flip-flops, with that familiar, ingratiating, and cautious smile she knew so well. This was her father, Wang Yiqian. Genuine and unmistakable. She'd recognize him even if he burned to ashes. But what had just happened? The martial artist embedded in the scrap heap, his life uncertain, the 2 thugs with holes in their foreheads dead beyond doubt, and her father's effortless grip, crush, flick, and the swift stone throwing that killed 2 men instantly. The scene was too magnificent, too terrifying, too utterly shattering to her 17 years of life experience. Wang Xinran extended a trembling finger, pointing at Wang Yiqian, her lips quivering, her multicolored hair seeming to lose its former boldness, drooping limply. Are you really my useless dad who only scrolls through short videos and drinks soda? A somewhat forced smile lingered on Wang Yiqian's face as he rubbed his hands together, striving to maintain an air of harmlessness. Genuine, no doubt. Father, you're one and only, more authentic than pure gold. Ranran, are you all right? Did that scare you? Come here, let Dad have a look. As he spoke, he moved forward, intending to reach out and pat his daughter's head, just as he used to when she was a child. Stop right there. Don't move. Wang Xinran, like a frightened rabbit, leapt back several paces, her eyes filled with caution and disbelief. Don't come any closer. Let me calm down first. I need to conduct a physical verification. Physical verification? Wang Yiqian blinked in surprise. The next moment, Wang Xinran sprang into action. She dashed up to him like a gust of wind, cautiously extending 2 fingers to pinch his cheek, tugging hard. Ouch! Easy! Easy! Daughter, this is flesh and blood, not clay. Wang Yiqian grimaced in pain, cooperating with her while inwardly feeling uneasy. That texture, indeed, it was his fatherly skin, just the right thickness, slightly oily. The skin is real, Wang Xinran murmured to herself, then moved her hand upward, starting to pull at Wang Yiqian's hair, 1 strand, 2 strands. Let me see if you're wearing a wig, or some kind of high-tech human skin mask. Yikes. My dear child, my hair is already on the brink of extinction. If you keep pulling, I'll be a full-blown bald eagle. How am I supposed to find you a stepmother then? No, how do I maintain my handsome image? Wang Yiqian shielded his precious hair, silently wailing. This verification method is way too hardcore. Unfazed, Wang Xinran pried, opened his eyelids to examine them. No color contacts. And your eyes are pretty sleazy looking. Definitely dad-esque vibe. Thanks for the compliment, Wang Yiqian replied. After inspecting his head, Wang Xinran's gaze shifted downward with malicious intent, settling on Wang Yiqian's old undershirt. Wait, daughter, what are you doing? Wang Yiqian had a bad feeling and quickly crossed his arms over his chest, checking for seams on a human skin mask, or to see if some ancient demon has possessed you. Wang Xinran declared with righteous indignation, reaching to tear off his clothes. Stop. Halt. Absolutely not. Wang Yiqian was terrified out of his wits. Under the broad daylight, even if they were in ruins, having his own daughter strip him, was this acceptable? He clutched his collar desperately. Daughter, calm down. We live in a society governed by law. Even in a world of martial arts, the basic laws still apply. I am your true father. No counterfeit here. Prove it. Wang Xinran was relentless, her eyes sharp as if Conan had taken over her body. My useless old dad couldn't he possibly have defeated a martial artist in 1 move. You must be some ancient demon from a remote mountain who possessed my father's body. Tell me, where have you hidden my real dad? Wang Yiqian felt like crying, but had no tears. What on earth was going on? He took a deep breath, deciding it was time to perform. No, to explain. Ranran, listen to your father. He put on a solemn expression, his eyes carrying a wearied melancholy born of countless hardships. At this point, I won't hide it from you anymore. Actually, your father is not an ordinary man. Wang Xinran crossed her arms, giving him a sidelong glance. Oh, finally going to start your performance? Keep spinning your yarn. I want to see what kind of nonsense you can come up with. Clearing his throat, Wang Yiqian began to spout nonsense with a straight face. In truth, your father is the last heir of the secluded sect, Xiaoyao sect. When the sect was devastated, the master risked his life to send me away, to hide my identity, so that one day I could revive the sect's glory. Wang Xinran's face remained impassive. Xiaoyao sect. Sounds like a senior travel club. Go on. Wang Yiqian twitched at the corner of his mouth, hastily changing his story. That was the beginner-level script. Fine. I'll confess. Actually, I am the reincarnation of an ancient supreme being. Due to the mystery of gestation, my past life memories have not fully awakened. Just now, when I saw you in danger, I was desperate and triggered a fragment of my past life's divine power. Wang Xinran picked at her ear and flicked some imaginary earwax. Ancient supreme being? Reincarnation? Dad, have you been secretly reading those street stall novels again? Your storyline is 10 times more cliché than online novels from 100 years ago. Can't you come up with anything creative? Wang Yiqian's face flushed red, struggling to continue. Then, what do you think I am? How should I know what you are? Wang Xinran rolled her eyes dramatically, feeling exhausted. Anyway, you definitely aren't my useless old dad who can't even open a bottle cap and screams louder than me when he sees a cockroach. Tell me, who are you really? Seeing the determined look on his daughter's face, as if to say, give me a reasonable explanation today, or we're done, Wang Yiqian realized that mere bluffing would not suffice. He sighed, his once cynical expression softening, his eyes revealing a hint of sincerity and subtle exhaustion. Ranran, his voice deepened, who I am is not important. What matters is that I am your father, and I will never harm you. Before your father was, well, more low-key, but now it seems, sometimes you just can't stay low-profile. His words were half true, neither fully admitting nor denying, leaving a vast space for imagination. Wang Xinran stared at him for a long moment. Her bright eyes, strikingly similar to her mother's, flickered with complicated emotions. Shock, doubt, confusion, but gradually, also a hint of relief and curiosity. She was no fool. That overwhelming power just now was no illusion. Her father must harbor a tremendous secret. Yet no matter what, he saved her. That protective gaze, the same as the useless, but always putting her first father she remembered. Perhaps everyone has secrets. As long as he remains the father who loves her, Nothing else seemed so important. Of course, some sarcasm was still warranted. Wang Xinran curled her lips and finally lowered her guard, though still speaking with a hint of annoyance. All right, stop pretending to be so deep. She'd been sect. Ancient Supreme Being, your script is so bad I could scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toe. Let us go. Let us clean up this mess first. It's downright unlucky. She pointed to the corpses and bloodstains on the ground, and the stubborn martial artist embedded in the scrap heap nearby. Seeing that his daughter seemed temporarily willing to drop the interrogation, Wang Etian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded quickly. Yes. Let us handle the scene first. Harmonious society requires cleanliness. As his daughter finally switched from physical verification mode to a dazed but reluctantly accepting reality mode, the heavy stone in Wang Etian's heart at last settled. Though his explanation was riddled with holes, as long as she stopped trying to strip him, everything was negotiable. Ahem. Well, Ranran, step back a little. Don't let the blood splash on you. This shirt is pretty expensive, he added, even though you discarded it last week and gave it to me. Rolling up his non-existent sleeves, Wang Etian struck a pose ready to tackle the dirty work. Wang Xinran crossed her arms and took a few steps back, wearing an expression that said, "Let us see how professionally you handle this." Wang Etian approached the two thugs whose foreheads were riddled with holes, stroked his chin, and muttered, "Young people these days have no manners. Urinating and defecating anywhere, no. Lying down anywhere. It really ruins the city's appearance." With that, he extended his right hand, palm down, towards the two corpses. There was no earth-shattering force. No dazzling light effects. Only an intangible, formless, yet exquisitely refined master's energy flowed from his palm like molten mercury, slowly enveloping the two bodies. Wang Xinran held her breath, her eyes wide with astonishment. Under her unwavering gaze, the two lifeless bodies, along with the bloodstains beneath them, began to vanish as if exposed to a blazing sun melting pristine snow, dissolving and vaporizing at a rate perceptible to the naked eye. It was neither combustion nor corrosion, but rather an exceptionally pristine process of decomposition. In scarcely more than a few breaths, only faint traces of ashen gray remained on the spot, with not a shred of fabric left behind. Immediately thereafter, Wang Etian's palm moved subtly, and the invisible primordial energy swept through like the most dexterous broom, gently gathering the ashes into a nearby sewer crack. This was a consummate act of corpse disposal and evidence eradication, environmentally sound and utterly pollution-free. Having dealt with these two, Wang Etian shifted his gaze toward a figure some dozen meters away, a martial artist of the novice rank embedded within a heap of scrap metal. The man still emitted a faint pulse of life, yet death was imminent. Wang Etian approached, tilting his head in scrutiny. TSK, stuck in it pretty firmly. Is this some kind of performance art? He extended a finger and lightly flicked the pile of discarded iron. A low, resonant hum vibrated through the air. The heavy, rusted metal components seemed to disintegrate from within by an unseen force, instantly crumbling into finer metallic powder that cascaded down in a steady stream. The martial artist trapped inside suffered the same fate as the others beneath Wang Etian's hand, transformed into ash by the concentrated primordial energy, vanishing without a trace. Finally, Wang Etian's eyes swept over the battle-scarred surroundings, the fractured ground beneath their feet, the dents marring the walls. He casually stomped his foot, and the cracked earth seemed to come alive. Tiny stones shifted and rolled, while the fissures visibly sealed themselves at a rate discernible to the naked eye. Though the damage could not be fully undone, the surface became markedly smoother, so much so that one would scarcely notice the imperfections without close inspection. Having completed these tasks, Wang Etian clapped his hands, as if relieved of a mundane chore. Turning toward Wang Xinran, now entirely petrified, he offered a victorious smile. All done. How's that, daughter? Think your old man's skills are up to par? Wang Xinran felt dryness in her throat and a pounding heart, beating even harder than when she was cornered by the thugs earlier. This was far beyond up to par. It was professional level, master level, textbook quality corpse disposal. The effortless grace with which he moved, the exquisitely precise control of primordial energy to an almost criminal degree, the casual nonchalance as though tidying a room. Was this really the same father who usually found sweeping the floor exhausting and wouldn't he even bother picking up a spilled soy sauce bottle? Her worldview was once again rocked by a nuclear-level shock. She took several deep breaths before barely regaining her voice, trembling with disbelief. Dad, your skills are really proficient. Her eyes scanned Wang Etian, full of inquisitiveness. Come on, spill it. What exactly did you do before? You can't possibly have been a top cleaner for some assassin organization, right? Or maybe a specialist from some covert unit. There's no way you Haven T practiced this hundreds of times. Wang Yiqian was amused by his daughter's train of thought, yet felt somewhat sheepish. He couldn't very well admit that these skills were a live application of the basic silence technique recently granted by the system, complete with refined energy manipulation. Moreover, having struggled to survive in the post-apocalyptic wastelands a century ago, erasing traces had become almost instinctual. He chuckled awkwardly and tried to bluff. Cough, cough, what are you saying? Your old man, a law-abiding citizen. This is all theoretical knowledge. Yes, plenty of theory. You see, your old man likes to read various books in his spare time. Crime Scene Cleanup Guide, The Art of Traceology, and the like. The more you read, the more theory you pick up. Naturally, practice makes perfect, and today's just a fortunate occasion to put theory into practice. Theoretical knowledge? Wang Xinran's tone rose an octave as she pointed at the immaculate ground that looked as if nothing had happened. You call this theoretical knowledge? Does that theory guarantee freshness? Is it even reasonable? Oh, don't sweat the details. Wang Yiqian hastily laughed it off, stepping forward to drape an arm around his daughter's shoulder, only to be evaded with disdain. The important thing is the problem is solved, and we're safe. Come on, let's go home. I'll make you something good to calm your nerves. Braised beef flavor or fresh shrimp and fish cake compressed biscuits. All you want. Wang Xinran watched her father's feeble attempt to gloss over the truth, then glanced once more at the spotless ground. At last, all her shock, confusion, and ridicule coalesced into a long, weary sigh. Forget it. Isekai'd. Let all be destroyed. She had come to understand. Her father was a superlative actor and master deceiver wrapped in an enigma. Yet having such a father seemed rather cool. At the very least, the sense of security was absolutely overwhelming. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes but resigned herself and followed Wang Yiqian's footsteps, though her lips remained unfriendly. Compressed biscuits? You're really trying to fool your frightened little girl with that? I want real meat. Fresh. Or I'll report you to the Martial Arts Association for illegally using supernatural powers to damage the cityscape. Upon hearing this, Wang Yiqian immediately frowned. Real meat? Daughter, that stuff's expensive. Don't talk about your old man-ass pension. Where was your concern for primordial energy when I was wiping out martial artists earlier? Hurry up, or I'll really report you. Their banter gradually faded into the distance at the edge of the abandoned district. The sunset cast long shadows behind them, stretching far along the graffiti-streaked, cracked pavement. The brief yet fierce skirmish felt like a minor footnote in this city's inconspicuous existence. But Wang Xinran knew that from this day forward, some things would be irrevocably different. The sunset stretched their silhouettes into elongated forms, flickering on the broken, graffiti-laden streets. The air still held a faint trace of the peculiar scent, a mingling of ozone and blood, but the source had been thoroughly cleansed by Wang Yiqian. Wang Xinran stood with her hands in the pockets of her ripped jeans, kicking a small stone that clattered along the ground. She occasionally stole glances at her father, who hummed an off-key tune beside her. At this moment, Wang Yiqian appeared no different from an ordinary middle-aged man, slippers dragging and carrying a vegetable basket. The collar of his worn shirt was askew from the recent exertion, adding to his disheveled appearance. Yet Wang Xinran's heart felt as if scratched by 100 feline claws, torn and restless. Instantly dispatching martial artists, eradicating foes with a flick, and obliterating evidence with a wave of the hand. Could such feats be achieved by a mere carbon-based life form? Could this really be her so-called battle-worn old man? Her mind brimmed with questions, bubbling like porridge about to boil over. Hey, Dad. She finally could no longer contain herself and nudged Wang Yiqian with her shoulder. Huh? What's up, daughter? Wang Yiqian was jolted from a distant reverie, turning toward her with a dazed expression. He had been mentally examining the system's belated father's love feature, barely stifling a laugh. You just now. Wang Xinran carefully chose her words, trying to sound less like an interrogation, that cucumber assassination technique. Where did you learn it? Quite unique. Wang Yiqian's mouth twitched. This girl was cleverly fishing for answers. Immediately, he plastered on a guileless smile. Nonsense. That's no technique. That was your old man's potential erupting in a moment of desperation. Yes, potential. The power of a father's love. Don't you understand? Like those news stories where grandmas lift cars to save their grandchildren. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes again. Yeah, right. Father's love, my foot. Why don't you say you're a super scion transformation while you're at it? And what about your skills at the crime scene? She pressed on. Was it also the power of paternal love that enabled you to become a professional cleaner without any formal training? At this, Wang Yiqian's gaze flickered nervously as he began to improvise. That, my dear, is what one might call an extraordinary gift. You know nothing of true power. At my level, I have just a smidgen of insight into the microscopic manipulation of energy. Handling corpses, or rather, environmentally friendly disposal, is merely routine. He almost let something slip, quickly covering it up with a cough. Yet inwardly, he gave a silent cheer for the system's basic breath suppression technique, which not only conceals one's aura, but also greatly enhances fine control over energy. It was a perfect skill for playing the fool while hiding one's strength, indispensable for erasing all traces. Level? Wang Xinran caught the keyword and her eyes brightened. Dad, what level are you at now? Grandmaster? Great Grandmaster? Surely not Martial King? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, her heart pounding wildly. Martial King. That was a figure of great stature who could command an entire city. If her father truly were a martial king, wouldn't he, Wang Xinran, be unstoppable in Jiangxing? Wang Etienne's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he debragged too far. The system currently showed his public strength as early Grandmaster, matching his daughter's early martial artist stage. But how could he explain that to his daughter? Could he say, "Sweetheart, you level up, and I automatically rise 2 levels?" He quickly put on a solemn expression, adopting an air of profound wisdom. The path of martial arts, Xinran, is not defined by titles alone. What truly matters is your insight into and application of power. You're still young. Don't aim too high too soon. Focus on laying a solid foundation. Again, with the lectures, Wang Xinran felt a surge of frustration, realizing there was no way to coax the truth from this old fox. She stomped her foot in anger. Fine, never mind. I'll figure it out myself. Deciding to drop the matter for now. After all, her father was an enigma from head to toe. She quickened her pace, walking ahead of Wang Etienne and leaving him only the scowl on the back of her head. Her multicolored short hair glowed like a burning flame in the sunset. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Wang Etienne smiled helplessly but breathed a sigh of relief. For the time being, he had successfully finessed the situation. His consciousness once again plunged eagerly into the system interface residing deep within his mind. Within this mental space, a pale blue light screen hovered, imbued with a sense of advanced technology, yet suffused with an indescribable warmth. The interface was minimalist, divided into several sections. At the very top was personal information. Host, Wang Etienne. Bound partner, Wang Xinran, precious daughter. Hostess current level, early Grandmaster, real-time linked to bound partner status. Bound partner current level, early martial artist. Status, healthy, slight psychological trauma. Requires paternal affection and comfort. Seeing the note about slight psychological trauma, Wang Etienne's face flushed with embarrassment. Looks like he needed to be a little kinder to his daughter. Below was a task list, currently containing only one item. Daily task. Have dinner with daughter. Incomplete. Reward. 10 points of paternal love. TSK, only 10 points? What a stingy system, Wang Etienne muttered with a pout. Further down was the section that made his heart race. The paternal love point shop. Concentrating his attention, a dazzling array of goods appeared, overwhelming Wang Etienne's senses and nearly causing him to drool. The merchandise was diverse and well categorized. Enhancement items, daughter's happy water, small bottle. Priced at 50 paternal love points. Description, crafted from a mysterious formula containing happiness factors. Effectively elevates daughter's mood by 10 points and slightly boosts comprehension for 1 hour. A must-have for family harmony. Note, tastes somewhat like a certain cola brand from a century ago, but is absolutely healthy. Beginner's body conditioning powder. 1 portion priced at 80 paternal love points. Description, gently refines physique, solidifying the foundation, suitable for martial artist stage. No side effects, guaranteed effective. Personally tested. Basic fist technique advancement insight. One-time use priced at 100 paternal love points. Description, instantly imparts fundamental fist technique understanding, saving 10 years of hard work. Become a martial theory master in your daughter's eyes. A perfect tool for showing off. Functional items, disguiser's mask, low level priced at 500 paternal love points. Description, slightly alters facial muscles and bone structure to change appearance, lasting 3 hours. Perfect for emergency situations and pranks. You know what I mean? Basic breath suppression technique, already claimed description. Perfectly conceals aura, the ideal skill for playing the fool. Host has mastered it. Life items, special healing ointment, 1 portion priced at 100 paternal love points. Description, miraculous for external injuries, promoting blood circulation, reducing swelling and pain, making you the warm and attentive man in your daughter's heart. Delicious, nutritious meal, 1 portion priced at 30 paternal love points. Description, rich in color, aroma, and taste. Nutritionally balanced, instantly satisfies even the pickiest daughter's appetite. No more compressed biscuits. Universal household puppet trial version, 1 hour priced at 200 paternal love points. Description, Liberate your hands and enjoy life, giving you time to watch even more short videos. Blessing for the lazy. Wang Etien's heart surged with excitement. These items seemed tailor-made for him, especially the daughter's happy water and beginner's body conditioning powder. Perfect tools for nurturing or trapping his daughter. However, when his gaze fell upon an item tucked in the corner, the smile on his face froze instantly. Special hair growth ointment. One bottle priced at 888 paternal love points. Description: activates hair follicles, restores thick hair, regains youthful confidence. No more being the bald old dad of the Mediterranean. Wang Etian. What the hell? Is there something wrong with this system? Who the hell wants hair growth ointment? This is a symbol of wisdom, the hairstyle of the strong. Why meddle with it here? And charging 888 points? Why don't you just go rob a store? Fuming, Wang Etian nearly stomped his feet in the consciousness space, feeling deeply insulted. He decided to ignore this painful item and continued browsing. His eyes eventually settled at the very top of the shop, where the paternal love points balance was displayed. Current paternal love points, 100. A small note beside it read, newbie gift pack included. Subsequent paternal love points can be earned by completing system tasks. Enhancing bound partner's strength, deepening father-daughter bonds, crisis rescues, and more. 100 points. The starting capital had arrived. Wang Etien's mood instantly brightened. Although he couldn't afford the hair growth ointment, who would want that? He had more than enough to buy daughter's happy water and beginner's body conditioning powder. He recalled the system had mentioned a newbie gift pack earlier. With a touch of his consciousness, a golden chest icon flickered into the center of the interface. Open, Wang Etian silently commanded. The chest lid burst open with a rumble, releasing a soft glow. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the newbie gift pack. Obtained, basic breath suppression technique, X1, automatically learn. Obtained, 100 paternal love points. Obtained, system user guide, simplified, X1. Having already mastered the basic breath suppression technique with proven effectiveness, and with 100 points newly added, Wang Etian now possessed a total of 200 paternal love points, feeling immensely pleased with himself. He clicked open the system user guide concise version, which indeed contains some basic instructions, such as the system's rules, reiterating the boundary binding and the invincibility within the same realm. The store's refresh mechanism, automatically updating certain items weekly, the logic behind task issuance, and so forth. What caught his attention most was the final note. This system is designed to foster a parent-child relationship between the host and the bound individual. All functionalities must revolve around love and growth. Any malicious acts, including but not limited to world destruction, bullying, and other evil deeds, are strictly prohibited. Violations will trigger the punishment mechanism, and consequences shall be borne by the offender. Wang Etian curled his lips disdainfully. Destroy the world? He wouldn't even dare to disrupt Aunt Wang's square dancing downstairs, let alone destroy the world. This system really likes to put on a show. However, the rule of invincibility within the same realm was exactly to his liking. This meant that as long as he didn't provoke those ancient monsters, he could basically roam freely within his daughter's activity zone. An overwhelming sense of security. Exiting the system guide, Wang Etien's consciousness returned to reality. He glanced at his daughter, walking ahead. Her puffed-up back made him want to laugh. Hee, little brat. Want to challenge your old man? Your father. Now have system. Although it's delayed by 100 years, and the hair growth tonic it sells is a rip-off, it's truly irresistible. Wang Etian began to ponder inwardly how to spend these 200 points of paternal affection. Should he first get 2 bottles of daughter's happy water for her to try, or directly purchase beginner's body tempering powder to accelerate her cultivation? Or perhaps buy a disguiser's mask to do some mischief? Ahem, no, the system said it must be positive energy. Just as he was indulging in these thoughts, Wang Xinran, walking ahead, suddenly stopped, turned around, placed her hands on her hips, and glared at him fiercely. Old man, what are you silly laughing back there for? Are you plotting some scheme to trick me again? Hurry up, I'm hungry. I want fried chicken. Ming dea. Compensate my fragile heart that was just frightened. Wang Etian snapped back to reality and, seeing his daughter's if you don't agree, I'll cry stance, hastily wiped off the lecherous smile from his face and replaced it with a pleading expression. Bye. Fried chicken and milk tea, all bought. Daddy's bleeding money today. However, he quickly shifted tone, rubbing his hands together and tentatively asking, Daughter, since your old man has been so brave today, shouldn't there be some tangible reward? Like this month's pocket money? Wang Xinran flatly refused without hesitation, drawing a clear line. You haven't settled accounts with me for hiding your true strength and deceiving my innocent feelings yet. Want more pocket money? No way. The door is shut, and the windows are welded tight. Wang Yiqian, well, that's a bummer. Raising a daughter really is a money pit. Yet, seeing his daughter regain her vitality, his heart still felt warm. He quickened his pace to catch up with her. The father and daughter's bickering figures gradually blending into the city's dazzling lights. Meanwhile, Wang Yiqian's consciousness had already immersed itself again in that wondrous paternal affection point store, beginning his joyful planning spree. Playing dumb to hide strength, that is my wish. Upgrading parenting, endless joy. Returning from a shopping spree at the store, Wang Yiqian felt as if the wind itself accompanied his steps. Although his request to increase pocket money had been ruthlessly denied by his daughter, holding 200 points in hand made him feel as if his life had reached a small climax. In the end, the father and daughter didn't go out for fried chicken and milk tea, mainly because Wang Yiqian, citing the detrimental effects of junk food on martial arts foundations, though he was really just reluctant to spend money, coaxed and tricked Wang Xinran back home. Of course, the promised feast turned into an upgraded deluxe compressed biscuit set with braised beef flavor, plus a treasured sausage from Wang Yiqian. Here, eat up. Daddy specially added an extra treat for you. Wang Yiqian placed the warmed compressed biscuit and the intricately sliced sausage before Wang Xinran, his face brimming with a benevolent smile, tinged with a barely perceptible trace of guilt. Wang Xinran eyed the plate suspiciously, then glanced at her father's overly radiant grin. Old man, are you all right? Smiling so creepily. Don't tell me you poisoned this? Wang Yiqian's heart skipped a beat, almost blurting out, how did you know? Fortunately, he caught himself just in time and put on a stern face. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? This is paternal love. Condensed paternal love. See the sausage? It's so plump and smooth. I've been guarding it for ages, reluctant to eat it. Wang Xinran, half convinced, picked up her spoon and scooped a mouthful of the paste-like compressed biscuit, sniffing it carefully. Still that familiar scent. A blend of flavoring and preservatives with beef essence. Nothing unusual. She glanced again at the oddly shaped but enticingly fragrant sausage and eventually succumbed to temptation, gobbling it down heartily. Watching his daughter eat with such relish, Wang Yiqian's heart blossomed with joy, while his consciousness quietly connected to the system. System, redeem 1, Beginner's body tempering powder. Beep. Consumed 50 paternal affection points, successfully redeemed, Beginner's body tempering powder, X1. Current paternal affection balance, 150 points. A barely perceptible glimmer flashed, and a small cluster of faintly golden shimmering powder appeared in Wang Yiqian's mental space. He carefully manipulated the tiny particles like controlling the highest precision nanobots, silently scattering them evenly over the half-eaten compressed biscuit on Wang Xinran's plate. The powder melted instantly upon contact with warmth, vanishing without a trace. Perfect. Wang Yiqian gave himself a mental thumbs up. Such skill and control. He'd be wasting his talents if he didn't become a secret agent. Eat slowly. No one is stealing from you, he said outwardly, still playing the caring father, handing Wang Xinran a cup of water. Drink more warm water. It's good for your health. Wang Xinran, engrossed in her meal, mumbled a vague acknowledgement, took the cup, gulped down a large mouthful, and resumed her battle with the deluxe meal. She didn't notice that as the food settled, a gentle yet exceptionally pure energy flowed quietly within her, like a spring stream in early spring, spreading through her limbs and bones. Wang Yiqian anxiously observed his daughter's reaction. According to the system's description, the Beginner's body tempering powder had a mild medicinal nature, primarily meant to subtly improve constitution and solidify the foundation, so the process shouldn't be too intense. Sure enough, after finishing, Wang Xinran merely patted her belly contentedly and burped. The taste is okay, I guess. Though this sausage feels a bit tough, she felt a warm, comfortable sensation in her body, attributing it to being well fed. That's because Daddy specially picked the finest. Wang Yiqian breathed a sigh of relief, hastily tidying up the dishes and changing the subject. Now that you're full, hurry up and cultivate. Don't waste time. Look at Oldly's kid next door. They're already burning the midnight oil at this hour. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes. Got it. Stop nagging. I'll crush them to death. Though complaining aloud, her body obediently headed toward her small room, filled with various martial arts magazines and quirky figurines. After all she had been through today, she truly needed cultivation to calm her turbulent emotions and, incidentally, to burn off some, slightly excessive energy. Watching his daughter close the door, Wang Yiqian finally relaxed completely, sinking happily back onto the sofa and reopening the system interface. 150 points of paternal affection left. What else could he buy? How about a bottle of daughter's happy water? Give her a surprise? Just as he immersed himself in the joy of shopping. Some unusual sounds began to emerge from Wang Xinran's room. At first, it was just a normal flow of qi and blood during cultivation. Gradually, that sound swelled with increasing intensity, like a river rushing with unstoppable force. The intangible primal energy in the air began to spontaneously converge toward her small room, forming a tiny vortex. Wang Yiqian abruptly sat upright, his consciousness instantly detaching from them all. That noise is quite loud. I assenti it. He held his breath and focused keenly, sensing the energy fluctuations within the room. In his perception, his daughter's vital energy surged through her body at an unprecedented pace, flushing through her meridians. Previously minor blockages were being shattered as if by a mighty torrent, and her entire aura was steadily and swiftly ascending. Effective, truly effective. Wang Yiqian's heart leapt with joy, more elated than if he himself had broken through. These 50 points of paternal love were worth every bit. He tiptoed to his daughter's door and pressed his ear against it, resembling a worried mother anxious over her child's first venture out alone. From inside came Wang Xinran's somewhat puzzled yet excited self-talk. Strange. Why is my cultivation so smooth today? I feel so energized. My vital energy is like a floodgate burst open. Could it be that I truly am a once-in-10,000 martial prodigy, and I was just previously unenlightened? Wang Yiqian chuckled silently outside, mentally teasing. Yes, you're a prodigy, and I am your exclusive golden finger. He sensed the changes within himself. Indeed, as Wang Xinran's vital energy swelled and the barriers of her realm softened, the primal energy within him, at the early master tier, began to condense and strengthen, surging toward the threshold of the mid-master stage. This feeling of one person's enlightenment bringing fortune to all around was simply exhilarating. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Yiqian returned to the sofa, maintaining a calm exterior as he casually scrolled through century-old bizarre videos. But his ears acted like radars, constantly monitoring the sounds next door. He could feel his daughter's aura continuously ascending, launching an assault toward the pinnacle of the initial martial artist stage. Keep going, my girl. Wang Yiqian clenched his fist, silently cheering himself on. Charge. The harder you strike, the stronger I become. Together, father and daughter will sweep this world away. Wang Xinran felt as if she was bursting with energy today. Normally, cultivation felt like pushing a rickety cart uphill, exhausting and painstaking. But today, her vital energy was like a rocket booster, a nitrogen-fueled acceleration. It raced wildly through her meridians, shattering barriers that previously required careful, repeated effort to barely pass through, now crumbling like paper at a single poke. Her entire body was warm and radiant. Every cell rejoiced, ravenously absorbing the primal energy gathering from the surrounding air. The tangible sensation of strength improving was utterly addictive. Could it be that I truly am a martial prodigy favored by the heavens? Had those past dozen years been but a pearl hidden beneath dust, a dragon trapped in shallow waters? As Wang Xinran guided her surging vital energy to assault the final barrier, she couldn't help but indulge in fanciful thoughts. Her cheeks flushed with excitement and the rush of blood. Indeed, it must be so. The provocation from those thugs today finally unleashed my potential. That's exactly how novels describe it. Breaking down to rebuild under pressure. The more she thought, the more it made sense, and her confidence swelled to unprecedented heights. As for her father's recent peculiarity, well, perhaps he did have a little secret, but compared to her unparalleled talent, it was secondary. From now on, this genius would shield her father, with his haughty delusion of being unmatched in heaven and earth. Wang Xinran concentrated all her vital energy and launched a full-scale assault on the solid barrier between the early and mid-martial artist stages. Break! Through! With a shout from her heart, the surging vital energy crashed like a breached dam against the realm barrier. Boom! A thunderous roar seemed to echo in her consciousness. The barrier that had confined her for half a year shattered in response. A far more powerful force instantly surged through her entire body. Her 5 senses sharpened, and her perception of the surrounding primal energy intensified manifold. The energy sea within her dantian expanded nearly twofold, and the vital energy flowing within transformed utterly in both quantity and quality. Mid-martial artist. She had made it. Wang Xinran suddenly opened her eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing within. She leapt up excitedly, reveling in the turbulent power inside her, unable to resist throwing a few punches that whipped up fierce gusts. Ha ha! I've broken through. I really have. Mid-martial artist. I, Wang Xinran, truly am a once-in-10,000 martial prodigy. Overcome with exhilaration, She flung open the door and dashed out like a gust of wind, letting out an excited scream toward Wang Yitian, who was slumped on the sofa, seemingly scrolling through videos, but actually nervously awaiting news. Dad, I've broken through. Mid-martial artist. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? I told you I'm a genius. I was just too lazy to practice before. Wang Yitian had already sensed his own transformation the moment his daughter's aura surged. At the very instant, Wang Xinran shattered her barrier and officially entered the mid-martial artist stage. His own primal energy, long at the peak of early master tier, naturally burst through its bottleneck and stepped into a brand new level. The mid-master tier, even mightier power, surged within. His sensitivity to the world's primal energy expanded several times over, and a profound sense of solidity filled his heart. Simultaneously, a pleasant system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Detection. Bound subject Wang Xinran's realm elevated to mid-martial artist. Host realm synchronized to mid-master tier. Congratulations to host on achieving first accompaniment breakthrough with daughter. Reward. 50 points of paternal love. Current paternal love balance. 200 points. Double blessings. No. Triple blessings. Realm elevated, paternal love replenished, and 50 points gained for free. Wang Yitian was so delighted he wished he could somersault thrice on the spot, but outwardly, he had to maintain composure. He sprang upright from the sofa in astonishment, accidentally dropping his phone, his face wearing a perfectly balanced expression of disbelief and ecstasy. His voice trembling. WH what? Breakthrough? Mid-martial artist? Ah, I knew it. My daughter takes after me. Innate talent. Before, she was just low-key, accumulating strength. With a little effort today, it just naturally happened. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Wonderful. He rushed forward to give his daughter a bear hug, but was met with a disdainful dodge from Wang Xinran. Cut it out. Just now. I don't know who stubbornly refused to admit they were impressive, though Wang Xinran spoke with feigned annoyance, the upward curve of her lips betraying the joy and pride swelling within. She lifted her chin proudly like a peacock. From this moment on, I declare myself the most dazzling star at Jiangxing No. One high school. No, the strongest kid. Yes, you're the best. You are lightning. You are light. You are the one and only legend. Wang Yitian spared no flattery, adding silently in his heart. Yes, you are your father's exclusive cheat code activator. The better you are, the stronger I become. At this moment, when Wang Yitian looked at Wang Xinran, he was no longer merely seeing his daughter, but a self-propelled, self-cultivating, human-shaped experience treasure chest, a limited edition, uniquely bound. Wang Xinran basked in her father's praise, her vanity greatly satisfied. She clenched her fists, feeling the power of a mid-stage martial artist coursing through her, ambitions soaring. Just wait. Next month's exam, I'm going to take down 10 opponents. Let all those who once looked down on me be utterly stunned. That's right. 10 opponents. Dad supports you. Wang Yitian brandished his fists with even greater fervor than Wang Xinran, exclaiming, whatever resources you need, just tell your old man. I'll figure something out. Casting a glance at the 150 points of fatherly love in the store, his confidence swelled ever so slightly. This was your idea, after all. Wang Xinran's eyes sparkled as she seized the opportunity, immediately striking while the iron was hot. I want the latest model of the Gale 3rd generation rune sports shoes, the ones that amplify speed. The smile on Wang Yitian's face stiffened. Daughter, shouldn't we set a smaller goal first? Perhaps break through to the late martial artist stage? You stingy miser. Wang Xinran snorted, though the joy of her breakthrough dulled the sting of disappointment. Forget it. This genius can manage on her own. I'll go reinforce my cultivation. Tonight, I'm pulling an all-nighter. Watching his daughter dash back to her room brimming with vitality, Wang Yitian exhaled deeply, a satisfied and scheming smile spreading across his face. He sank back into the sofa, savoring the formidable power of his mid-grandmaster state, and glanced once more at the 200 points of fatherly love remaining in the system. The beginner body tempering elixir is remarkably effective. Might be worth a long-term investment. Perhaps next time I should try the daughter's joy elixir to make her training even more enjoyable. The path of raising a child and leveling up is truly delightful. Wang Yitian reveled in the thought, his future life glowing with promise. Wang Xinran felt as though she were about to take flight. The power surging from her breakthrough to the mid-martial artist stage cast a filter over the world, as if she could overturn any opponent. She walked with the wind, breathed with primal energy, and even felt her pen could pierce the desk while doing homework. This illusion of the sun has come out, the rain has stopped, and now I'm unstoppable lasted for 2 whole days. During that time, her gaze toward her old man regained a touch of mortal humility, tinged with the superiority of behold this genius. although the image of her father effortlessly dispatching martial artists lingered stubbornly in her mind. She rationalized it as a minor stroke of fortune on his part, confident that her own limitless potential would soon eclipse his. Wang Yitian took it all in, delighting inwardly. Little missy, you're getting cocky. Time to let you feel the whip of a father's love, and the harsh lessons of society, or rather, the brutal discipline of martial arts. That very night, just as Wang Xinran finished a round of basic training and was admiring her sharpened gaze and non-existent biceps in the mirror, Wang Yitian strolled in leisurely holding a cup of hot goji berry tea. Ranran, he breathed over the steaming cup with a tone suffused with paternal gravity. The path of martial arts is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you retreat. You've just broken through. Your realm is still unstable. You must train harder and more diligently. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes at her reflection. I know. Can't you see I'm working hard? Don't worry, Dad. With my talent, stabilizing the realm will be a breeze. Maybe I'll perfect the mid-stage in a few days. Watching her arrogant expression, Wang Yitian chuckled inwardly but maintained a stern facade. Routine training one tea cut it. True strength comes from pushing beyond limits. I have here an ancestral method. Well, actually, it's my latest research, an extreme potential activation technique. It will help you rapidly solidify your foundation. What do you say? Want to give it a try? Extreme potential activation technique? Wang Xinran paused her posing, turning to him with suspicion. Sounds a lot like those street ads selling fake medicine. Is it reliable? How dare you say that? Wang Yitian feigned insult. Your old man wouldn't harm you. This is the product of painstaking study, combining countless martial arts classics from ancient times to the present. It's highly effective, fair, and square. Wang Xinran remained skeptical. Her father had been acting a bit strange lately. Maybe there was something to it? How does this activation work? She probed cautiously. Simple. Wang Yitian set down his cup, rubbing his hands together with a doting look. I use a faint but potent aura pressure to envelop you, simulating the natural oppressive presence of a high-level martial artist. You train under this pressure. Not only does it strengthen your willpower, but it also greatly enhances your control over your own primal energy. It's like weighted training. Get it? Wang Xinran considered this and found it somewhat reasonable. Her martial arts teacher had mentioned that training under the aura of advanced martial artists was beneficial, though opportunities like that were rare. All right then, I'll try it, she agreed, striking a pose that said, this genius is giving you a chance. But just a little pressure, okay? Don't crush your daughter. Don't worry. I know my limits. Wang Yitian pounded his chest in assurance, a mischievous smile blooming like a flower on his face. He instructed Wang Xinran to stand at the center of the room and assume the basic martial arts stance. Then, he retreated to the doorway, feigning a deep breath as he slowly raised his right hand. Ready? Dad's about to start, he said with a voice so gentle it could drip water. Come on, hurry up, Wang Xinran urged impatiently. A barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corner of Wang Yitian's mouth as he focused his thoughts. In the next instant, an invisible crushing pressure, heavy as a mountain, descended without warning. Wang Xinran felt her entire body sink, as if she had been plunged into the depths of a 1,000-meter ocean. The surrounding air thickened unbearably. Every breath demanded immense effort. Her bones creaked under the unbearable weight. Her blood flow slowed to a sluggish crawl. The fleeting euphoria from her recent breakthrough was utterly shattered. Her legs weakened, and with a thud, she nearly collapsed to her knees. Only a fierce refusal to yield kept her upright, though she was now bent like a shrimp, veins bulging on her forehead, sweat pouring down instantly. Damn, old man. She spat through clenched teeth, her voice trembling. You call that a little pressure? That's a whole mountain falling on me. Are you trying to murder your own daughter? Or inherit my credit card debt? Wang Yitian leaned casually against the doorframe, pulling a thermos from somewhere and taking a leisurely sip, his face still wearing that infuriatingly benevolent smile. It might feel a bit uncomfortable at first, but you'll get used to it. This is the pressure to motivation conversion method. It's all for your own good. No pain, no gain. Bullshit. Wang Xinran cursed vehemently, feeling as if her organs were being crushed. This is clearly payback for me asking you for pocket money a few days ago. You stingy miser. Drink cold water. Nonsense. Do you think your father is that kind of man? Wang Yitian declared solemnly. I only want to see you succeed. A strict father produces a strong daughter. Keep it up. You can do it. Believe in yourself. Alajai. Wang Xinran retorted, Alajai your head. All she could think about now was Oreos. She tried to marshal her primal energy to resist the pressure, only to find her usually obedient blood and chi frozen, moving with agonizing difficulty. Every inch forward demanded tremendous mental effort. What is the point of training like this? Just staying standing without collapsing is already exhausting all my strength. I can't hold on. I'm going to die. Wang Xinran felt her vision darkening, her breathing ragged as if she were a bellows. Seeing this, Wang Yiqian slightly eased the pressure just enough to keep her from breaking down, though it remained excruciatingly uncomfortable. All right, now try throwing a punch, he encouraged with a grin, resembling a devilish coach. Gritting her teeth, Wang Xinran summoned every ounce of strength, laboriously lifting her leaden arm and sluggishly swinging a punch forward. Flimsy, slow, utterly powerless. Not to mention hitting anyone, she could barely swat a mosquito. Is that all you've got? Wang Yiqian raised an eyebrow. Mid-stage martial artist, and this is your level? Even the third-grade elementary school kid next door throws military-style punches with more force than you. You're talking nonsense. Wang Xinran was so furious she nearly lost her breath. If you got the guts, then come and try it yourself. Oh dear, your old father-s getting on in years. My back isn't what it used to be. Wang Yiqian rubbed his aching waist. Carry on, don't stop. Feel this pressure, try to adapt to it, harness every ounce of your strength. Yes, just like that. Though a bit slow, a bit awkward, at least you're moving. Under the suffocating pressure, Wang Xinran struggled, her movements twisted in slow motion as if replaying in slow motion. Throwing punches while mentally unleashing a full arsenal of heartfelt and unfiltered greetings toward Wang Yiqian. Meanwhile, Wang Yiqian maintained the pressure, sipping his goji berry tea contentedly, admiring his daughter's graceful punching form. The father-daughter bond is truly growing more harmonious by the day. In the following days, Wang Xinran's routine boiled down to eating, sleeping, cursing her old man, and training under the oppressive pressure. She finally understood. Her old man was undoubtedly doing this on purpose, claiming it was to unlock potential, but in reality, it was just a relentless form of torment. The pressure fluctuated, sometimes so intense it felt like she might perish on the spot, other times only mildly less brutal, always hovering at the very edge where she could barely move but felt extreme discomfort. Damn, old man, where's today's share of paternal pressure? Hurry up, stop dawdling. Are you weak or something? Can't press harder? Early one morning, Wang Xinran kicked open Wang Yiqian's door, her messy, multicolored short hair wild, shouting fiercely as if she was storming a fortress rather than preparing for training. Yawning, Wang Yiqian crawled out of bed, still half asleep. Why the rush? Youngsters should respect their elders. Let your old man brew some goji tea first. Goji tea my foot. Move it. This genius's time is precious. Wang Xinran impatiently pushed him, though her body had already begun warming up honestly. Despite the harsh words, she had to admit that this devilish training was unbelievably effective. After a few days, she felt her control over strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Where before her punches scattered energy wildly, now under immense pressure, she forced herself to concentrate every bit of power into a single point, greatly enhancing efficiency. Her chi and blood circulation became denser and smoother. The lightness she felt after breakthroughs quickly solidified. She even sensed her stress tolerance had significantly increased. Now, even facing the aura of a martial artist, she believed she could endure for a while. Of course, all these improvements were built on daily torment to near death and intense verbal exchanges with Wang Yiqian. Here I come. Wang Yiqian sauntered slowly into the center of the living room, still looking half asleep, waving his hand casually. Boom! The familiar mountainous pressure descended instantly. Wang Xinran was prepared, planting her feet firmly, circulating her chi and blood, though her bones still ached and her face flushed. At least she didn't nearly collapse like on the first day. The usual 100 repetitions of basic punches, finish and then eat. Wang Yiqian collapsed back onto the sofa, took out his phone, and began scrolling through his collection of ancient, bizarre videos, the background music as addictive as ever. Got it. You're killing me. Wang Xinran cursed under her breath, then clenched her teeth and continued punching slowly. Punching and cursing simultaneously. Damn, old man definitely didn't wash his face again. This punch's power is off. My waist didn't twist right. Feels like I'm getting it. Ow, my legs are weak. This goji tea tastes awful. The old man's taste is terrible. This punch seems smoother? Is it just my imagination? While outwardly engrossed in videos, Wang Yiqian's mind was already linked to the system, activating the real-time monitoring feature. A light screen visible only to him hovered beside Wang Xinran, displaying real-time data. Target chi and blood circulation speed, 15. Energy condensation efficiency, 12. Muscle load, 89, near limit. Willpower fluctuation, stable, slightly reduced cursing frequency, possibly tired. Comprehensive assessment, significant training effect, potential continually stimulated. Recommended to maintain current pressure level. Seeing the data, Wang Yiqian nodded inwardly, deeply gratified. Yes, the punch power has concentrated much more than yesterday, starting to take shape. TSK, the footwork is still a bit light and unstable, needs grounding. Oh, that hip swing has some flair. Pressure really does bring out potential. And the cursing vocabulary, updated again. Learn from whom? The internet, a bad influence. As he observed, he silently critiqued. When he noticed severe distortions or unstable breathing, he adjusted the pressure slightly to keep training within the most effective range. This exquisite control over power was the hallmark of a mid-stage grandmaster, especially with system assistance. Hey, damn old man. Wang Xinran suddenly stopped mid-punch, gasping for breath. What level is this pressure equivalent to? Martial artist? Grandmaster? Without lifting his eyes, Wang Etian answered casually, guess. I guess you ghost. No good intentions, that's for sure. Catching her breath, Wang Xinran resumed punching and pondering. Feels scarier than the aura of the late-stage martial artist director at our school. But you're definitely not a great grandmaster. How could a great grandmaster have so much free time? Wang Etian smiled silently. Silly girl, this is real mid-stage grandmaster pressure. Just controlled well enough not to squash you flat like a pancake. After finishing a round of punches, Wang Xinran collapsed like a dead dog, drenched in sweat. Sitting heavily on the floor, gasping for air, too exhausted even to curse. Only then did Wang Etian withdraw the pressure, put down his phone, and hand her a cup of warm water secretly infused with a bit of basic energy supplement, a new item in the shop, 10 paternal love points per cup. Mild effect. How does it feel? Any progress? Wang Xinran took the cup, gulped it down in one go, feeling a warm flow spread through her, regaining some strength. She wiped the sweat, exhausted but her eyes bright. Not bad, so-so. Feels like my control over strength is indeed better. She would never admit it worked well. Good. Wang Etian smiled brightly. We'll continue this afternoon. Again, Wang Xinran wailed. Even a donkey in the collective can't be pushed this hard. Martial cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you retreat. Got it. You're so annoying. Wang Xinran snapped, struggling to get up. Let's eat. Em starving. Today I want double the ham sausages. Watching his daughter complain, yet full of vitality, as she walked away. Wang Etian chuckled, his consciousness scanning the system prompts. Daily supervision, task completed. Paternal love points, 10. Bound target, S overall quality improved. Paternal love points, 5. Current paternal love points balance, 215. Another fruitful day. This life of simultaneously tormenting his daughter, growing stronger himself, and earning some extra cash, it's simply wonderful. Wang Etian beamed at the system interface in his mind, displaying paternal love points balance, 215. Feeling he had reached the pinnacle of life. This money, earned comfortably, guiding his daughter's training while enhancing his own strength and casually pocketing some side income. The system was truly tailor-made for a father like him, who aspired to win with ease. No, to develop steadily and reliably. He lounged languidly on the sofa, crossing one leg over the other, his flip-flops swaying gently as his mind wandered blissfully through the fatherly love value mall, contemplating whether next time he should treat his daughter to a new daughter-esque joy elixir for a fresh experience or stock up on more basic body tempering powder to devise a long-term investment plan. Just as he fantasized about his daughter, under his sagacious guidance, punching the elderly at Nanshan Nursing Home and kicking the toddlers at Beihai Kindergarten. No, rather, becoming an empress of a new era. While he himself rose like a tide to achieve the stature of a martial god and reclined to savor the splendors of life, the training room door creaked open. Wang Etian hastily wiped the lecherous grin off his face and replaced it with an expression of weary paternal fatigue, feigning a couple of coughs for effect. Before him, Wang Xinran appeared like a salted fish freshly hauled from the water and then left to bake under the sun for 3 days and nights. Crawling out with barely a semblance of strength. She was drenched in sweat, her multicolored hair limp and plastered to her forehead, her face as pale as death, lips parched, and her legs wobbling as if borrowed, staggering with each step. Damn old man, she panted, cursing weakly, her voice devoid of strength. This devilish training. There's no human who could endure it. With a thud, she collapsed onto the cold living room floor, sprawling starfish-like, her chest heaving violently, eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling, as if her soul had already departed for a paradise free from paternal tyranny. Wang Etian's heart blossomed with delight, yet he maintained his composure outwardly. Struggling, he sat up on the sofa and asked with a feigned tenderness tinged with weakness, Ranran, are you all right? Can you still hold on? Maybe we should cut back a bit tomorrow? Cut back? Wang Xinran rolled her eyes with difficulty, shooting him a sideways glance and snorting disdainfully, through her nose. Who do you think you're kidding? This genius just has a bit of weak legs. Rest a moment, and I can fight another 300 rounds. A stubborn dead duck. Wang Etian muttered inwardly, but found her tenacity oddly endearing. He flopped back down, picking up his phone to pretend he was still scrolling through his archaic absurd videos, all the while secretly monitoring his daughter's condition to ensure she was merely exhausted and not fundamentally harmed. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by Wang Xinran's labored breaths, like the bellows of a forge and the faint, infectious strains of the chicken. "You're so beautiful," song emanating from the phone. After about 10 minutes, her breathing gradually steadied. She attempted to move a finger, feeling as if she were commanding someone else's body through a layer of cotton. Struggling, she turned her head and glanced at the equally slumped figure of her father on the sofa. At that moment, Wang Etien's eyes were half closed, fingers swiping across the screen, a faint and almost imperceptible silly smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, he looked like a man severely drained of vitality, relying on absurd videos to replenish his depleted spirit. Something stirred inexplicably in Wang Xinran's heart. Although this old man's training methods were brutal, crude, and borderline sadistic, the results were undeniable. She could see her physical fitness and control over strength visibly improve over these past few days. Moreover, aside from his sharp tongue and perverse methods, it seemed he genuinely cared for her well-being. This thought startled even Wang Xinran herself. She quickly shook her head, tried to dispel the dangerous notion. It must be exhaustion-induced hallucination. Yet, seeing how he had also been utterly drained but still forced himself to care for her, Wang Xinran struggled, propping herself up on her elbows. The simple movement elicited another grimace of pain. Her muscles ached as if trampled by 10,000 wild horses. Gritting her teeth, she wobbled to her feet, each step resembling a toddler's first faltering attempts, staggering towards the kitchen. Wang Etien's peripheral vision followed her closely, wondering silently, what mischief is she up to now? Starving herself to poison me? No, there's no poison in the house. Wang Xinran reached the kitchen, grabbed a clean glass, and filled it with tap water from the faucet. Then, she turned around and, with great difficulty and unsteady steps, made her way back toward the sofa. Wang Etian quickly resumed his act of feigning death, narrowing his eyes to a slit to watch her covertly. She stopped in front of the coffee table, gazing at the clear glass of water in her hand, then at her nearly lifeless father on the sofa. Her face flickered with an intricate, tangled expression, resentment, reluctance, and a trace of barely perceptible tenderness, all finally congealed into a resolute, damn the consequences determination. Taking a deep breath as if summoning immense courage, she slammed the glass down heavily on the coffee table before Wang Etian. Bang! The sharp clatter sent a few droplets splashing up. Startled by the noise, Wang Etian nearly jumped out of his skin. Pretending to open his eyes, he saw his daughter standing there, her gaze drifting aimlessly to the chandelier on the ceiling. Her tone was stiff, dry, as if reciting an excruciatingly awkward line. Here, drink some water. Stop training. Otherwise, no one will pay my tuition. Having spoken, she immediately turned her face aside, her ears visibly flushing a deep red, the blush creeping rapidly across her cheeks. Wang Etian was stunned. He stared blankly at the glass on the table, its clear surface reflecting the mottled patterns of the ceiling above. Then, his gaze slowly rose to rest on his daughter's sweat-dampened profile, the few strands of multicolored hair clinging to her cheek, the flushed skin from fatigue and perhaps embarrassment, the tightly pressed yet slightly puckered lips, and the deliberately averted eyes that nonetheless sparkled with a silent message. Come on, stupid old man, drink up. In that instant, Wang Etian felt as though something had struck his heart with brutal force. An indescribable torrent of warmth, both aching and swelling, surged uncontrollably from the softest depths of his soul, rushing fiercely up to his nostrils and eyes. 100 years. He had struggled through the post-apocalyptic ruins with this unexpected little burden from the heavens, enduring hunger, cold, bullying, and even fighting wild dogs for a scrap of food. He had been both father and mother, servant and scapegoat. He had grown accustomed to his daughter's noise, rebellion, disdain, and brazen demands. Never had he imagined that one day, this prickly little hedgehog who seemed forever immature and perpetually sniping at him would offer him a glass of water in such a clumsy, awkwardly endearing way. Though it was only tap water, though the gesture was rough, almost like smashing up the place, though her tone was harsh enough to chip teeth. But damn it, this was his daughter giving him water. Wang Etian abruptly lowered his head and rubbed his eyes fiercely with the back of his hand, struggling to suppress the unshed tears. Afraid that if he spoke, he would betray the choking emotion threatening to spill out, he forced out a few broken syllables from his throat. Ah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, daughter. His voice was hoarse and trembling unmistakably. Wang Xinran, still awkward, was startled by the uncharacteristically choked, almost tearful tone in her father's voice. She immediately abandoned her shyness and whipped her head around to look at him. She saw Wang Etian with his head bowed, shoulders slightly shaking, desperately trying to contain something within. Wang Xinran. Seriously? Just a glass of water? Is that really necessary? Why is this old man acting so unusually today? Has the training truly worn him out? Or is there poison in the water? His exaggerated reaction left her completely unsettled, unsure where to place her hands and feet. That awkward and inexplicable emotion made her eager to break the eerie atmosphere as soon as possible. A bit too cheesy, she declared, forcing herself to remain composed. She rolled her eyes in a signature gesture and attempted to mask her unease with an exaggerated tone. The main point was, I'm just worried you'll really collapse from exhaustion. Then who would be my human stress simulator? Ahem, don't say it. Your lame method actually works quite well. She uttered the last few words rapidly, her voice barely audible like a mosquito's hum, yet in the stillness of the living room. They reached Wang Etien's ears with perfect clarity. At last, Wang Etian lifted his head, his eyes still a bit reddened, but a smile, more awkward than crying yet brilliantly radiant, spread across his face. He nodded repeatedly, pecking like a chick. If it works, that's good. If it works, that's good. Dad will be your simulator every day from now on. For a lifetime, if you want. Wang Xinran was amused by his silly demeanor. Yet a touch of melancholy crept into her heart. In the end, she merely snorted, turned around, and shuffled back to her room in that awkward, crooked posture, slamming the door behind her with a bang. Yet, somehow, the sound of the door closing seemed slightly lighter than usual. Wang Etian gazed at the shut door, then glanced at the utterly ordinary glass of water resting on the coffee table, grinning foolishly for a long while. He carefully lifted the glass, as if cradling a priceless treasure, and took a gentle sip. Tap water, somewhat cool, with a hint of bleach. But to Wang Etian, this was probably the sweetest, warmest thing he had drunk in 100 years. Worth it. Truly worth it. This daughter, she was not raised in vain. All the grievances endured, all the hardships suffered, vanished like smoke before this single glass of tap water. Leaning back on the sofa, Wang Etian stared at the sky darkening outside the window, his heart swelling with a profound sense of happiness. Meanwhile, in her room, Wang Xinran rested against the door, listening to the silence beyond, slowly sliding down to sit on the floor. She touched her still slightly flushed cheek and muttered softly, pouring a glass of water. And this old man is so easy to appease. Yet the corner of her mouth involuntarily curled into a small, subtle smile. In the air, the long-standing tension, sharp and confrontational, seemed to dissolve quietly within that glass of water, a clumsy expression of concern and a choked voice of gratitude. Ever since swallowing that glass of tap water infused with awkward paternal love, Wang Etian felt as if his life had reached a higher plane. The sky looked bluer every day, the water tasted sweeter, and even the screeching call of the mutant parrot downstairs, raised by Mrs. Wang, sounded like a popular song from a century ago. Of course, the sky was still the same grayish haze, the water still carried that bleach tang, and the parrot remained annoyingly loud enough to make one want to pluck its feathers. But Wang Etien's heart was joyful. His daughter knew to pour water for her father. Though it was tap water and her movements resembled throwing a hidden weapon, the significance was immense. It marked a historic breakthrough in their father-daughter relationship, transitioning from mutual harm to an awkward yet harmonious new phase. He collapsed on the sofa, crossing one leg over the other, contentedly surveying his domain on the system interface. Parental love points balance, 215. This substantial sum must be wisely invested. The previously purchased basic body tempering powder had proven remarkably effective, confirming the system's shop as honest and reliable. One gets what one pays for. Next, what should he invest in? His gaze scanned the shop. Daughter's joyful water. 50 points per bottle, capable of enhancing mood and slightly boosting comprehension. Sounds promising. Suitable as a surprise for his daughter to alleviate her near-collapse emotions after training. Yet it did not seem a priority at the moment. Special healing ointment. 100 points per unit, essential for home and travel, but apparently unnecessary now as his daughter was quite resilient. Disguise mask. 500 points. Too expensive. Pass. Besides, he had no idea what to do with it. Surely not where to spy on Mrs. Wang's plaza dancing sessions. His eyes ultimately settled on an item he had noticed before. Intermediate insights into basic fist techniques One-time knowledge infusion price 150 parental love points. Description: integrates the essence of traditional and modern basic fist techniques, directly targeting core power application, simplifying complexity. Upon use, the host instantly masters the relevant theoretical knowledge and can impart it based on personal understanding. Note: this insight aims to solidify foundational skills. Suitable for practitioners at the martial artist and martial master stages. Effectiveness varies individually. This was it. Wang Etien's eyes lit up. His daughter was already at the mid-martial artist level, proficient in basic fist techniques, but clearly still stuck at the form-similar stage. Her power application and coordination of chi and blood were rough at best. This intermediate insights into basic fist techniques was like timely rain. It could fundamentally enhance her combat capability. Moreover, since it enabled teaching through personal understanding, he could transform system knowledge into his own insights and teach his daughter, perfectly concealing the source. Although spending 150 points at once was a bit painful, investing in his daughter was investing in his own future. Wang Etien knew how to calculate that. Redeem. Ding. 150 parental love points consumed. Successfully redeemed. Intermediate insights into basic fist techniques, X1. Current parental love points balance, 65. A cool stream of information, rich with images, texts, and bodily sensations, instantly flooded Wang Etien's mind. How to engage muscle groups. How to coordinate breathing for chi and blood circulation. How to concentrate power into a single explosive point. How to inflict maximum damage with minimal effort. These exquisite techniques and theories imprinted clearly as if innate knowledge. Wang Etien closed his eyes to digest the information for a moment. When he reopened them, a glimmer of enlightenment shone through. So this was how basic fist techniques could be practiced. The System S products truly had some substance. Though labeled basic, the power application techniques and bodily control demands far surpassed the common knowledge circulating on the market. Suppressing his excitement, he cleared his throat and called toward Wang Xinran's room. Ranran, come out for a moment. Dad has something to tell you. After a while, the door cracked open slightly, and Wang Xinran poked her head out, her face still wearing the fatigue and impatience of training. What? Are you going to subject me to your merciless paternal pressure training again? Even the donkey in the production team deserves a rest, you know? Not training. It's something good. Wang Etien tried to put on a solemn and earnest expression, but the inevitable upward twitch of his mouth betrayed his cheerful mood. Come over here and sit. Wang Xinran eyed him suspiciously for a few moments before reluctantly stepping out and plopping down on the small stool opposite him, crossing her legs and shaking them. Spit it out if you have something to say. This genius' time is precious. Taking a deep breath, Wang Etien strove to emulate the demeanor of a sage, but paired with his old man shirt and baggy shorts. He looked unmistakably like an elderly gentleman boasting and playing chess in the park. Ranran, he began earnestly these past few days with the help of pressure training. Your foundation has solidified considerably, and your chi and blood have become vigorous. It's time for Dad to impart some exclusive insights gleaned from years of arduous practice. He emphasized years of arduous practice and exclusive insights to bolster his credibility. Wang Xinran's reaction unfolded exactly as he expected. She raised an eyebrow, and her face instantly displayed a giant banner reading, "Here he goes again with his nonsense," her disdain practically overflowing from her eyes. She picked at her ear with her pinky and flicked it. What? Exclusive insights? Dad, those insights of yours can't possibly be the advanced version of happy homebody wellness. Can they? Or maybe how to elegantly lounge on the couch for 100 years. Wang Etien's face flushed deeply, yet he forced himself to remain composed. Nonsense. This time I'm serious. It's about fundamental boxing techniques. The real essence. Fondamental boxing technique. Wang Xinran scoffed. I learned that stuff when I was 3. What is there to learn? ISNT, it's just straight punches, hooks, uppercuts, and the so-called turtle punches? Superficial. Childish. Wang Etien shook his head in anguish. You know nothing of foundational power. A towering edifice rises from the ground up. Without a solid foundation, the earth trembles and mountains quake. Your current boxing style is all form, lacking spirit. Your force is scattered, your chi and blood stagnant. You can't even unleash half your strength, let alone full power. It's an utter waste. His blend of system theory and impromptu explanations caught Wang Xinran off guard. Lately, she had indeed sensed a bottleneck in her boxing power. Though her strength had grown, the impact of her strikes hadn't improved much. Really? She eyed him skeptically. Then tell me, how does one attain the spirit? Wang Etien's heart leapt with joy. He had her hooked. He hurriedly began his lesson, drawing from the insights in his mind combined with his own understanding. Ahem. Let us take the simplest example. the straight punch. Rising to his feet, Wang Etian demonstrated what he considered an impeccably standard starting posture. Do you think it's just about pushing your arm forward with force? Far from it. As he spoke, he traced motions on his own body. Power originates from the feet, transmits through the legs, is governed by the waist, and flows through the fingers. Your toes must grip the earth, sensing its strength. Knees slightly bent, not locked. Twist your waist. Drive your hips forward. Yes, that's the feeling. Relax your shoulders. Don't stiffen up. Sink your chi into the dantian. Right there below your navel, where the warmth gathers. Concentrate your mind. Imagine your fist is not a fist, but a glowing iron spike. Yes, that penetrating sensation. Wang Etian's words flew out with fervor, striving to describe these subtle power techniques in the simplest terms, though even he barely grasped some aspects. Relying heavily on muscle memory instilled by the system, his explanations were occasionally halting and imprecise. At first, Wang Xinran curled her lips, wearing an expression that silently mocked his posturing. But as she listened, the disdain on her face gradually faded, replaced by a thoughtful contemplation. Especially when Wang Etian spoke of the unity of waist and stance, force reaching the fingertips, and using intention rather than brute strength. She vaguely sensed she was touching upon something profound, though still veiled. While inwardly doubting his grandiose claims, she unconsciously began mimicking the motions he had just demonstrated, seeking that sensation of power originating from the feet and rising through the legs. Seeing this, Wang Etian's heart steadied. Seizing the moment, he pressed on. Talk is cheap. Try throwing a punch. Use the method I just described. Don't rely on brute force. Wang Xinran, half believing, half skeptical, took her stance. Recalling her father's seemingly mystical, yet somewhat sensible insights, she adjusted her breathing, focused her mind, and cautiously threw a punch into the air. The punch was neither fast nor smooth. The deliberate control made the movement appear awkward and clumsy. But, just as her fist reached its apex, she clearly felt a surge of power more concentrated and fluid than usual, coursing from her soles to her waist and arms, like a stream merging into a mighty river. Bursting forth with force, a sharp rush of wind followed her strike, subtle, yet possessing an unprecedented penetrating quality. Wang Xinran froze, maintaining her punch. Her eyes widened as if she could fit a hen's egg in her slightly parted mouth, her face awash with utter shock, bewilderment, and disbelief. What was this feeling? The same punch, with seemingly no great increase in strength, now conveyed a level of cohesion, explosive speed, and chi-blood coordination utterly incomparable to before. It was as if previously she had been hacking wildly with a dull axe, but now she wielded a razor-sharp dagger. She abruptly retracted her fist and tried to punch again using her old method. Though forceful, the energy dissipated heavily along the way, leaving a hollow sensation. Switching back to her father's technique, that concentrated, penetrating feeling returned once more. Once could be a fluke, twice. Wang Xinran lifted her head sharply. Her gaze toward Wang Etian transformed completely. Her eyes looked as if she was staring at a primitive man who had suddenly pulled out a nuclear bomb, filled with awe and incredulity. Damn old man. Where did you sneak off to learn this stuff? She pointed a trembling finger at Wang Etian. This is no basic boxing technique. It's even more refined than the advanced martial arts power methods our school coaches teach. Wang Etian, watching his daughter's worldview shatter anew, was overjoyed, nearly ecstatic to the point of levitation. Yet he maintained a calm facade, slowly lowering his stance, hands clasped behind his back. He gazed at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, wearing an expression weathered by life's vicissitudes, as if seeing through the world's illusions. In a low, magnetic voice, he intoned, "Sneak off to learn? Why would I need to? This is merely the humble wisdom gleaned from 100 years of wandering, the ever-changing tides of life, and the insights found in ordinary existence. Martial arts arise from life and transcend it. The twist of wringing clothes, the strength in sweeping the floor, even the relaxation of collapsing onto the sofa, all can be methods. This is the sediment of time, the crystallization of wisdom." His mystical rhetoric, paired with the solitary master's demeanor, would have been laughable had he donned a Taoist robe and wielded a fly whisk, a charlatan of the martial world. But in Wang Xinran's eyes at this moment, her father, clad in an old man's shirt and flip-flops, seemed to be shrouded in an aura of mystery. Could he truly be some reclusive sage? Had his previous slovenly appearance been a facade? Or perhaps, as one ages, one truly attains a higher state of being? Wang Xinran felt her mental processor threaten to overload. She shook her head, deciding to set aside this mind-bending question for now. Whatever. If it works, that's all that matters. Like an explorer discovering a new continent, she abandoned all sarcasm and eagerly resumed her stance, practicing that awkward yet astonishingly effective method of power generation again and again. She couldn't help but mutter, "This stance may be ugly, but damn, it really packs a punch." Wang Yiqian watched his daughter's body honestly responding and smugly sank back into the sofa, quietly savoring his success. His image as a useless old man had, after this one punch, begun to crack at the very foundation. In the days that followed, Wang Xinran transformed into an even more ardent martial enthusiast. If before her practice was merely to pass school tests and avoid getting beaten up, now she was utterly captivated by her father's method. Ugly though it might be, it was undeniably powerful. Like a child discovering a new toy, or rather, Columbus discovering a new world. She immersed herself in the fervent exploration of this novel power system. Every day after school, she'd toss aside her bag, skip snacks and videos, and retreat directly to her small room to train with fierce dedication. Sometimes she would mimic slow-motion movements in the air. Other times she'd pummel a punching bag, muttering to herself, toes gripping the earth, feeling the power of the ground. Twist the waist, drive the hips. Chi sinking to the dantian, mind focused, a glowing iron spike. No, that S off, energy S scattered. Again, feet, waist, hips, shoulders, elbows, wrists, fingers. That S it, that feeling. Damn old man, this stance is so unnatural. My waist S about to twist into a pretzel. Wang Yiqian lounged leisurely on the living room sofa, scrolling through videos of Chicken You Are So Beautiful while keenly eavesdropping on the sounds next door. Every so often, he would mentally vent to the system. Look at my daughter's aptitude. Just like me, she grasped things immediately. Ding. Detected that the bound subject's comprehension of advanced insights in a basic fist techniques has increased to 15. Host's guidance effective. Fatherly affection points +5. Only 15? A long road still lies ahead. But every little bit counts. 5 points is not insignificant. He beamed as he watched the fatherly affection points slowly accumulate in his account, feeling that his investment acumen was unparalleled. Raising a daughter was like nurturing a goose that laid golden eggs. Though she might fuss sometimes, eat a lot, and cost money, the return on investment was undoubtedly stellar. Soon enough, the weekend arrived. At the Thunder Martial Arts School, one of the modest yet well-reputed civilian dojos in Jiangcheng's Western District, Wang Xinran was a regular weekend visitor. Not just freeloading, but diligently honing her skills. Today, Wang Xinran sported freshly styled, dazzlingly vibrant short hair with a rainbow sheen, donned a faded martial arts uniform, and rode a hoverboard. With a graceful tail turn, she came to a halt at the dojo's entrance. After several days immersed in her father's insights, although her realm remained at mid-level martial artist, her entire aura had subtly transformed. Her gaze was more serene, her steps imbued with a newfound steadiness and harmony, a confidence naturally emanating from enhanced control over her own strength. No sooner had she stepped onto the training floor than a discordant voice rang out, dripping with blatant derision. Well, who do we have here? Isn't this the prodigy of Jiangxing No? One high school, Wang Xinran. Haven't seen you for a few days, looking pretty shabby. Or is it that your useless old man can't even afford your tuition anymore? So you're here mooching off free trial classes? The speaker was a burly youth named Zhou Kai, his brows furrowed with a fierce edge. A late-stage martial artist. He was the dojo coach's nephew and an old acquaintance of Wang Xinran's, often bullying her by leaning on his superior cultivation and family connections. Zhou Kai's loud shout instantly drew the attention of many trainees in the arena, some curious, some sympathetic, others taking pleasure in the spectacle. After all, Wang Xinran had often been targeted by Zhou Kai's clique for being a low-level martial artist with an unconventional appearance. Wang Xinran paused, her brow furrowing slightly. Had this been before, she would have flared up instantly, engaging Zhou Kai in a sharp verbal clash, even if she couldn't win, at least gaining the upper hand in words. But today, she merely cast Zhou Kai a cool, indifferent glance. So calm it made Zhou Kai's heart inexplicably skip a beat. A good dog doesn't block the way, Wang Xinran said flatly, her tone tinged with a weary detachment. By the way, you have a piece of lettuce stuck between your teeth. It's an eyesore. Several trainees nearby couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Zhou Kai's face flushed crimson, his pride wounded. He hadn't expected Wang Xinran to be so sharp-tongued today and to dare humiliate him publicly. Wang Xinran, you're asking for it. Zhou Kai said it, stepping forward. The aura of a late-stage martial artist radiated from him as he attempted to intimidate her with sheer presence. Haven't dealt with you for a few days, getting itchy, huh? How dare you talk to me like that? In the past, This pressure would have suffocated Wang Xinran, making it hard for her to breathe. But today it was merely a noisy distraction. Even the towering paternal aura she could barely withstand made Zhou Kai's intimidation feel like a light drizzle. She even had time to scoff mentally. That's it? Not even a 10,000th of my old man's power, and you still dare show off? Disinterested in further banter, Wang Xinran ignored him entirely and strode toward the changing room. Being utterly disregarded like this was far more maddening to Zhou Kai than outright confrontation. Damn it, who does she think she is? Let us see if I don't beat the crap out of her during sparring later. Zhou Kai muttered venomously, eyes fixed on Wang Xinran's retreating figure. The sparring session commenced swiftly. The coach arranged for free exchanges, allowing trainees to challenge opponents at will. Without hesitation, Zhou Kai was the first to step forward. Pointing at Wang Xinran, who was just warming up and stretching her wrists, he loudly declared, "Coach, I challenge Wang Xinran to spar. Please approve." All eyes immediately converged on them. Everyone understood Zhou Kai's true intent was to settle a personal grudge. Many trainees looked at Wang Xinran with sympathy. After all, a mid-level martial artist facing a late-stage one, especially with Zhou Kai's ruthless style, was a foregone conclusion. The coach frowned slightly, disliking personal vendettas in competitions, but the dojo's rules permitted open challenges. He turned to Wang Xinran. "You may accept or decline." Lifting her head, Wang Xinran glanced at Zhou Kai's provocatively smug face, then at the surrounding worried or amused gazes. A faint, roguish smile curled at the corner of her lips. She was just looking for a live target to test her father's teachings. One was being handed to her on a silver platter. "All right," she said, cracking her neck with a crisp snap. Her hands itched to move. The two stepped onto the central arena. Zhou Kai twisted his neck and wrists with a sinister grin, his bones crackling ominously, exuding fierce momentum. Wang Xinran appeared relaxed, even somewhat nonchalant. In her mind, she reviewed her father's unconventional theories once more. "Begin," the coach commanded. With a guttural roar, Zhou Kai charged like a wild bull, throwing a heavy, forceful straight punch accompanied by a whooshing wind aimed directly at Wang Xinran's face. This was his signature move, simple, brutal, relying on his superior cultivation to overpower. Some in the audience closed their eyes in sympathy. Yet, faced with a fierce blow, Wang Xinran's feet seemed to glide casually, her body twisting at a peculiarly awkward, yet perfectly timed angle. Zhou Kai's fist barely grazed the tip of her nose, the gust ruffling her hair. Zhou Kai froze, surprised she had dodged. Quick to change tactics, he retracted his fist and swung a vicious hook at Wang Xinran's ribs. Her waist bent backward as if boneless, her footwork shifting in a rhythm that appeared staggered but secretly aligned with a strange cadence from her father's teachings, narrowly evading the strike once again. "Dodge all you want. I'll see how long you can keep it up." Zhou Kai roared in fury, his attacks growing more frenzied, fists and feet raining down like a tempest. Wang Xinran resembled a fragile boat in a storm, seemingly perilous, yet always narrowly escaping at the critical moment. To outsiders, her movements seemed clumsy, awkward, even somewhat comical. Yet Zhou Kai grew increasingly alarmed. He felt as if every strike landed on a slippery eel, frustrating him to the point of nausea. "Is dodging all you can do, you useless brat?" Zhou Kai bellowed in exasperation. At that moment, a gleam flashed in Wang Xinran's eyes. Now was the time. Zhou Kai's relentless assault had left him breathless and unsteady, exposing a massive opening. She ceased evading and, following her father's teachings, instantly powered through her hips and waist, twisting her body, thrusting her shoulder, and delivering a punch in one fluid motion. The movement seemed unremarkable, even awkward due to its unusual force application, yet astonishingly swift. Her fist shot out like a venomous snake emerging from its lair, piercing through Zhou Kai's crossed arms and striking directly at the Shanzhong acupuncture point on his chest. Boom! A muffled thud echoed. Zhou Kai's forward momentum stopped abruptly, his body recoiling as if struck by a speeding hovercar. His eyes bulged, face etched with utter terror and disbelief. He felt an exquisitely sharp and concentrated force pierce through his body, instantly shattering the vital energy and blood he had painstakingly gathered. "Ugh!" he screamed in agony, his robust frame flailing like a kite with a severed string, hurtling backward 2 or 3 meters before crashing heavily onto the arena floor with a thud. Clutching his chest, he curled up into a shrimp-like posture, only able to exhale but unable to draw breath back in. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone's mouths hung agape, their eyes wide as copper coins, as if they had witnessed a ghost. A mid-stage martial artist dispatching a late-stage martial artist, Zhou Kai, in merely 3 moves? And in such an utterly overwhelming manner? How could this be possible? Even the coach was dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes vigorously, suspecting he was hallucinating. Wang Xinran's earlier evasive maneuvers and that final punch appeared clumsy and awkward on the surface. Yet they concealed a profound subtlety that even he could not fathom. This was by no means an ordinary, fundamental boxing technique. Wang Xinran slowly withdrew her fist, shook her wrist lightly, her expression unreadable, merely exhaling softly. She approached the edge of the ring, gazing at the petrified crowd below, and imitated Wang Yiqian's usual calm and detached tone, saying faintly, "Basic moves, don't overdo it." With that, she leapt down from the ring, picked up her water bottle, twisted open the cap, and took a sip. Her mind was already buzzing. Damn. Dad's secret weapon. Incredible. From that moment on, the name of the ghost fire girl, Wang Xinran, resounded throughout the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. The tale of Wang Xinran's 3-move annihilation of Zhou Kai at the Thunder Martial Arts Academy spread like wildfire the very next day across Jiangxingno, one high school's martial arts class. When she strode into the classroom, sporting even more flamboyant and dazzling multicolored short hair, she distinctly felt the gazes around her shift. Previously, those looks were laced with mockery, disdain, or outright neglect. Now, they brimmed with curiosity, astonishment, and even a subtle, barely perceptible reverence. During the break, a few classmates who rarely interacted with her approached of their own accord. "Xinran, that was awesome. I heard you took down Zhou Kai in the dojo yesterday. Is it true? Isn't Zhou Kai a late-stage martial artist? Xinran, how did you train? Share some tips with us." Wang Xinran feigned casual indifference, waving her hand nonchalantly. "Nothing much, just some casual practice." The opponent was too weak. Yet inside, she was ecstatic, nearly soaring, itching to erect a shrine in honor of her father on the spot. This sensation of being the center of attention was far more intoxicating than downing 10 bottles of the daughter's joy drink. She had truly tasted the sweetness that power brings. And all of this stemmed from that once seemingly useless, but now ever more unfathomable father. No, the miraculous old man. At the mere thought of her father, Wang Xinran's heart tingled like a cat being scratched. That ridiculously ugly, yet astonishingly effective power technique was undoubtedly just the tip of the iceberg. That old man surely had many more treasures hidden deep within. They had to be extracted. The iron must be struck while it was hot, before he had a chance to change his mind. She had to squeeze out as much as possible. Thus, after school that day, Wang Xinran unusually did not linger outside, but sped home on her skateboard like the wind, ignoring even the whistles of local ruffians along the way. Bang! The door was flung open, startling Wang Yiqian, who was on the sofa debating whether to spend money on the System Mall's daughter's joy, or save up for a pricier item. Well, the sun must have risen from the west today. Coming home so early? Wang Yiqian teased, putting down his phone. Wang Xinran offered no reply, but fixed him with a burning gaze, as if staring at a newly discovered, glittering giant vein of ore. She tossed her backpack onto the sofa and without a word rushed into the kitchen, rummaging through everything. Wang Yiqian grew uneasy under his daughter's intense scrutiny. "What are you looking for? You ate the last compressed biscuit this morning." Before he could finish, Wang Xinran emerged clutching a fruit knife and a withered apple. Wang Yiqian's heart sank. "Oh no, not really. Is this a filicide because I didn't give you pocket money yesterday? This daughter is hopeless." He instinctively recoiled. "Xinran, calm down. Impulse is the devil. Let's talk this out. Dad's retirement fund card is under the pillow." Wang Xinran ignored him and plopped down on a nearby stool, picking up the pitiful apple to begin peeling it. Yes, peeling an apple. Only her technique resembled more the carving of wood than mere peeling. Or rather, it was a merciless dismemberment of the fruit. Chunks of skin and flesh tumbled down in shreds, the apple visibly slimming at a rapid pace, its shape becoming wildly irregular, pocked and dented as if chewed by a dog. Wang Yiqian gaped in disbelief, his CPU struggling to process this new form of performance art. Was this the prelude to poisoning? Finally, after transforming the originally fist-sized apple into a mere egg-sized, abstractly shaped remnant, Wang Xinran ceased her assault. She held up this piece of art, offering it to Wang Yiqian with a smile she believed to be endearing, but which was actually somewhat sinister. "Dad, eat this apple. It supplements vitamins." Wang Yiqian stared at the pitiful mass of apple flesh, then at his daughter's weasel-like grin, swallowing nervously as he accepted it. Thanks, daughter." His voice trembling slightly. "This apple looks more like the Last Supper." Seeing her father take it, Wang Xinran's facade dropped immediately. She leaned forward, hands resting on her knees, body inclined, eyes gleaming fiercely as she cut to the chase. Dad, let us be straightforward. Wang Etienne's heart tightened. Here it comes, the main event. He instinctively clutched the pitiful apple tiger. Those unique insights you've cultivated over so many years. Wang Xinran lowered her voice as if in a secret underground meeting. How many more do you have left in stock? Don't hold back. Name your price. What will it take for you to share everything? Her gaze burned as if Wang Etienne were not a middle-aged, washed-up father, but a living, human-shaped, limited edition martial arts manual treasury. Wang Etienne was momentarily stunned. Then his heart blossomed with joy. Oh my daughter really knows how to play the game. She has even learned to pay to unlock skills, truly worthy of being my daughter. Such business acumen. His delight was immense. But his face instantly morphed into an expression of extreme reluctance, as if about to be hollowed out, one hand clutching his chest in a dramatic display. Ah, Xinran, it's not that Dad has hiding secrets from you. You just don't understand these insights aren't cheap like cabbage. His tone was mournful, as if revealing a world-shaking secret. These were priceless treasures painstakingly cultivated through countless sleepless nights and brain cells sacrificed, born of immense hardship. Each teaching drained Dad's vital energy tremendously, mildly causing dizziness and blurred vision, severely shortening his lifespan. Wang Xinran watched his exaggerated performance, the corners of her mouth twitching as she fought the urge to roll her eyes. Patiently, she began bargaining. Cut the act. Just tell me straight, what are your terms? Double pocket money? Absolutely not. No way. On this point, her stance was unwavering. Seeing his daughter unmoved by sentimentality, Wang Etienne immediately switched tactics, rubbing his hands together with the guile of a shrewd merchant. Ahem, talking money ruins feelings. Am I that kind of guy? How about this? I'm getting old. I've worked hard all my life. Shun Ti, I enjoy some peace and comfort now. Xinran Wang narrowed her eyes. Speak plainly. You'll wash the dishes for a whole month. Etienne Wang immediately laid down his terms, then hastily added, plus this final exam. Comprehensive martial theory and cultural subjects. You have to get into the top 50 in your grade. How about it? A whole month of dishwashing and making the top 50? Xinran's voice rose sharply. Why don't you go rob them yourself? Do you even know what kind of monsters make the top 50? Oh, my daughter is a genius too. Just a little effort, and you'll definitely make it. Etienne flattered her. Besides, this little effort is nothing compared to Dad's unique insights. It's a guaranteed win-win deal. Xinran bit her lip, struggling fiercely inside. Washing dishes was a small matter. After all, she had often shirked her chores before, making Dad do them. But making the top 50 in her grade was a mountain of pressure. Yet, when she thought about the exhilaration of utterly crushing opponents at the martial arts school, and the possibility of becoming even stronger in the future deal, she gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and extended her hand. But you have to prove it's the real deal. It must be genuine. Of course, Dad's a businessman. No cheating anyone. Etienne quickly grasped his daughter's hand and shook it vigorously, his heart bursting with joy. Agreement reached. From that day forth, the Wang family underwent a seismic transformation. Xinran Wang fully transformed into a study demon, training harder than she ever had for the college entrance exam. Practicing at school, practicing at home, even dreaming of training. Whenever she encountered difficulty, she immediately pestered Etienne. Dad, how exactly do I control the angle of my power? I just can't twist it right. Old man, why is my chi blocked here? Did you teach me wrong? Lao Zhang, come look. Does my punch have spirit now? Etienne endured both pain and joy. Joyful because his daughter was so motivated, his fatherly pride and personal cultivation soaring. Painful because he had to rack his brains, transforming the lofty knowledge fed to him by the system into down-to-earth, fatherly insights filled with bizarre analogies that his daughter could understand, and occasionally being challenged on his teaching skills. Yet, the rewards increased accordingly. Dad, have some tea. Dad, let me massage your back. Dad, eat some fruit. She handed him another apple, even uglier than the last. Etienne grimaced in mock agony as he enjoyed his daughter's attentions, beaming happily at the system notifications. Ding! Bound character S strength increased. Chi and blood more condensed. Fatherly affection points. 3. Ding! Bound character S comprehension of advanced basic fist techniques rose to 20. Fatherly affection points. 8. Ding! Daily supervision, task completed. Fatherly affection points. 10. Their father-daughter relationship entered a peculiar new phase of mutual exploitation, each gaining what they needed, harmoniously and joyfully. Etienne gazed at the steadily growing fatherly affection points in his account, and at his own glowing reflection, radiant from enjoying his daughter's service, feeling an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. This wasn't just raising a daughter. It was an investment in a stock with infinite potential. Shinran Wang looked at her steadily improving fists and growing power, relishing this life of leeching off dad. It was simply blissful. As for washing dishes, final exams, those were mere trifles. Strength was the true truth. The new form of leeching was officially established. A new week, a new beginning. For Shinran Wang, this Monday felt especially fresh. Even the wildflowers blooming among the mutated roadside weeds seemed more pleasing to the eye. Why? Confidence was abundant. In the past, going to school was like going to suffer punishment, to endure the contempt of geniuses and the mockery of rivals. Now, go to school was more like inspection, or rather, enjoying the fruits of victory. Just thinking about last Friday at the martial arts school, when she defeated Zhou Kai in 3 moves and stunned the entire audience. Shinran felt every one of her 36,000 pores exhaling relief. That feeling was even better than downing a whole bottle of ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day. Dad's secret cheat, indeed, lived up to its reputation. Before the mirror, Shinran carefully tended to her signature multicolored short hair, striving to make every strand stand at the most defiant angle. She changed into a meticulously cleaned denim outfit, the holes deliberately designed, and her hovering skateboard gleamed brightly, its tail exhaust flickering faintly with blue energy flames. Excellent, full of spirit, perfectly fitting her self-proclaimed persona as a hidden expert at Jiangxing No. One high school. Dad, I'm off to school. Shinran shouted with full voice, her tone brimming with pride and defiance. Take it slow. Be safe. Etienne's voice came from a kitchen, accompanied by the clatter of pots and pans. According to their leeching agreement, the dishwashing task still temporarily fell to him. The handover would only be official once Shinran made the top 50. Shinran kicked off on her skateboard, zooming out the door in a flash, feeling the wind whistle past her ears. The sky was vast enough for birds to soar, the sea wide enough for fish to leap. From today onward, Shinran Wang, would completely bid farewell to the timid self she once was. Jiangxing No. One high school, a typical public martial arts school in the era of advanced cultivation, was a world apart from the ordinary high school Etienne remembered. There was no traditional school gate. Instead stood a gigantic, metallic glimmering energy detection archway. Every teacher and student had to swipe their card to enter, while simultaneously being scanned for any dangerous energy items. Above the arch floated a massive holographic school motto: civilized spirit, savage physique, martial arts revive the nation. The campus buildings exuded both power and technological sophistication. Teaching blocks were no longer plain boxes, but featured sharp lines, reinforced structures, and visible energy circuits. Their walls were made of special composite materials capable of absorbing impacts. On the athletic field, alongside standard tracks, there were specialized plum blossom stake arrays for agility training, energy targets for testing punch strength, and obstacle courses simulating various terrains. At this moment, it was the morning rush. Crowds swarmed the school entrance. Students in uniform attire, faintly inscribed with protective runes, walked in groups or alone, each emanating varying degrees of primal energy waves. Hover bikes, balance boards, and skateboards were the main modes of transport. Occasionally, wealthier students sped by on flashy low-altitude, levitating spirit motorcycles, drawing envious glances. Shinran Wang expertly executed a drifting tail slide on her Ghostfire skateboard, weaving precisely through the crowd, and came to a smooth stop before the energy archway. Her flashy entrance and eye-catching multicolored hair immediately drew many gazes. Look, it's Shinran Wang. She seems different today. I heard last Friday at Thunder Martial School, she beat Zhou Kai. Really? Zhou Kai's supposed to be a late-stage martial artist, and she's only mid-stage. Absolutely. My cousin was there, said Shinran, took down Zhou Kai in 3 moves. So cool. No way. Hidden talents everywhere. Whispers floated into Shinran's ears, but her expression remained calm and indifferent. Inside, she was already bursting with joy. Yes, this was the feeling of being noticed. Before, these looks were mostly disdain and ridicule. Now, they brimmed with curiosity, amazement, and even a hint of reverence. She lifted her chin, swiped her student card, and passed through the energy arch. Just as she prepared to glide toward the teaching building, several familiar figures blocked her path. Leading them was Zhou Kai himself, his face dark as iron, eyes cold and menacing. Several of his usual cronies trailed closely behind him. Evidently, the disgrace of the martial arts school had rendered him the subject of whispered jokes within a small circle, intensifying his hatred toward Wang Shinran to its zenith. Zhou Kai crossed his arms, positioning himself squarely in front of Wang Shinran's skateboard. With a deliberately exaggerated, mocking tone, he taunted, well, I was wondering who was making such a grand entrance. Turns out it's Wang Shinran, the newly crowned master of our no. One high. He enunciated the words master with heavy sarcasm, dripping with irony. Numerous students nearby paused their steps and turned to watch, their expressions brimming with anticipation for a spectacle. Wang Xinran steadied her skateboard with a single foot pressing down, lazily lifting her eyelids to cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Kai. That gaze, serene yet tinged with barely perceptible disdain, was as if she were surveying a foul-smelling rag obstructing her path. Good dogs don't block the way. Her voice was soft but carried clearly across the silent school entrance area, as indifferent and factual as if stating an objective truth. You. Zhou Kai was momentarily stunned by the unabashed insult, his face flushing crimson. He pointed at Wang Xinran, furious yet sneering in retaliation. Wang Xinran, don't think you're so great just because you lucked out with a win at the dojo. That was a sneak attack, purely underhanded. Took me by surprise. Oh. Wang Xinran responded with utter nonchalance, even yawning out of boredom. Her eyes then flicked toward Zhou Kai's teeth, as she added, by the way, you've got some green lettuce stuck between your teeth. Pretty conspicuous. Didn't T brush your teeth this morning before barking? A burst of suppressed laughter erupted among the onlookers, many instinctively glancing at Zhou Kai's mouth. He closed it reflexively, fumbling at his teeth, only to realize he had been mocked. His anger swelled, his face shifting from red to blue and then to purple, resembling a painter's palette gone awry. Wang Xinran, you're damn well asking for it. Zhou Kai completely lost control, his aura flaring with the power of a late-stage martial artist, as though ready to strike on the spot. What are you doing? Standing around at the school gate like this, what does it look like? A stern rebuke cut through the tension as the duty teacher approached, frowning. Zhou Kai seemed to be doused with cold water, instantly sobered. The consequences of fighting at the school entrance would be severe. He shot a venomous glare at Wang Xinran and spat out through clenched teeth. Just you wait. During the combat class, I'll show you how I deal with you. Having uttered this threat, he slunk away with his cronies in tow. Wang Xinran watched his retreating, disheveled figure with a nonchalant shrug. With a gentle push of her foot, her skateboard carried her forward like a nimble fish gliding into the school's main thoroughfare. Sunlight shimmered on her multicolored short hair, casting a dazzling halo. She felt the complicated, inquisitive, and even admiring gazes trailing behind her, and an arrogant smirk involuntarily curved her lips. The thrill of showing off, it was absolutely exhilarating, thanks to that secretly powerful old man back home. In high spirits, Wang Xinran whistled softly as she accelerated toward the academic building, already looking forward to the upcoming combat class. During the morning's cultural lessons, Wang Xinran was utterly distracted. The teacher of Chronicles of the Martial Epic was droning on passionately about the heroic exploits of human martial saints during the third alien invasion. While Wang Xinran shielded her face with the textbook, her fingers scrolling through diagrams of basic fist techniques on her light screen, mentally rehearsing her father's awkward but effective moves. Her deskmate nudged her with an elbow and whispered, Xinran, snap out of it. The teacher's been staring at you forever. Without lifting her head, Wang Xinran replied lazily, basic moves, no worries. Got them down. In her mind, however, she mused, listening to this old relic drone on is nowhere near as thrilling as figuring out how to beat Zhou Kai. Her mind was consumed with the image of the impending combat class and the sight of Zhou Kai's angry, flushed face flying back from single punch. Just imagining it sent her adrenaline soaring, making her eager to rush straight to the training hall. Finally, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Wang Xinran was the first to burst from the classroom, stepping onto her skateboard and racing toward the comprehensive training hall at a speed as if chased by a ferocious beast. The comprehensive training hall of Jiangqingno. One High was no ordinary venue like the Thunder Martial Arts School's humble dojo. Beneath a vast dome, it housed dozens of standard fighting arenas. The floor was made of a special alloy that absorbed impact, surrounded by energy shield generators. The air was tinged with a faint ozone scent mixed with sweat, while muffled shouts and the thudding of energy clashes echoed faintly from other halls. Today's combat class for the 11th grade, Class 17, was held in Arena Number 3. Students donned their uniform martial arts suits and lined up along the edge of the field. Wang Xinran's vibrant, multicolored hair stood out sharply against the sea of dark blue uniforms. She sensed many eyes upon her, some curious, some doubtful, and others openly hostile, especially those of Zhou Kai's clique. The instructor for the combat class, Mr. Zhang, was a dark-skinned, muscular man in his middle years, possessing the cultivation level of a late-stage martial master. He scanned the students and boomed, same rules as always. 10 minutes warm-up, then free sparring. You may invite opponents voluntarily. Matches end on a tap, and strikes to vital points are strictly forbidden. Begin. The crowd dispersed, as students limbered up. Wang Xinran performed a few simple stretches before starting to scan for Zhou Kai. Sure enough, there he was, gathered with his cronies, glaring at her with a malevolent glare, muttering under his breath, obviously still stewing. As soon as the warm-up ended, Zhou Kai leapt forward impatiently, striding to the center of the arena, bowing to Mr. Zhang. He then abruptly pointed at Wang Xinran, his voice deliberately charged with excitement. Mr. Zhang, I, Zhou Kai, late-stage martial artist, hereby invite Wang Xinran to spar. Please grant your approval. The entire hall fell silent as all eyes fixed on them. The incident at the dojo last Friday was well known. Everyone understood this was no ordinary sparring, but a battle for revenge. Mr. Zhang furrowed his brow slightly and addressed Wang Xinran. You may accept or decline. Free sparring is voluntary. Wang Xinran leisurely lowered her leg from the stretch, dusting off imaginary dirt, meeting Zhou Kai's provocative gaze. A roguish smile curved her lips as she drawled, all right then, just the right chance to warm up and digest breakfast. Her tone was as casual as agreeing to go buy snacks at the corner store. Zhou Kai was infuriated by her nonchalant attitude, his teeth grinding as he sneered. Humph. Hope you can keep that tough mouth of yours later. The two stepped onto the central arena, facing each other. With a hum, the energy shield rose, isolating the arena from the outside world. Begin, Mr. Zhang commanded. Zhou Kai roared, his internal energy surging as the aura of a late-stage martial artist erupted from him. Like a tiger unleashed, he charged forward with ruthless vigor, launching the first attack. Having learned from his lesson at the dojo, he no longer charged blindly but planted his feet firmly in a somewhat clumsy yet powerful ancestral stance. His fists came in rapid succession, targeting Wang Xinran's upper and middle sections. The gusts of his punches whistled through the air. He was clearly serious. Here it comes. The Zhou family's signature opening fist. Someone in the crowd whispered. That's a fierce stance. Wang Xinran's in trouble. Yet despite the fiercer assault than before, Wang Xinran remained remarkably composed. In her mind, her father's unorthodox yet insightful teachings flashed. Footwork isn't about rote memorization, but adapting on the fly. Feel it. Follow the feeling. Dodging isn't retreating, but cutting in. Find his blind spots. Power should be like skipping stones. Tap and go. Never meet force with force. She abruptly altered the rhythm of her footwork, abandoning the conventional retreating evasions. Instead, she adopted a posture so peculiarly awkward, almost staggering as if intoxicated, that to an outsider it seemed utterly bewildering. Clinging closely to Zhou Kai's ferocious flurry of punches, she slipped and sidestepped with razor-thin margins, twisting her waist with subtlety. The movements were minimal in amplitude, yet at every critical juncture, she evaded the core of his attacks by the slightest fraction. Zhou Kai's fists perpetually missed their mark by a hair's breadth, brushing past the hems of her clothing, the gusts they generated whipping her hair into a frenzy, yet never even grazing the fine hairs on her skin. Huh, this footwork. How strange. I've never seen anything like it. The spectators murmured in bewilderment. It looks so chaotic. Yet she manages to evade every single strike, just in time. The audience was dazzled, whispering among themselves. Teacher Zhang narrowed his eyes, a trace of astonishment flickering across his face. He recognized that Wang Xinran's footwork was by no means haphazard. It concealed an exquisitely refined concept of evasion he had never encountered before, an impeccable mastery over timing and distance. The more Zhou Kai struck, the more unnerved and frustrated he became. It felt as though he were striking at a drifting cloud of cotton or chasing his own shadow. Despite his superior strength and speed, he could not land a single blow. Each exertion of force seemed to shatter against empty air, the misapplication of power inflaming his blood and spirit with unbearable agony. Wang Xinran, all you know is how to dodge? Useless. Zhou Kai roared in exasperation, his assaults growing fiercer but simultaneously revealing more openings. Now was the moment. A gleam of sharp insight flashed in Wang Xinran's eyes. She detected that Zhou Kai's prolonged, fruitless attack had disrupted his breath, causing a brief, almost imperceptible stagnation in his lower stance. The opportunity was fleeting. She chose not to retreat and widen the gap, but instead met Zhou Kai's retracted fist head-on, suddenly pushing off the ground. Her movement was not a straightforward sprint, but a lateral slide with a subtle arc that defied physical intuition, instantly penetrating the wide-open flank of Zhou Kai's torso. At the same moment, she powered through her waist and hips, twisting her body, driving her shoulder forward, and delivering a punch in one fluid motion. The action appeared unremarkable, even somewhat unconventional in its force deployment. The trajectory of her fist carried a faint, elusive curve, yet its speed was lightning fast. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling flourish, just a simple, direct punch that precisely slipped through the narrow gap between Zhou Kai's hastily raised arms, solidly striking a point just above the Chi-Si acupoint on his abdomen. Boom! A dull, leather-thudding sound echoed. Zhou Kai's forward momentum abruptly ceased. The sinister smile on his face froze, replaced by utter horror and disbelief. He felt a sharp, concentrated force drilling into his body like a drill bit, instantly dispersing the gathered primordial energy. Excruciating pain, coupled with an indescribable, suffocating sensation, swept over him. Ugh! He emitted a short, agonized scream. His burly frame, like a kite with a broken string, soared backward, his feet leaving the ground. He crashed heavily against the energy shield at the edge of the ring, causing ripples to spread, before collapsing like a heap of sludge, curling into a fetal position, breath escaping but never returning. The entire third training arena fell into a deathly silence. Not a sound could be heard. Everyone's jaws hung open, eyes wide as saucers, as if witnessing the most astonishing spectacle on earth. Another one? No, strictly speaking, it was a counterattack delivered with a single strike after evading countless blows. And this occurred before the entire school's faculty and student body, on the official sparring ring during the practical combat class. This time, the impact was even more profound than that at the martial arts hall. Unequivocal and undeniable. A sudden uproar followed the brief silence, like a tidal wave of astonishment. Holy hell! Is this for real? Instant kill. Another instant kill. How'd she do it? What kind of footwork? What style of punching? When did Wang Xinran become this formidable? A mid-stage warrior annihilating a late-stage one. She's a monster. Teacher Zhang hastened onto the ring, first checking Zhou Kai's condition, then raising his head to fix Wang Xinran with a deeply complex gaze, suffused with shock and curiosity. This girl is hiding her talents deeply. That evasive footwork and the final punch, seemingly erratic, are in fact exquisitely brilliant, undoubtedly the work of a master. Could the Wang family truly possess some hidden legacy? Wang Xinran slowly withdrew her fist and stood her ground, exhaling a breath of stale air. She savored the invigorating flow of qi and blood within her body, the perfect execution fueling her vitality. Around her, deafening exclamations and discussion swirled, while the eyes in the crowd brimmed with astonishment, reverence, and even a hint of worship. An unprecedented, exhilarating rush surged through her like an electric current, suppressing the urge to howl into the sky. She instead unleashed a silent shout within her mind with all her might. Dad, you're eternal. This cheat code is simply too damn exquisite. The dismissal bell for the practical combat class sounded like celestial music, but to Zhou Kai, slumped beneath the ring, it resembled a death knell. He was hoisted up by several hands, his face as pale as paper, his body limp as overcooked noodles. His gaze toward Wang Xinran brimmed with terror, humiliation, and a lingering haze of confusion. He still could not fathom how, as a late-stage warrior, he had been instantly defeated in broad daylight by a mid-stage girl, without any chance to retaliate. Wang Xinran, however, had no time to attend to the psychological scars of her vanquished opponent. She leisurely rotated her wrists, basking in the smooth circulation of qi and blood through her meridians. Energized by her flawless strike, her heart bubbled with delight. Like a victorious general returning from battle, she strode off the ring with head held high, chest out, under countless gazes filled with shock, admiration, and complex emotions. Yes, her steps must be steady, her expression cool, her posture perfectly balanced, not overly proud, yet exuding an effortless composure. Exactly like that. If Dad sees this, he'll definitely praise me as having the bearing of a leading actress, Wang Xinran imagined, dramatically hyping herself up. As expected, the crowd instinctively parted to create a passage for her. Whispered voices surged like a tide. Sister Ran is incredible. So strong. She is not even human. Did you see her footwork just now? Ghostly elusive steps? Nonsense. That is the long-lost Lingbo Weibo. From today onward, Wang Xinran is my goddess. Come on. Her goddess punch could beat you to death. Wang Xinran maintained a calm and indifferent facade, tinged with a slight melancholic aloofness befitting someone on a lofty peak. Yet her inner mischief was already dancing a lively folk dance. Yes, exactly that feeling. Keep praising me. This genius can take it. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Lee, approached, wearing a rare, almost gentle smile. Wang Xinran, come with me to the office. Here it comes. The main act. Wang Xinran's heart stirred, recognizing this as the exclusive privilege of an outstanding student, a token of the teacher's care. She promptly concealed her inner gloating and switched into obedient mode. Bowing slightly, "Certainly, Mr. Lee." Trailing behind the teacher, Wang Xinran's inner monologue began to race wildly. Script activated, acting mode on. Lines prepared. Humble, low-key, diligent, grateful. Core message: all credit goes to the school as cultivation and teacher's guidance. Personal effort is but a tiny fraction. Subtext: it's all thanks to my old man's cheat codes. But under no circumstances must I say so. Upon entering the faculty office, curious glances from the other teachers followed her. Teacher Lee gestured for Wang Xinran to take a seat, then adjusted his glasses and regarded her with a gaze that mingled scrutiny and satisfaction. "Wang Xinran," Teacher Lee began, his voice softened by 8 degrees from its usual tone. "I observed your performance in the practical combat class today. I was both astonished and deeply pleased." Wang Xinran placed her hands neatly on her knees, sitting upright, her eyes innocent yet tinged with a hint of shyness. "You flatter me, teacher. I was just improvising." "Improvising?" Teacher Lee chuckled, shaking his head. Could someone just improvise to the extent of defeating Zhou Kai in a single move? His mountain opening fist is no trivial technique. Tell me the truth. Have you had any recent fortuitous encounters? Or perhaps someone in your family has taken you under their wing? The moment of truth had arrived. Alarm bells blared in Wang Xinran's mind. Yet her expression remained one of conflicted resolve, betrayed, yet determined to keep her secret. She lowered her gaze, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, and whispered, "Teacher, there's really nothing extraordinary. It's just that after going home, I felt my fundamentals were weak. Like a slow bird that flies early, I practiced more. I stayed up late at night, secretly training." She emphasized the secretly training, attempting to evoke a tragic nobility in the image of her burning midnight oil. Teacher Lee was clearly skeptical, but seeing her reluctance to elaborate, he ceased his inquiries and instead remarked meaningfully, "Diligence is commendable, but one must also pay attention to methodology. Your footwork and power delivery just now were exceptional, not the standard foundational martial arts taught in school. It's evident you've invested much effort, and you possess a natural gift. Thank you for your praise, teacher. It's mainly thanks to the excellent instruction from all the teachers." Wang Xinran hastened to offer her compliments. Teacher Lee nodded approvingly, then retrieved a small jade bottle from his drawer and handed it to Wang Xinran. "This is the school's reward for outstanding students, the beginner's body tempering elixir. Though it is not of a high grade, it will help stabilize your current realm and consolidate your foundation. Take it, continue your efforts, and I look forward to your performance in the final assessment." Wang Xinran accepted the jade bottle with both hands, feeling the coolness of its surface and sensing a faint energy fluctuation within. A look of delight and gratitude spread across her face. "Thank you, Teacher Lee. I will work even harder and never disappoint your expectations." Inwardly, however, she was silently grumbling. Beginner's body tempering elixir? Is this the school's mass-produced, watered-down version? This stuff couldn't possibly be 1/10 as effective as my father's unbranded product, the beginner's body tempering powder, could it? I bet it doesn't even smell as strong. Sigh, something is better than nothing. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Could she trade this elixir with Dad? On equal terms? For instance, exchange it for a one-on-one exclusive martial insight session? Or perhaps trade half a bottle for some daughter's delight to sample. At the realization, her gaze upon the bottle shifted instantly, from a mere useless trifle to a valuable bargaining chip, sparkling with promise. Exiting the office, Wang Xinran felt her steps grow lighter. Clutching this strategic asset, her mind began strategizing how to negotiate a fair and just trade with her father. As the school bell rang, Wang Xinran, amid a sea of overt and covert gazes, mounted her beloved Ghostfire skateboard, executed a stylish drift, and sped out of the school gates. The sunset's afterglow bathed her figure in warm light. She recalled the scenes from today as practical combat class, the humiliating defeat of Zhou Kai, the astonished looks of her classmates, and the pleased praise from Teacher Lee that caused the corners of her mouth to uncontrollably curl upward, almost stretching to her ears. The thrill of showing off was truly intoxicating, far more exhilarating than absorbing an energy crystal. Eager to share this joy, she pulled out her phone and opened the contact labeled Useless Old Dad, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she typed, "Old man. In today, as practical class. This genius defeated that fool Zhou Kai in a single move." The whole class was stunned. Even the teacher said, "I'm a once-in-a-century martial prodigy. How is that for making you proud?" "Cool, cool, cool. Remember to add drumsticks to dinner. The biggest ones. Orleans flavor. Don't try to fool me with those starch-soaked sausages." Less than 3 seconds after sending, her phone chimed. Wang Xinran glanced down and nearly toppled from her skateboard with laughter. On the chat screen appeared a massive, rustic, gold-glowing animated emoji of a thumbs-up JPEG, captioned, "Thumbs up for you." Below was a text message, "Absolutely. My daughter is awesome. Drumsticks are ready and waiting, plenty of them." Opening the image, there was a close-up of several plump, glistening Orlin-style chicken drumsticks in a supermarket-esque refrigerated display, their price tags boldly prominent. Wang Xinran stared at the screen, grinning ear to ear. She could already envision her father sprawled on the sofa, scratching his feet with one hand and smugly scrolling through his phone, waiting for her to come home and boast. Though this old dang was usually stingy, sharp-tongued, and fond of playing mysterious when it mattered most, he came through. The feeling of having someone to share the joy of victory, someone proud of you, and someone preparing chicken drumsticks for you. Truly not bad at all. Wang Xinran pocketed her phone, pushed off firmly, and accelerated on her skateboard, heading homeward beneath the setting sun. The breeze tousled her multicolored short hair and swept away her fatigue. At this moment, she felt capable of taking on Tenjo Kais. Having a good father is like possessing a treasure. This life of relying on her parents was becoming increasingly hopeful. The rustic thumbs-up JPEG and the mouth-watering Orlin's drumstick close-up sent by Wang Etian were like a potent stimulant, sending Wang Xinran's tailbone. No, her vanity, soaring to the crown of her head. She weaved through the after-school crowd on her Ghostfire skateboard, feeling as light as a swallow and swift as the wind. Everyone seemed pleasing to her eyes. Even the snarling, mutated stray dogs by the roadside appeared more refined. If not for maintaining a low profile befitting a master, she would have performed a backflip on the skateboard and shouted a couple of cheers right there to celebrate. Keep it low-key, basic skills. Don't be flashy, she silently chanted her father's catchphrase while forcing a stern expression, attempting to project an aura of solitary detachment befitting a martial expert. Alas, the uncontrollable upward twitch of her lips and the gleam of pride in her brows and eyes completely betrayed her. The effect was immediate and unmistakable. From the moment she stepped onto the campus until she reached the teaching building, she keenly sensed the quality of the surrounding gazes had transformed. Before, it was, "Look at that eccentric rainbow-haired girl," or, "Oh, that one with the lowest cultivation." Now it had become, "Look, it's Wang Xinran. Hello, Sister Ran. Greetings. Sister Ran, you were amazing in yesterday's practical class, defeating Zhou Kai in a single move. Awesome." Among those greeting her were classmates from her own year, but more were underclassmen, junior schoolmates whose eyes brimmed with unreserved curiosity, admiration, and even a hint of fanaticism. Their voices carried a cautious respect. Wang Xinran's heart bloomed with joy, but outwardly, she merely nodded coolly, emitting a non-committal hum through her nose without breaking stride, as if accustomed to such star treatment. Inner monologue. Yes, exactly this feeling. Don't stop. Keep going. During the break, the effect was even more pronounced. As she stepped out of the classroom, preparing to take a breather, several first-year students in their school uniforms, faces still bearing childish innocence, stopped her. Leading them was a slender boy wearing thick glasses, clutching a dog-eared copy of analysis of basic fist technique PowerPoints, his palms sweaty with nervousness. "Sister Ann," the little junior summoned his courage, voice trembling. "We watched the video of your fight yesterday. You were incredible. Could we ask you about your footwork?" Wang Xinran paused, raising an eyebrow. "Ask me?" She found the notion rather novel. She gazed upon the eager yet apprehensive eyes of the younger students before her, her vanity thoroughly indulged. Clear in her throat, she strained to recall her father's usual manner of imparting wisdom. More like spinning tales, really, his pretentious, cryptic ways shrouded in mystery. With both hands thrust casually into the pockets of her ripped jeans, she lifted her chin slightly and spoke in a tone tinged with lazy arrogance and a hint of worldly weariness. "Guidance? Hardly. The path of martial arts demands insight." She extended a single finger, tapping her temple. "Merely looking ISNT enough. One must contemplate here. Power ISNT about brute force. It's about finesse. Understand? It's like skipping stones. Stones must glide along the water's surface, not crash into it." She cloaked her father's half-understood, rambling advice in even more enigmatic language, pairing it with a metaphor she fancied quite apartment. The young juniors listened, faces blank with confusion, yet sensing profundity, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they nodded repeatedly. Got it. Thanks for the guidance, Sister Ran." Wang Xinran nodded with satisfaction, waving them off. "Figure it out yourselves." Amid the chorus of respectful farewells to Sister Ran, she turned away with effortless grace. "Insida, shalom wildi, ah." The feeling of being a big shot is simply exhilarating. toss out a few words, and people treat them like scripture. This phenomenon reached its zenith during the lunch break. In the cafeteria, just after she had collected her meal and was about to seek a quiet corner to savor her solitary, victorious lunch, a group of girls from her grade, usually strangers to her, approached, trays in hand. Ranran, their essay spot here. Come sit with us. Yeah, let us eat together. Ranran, your move yesterday was so cool. How did you train it? Wang Xinran regarded the girls, recalling their previous close ties with Shokai's clique. How they had often whispered about her behind her back. Yet now, their expressions were brimming with warmth and flattery. Human nature, Wang Xinran sneered inwardly. But outwardly, she wore a genial smile. Sure, have a seat. Within the span of a single meal, she found herself surrounded by questions of every kind. How to channel power. Which brand of body-enhancing elixir to use. Even inquiries about where she dyed her hair to achieve such a striking look. Wang Xinran made full use of the art of obfuscation she had absorbed from her father, answering vaguely and mysteriously, occasionally quoting his sayings, leaving her little fans utterly bewildered and gazing at her with even greater reverence. By the time school ended that afternoon, a devoted fan club had spontaneously formed around Wang Xinran, comprising both boys and girls, effectively creating a small faction centered on her, the Ran family army. She rode ahead on her skateboard, followed by her junior disciples, parading through the halls, feeling as if she had reached the pinnacle of her existence. This sensation of being adored, needed, and regarded as an authority utterly captivated her. So this is how wonderful it feels to be a top scholar, or rather, a martial powerhouse. She practically floated home, her mind racing with plans on how to boast her father about today's glorious achievements. How to describe the effortless way she had commanded the scene, with admirers bowing at her feet. Bang! The door was flung open, and Wang Xinran stormed into the living room like a whirlwind, propping her skateboard against the wall and tossing her backpack aside with fluid, confident movements. Dad, I'm home. Her voice was loud and brimming with uncontainable excitement. Wang Yitian, fastening his apron and wrestling with several Orleans chicken legs in the kitchen, poked his head out, his face beaming. Well, our great hero has returned. Did you conquer the school again today? Absolutely. Wang Xinran flopped onto the sofa, animatedly waving her arms as she recounted the day's events. You wouldn't believe it, old man. Wherever I go, people greet me with Sister Ran, Sister Ran. Even freshmen come running to ask me questions during breaks. How to train footwork, how to apply power with finesse. Wang Yitian cooperatively set down his spatula, wiped his hands, and sat beside her, his expression perfectly balancing shock and admiration. Really? Freshman seeking your advice? My daughter S really making a name for herself now? Of course. Wang Xinran lifted her chin even higher. I'm a top in the grade. Those who used to look down on me now avoid me when they see me. At lunch, girls even save seats for me and ask which brand of body elixir I use. Wow, that's amazing. Wang Yitian slapped his thigh theatrically. My daughter S turning into a campus legend. Should I get you a bodyguard? Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Wang Xinran waved her hand, striving for nonchalance though pride practically spilled from her eyes. Mainly, it's your excellent teaching, Dad. Her flattering words made Wang Yitian feel utterly content, his smile deepening with genuine warmth. Not at all, it's your own talent, quick to grasp everything. Wang Xinran, buoyed by the praise, felt as if she might swell and lift off the ground. Seeing her father's proud, silly grin, her vanity was immensely satisfied, and a generous impulse to reward him for the honor she brought him welled up within. With a grand gesture and a tone full of magnanimity, she declared, since you're so sensible and even prepared chicken legs, this genius has made a decision. Wang Yitian looked at her curiously. What decision? Clearing her throat, Wang Xinran announced, this month, I'll break 2 fewer bowls. The smile on Wang Yitian's face froze instantly, his mouth twitched. Watching his daughter's expression of near gratitude, he struggled for a long moment before squeezing out through clenched teeth. Thank you. Wang Xinran nodded contentedly, patted her hip, and sprang up, heading toward the kitchen. Are the chicken legs ready? I'm starving. Today, I'm eating 3. Wang Yitian watched her energetic retreat with a helpless shake of his head, though a smile he could not hide graced his face. This daughter of his was becoming ever more difficult to fool. In the days that followed, Wang Xinran's life blossomed spectacularly, thriving and bubbling with vitality. At school, she fully graduated from an unnoticed background figure to the celebrated Sister Ran, walking with a breeze at her back, flanked by admirers. At the cafeteria, the ladies serving her no longer trembled. Portions of meat were generous. At the training hall, equipment she once struggled to secure was now willingly offered. Even trips to the restroom were accompanied by hushed whispers of her heroic deeds outside the stalls. This feeling of being the center of admiration allowed her to fully savor the exhilarating truth that strength equals justice. She even found herself somewhat grateful to Isekai'd, the one who had made a fool of himself, because without his contrast, how could Sister Ran's brilliance and valor shine so brightly? Of course, she did not let victory cloud her judgment. After all, her father was still there, occasionally cooling her ardor with paternal authority. She knew all too well that her modest strength was nothing before true masters. Thus, she trained even harder than before, wishing for days to have 48 hours, determined to chew over her father's ugly but effective teachings until they were absorbed into her very bones. By day, she basked in admiration at school. By night, she squeezed every ounce of wisdom from her father. Her life was fulfilling, yet stirred envy. Yes, envy. While she reveled in success, someone else was writhing in frustration and despair. First and foremost was Isekai'd. Being publicly defeated in practical combat reduced him overnight from a well-known elite in the grade to a laughingstock throughout the school. Former followers now regarded him with strange looks, their words less respectful than before. He took several days off sick to hide his shame, but what was destined to come would come. At this very moment, Isekai'd stood dejectedly in his family's living room. Seated on the sofa before him was a middle-aged man with a sullen countenance, temples prominently bulging, exuding a fierce and imposing aura. This was none other than his uncle, Biao, a squad leader in the city's guard with a late-stage martial artist's cultivation. Useless. Biao slammed his hand onto the solid wood coffee table, causing several cracks to spiderweb across its surface in an instant. A mid-stage martial artist girl, universally acknowledged as a waste, managed to beat you like this? You've brought shame upon the entire Zhou family. Isekai'd trembled in fright, his voice quivering with tears. Uncle, it's true. That girl is truly uncanny. Her footwork is bizarre, her fists sinister. I simply couldn't land a single blow. She must have used some underhanded trick. Or perhaps her useless old man isn't useless at all. Wang Yitian? Biao furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt flashing through his eyes. He had some vague impression of the middle-aged man living in the low-rent district, surviving on pension, appearing meek and timid, but he had never taken him seriously. A low-ranking martial artist retired due to injury, capable of training a daughter who could effortlessly defeat a late-stage martial artist nephew? How could that be possible? Yet the fact were laid bare before him, undeniable. It seemed the Wang family was hiding something. Biao's gaze darkened with menace. When it came to dealing with dogs, one had to see their master. Anyone who messes with my nephew, Biao, will not get away with it. I want to see what kind of demons and monsters are playing tricks here. He turned to Isekai'd, his tone icy cold. You keep a low profile these days. Don't go out making a fool of yourself. I will handle that Wang Xinran and test her myself. Hearing this, Isekai'd's heart swelled with joy, nodding rapidly like a wooden pestle. Thank you, uncle. Thank you so much. Others in the school who had developed a keen interest in Wang Xinran were also taking note. In the classroom of Senior 3, Class 1, by the window sat a boy dressed in a plain school uniform, but with sharp eyes and a calm, restrained aura. His name was Lin Hao, the top student in his final year, a martial artist with a complete cultivation, a prodigy on the cusp of entering the martial artist stage. And a key talent of the school was nurturing. Usually immersed in training, he paid little attention to outside matters. Brother Hao, did you hear? That Wang Xinran in Senior 2, the one with the colorful hair, she beat Isekai'd in sparring a few days ago. A slight, skinny boy leaned over and whispered. Lin Hao did not lift his eyelids, merely uttering a faint hum. Crazy, right? Isekai'd may be useless, but he is a genuine late-stage martial artist. Yet he was taken down by a mid-stage girl, and supposedly she didn't use any advanced martial techniques, just basic fist work. But that power, that footwork, SK. I can't make sense of it. The skinny boy continued gossiping. Lin Hao's finger paused slightly on the book he was reading. Basic fist work. Defeating a late-stage martial artist? That was rather intriguing. He lifted his gaze toward the direction of the Senior 2 teaching building, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. Pure technique capable of such results? It appeared this Wang Xinran was not as simple as she seemed. If given the chance, a sparring match might be worthwhile. Elsewhere, in the student council office, the council president, a young woman of gentle temperament but keen intellect, had also received reports about Wang Xinran. She tapped her fingers thoughtfully on the desk. Sudden emergence with strength far surpassing her peers. Is this the result of long-term accumulation, or did she encounter some extraordinary opportunity? Looks like the next grade evaluation will be quite interesting. Beneath the calm surface of the campus, the arrival of this unexpected catfish named Wang Xinran had already stirred up hidden currents. Meanwhile, Wang Xinran, basking in the glow of her own reputation and busily leeching off her father's teachings, remained blissfully unaware. She only sensed that recently, among those seeking her guidance, there seemed to be several senior students with strong auras and scrutinizing gazes, all of whom she had deftly fended off with her father's mystical old man card method. That afternoon after school, the sunset bathed the sky in a warm orange hue. As usual, Wang Xinran and several members of the Ran family army laughed and chatted their way toward the school gate, agreeing to meet at the training hall the next day before parting ways. In high spirits, she stepped on her skateboard, planning to reward herself for her diligent training today with a cup of milk tea from her favorite shop. Yet as she turned into a quiet alley leading to the snack street, a usually sparsely populated lane, her pace involuntarily slowed. At the mouth of the alley, without her noticing when 3 or 4 tall, burly students wearing Senior 3 uniforms had blocked her path. The leader was a hulking figure, nearly half a head taller than Zhou Kai, sporting a crew cut and a faint scar across his face. He leaned against the wall with folded arms, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt and provocation as he stared coldly at her. The other 3 spread out, forming a vague encirclement that cut off a retreat. These individuals radiated strong yuan energy fluctuations, all at least late-stage martial artists. The scar-faced man's aura was even more settled and weighty, exuding a subtle sense of oppression, likely not far from the martial artist realm. A chill ran through Wang Xinran's heart. These visitors came with ill intent. She halted her skateboard, placing one foot firmly on the ground, her multicolored hair dazzling sharply in the sunset. The faint ease on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by instinctive vigilance. Strangely, she felt little fear. Instead, a faint thrill stirred within her, as if a hunter had spotted worthy prey. The scar-faced man saw Wang Xinran stop and curled his lips into a cold sneer, his hoarse voice dripping with mockery as he spoke. "You're the Wang Xinran from Senior 2, huh?" Wang Xinran said nothing, merely meeting his gaze calmly. He continued, "Heard you're quite the fighter? That waste Zhou Kai was knocked out in 3 moves by you?" Wang Xinran raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Her inner monologue. Here comes someone looking for a fight? Efficient. Mistaking her silence for fear, the scar-faced man's disdainful smile grew wider. "What's the matter? Scared stiff? Don't worry, senior brothers mean no harm. We just see you're riding a high wave lately and want to spar with you. Teach you what it means to have someone better." He emphasized spar and teach with threatening undertones. Wang Xinran took a deep breath, not panicking in the slightest. Instead, her heart quickened with an inexplicable excitement. She sensed the opponent's aura was very strong, far stronger than Zhou Kai's. A direct confrontation would not favor her. But she had recently been diligently practicing her father's insights and was in need of a worthy sparring partner to test her progress. Especially the secret tips about inch power and energy redirection her father had mysteriously hinted at days ago. She had yet to put them into practice. Dangerous? Somewhat. Thrilling? Absolutely. Opportunity? Rare. She even felt a twinge of gratitude toward Zhou Kai's uncle for delivering such a valuable experience package so swiftly. With that thought, Wang Xinran did not retreat. Instead, she stepped forward, her eyes beneath the multicolored hair shining brilliantly with a touch of eager challenge as she said, "Spar? Fine. Where? Here?" She glanced around the narrow alley. "The space is a bit tight. Not enough room for me to show off, senior brother." The scar-faced man was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting this girl to be so bold. He sneered fiercely. "Enough space. 3 moves will be plenty to finish you off." Meanwhile, in the lower-end apartment, Wang Yitian was fastening his apron, drooling over the sizzling chicken drumsticks in the pan, contemplating whether tonight to braise or teriyaki them. Suddenly, his old-fashioned phone beeped twice from his pocket. He pulled it out and saw a message from his precious daughter. Opening it, the terse message, brimming with Wang Xinran's characteristic style, read, "Old man, at the alley behind the school. Hurry up and come to deliver ahead. Location." Wang Yitian stared at the message, stunned for 2 seconds. Then, instead of worrying, he grinned broadly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He leisurely untied his apron and casually tossed it onto the sofa. His gaze instantly sharpened to a blade-like edge, leaving no trace of the erstwhile family man's demeanor. "Here we go again? Business seems quite busy," he murmured to himself, his tone devoid of any anxiety, instead tinged with a hint of anticipation. Perfect timing. Papa's reservoir of paternal love is nearly depleted. Time to replenish the stock. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure flickered and vanished like a phantom, leaving behind only the chicken drumsticks sizzling alluringly in the kitchen, exuding a tempting charred aroma. The fading rays of the setting sun bathed the mottled walls lining the narrow alleyway in a sultry orange-red hue. Yet they failed to dispel the pervasive chill of lethal tension hanging in the air. The atmosphere was thick with the dank scent of mildew and the faint acrid stench wafting from distant garbage bins, incongruous with the imminently explosive tension before her. Wang Xinran steadied her Ghostfire skateboard with a single foot, her multicolored short hair trembling uneasily in the breeze, the fluorescent green tips glaring starkly against the dim light. Mere steps ahead, the scar-faced senior boy in his final year of high school stood like an insurmountable wall blocking her path, his shadow nearly engulfing her entirely. The other 3 henchmen were scattered at the alley's entrance and flanks, their eyes hostile and lips curled into malicious smirks, effectively sealing off every possible avenue of escape and forming a crude, yet efficient encirclement. The air seemed to freeze. Only the distant hum of hovering engines and the urban cacophony served as a blurred backdrop, highlighting the suffocating silence within the alley. The scar-faced youth crossed his muscular arms, the pale scar running from his brow bone to the corner of his mouth, appearing all the more sinister in the slanting light, resembling a centipede sprawled across his face. He appraised Wang Xinran from head to toe, his contempt and mockery laid bare, like a butcher weighing a lamb for slaughter, calculating the most convenient point of attack. TSK, with your puny frame and half-baked skills, you think you can take down that way, Zhou Kai? The scar-faced man's voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping rusted iron, dripping with condescending derision. Looks like the Zhou family's getting more useless by the day. Any stray cat or dog can climb on their backs and crap. What? You think beating Zhou Kai makes you someone important? He stepped forward, his heavy boots thudding against the uneven ground with a muffled thump. The aura of a consummate martial artist surged from him without restraint, like an invisible, viscous tide imbued with a faint, bloody malevolence, pressing down upon Wang Xinran. This aura was far denser and more refined than Zhou Kai's, forged in actual combat, brimming with ferocity, weighing down the air around her with a palpable heaviness. Wang Xinran felt her breath hitch slightly, a stone pressing upon her chest, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Yet she did not retreat. Instead, she drew a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her instinctive unease, driving her internal chi and blood to surge wildly through her meridians, resisting the external oppression. Her father's ridiculously ugly yet astonishingly effective techniques for exertion and force redirection flashed rapidly through her mind, every detail recalled and rehearsed. Afraid? A little. The adrenaline spike made her palms sweat. But overriding that was an inexplicable thrill, a craving to test her skills against a formidable foe, a yearning to prove herself. Like a fledgling eagle clutching a sharp blade for the first time, both fearful of the cliff's height and eager for the moment to spread its wings. She even found herself oddly grateful to Zhou Kai's uncle for delivering such a substantial lesson so swiftly. A consummate martial artist? Perfect. Time to test the blade. Enough power. Losing one tibia loss, when it will be a masterpiece. Senior, Wang Xinran spoke, her voice surprisingly calm, even forcing a teasing lilt despite the tension tightening her tone. Charging a toll for blocking the road? Does this area belong to you? Or is Zhou Kai your long-lost younger brother, and you have to clean up all the mess in his pants? The scar-faced man's expression darkened instantly, as if dripping venom, clearly enraged by Wang Xinran's barbed words. Sharp don't get brat. I'll smash every tooth in your mouth later and see how you keep talking back. Without further ado, he snarled like an enraged beast, planting his foot hard on the ground, sending a swirl of dust into the air. His entire body shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow, exploding with a speed incongruous with his massive frame, accompanied by a fierce gust as he lunged straight at Wang Xinran, his right fist clenched tightly, knuckles crackling like popcorn, pale yellow earth elemental chi condensing upon his fist, giving it the appearance of being sheathed in rock. It tore through the air with a piercing whistle, striking with immense, unadorned force toward Wang Xinran's face. Before the fist landed, the fierce wind it generated already stung Wang Xinran's cheek, her multicolored hair wildly whipped backward. This punch's speed, power, and momentum far surpassed Zhou Kai's. It was a ruthless strike aimed at crippling her in one blow, leaving no room for mercy. Here it comes. Wang Xinran's pupils constricted, her muscles instantly tensing like steel cables. She chose not to meet the blow head-on, but, following her father's unorthodox teachings, shifted her footwork into an uncanny pattern. Not a straight retreat, but a subtle arcing slide, her body flowing like willow catkins in the wind, attempting to thread through the narrow gap in the punch's force with minimal movement and effort. Her arms crossed protectively before her, chi and blood surging, prepared to absorb the unavoidable impact and attempt to redirect it. Her entire focus sharpened to the utmost, senses magnified to their limits. Locking onto the ever-growing fist enveloped in rocky chi, calculating angles, force, and timing. Inner monologue raced wildly. Stay steady. Waist and horse in harmony. Feel the flow of power. Redirect. Deflect it for me. Even if I can't win, I'll take a bite out of you. Let old Deng see his daughter, no coward. Lose or win, I'll make you bleed. The fierce punch wind blasted her face, nearly forcing her eyes shut. The massive fist, brimming with terrifying power, rapidly expanded within her vision, about to strike home. At this critical instant, just as Wang Xinran was about to collide with the fist, a panicked, tearful, off-key voice, familiar beyond measure, burst like a broken gong from the alley's entrance, shattering the stifling, murderous tension in the most abrupt and absurd manner. Oh dear, brave man. Have mercy. Don't hit my daughter. Come at me instead. Come on, hit me. I've got thick skin. Used to beatings. The voice's suddenness, untimeliness, and theatricality caused the scar-faced man's full force. Relentless punch to falter midair, the chi radiating from his fist momentarily chaotic. Wang Xinran's heart leapt violently. Her gathered chi almost faltered under the unexpected disruption. The rhythm was shattered in an instant. Without turning her head, she recognized the voice, the tone, the inflection, the blend of cowardice and mischief. It was unmistakably her professional firefighter, part-time master of playing dead, and at critical moments, improbably present, hapless father, Wang Etian. Once again, he made his grand entrance. The scar-faced man and his henchmen, utterly bewildered by this sudden, utterly spineless yet comically earnest shout, all turned their heads in unison, their eyes flickering with suspicion and confusion toward the alley's mouth. Even the encirclement showed a slight loosening due to this unexpected upheaval. There, a middle-aged man clad in a faded, worn t-shirt with a neckline so stretched it rippled like waves, bearing a blurry Waiwalo print, paired with loose, oversized shorts and nearly soulless flip-flops, was scrambling into the alley in a clumsy, all-fours manner, looking as if chased by a dog. In his hand, he still clutched a red plastic shopping basket emblazoned with the words "Supermarket Special Offer," its quality evidently abysmal. The basket rattled violently with his hurried steps, inside which lay a few withered, nearly dehydrated scallions, pitifully limp, alongside a single cucumber, exceptionally verdant, upright, and glistening with freshness. Undoubtedly the crown jewel of the basket's contents. The man in question was none other than Wang Etian. His face was a canvas of sheer terror, his brows knitted into a knotted frown, his lips trembling as if seized by an uncontrollable spasm. He was gasping for breath, and beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead. He embodied the quintessential image of a feeble old father, utterly powerless yet frantic with anguish at the sight of his beloved daughter being bullied, compelled to rely solely on his desperate shouts to muster courage. His overacted performance was worthy of a Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Actor. My precious daughter, my heart and soul, are you all right? You scared me to death. I thought my spirit was about to leave my body. Wang Etian wailed as he rushed to Wang Xinran's side. Without a word, and somewhat roughly, he yanked her behind him, using his narrow, slightly stooped and frail back to tremulously shield her from the menacing, scar-faced man before them. Although compared to the scar-faced man's hulking, muscular frame that resembled a mountain, this frail silhouette appeared especially fragile, vulnerable, and even laughably pitiful, like a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Wang Xinran was caught between laughter and tears at her father's flowing, almost performative series of actions, which could be described as a form of performance art. She glanced at her father's Oscar-worthy, overly forced portrayal of panic, then cast a sidelong look at the cucumber in the basket that, amid such frantic running, remained utterly unscathed and elegantly poised. The corner of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. Her inner monologue. Here we go again. He is starting up. The acting itch has struck once more. And this time, the prop has been upgraded. It even comes with a cucumber. Is he about to perform a live demonstration of cold tossed cucumber salad, or what? This old man actually went out of his way to pick such a perfect cucumber as a prop. How thoughtful. The scar-faced man regained his composure, and, upon fully taking in the intruder's shabby appearance in his standard fifth-rate warrior attire, his face instantly filled with utter contempt, disgust, and a fury born of profound insult. He felt deeply humiliated. Dealing with Wang Xinran was already beneath him, and now this old geezer, clearly the lowest of the low, the absolute dregs of society, had the audacity to show up. Were they teaming up to disgust him? Since when had the Zhou family sunk so low as to be provoked by such riffraff? You old waste. Get lost. This has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, you'd better tuck your tail and scram. Otherwise, I'll deal with you both and send your sorry father-daughter duo straight to the hospital. The scar-faced man barked impatiently, swatting at Wang Yiqian's shoulder as if shooing away a fly, intending to brush the bothersome old man aside. Though he did not employ any spiritual energy, the sheer brute force of his perfected warrior physique was enough to shatter the shoulder blade of an ordinary middle-aged man, leaving him dazed and staggering, teeth rattling. In his mind, this old man would surely be flung away like dust, screaming and crying, utterly humiliated. Yet, just as his palm was about to strike Wang Yiqian's worn-out sweater, an extraordinary change occurred. Wang Yiqian appeared terrified by the sudden assault. Flailing his arms clumsily in a desperate attempt to block the blow, his movements as awkward and comical as a startled goose flapping its wings. As fate would have it, his right hand wielded that very cucumber, lush, dripping with dew, and radiant with vitality. "Ah, don't hit me. Mercy, brave sir. I'm just a passerby. It's all a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding." Wang Yiqian emitted a shrill, pig-like scream, clenching his eyes tightly shut as if unwilling to witness the impending catastrophe. He seemed to feebly thrust the cucumber forward in a desperate, powerless struggle. What followed was an unforgettable spectacle that shook everyone present, including Wang Xinran, who fancied herself well acquainted with her father's peculiarities. The seemingly ordinary cucumber, which should have snapped like a brittle twig, suddenly shimmered with an almost imperceptible yet exquisitely refined pale golden radiance the instant it met the scar-faced man's hand, suffused with terrifying power. The glow flickered and vanished as swiftly as the reflection of a setting sun. Then crack, boom, a crisp, bone-chilling crack resounded sharply, accompanied almost simultaneously by a dull thud akin to a heavy hammer striking a sandbag. The scar-faced man's sneer and disdain froze instantly, as if encased in ice, then rapidly morphed into sheer horror, disbelief, and unbearable agony. He felt as though his palm had not struck a mere cucumber, but had collided with a mountain forged from tempered steel, charging at him at full speed. An indescribable, overwhelming, and utterly domineering force surged through his arm's bones, obliterating all resistance like dry twigs before a raging fire. Arg! He emitted a short, agonized scream, distorted by pain, as his entire right arm twisted at an unnatural, hyperextended angle and snapped. The stark white, blood-streaked bone shards pierced through flesh and fabric, exposed to the air in a gruesome display. His over 200-pound muscular frame was then hurled backward, as if hit head-on by a rampaging, colossal ironclad rhinoceros. His feet leaving the ground instantly, like a sack of discarded rags, he spiraled out of control, flying backward. Crash! A tremendous impact reverberated as the scar-faced man slammed heavily into the grimy wall of a narrow alley some 25 feet away. The hard, graffiti-covered surface shuddered violently, spiderweb cracks spreading rapidly, dust and debris cascading down. He was embedded in the wall like a piece of abstract art, his head lolling limply, blood seeping from his mouth, nose, and the shattered arm, not even managing a groan before slipping into unconsciousness, his life hanging in the balance. Instant annihilation. A genuine, undisputed, visually explosive, crushing defeat, delivered with a single cucumber. A cucumber that looked perfectly suited for a fresh salad. The entire alley plunged into a deathly silence, so still that even a pin drop would have seemed deafening. Time appeared to stand still. The three remaining henchmen stared with bulging eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Mouths agape wide enough to swallow a whole egg, their bodies stiffened as if struck by lightning. Completely petrified, their minds utterly blank, incapable of processing the absurd, horrifying, and utterly incomprehensible scene before them. They looked at their bloodied, unconscious leader embedded in the wall, then at the feeble middle-aged man still clutching the half-broken cucumber, his face still etched with lingering shock. In that moment, their worldview, life philosophy, and values were utterly shattered, reduced to rubble beneath the crushing force of that cucumber. Wang Xinran was equally frozen, her small mouth slightly agape, wide enough to fit a quail egg. A cucumber. The visual impact was outrageously surreal. This was no longer merely strength, it was outright madness. How many more tricks did this old man have up his sleeve? How many depths of depravity had yet to be revealed? Was that cucumber even ordinary? Could it possibly be some ancient divine artifact in disguise? Only then did Wang Yiqian seem to belatedly realize the cucumber had broken. He tenderly examined the remaining half, even bringing it to his nose to sniff, before patting his chest and letting out a long, exaggerated sigh of relief, as though he had just returned from the gates of hell. He turned to his still-dazed daughter, whose worldview was in the process of reconstruction, and with a trembling voice filled with the sincerity of one who had narrowly escaped death, he said, "Oh dear, you scared your old man half to death. My heart was practically jumping out of my throat. These young folks nowadays, such short tempers, always ready to fight and kill, with no sense of martial virtue whatsoever." Fortunately, Father reacted swiftly and moved with agility, using that cucumber to block the blow. Otherwise, he would have been lying here today, which would have been a pity for the cucumber, freshly purchased that very morning, crisp and full of vitality. Originally, he had planned to toss it into a refreshing salad for you tonight. Wang Xinran gazed at her father-esque expression, a mix of feigned fear and relief at narrowly escaping disaster, and then shifted her eyes to the strikingly vivid human-shaped bas-relief on the wall, stained with a pool of glaring fresh blood. Only then did she finally recover from the overwhelming, nuclear-level shock. She took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to shove the remaining half of the cucumber into her father-esque mouth. Then, she rolled her eyes in an unprecedented fashion, so wide that the whites of her eyes were fully visible, and with such force that one might worry her eyeballs would dislocate, and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with powerless sarcasm and resentment. "Pretend all you want. Your acting is over the top, pretentious, 0 points. Negative points get lost. The Golden Raspberry Awards owe you a lifetime achievement trophy." Wang Yiqian blinked plaintively, his expression the very picture of innocence. "Daughter, how can you say that about your father? I was in such danger just now. I nearly went from white-haired to black-haired. My heart is still pounding. Danger, my foot. You're not jumping for any reason." Wang Xinran interrupted him sharply, pointing at the bas-relief on the wall, her voice rising by an octave. "You call that danger? That's unilateral slaughter. Cucumber slaughter. Nobody would believe it if it got out." Tired of her father's endless prattle, like some drama-possessed, bottomless pit of nonsense, she strode over, bent down, and picked up the half-cucumber, still stained with the fresh blood of the scar-faced man and a faintly eerie burnt smell. She cast it a disdainful glance, then, as if discarding some filthy object, flung it precisely into the nearby trash bin. "Let us go. Home. Em starving," she snapped, kicking at the few, trembling, nearly wetting their pants followers. "Hey, are you all scared stiff? Get your leader down from the wall. Take him to the hospital. Don't die here and bring bad luck." Just looking at him is annoying. Without another word, she turned and strode toward the alley's exit, her steps light and unsteady from shock and excitement, her colorful short hair seeming to lose its usual brash vitality. Today's excitement was a bit too intense. She needed to go home and properly digest it all. Wang Yiqian hurriedly lifted his precious vegetable basket and jogged to keep up, muttering incessantly as if they had just swatted a troublesome fly. "Daughter, what do you want for dinner? Should Dad cook you some braised pork to calm your nerves?" Nowadays young people, truly, morals are declining, hearts are no longer pure. Always fighting and killing, nothing like in our day. The figures of father and daughter, one indignant, the other nagging, vanished into the alley's mouth, as if they had just experienced a trivial farce. Only a few petrified, souls flung into the beyond followers remained, along with the silent human-shaped bas-relief embedded in the wall, silently recounting the absurd, terrifying, worldview-shattering scene just moments before, and the faint, lingering scent of cucumber in the air. Inside Wang Yiqian's modest, near-empty, subsidized apartment, a veritable benchmark for squalor, an atmosphere of incongruous warmth, or rather, a peculiar harmony, now prevailed. The rich aroma of braised pork fiercely contested against the damp, musty odor characteristic of the old building, stubbornly occupying the olfactory high ground. Wang Xinran, resembling a tabby cat, starved for 3 days, shamelessly shoveled rice in her mouth, her cheeks puffed out, occasionally emitting contented sighs. Meanwhile, the other protagonist of the incident, Wang Yiqian, the man who had just completed an artistic creation with a single cucumber, was cautiously picking food from between his teeth with the tip of his chopsticks. His expression one of utter ease and tranquility, as if he had merely taken out the trash rather than casually embedding a living man into the wall as a bas-relief. Old man, I have to admit, your braised pork skills are pretty something," Wang Xinran mumbled, struggling to swallow the meat, letting out a loud, satisfied burp. "Just next time, could you not put so much sugar in it? It's way too sweet, way too sweet. Not good for martial arts training or keeping in shape. You know." Wang Yiqian didn't even lift his eyelids, leisurely sucking on a toothpick. "You don't know a thing. This is an ancient secret recipe, perfectly balanced sweet and salty, replenishing vitality. Look at you, skinny as a rake. If you don't eat good food, how will you gain strength? How will you inherit Dad's legacy? Carry on dad-ass martial arts tradition. Inherit your big-headed nonsense. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes, putting down her bowl and chopsticks, patting her slightly swollen belly. If I inherit your couch potato legacy, then the Wang family's martial arts tradition is truly doomed in my generation. Hey, watch your mouth. Wang Yiqian feigned a blow to her head, but Wang Xinran deftly leaned back to avoid it, and the two resumed their habitual post-meal bickering. Yet, the characteristic noisy yet somewhat dilapidated warmth of this subsidized neighborhood this evening was about to be utterly shattered by an unrelated, chilling aura of deadly intent. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, in a three-story villa with a small courtyard, starkly out of place in Jiangxing's Western District, the atmosphere was oppressively still. Like the calm before a storm, the air thick and suffocating. In a living room, an expensive crystal chandelier cast a cold white glow that failed to dispel the pervasive chill lingering in every corner. On the floor lay the shattered remains of a rosewood tea table, splinters scattered everywhere. Zhou Biao, a late-stage martial artist of some renown in the city's garrison, prowled the living room like a thoroughly enraged lion. Clad in a dark blue training suit, his temples bulging, the aura he radiated was no longer his usual calm, but resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, filled with violent, destructive impulse. With every step, the hard floor creaked faintly, betraying the tempest of fury within. Before him knelt three gangsters, faces ashen, trembling uncontrollably like leaves in the wind. The very same three lackeys who had miraculously escaped the cucumber massacre scene that afternoon. They had already recounted the afternoon's events incoherently for the third time, especially emphasizing the horrifying spectacle of how Wang Yiqian, wielding an unremarkable cucumber like a fly swatter, had casually swatted their martial arts master, Zhao Meng, their leader, embedding him into the wall and rendering him unconscious in a single, ruthless stroke. Biao, Lord Biao really did it with just one cucumber, green as emerald, and Zhao Laoda, he just flew off. One gangster wailed, his voice trembling with sobs, a faint stench betraying his fear-induced loss of control. A cucumber? Zhou Biao abruptly halted his pacing, his chest heaving violently as he emitted a low, suppressed roar, hoarse and filled with incredulous absurdity and a burning, humiliating rage. The veins on his forehead writhed like earthworms. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. An unparalleled disgrace. An absolute farce. He spat. Zhou Biao, have been entrenched in Jiangxing's Western District for so many years. What scenes have I not witnessed? Yet to be bested by a cucumber, which has consecutively crippled my own nephew and my trusted lieutenant. This is beyond mere provocation. It is to drag the face of the Zhou family through the mud and trample on it relentlessly. First, his nephew Zhou Kai was publicly slain in the martial arts school by Wang Xinran, turning the Zhou family into the laughingstock of the circle. Now, the more powerful and soon-to-be master Zhao Meng was brutally incapacitated by Wang Yiqian, the very wastrel from the subsidized district whom he had never even deigned to glance at, with a single cucumber, leaving him in a state of unknown life or death. If this news got out, Zhou Biao might as well stop trying to survive in this territory. He might as well find a tofu block and smash his head against it. Wang Yiqian. Zhou Biao ground the name through his clenched teeth, each syllable ice-sharp, laced with deep-seated hatred and a hint of disbelief even he dared not admit. He had long harbored suspicions about Wang Yiqian. How could such a worthless old man possibly have raised a daughter capable of effortlessly defeating opponents far beyond her level? Now, it seemed, the matter was far more serious than he had imagined. That old bastard Wang was nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing, hiding his true strength with extraordinary cunning. Could a mere cucumber really disrupt Zhao Meng's control over his primordial energy with such finesse? Or was there something peculiar about that cucumber? Zhou Biao's eyes flickered as he rapidly analyzed the situation, striving to suppress the shock swelling in his heart and to assess his adversary's true power with cold logic. Zhao Meng was a consummate martial artist, just a step away from reaching the warrior rank. To be casually and swiftly eliminated by him indicated that his opponent's strength was unquestionably that of a warrior. Moreover, not a novice among warriors, at least mid-stage, perhaps even late-stage. This realization sent a chill through his heart. A late-stage warrior? On the same level as himself? Possibly even stronger? No, impossible. What kind of figure was a Grandmaster? How could such a person possibly be confined to a squalid slum? Absolutely unthinkable. The most plausible explanation was that Wang Yiqian had somehow stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck, reaching late-stage warrior status or mastering some bizarre and insidious martial technique. Yes, it had to be that. Only through a strange martial art could such a staggering effect be achieved. Believing he had grasped the crucial point, Zhou Biao's doubts slightly abated, replaced by a burning fury and a hint of greed. A strange martial technique? If only he could get his hands on it, but for now, the most pressing matter was to salvage his dignity, to crush the Wang family with the most domineering and indisputable force, so that everyone would know the dire consequences of crossing Zhou Biao. As for that strange martial technique, once Wang Yitian was subdued, there would be plenty of ways to pry it from him. Oh, Bao. Zhou Biao's voice dropped to a stern growl, regaining its usual icy sharpness. Present Boss Biao. From the shadows of the living room, two burly men emerged like phantoms. One bore a dark complexion and fierce eyes, codenamed Black Tiger. The other had a scar across his face and exuded a cold aura, codenamed Shadow Leopard. Both were early-stage warriors, Zhou Biao's most trusted confidants. Seasoned in combat and bloodied hands. Gather everyone. Bring all the men. My eyes flash with murderous intent as I say, we're going to pay a visit to that cucumber master. I want to see whether his cucumber is tougher, or my cracking gold fist. Yes, Boss Biao. Black Tiger and Shadow Leopard's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as they responded in unison. They could feel their master's murderous intent. Tonight, blood was destined to be spilled. Soon, engines roared outside the villa. Two heavily modified, jet-black floating off-road vehicles, adorned with fierce beast motifs and exuding raw power, had been started. Besides Zhou Biao, Black Tiger, and Shadow Leopard, 4 other formidable fighters, each at least late-stage martial artists, boarded the vehicles. The group radiated lethal intent, like unsheathed blades tearing through the night as they sped toward the low-income housing district. The wheels tore across the pavement, stirring a deep growl and a faint sonic boom. Passers-by engaged in nocturnal activities hastily gave way, their faces draining of color as they sensed the unmasked savagery. It's Zhou Biao's men, heading toward the low-income district? Which fool has dared provoke this demon god? Judging by their demeanor, it's going to be a fight to the death. Let us get out of here before trouble finds us. News spread like wildfire through certain circles in Jiangsheng's western district. Many with keen senses realized that tonight, the usually neglected low-income housing area would not remain peaceful. A storm was brewing, dark clouds pressing down with the weight of impending doom. Meanwhile, at the heart of the tempest, within a shabby lower-end apartment, Wang Yitian had just finished tidying up his dishes. He lounged comfortably with one leg crossed, picking at his teeth and happily browsing his system interface. A pleasant chime just sounded in his mind. Beep. Assisted bound object in crisis resolution. Intimidated petty criminals. Fatherly affection, 50. Beep. Bound object's sense of security increased. Trust in host enhanced. Fatherly affection, 20. Current fatherly affection balance, 285 points. Heh, not bad. Not bad. Another deposit, Wang Yitian thought joyfully, feeling a step closer to redeeming the daughter's joyful elixir and advancing to the next stage of insights. Wang Xinran sprawled on the sofa, rubbing her round belly with boredom as she scrolled through the campus forum, reading posts praising her elder sister's might. A satisfied smile unconsciously lifted the corners of her mouth, her vanity well fed. At that moment, vroom, a deep, violent, oppressive roar of engines approached from afar, like the bellow of a wild beast, finally halting abruptly in the narrow street beneath their dilapidated apartment building. The harsh screech of brakes cut through the night, sounding particularly abrupt and ominous, immediately followed by the rough shoving open of a car door and heavy thuds as it slammed shut. Chaotic, heavy footsteps, pulsing with palpable primordial energy waves, struck the floorboards like hammer blows, clearly audible. A terrifying aura of malice, killing intent. An overwhelming primordial energy flooded the entire decrepit apartment building like a tangible tidal wave. The sporadic sounds inside, television chatter, quarrels, children's cries, were instantly stifled as if by an invisible hand. A deathly silence swiftly spread, broken only by the unsettling rumble of engines and the approaching footsteps. Several windows, still aglow, flickered and went dark in rapid succession. Neighbors seemed to vanish en masse, even their breathing stilled. An oppressive atmosphere, as suffocating as a storm about to break, permeated the air. Wang Xinran suddenly sat upright on the sofa, the laziness vanishing from her face, replaced by a feline-like alertness. Though confident in her father's strength, the unrestrained malevolence and overwhelming power radiating outside instinctively set her on edge. She glanced at Wang Yitian, her voice tinged with barely concealed tension. Wang Yitian, still picking his teeth, didn't even raise an eyelid, replying vaguely, "Ichem, what is up?" He leisurely put down his toothpick, tilted his ear to listen to the commotion downstairs, then yawned deeply and rubbed his eyes, grumbling. Who is it? Driving so noisily at this hour. Don't they have any consideration for those trying to enjoy a meal? His tone was as casual as if complaining about a neighbor's barking dog. Yet, in the seemingly murky depths of his eyes, a flicker of cold. Sharp light flashed and vanished. The fish had taken the bait, and it was at least a small fish, barely enough to fill a gap between teeth. The engine's roar and the violent opening and closing of doors beneath the apartment were like stones cast into a stagnant pool, stirring not ripples, but a chilling cold that could freeze the soul. Those chaotic, heavy footsteps seemed to trample on every occupant's heart, accompanied by faint primordial energy fluctuations as tangible as lead weights, crushing the breath from their lungs. Wang Xinran leapt from the sofa like a startled kitten, muscles taut, instinctively assuming a defensive stance. She could clearly sense the unmasked malice and domineering aura outside, especially that of the leader, fierce and volatile like a volcano on the verge of eruption, far surpassing the scar-faced man from the afternoon. This old man. They're here. There are many of them. They're strong, she whispered urgently, her voice low and rapid, her gaze sharp as it swept toward the doorway. Her blood surged, ready to fight with every ounce of strength, although she harbored an unshakable, almost blind confidence in her father's prowess. The sheer magnitude of the confrontation instinctively sent a ripple of anxiety through her. In stark contrast to her wariness stood Wang Yiqian. Remarkably, this old codger was still leisurely scratching an itch. Indeed, he was tilting his head, wielding a toothpick freshly plucked from between his teeth, meticulously cleaning his ear with a focused expression, all the while emitting a contented hum, as if the ominous aura downstairs, enough to send an ordinary martial artist fleeing in terror, were nothing more than the neighbor's stereo turned up too loud. What is that noise? Wang Yiqian seemed to have just noticed the commotion, lifting his head in a daze, cupping his ear to listen. Oh, you mean downstairs? Probably just a junk collector's truck, right? Nowadays, even junk collectors roll up with such fanfare. The engine sounds like a fighter jet. Wang Xinran almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Junk collector? Listen to those footsteps, that killing intent. It's clearly directed at us. It must be Zhou Biao coming to our door. Zhou Biao? Who is that? Sounds like some dealer of Biao brand motorcycles. Wang Yiqian blinked his innocent little eyes, racking his memory before suddenly slapping his thigh in realization. Oh, I remember now. Isn't he that uncle of Zhou Kai? The one who used a cucumber to knock out that Zhao Meng's boss this afternoon? Exactly. That him. Late-stage martial master. Very formidable. Wang Xinran stamped her foot in frustration. How could her father never grasp the crux of the matter? Late-stage martial master. Huh. Wang Yiqian stroked his chin, his expression not one of concern, but rather disdain. TSK. Out at this hour, not home minding the kids, coming here to disturb the peace. No sense of public decency at all. Just then, bang, 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 heavy, forceful, and dripping with provocation. The pounding on the door resounded like a war drum, shaking the old, rickety wooden door until it shivered, dust cascading from the doorframe. Outside, a hoarse, arrogant roar laden with elemental energy echoed like thunder through the narrow stairwell. Wang Yiqian, get your ass out here. Hiding at home like a coward? Coward who dares to do, but not to take responsibility. Intertwined within the voice was the imposing pressure of a late-stage martial master, an invisible shockwave penetrating the door, causing Wang Xinran's blood to surge violently, her complexion paling. She clenched her teeth, forcing herself to steady her mind. Startled by the tremendous noise, Wang Yiqian dropped the toothpick he was holding. Patting his chest, he muttered, "Whoa, you scared me. Who is making such a ruckus? No manners at all. Couldn't he knock more gently? If you break this old door, you're paying for it." With that, he sluggishly rose to his feet, shuffling along in a pair of nearly worn-out flip-flops, his footsteps clacking lazily as he yawned a long, drawn-out yawn, rubbing his sleepy eyes, muttering, "So sleepy. Middle of the day, wait, no, it's night. Can't even have a nap in peace anymore. Really? Watching her father, as who am I? Where am I? I just want to sleep." Demeanor. Wang Xinran's tension inexplicably gave way to a profound sense of exasperation. She even began to wonder whether those murderous men outside had come to the wrong door. Creak. Wang Yiqian leisurely swung open the weathered old wooden door. The scene beyond could have been ripped straight from a triad deck collection playbook. In the cramped, dimly lit stairwell cluttered with debris stood 7 or 8 burly men, black as night. At their forefront was Zhou Biao himself, his face as cold and impenetrable as still water, murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified into tangible form. He crossed his arms, muscles bulging, the aura of a late-stage martial master radiating unabashedly like a blazing furnace, scorching the surrounding air. Behind him, two lieutenants, Black Tiger and Shadow Leopard, both early-stage martial masters, glared fiercely like ravenous dogs sizing up their prey. Further back, 4 or 5 formidable late-stage martial artists loomed, their temples bulging ominously with aggressive energy. Together, this assembly exuded a killing aura so dense it seemed almost tangible, dropping the temperature in the stairwell by several degrees. Behind cracked doorways of neighboring apartments, countless frightened eyes peered out furtively. Zhou Biao's gaze flickered coldly as he took in Wang Yiqian's appearance, his shabby old t-shirt, oversized shorts, and worn flip-flops, curling his lips into a cruel, contemptuous sneer. Wang Yiqian? Zhou Biao's voice was icy, laced with the condescension of a judge passing sentence. Finally decided to crawl out, huh? I thought you'd hide under a woman's skirt and be a coward your whole life. Wang Yiqian, seemingly intimidated by the display, instinctively retracted his neck, plastering a sycophantic, slightly fearful smile on his face as he rubbed his hands together and said, "Greetings, gentlemen. What brings you here? Maybe you're at the wrong place? Our family's dirt poor. Haven T owed anyone a dime." His cowardly demeanor only deepened the contempt of Zhou Biao and his men. Is this really the guy who used a cucumber to take down Zhao Meng? Must have used some dirty tricks. Or maybe it was just an accident. Zhou Biao, unwilling to waste words, resolved to crush their morale with sheer, overwhelming strength. He stepped forward abruptly. Boom! The powerful aura of a late-stage martial master burst forth like a breached dam, unrestrained and overwhelming. The air seemed to thicken, an invisible force radiating from him, pressing down mercilessly on Wang Yiqian and Wang Xinran. The clutter in the stairwell swayed and toppled under the pressure. Dust cascaded from the walls. Zhou Biao's underlings simultaneously released their own elemental energy waves, less potent than Zhou Biao's, but collectively formidable, encircling their target like a pack of wolves. Wang Xinran bore the brunt, feeling as if a mountain had collided headlong with her, emitting a muffled grunt as she staggered back 2 paces, her blood surging violently. Nearly losing her footing, her face turning ashen. The weight of a late-stage martial master's aura was still far too overwhelming for her. Satisfied with the effect, Zhou Biao fixed his gaze on Wang Yiqian, grinning maliciously. Old man, don't you dare play dumb with me. You cripple my nephew. Hurt my brother. That is a debt I'm going to collect today. If you're smart, kneel down and confess. Renounce your martial arts. Hand over that bizarre skill of yours, and maybe I'll consider sparing your miserable life. Otherwise, the murderous intent in his voice was laid bare, unrestrained. Yet Wang Yiqian, standing at the epicenter of this oppressive aura, reacted in a way that left everyone stunned, faced with a pressure that would send even early-stage martial artists trembling in fear. Wang Yiqian merely scratched his head. The trace of fear vanished from his face, replaced by an impatience akin to having his peaceful slumber disturbed. He picked at his ear, flicked away some non-existent earwax, then looked up at the aggressive Zhou Biao, sighing deeply with genuine bewilderment and disdain. Wang Yiqian sighed long and loud, as if addressing a misbehaving child. I say, Brother Biao, huh? It's late at night. You bring so many people blocking my doorstep, shouting and clamoring. Don't you think that's a bit uncivilized? What about the neighbors on both sides? Don't they deserve some rest? What about the kids who still have homework to do? Zhou Biao. His underlings? Even Wang Xinran, struggling to resist the oppressive aura, nearly choked. What on earth was this reaction? This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. At this moment, shouldn't he be trembling in fear, begging on his knees for mercy? Zhou Biao was utterly confounded by Wang Yiqian's completely unpredictable behavior, his anger flaring even higher. Feeling deeply insulted, he bellowed, Old man, you're asking for death. Determined to no longer hold back, he resolved to teach Wang Yiqian a lesson he would never forget, his aura surging once more as he prepared to strike without hesitation. At that very moment, Wang Yiqian seemed finally provoked by his lack of tact. He furrowed his brow and, as if swatting away a bothersome fly, casually waved his hand while muttering under his breath. So noisy. Can you all just be quiet? With that seemingly indifferent flick of his hand, an indescribable, ineffable aura, like a terrifying presence from a primordial age, as if a slumbering dragon had opened its eyes, silently radiated outward from Wang Yiqian, enveloping the space around him. There was no earth-shattering clamor, no dazzling spectacle of light. Yet in that very instant, Zhou Biao's raging pressure of a late-stage martial artist, as explosive as a volcanic eruption, melted away like snow under the scorching sun. No, it wasn't melting. It was utterly crushed, as if pulverized dust by a force of a higher order, more fundamental, and infinitely vast. The cruel grin on Zhou Biao's face froze instantly, transforming into utter terror and disbelief. He felt his yuan energy, his momentum, his very being diminish to the insignificance of an ant and the fragility of thin paper in the face of this sudden aura. A primal fear, born from the depths of his soul, swept over him like a splash of ice water, chilling his limbs and threatening to freeze his blood. Behind him, the black tiger, the shadow leopard, and several of his late-stage martial artist subordinates fared even worse. Without so much as a grunt, they were crushed by this invisible yet mountain-heavy aura, their legs buckling as they collapsed to their knees with a series of thuds. Their faces were as pale as paper, their bodies trembling like quaking chaff, unable to lift their heads, eyes brimming with utmost dread, as though confronting an incomprehensible, insurmountable existence. The entire corridor fell into a deathly stillness, frozen in time. Only Wang Yitian remained lazily standing there, yawning as if the whole episode had been a trifling interruption. He glanced at the trembling, kneeling figures, shaking like quails, and then at Zhou Biao, frozen in place with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Frowning, he muttered with displeasure, "I told you all to be quiet, so why are you kneeling? Trying to scam me? I'm broke, no money to pay you." Zhou Biao stared at Wang Yitian, his pupils shrinking to the size of needle tips, his heart pounding as if it might burst. A chilling thought struck his mind like a bolt of lightning, making his soul tremble. Grandmaster? No, impossible. Could he be a great Grandmaster? How could that be? Time seemed to freeze amidst Wang Yitian's disgruntled muttering. The narrow, dim corridor's air thickened like glue. The flickering, faulty voice-activated light struggled a few times before dying out completely, plunging most of the space into shadow. Only the faint moonlight filtering through a distant window outlined a few stiff silhouettes, as if frozen by a spell. Zhou Biao maintained a half-step forward, his posture fierce, the sinister grin and murderous intent still plastered on his face like a crude mask. Yet his pupils remained pinprick-sized, filled with overwhelming terror, bewilderment, and the void left when one's worldview is shattered. The blazing pressure of his late-stage martial artist aura vanished without a trace, not retracted, but erased lightly as if wiped away by a higher-dimensional, unfathomable force like dust brushed off with a cloth. He felt as though an invisible hand gripped his heart, halting its beat, blood flowing backward, limbs turning icy cold. A primal, uncontrollable shiver surged from his soul, that absolute fear lowly beings feel in the presence of their natural predators. He tried to move, even to twitch a finger, but his body refused to obey. Every cell screamed danger. Flee! The scene behind him was even more pitiful. The black tiger and shadow leopard, both skilled early-stage martial artists, lay prostrate on the ground, hands supporting them, foreheads pressed tightly against the cold, filthy floor, trembling as if naked in a brutal, sub-zero wind. They didn't even dare glance up, only feeling that terrifying aura like an abyss looming overhead, ready to crush them into dust at any moment. Cold sweat poured down their foreheads and temples like a waterfall, instantly soaking collars and the floor, forming small puddles of grime. Their teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing soft, clicking sounds. Several other late-stage martial artist subordinates fared worse still, collapsing like limp mud, helplessly soiling themselves, the pungent stench permeating the confined corridor. Some even rolled their eyes back, on the verge of fainting. The previously arrogant momentum, the oppressive aura of numbers, vanished entirely. What remained was the most primal humility and fear in the face of an absolute disparity in power. Wang Xinran stood closest behind Wang Yitian, feeling the aura most distinctly, though the terrifying presence was not directed at her and even deliberately avoided her. The overwhelming sense of insignificance before an infinite cosmos made her breath catch and her heart skip a beat. She looked at Zhou Biao and the others who had once been arrogant, now reduced to boneless mangy dogs, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up within her, mingled with a renewed appreciation for her father's strength. Maybe the mid-stage Grandmaster bit off more than he could chew? Hope I didn't scare these guys into a stupor, Wang Yitian muttered inwardly. Outwardly, however, he retained his sleepy, annoyed expression as if rudely awakened from a pleasant dream. He rubbed his ear and yawned long and loud, tears nearly streaming down his face, before lazily lifting his eyelids to cast a glance at the frozen Zhou Biao and the kneeling subordinates. His tone was thick with impatience. "Hey, gentlemen, are you still going to fight or not? If you want to fight, hurry up. I'm waiting to go back and catch some more sleep. If not, disperse quickly. Blocking the doorway like this, what does it look like? Such a nuisance." This corridor is narrow enough as it is. With you lot clogging it up, how are the neighbors supposed to get up at night? His voice was not loud, even slightly hoarse from just waking, yet in the deathly, silent corridor, it rang out as clearly as a thunderclap. Fight? What fight? Zhou Biao's mind screamed in despair. He could barely move a finger now. What use was fighting? Use his head? What is that but an egg smashing against a rock? No, it was an egg smashing against Mount Tai. From the depths of his extreme terror, Zhou Biao clawed back a shred of reason and confirmed a soul-shaking truth. A Grandmaster. Absolutely a Grandmaster. And one far surpassing an ordinary entry-level Grandmaster. At least a mid-stage Grandmaster. Perhaps even late-stage? As a late-stage martial artist himself, he was probably no more than a robust ant in this man's eyes. The thought that he had just been so brazen before Grandmaster, even forcing others to kneel and kowtow, sent a chill from his feet to the crown of his head, nearly causing him to soil himself on the spot. This wasn't just hitting a brick wall. It was like kicking the mouth of an erupting volcano. A supervolcano. Senior, have mercy. Senior, please spare me. Zhou Biao could bear it no longer. The last shred of reason was drowned by his desperate will to survive. With a thud, his knees smashed heavily onto the ground, the force shaking the floorboards. He no longer cared about pride, dignity, or the reputation of his Zhou family. Only the most primal fear and PL, I beseech you. Venerable Senior, to exercise your boundless magnanimity and release us, your humble juniors, as though we were nothing but mere refuse. Behind him, the Black Tiger and Shadow Leopard, along with their companions, witnessing their leader prostrate on the ground, kowtowed even more fervently, their pleas a chaotic jumble of desperate entreaties. Senior, spare our lives. We dare not offend again. It was all under Zhou Biao's orders. It has nothing to do with us. We beg for your mercy. For a moment, the corridor was filled only with the incessant thudding of heads striking the floor and the heart-wrenching wails of supplication, mingled with the pungent stench of urine, a scene utterly revolting to behold. Wang Yitian was momentarily taken aback by this sudden collective act of submission. He then wrinkled his nose in disdain and stepped back slightly, as if to avoid being tainted by the foul atmosphere. Hey, why are you still banging your heads on the floor? What exactly are you doing? Even the most shameless scammers don't stoop this low. This shabby place of mine doesn't have any surveillance cameras. Let me tell you. Wang Yitian waved his hands dismissively, wearing a wary expression as if to say, don't you dare pin this on me. Get up, get up. What nonsense is this? If someone didn't know better, they'd think I was hosting some kind of cult gathering here. Zhou Biao dared not rise. Instead, he kowtowed with even greater fervor, blood already seeping from his forehead. Senior, your junior was blinded by greed and deceived by a villain's slander. I have offended you and your esteemed daughter. I vow to return and strictly discipline the clan's younger generation, ensuring they never disturb your serene cultivation again. I am willing to compensate. Even if it means losing everything, I will pay. I only beg for your mercy. Compensate? Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat intrigued by the word, but soon let out a yawn. Compensate for what? Do I need your trifling scraps? Hurry up. Take your people and return whence you came. Don't be an eyesore here. If you make any more noise while I'm trying to sleep, I won't be happy at all. Those words were spoken lightly. To Zhou Biao's ears, they sounded like celestial music. Were they truly being spared? Yes. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. Thank you for your great generosity. Zhou Biao felt as if he had been granted a royal pardon. So overwhelmed with gratitude, he nearly wept. He knocked his head heavily a few more times before, tremblingly, almost crawling on all fours, rising to his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted at his still-prone subordinates, what are you standing there for? Get up, thank the Senior, and then scram. Black Tiger, Shadow Leopard, and the others scrambled to their feet, disregarding the filth on their bodies. They bowed haphazardly in Wang Yitian's direction, then hoisted their terrified comrades like broken dogs, stumbling and tumbling down the stairs in a frantic, desperate flight, their speed akin to fleeing for their lives. Zhou Biao was the last to leave, and before departing, he bowed deeply to Wang Yitian, took a few backward steps, and then turned, almost running as he vanished around the staircase corner. The pitiful sight was a stark and bitter contrast to the fierce and imposing manner in which they had arrived. Several seconds later, the furious roar of an off-road vehicle's engine echoed from below, followed by the screeching of tires against the ground as it sped away. As if even a moment's delay would have meant being swallowed whole. The corridor fell silent once more, leaving only the faint odor of urine and a few indistinct wet patches on the floor as proof that the earlier chaos was no mere hallucination. Wang Yitian shook his head and sighed. Alas, young people these days have such fragile mental fortitude, kneeling at the slightest provocation, with no backbone at all. He turned to close the door. Wang Xinran remained in a dazed state, as if saying, "Is it really over just like that?" She watched her father's back, so relaxed as if merely shooing away a few flies, her gaze a complex mix of emotions. She knew her father was powerful. He was a grandmaster. Yet each time she witnessed such an utterly overwhelming display firsthand, the visual and spiritual impact left her deeply shaken, especially the stark contrast between her father's perpetually half asleep, indifferent demeanor and the terrifying strength he exhibited with every casual movement made her suspect that this old man was far more unfathomable than she had imagined. Mid-level grandmaster? Or perhaps even higher. She dared not contemplate further. Wang Yitian closed the door, sealing out the polluted air. Turning around, he found his daughter gazing at him with an expression that said, "I feel like I'm seeing you anew." Instantly, he resumed his role as the household's lazy, good-for-nothing father, rubbing his eyes and complaining. All done. Honestly, in the middle of the night, making such a fuss just wears me out. Yawning, he shuffled toward the sofa and, in a tone of mild reproach, said to Wang Xinran, "Listen, daughter, next time you encounter these low-level thugs, handle them yourself. Don't always call on your old man. I'm getting on in years and need plenty of sleep to stay in shape, understand? Constantly disturbing my beauty rest will give me wrinkles." Wang Xinran looked on as her father flopped onto the sofa and expertly resumed scrolling through short videos on his phone. All her shock, complexity, and silent criticism melted into a long, powerless sigh. Fine, keep pretending then. The Zhou family and their entourage fled the low-rent district, which to them had become a veritable dragon's den and tiger's lair, as though pursued by a demon, utterly disheveled. Yet some things cannot be escaped. Fear, for instance, and warnings that must be conveyed. That night, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Jiangsheng, turbulent currents began to surge at an astonishing pace. Zhou Biao did not return to his villa, but instead drove straight to the residence of a powerful elder within the family. His face was ashen, the wound on his forehead crudely bandaged and still throbbing faintly. But what hurt more was his pride and the trembling soul within. He had to report tonight's ordeal in full detail, without the slightest concealment or exaggeration. One misstep could bring utter ruin upon the Zhou family. Meanwhile, in the study rooms of several prominent families in the Western District, encrypted communication channels buzzed with unusual activity. "Hey, Oldie, are you asleep? Something big has happened. HM, what is all the fuss about?" Over in the Western District, Zhou Biao got his ass handed to him tonight. He and the Black Tiger and Shadow Leopard were driven off like dogs. What? Zhou Biao? The late-stage martial artist? Who dared lay hands on him? The city guard? Not the city guard. It was Wang Yitian, the one living in the low-rent district. Wang Yitian? Wait, you mean that useless old man? Wang Xinran's father? Useless? I spit on that. He is a fierce dragon crossing the river. A grandmaster, at least mid-level. Zhou Biao couldn't even withstand his presence, and knelt right there. Seriously? Is this source reliable? Absolutely. My brother-in-law's close relative was nearby, and saw Zhou Biao's men crawling out like wounded dogs. The Zhou family is in uproar right now. Good heavens, a grandmaster hiding out in a low-rent district? What kind of story is this? Who knows? Maybe a master from some secret sect out for experience, or someone hiding from enemies. Whatever it is, the Western District is about to change. Tell all the younger generation at home to keep their eyes wide open, especially that Wang Xinran. Don't provoke her. She is the daughter of a grandmaster. Similar conversations were secretly taking place among the upper echelons of several well-connected families. The news of a grandmaster concealed within the low-rent district was like a stone cast into a placid lake, unannounced, yet stirring immense ripples within the exclusive circles of the elite. Shock, suspicion, apprehension, and speculation spread like wildfire. Everyone's perception of Wang Yitian instantly elevated from a negligible nobody to a hidden master worthy of reverence and alliance. Consequently, even their gazes upon Wang Xinran's school records became charged with complexity and fervor. At dawn the following day, the rising sun gilded the grand entrance of Jiangqing. One high school with a golden edge. In the principal's office, perched atop the main teaching building with an excellent vantage point, Principal Li Songhai stood by the window. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a lean visage and an upright posture, clad in a meticulously pressed, deep gray Zhongshan suit. His demeanor exuded a scholarly elegance intertwined with an undeniable aura of authority. His presence was subtle yet profound, naturally embodying the calm and imposing spirit of a mountain lake, as if harmonizing with the very energy of the entire campus. He was, without question, the true cornerstone of Jiangqing. One high school, a formidable master in the early stage of Grandmaster cultivation. Even the city lord would defer respectfully, addressing him as Principal Lee. At this moment, the Grandmaster held in his hands a freshly delivered confidential report, the ink still wet, obtained through special channels. The contents detailed a comprehensive summary and analysis of the incident in the low-rent district the previous night. Li Sanhai read through it calmly, his face betraying little emotion. Yet deep within his eyes flickered a faint trace of surprise and amusement. A subtle aura emanated from him, suppressing Zhou Biao, a late-stage martial master, into trembling submission, leaving him utterly terrified and incapable of resistance. He softly repeated the critical information, his fingertips tapping lightly against the window frame. Such mastery over one's aura had reached perfection, far beyond the capability of an ordinary Grandmaster. As a Grandmaster, how vast was his perspective? Early and mid-stage Grandmasters were merely latecomers on the path of martial cultivation in his eyes. Even late-stage Grandmasters were only peers worthy of respect. Yet the method described in the report, exerting effortless power to utterly shatter an opponent's will solely through aura, had already touched upon the art of manipulating momentum, a realm typically mastered only by Grandmasters. Intriguingly, a barely perceptible curve tugged at Li Sanhai's lips. It seemed that this Wang Yiqian, a fellow cultivator, was no simple martial master. His true cultivation level was likely already at the peak of martial mastery, with 1 foot half-stepping into our realm. He might even have mastered some secret technique, enabling a brief burst of power comparable to that of a Grandmaster. He instinctively rationalized Wang Yiqian's strength. A martial master at the pinnacle who deliberately concealed his cultivation in the bustling city streets. Or one possessing a unique secret art. This alone could explain why his performance was so astonishing, yet he was content to live humbly in the low-rent district. This was a highly plausible supposition, granting Wang Yiqian sufficient prestige without exceeding Li Sanhai's cognitive framework as a Grandmaster. After all, he never believed the other party to be a true Grandmaster. Such figures were exceedingly rare across the entire empire. How could one appear here? Ding! The internal communicator buzzed. Principal, Vice Principal Zhang and Director Liu have arrived, the secretary's voice reported. Please admit them, Li Sanhai instructed. Soon, Vice Principal Zhang Yuan, a mid-stage martial master with a steady aura and sharp gaze. Martial Arts Department Director Liu Meng, a burly early-stage martial master with a somewhat irritable temper, and 2 other core senior staff members entered in succession. Their faces were grave, tinged with lingering shock. Principal, you've also received the news? Vice Principal Zhang spoke first, his tone solemn. Li Sanhai gently pushed the confidential report toward them. Have a look. Something interesting happened over in the Western District. The group quickly perused the document, and the office filled with gasps of astonishment. Martial Master at the peak. Half-step Grandmaster? Director Liu's voice was the loudest, though lowered in disbelief. Wang Yiqian really hit himself too well. At the last parent meeting, I still saw him crouching at the door, munching on some pancake. Appearances can be deceiving, Li Sanhai replied calmly, his voice even but imbued with decisive strength. A friend of a martial master at the peak entrusting his daughter to our school is a mark of trust in me, Li Sanhai, and in Jiangxing no. One high school. It is also an opportunity. His gaze swept over the group, his tone becoming solemn. Effective immediately, convene an emergency school affairs meeting with the smallest possible scope. The sole agenda. How to ensure that student Wang Xinran receives the best, most comprehensive, yet most natural treatment at our school. Principal, may I ask what you mean? Vice Principal Zhang inquired cautiously. Several decisions, Li Sanhai outlined clearly. First, Wang Xinran will enjoy the highest level of the potential Dragon Program benefits, with resource allocations doubled. However, a distribution must be natural, so as not to offend her or her father. Second, all subject teachers, especially martial arts instructors, must discreetly monitor her progress and offer timely, appropriate guidance, but must avoid overt attention or probing into her family background. Third, all school facilities, including advanced training rooms and restricted areas of the library, shall be unconditionally accessible to her. He paused, then looked at Zhang Yuan. Additionally, prepare a suitable gift. It need not be extravagant, but it should convey sincere intent, preferably something beneficial for consolidating foundational skills, gentle and harmless cultivation resources. This afternoon, I will personally visit this Wang Yiqian. You will personally go? Director Liu was astonished again. As principal and a grandmaster, it was an extraordinary gesture to visit a student as parent personally. Li Sanhai smiled faintly, his eyes profound. Humility is no shame. Facing a fellow cultivator who might soon step into the grandmaster realm merits my personal visit. Besides, I am curious to witness the demeanor of this worldly wise cultivator. The school affairs meeting concluded swiftly and efficiently. One directive after another was silently disseminated. Hyangcheng no. One high school, this vast educational machine, began subtle and precise adjustments for a student named Wang Xinran. At the heart of this storm, in a shabby low-rent apartment, life unfolded in tranquil, or rather, chaotic, normalcy. Wang Yitian lay sprawled across the sofa, snoring rhythmically, a suspicious glistening droplet at the corner of his mouth. Evidently, still negotiating with the Sandman. After some exercise last night, it was time for a proper nap. This was the elder-s way of preserving health. Wang Xinran, sporting a wild mane of multicolored short hair, sat cross-legged on the only relatively clean spot on the living room floor, grimacing at the martial arts analysis displayed on the small screen. She was digesting her father's casual yet twisted remarks from the previous night, attempting to incorporate that hideously ugly but astonishingly effective striking technique into her foundational boxing form. Lower the waist, sink the hips, power rises from the ground. Oh my, this posture is utterly unnatural, like toad style, she muttered, contorting her body with a grimace. Unbeknownst to her, she had become the focal point of protection among a select few top figures in Jiangxing. Nor did she realize that a Grandmaster-level principal was steadily approaching her dilapidated low-rent apartment, bearing a gift. As the sun climbed higher, the low-rent building began to fill with a medley of complex scents, the greasy aroma of fried breakfast from next door, the damp mildew in the hallway, and the faint stench of cheap shampoo drifting from somewhere. Wang Yitian finally stirred on the sofa, stretching with a spine-shattering yawn, his joints crackling loudly, signaling the end of his deep discourse with the Sandman. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he shuffled in his flip-flops to the kitchen, retrieving a half-used packet of instant nutritional paste from the corner, intending to mix it with boiling water for a makeshift breakfast. Life, he believed, was best endured with compromise. This was Wang Yitian's life philosophy. Just then, there came a knock at the door, tap, 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 neither too light nor heavy, perfectly rhythmic, carrying a calm and polite tone strangely out of place in the shabby hallway. Wang Yitian's stirring hand paused mid-mix, his brow furrowing. This knock was unlike the shrewish rent collector, the water meter inspector, or any troublemaking hooligan. Who is it? Early morning disturbance. Ugh, the bane of a late riser, he muttered. Before he could speak, a gentle, clear, yet undeniably authoritative male voice called from outside. May I ask if Mr. Wang Yitian is at home? This is Li Sanghai, principal of Jiangxing No. One high school. I apologize for the sudden visit, and hope you will forgive the intrusion. The voice filtered through the thin door panel, clear and distinct. In the kitchen, Wang Yitian's hand trembled, nearly spilling the nourishing porridge onto his own foot. On the living room floor, Wang Xinran, who was wrestling with the toad technique, sprang up like a cat with its tail stepped on, her small face instantly etched with astonishment. The principal of No. One high school, Li Gangshai, that legendary grandmaster? How would he be here? And so courteous? Had the sun risen from the west? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Xinran's mind in an instant. Had the fight been discovered? Was she going to be expelled? No, that can't be right. The attitude is too good. Could it be the Zhou family's villain filing a complaint first? That didn't seem likely either. She instinctively glanced at her father, only to see Wang Yitian's initial surprise quickly replaced by a lazy expression that said, "Don't bother me. I just woke up," tinged with a hint of impatience at being disturbed. He slowly set down the bowl of porridge, tugged at his wrinkled old shirt, and muttered, "Principal? The principal's so great? Does that mean people don't get to sleep? TCH, what a bother." Though he said it like that, he still ambled over and pulled open the creaking old wooden door. The sight outside made Wang Xinran, who was peeking through the crack, gasp inwardly. Standing in a narrow corridor was a middle-aged man exuding an extraordinary aura. He wore a neatly pressed, dark, gray Zhongshan suit, his posture upright, his face lean, and his eyes gentle yet sharp. Just by standing there quietly, he seemed to illuminate the dilapidated surroundings with a touch of radiance. If not Principal Li Sanghai, then who else could it be? What made Wang Xinran's eyes nearly pop out was that this Grandmaster Principal, usually only seen from afar during opening ceremonies and major events, revered even by the school directors, now wore not a trace of arrogance, but rather a perfectly measured, almost respectful smile. In his hand, he carried an exquisitely simple wooden box. Half a step behind him stood the vice principal, the martial arts department head, and several other influential school figures, all wearing smiles but standing cautiously, not daring to breathe too loudly. This display hardly resembled a home visit. It was clearly a meeting with a superior. Wang Yitian was momentarily stunned by the scene, then scratched his messy hair and stepped aside, saying with a completely casual tone, "Oh, Principal Lee, please come in and sit down. The place is small, don't mind it." His tone was so unremarkable, it was as if the Grandmaster Principal were just old Wang next door borrowing some vinegar. Li Songhai smiled faintly, unbothered, and stepped inside. The school leaders behind him attempted to follow, but were halted by a single glance from Li Songhai, awkwardly remaining in the corridor as gatekeepers. The cramped living room instantly felt even more crowded and oddly charged with Li Songhai's arrival. The Grandmaster's imposing aura starkly contrasted with the bare, humble environment. Li Songhai's gaze calmly swept across the room, noting the bowl of unappetizing, nourishing porridge on the table and the faintly glowing martial arts analysis diagram still left on the floor by Wang Xinran. A subtle look of understanding flickered across his eyes. He selected the sturdiest-looking wooden chair and sat down with elegant poise, utterly incongruous with the surroundings. "Mr. Wang, forgive this intrusion. I come today primarily for 2 reasons," Li Songhai began straightforwardly, his tone sincere. "First, to thank you for entrusting your daughter, Wang Xinran, to study at our 1 high school. It is truly an honor for our institution." Wang Etian yawned and waved his hand dismissively. "Principal Li, you're too kind. The child is mischievous. It's we who caused you trouble." Silently, he thought, this old man sure knows how to talk. Secondly, Li Songhai's expression turned solemn. "We have been informed of the unpleasant incidents last night and previously. Our school's management was clearly lacking, allowing some disrespectful individuals to disturb your peaceful cultivation. On behalf of the school, I offer you my deepest apologies." As he spoke, he even bowed slightly. This moment left not only the school leaders outside wide-eyed, but also dumbfounded Wang Xinran. The Grandmaster Principal was apologizing to her father? The world had surely gone mad. Wang Etian was also caught off guard by this gesture and cleared his throat twice. No problem, no problem. It's a small matter, all resolved. Me? I don't have grand ambitions. I just want peace, to see my daughter grow up safe and happy. I don't like all that fighting, scheming, and striving for fame and fortune. It's meaningless." His words came across as casual, matched by his lazy demeanor, painting the picture of a disenchanted middle-aged man indifferent to worldly affairs. Yet to Li Songhai, these words struck like thunder. Seeking peace, disliking fighting and killing, wanting only to watch one's daughter grow up safe and joyful. This was the stance of a sage who had seen through the world and returned to simplicity. Recalling last night's effortless yet overwhelming display of power that subdued a late-stage martial artist merely with his aura, Li Songhai's conviction deepened. Mr. Wang must be a consummate grandmaster, perhaps even a half-step grandmaster. His state of mind and cultivation were profoundly unfathomable. Little did he know, Wang Etian was simply lazy and had the system as a safety net, fearless and unrestrained. Just then, the system interface in Wang Etian's mind flickered, and a trivial notification flashed across. Daily task. Accompany daughter to complete a basic cultivation session. Incomplete. Instinctively, Wang Etian focused a trace of mental energy to dismiss the prompt. That faint and minuscule burst of spiritual power stirred the vast primal energy within him. A barely perceptible yet exquisitely refined aura rippled outward like a pebble dropped into a still lake, quietly spreading. The aura vanished in an instant, unnoticed by Wang Etian himself. Yet Li Songhai, sitting opposite, suddenly stiffened all over. His acute perception as an early grandmaster caught that fleeting aura clearly. It was as deep as an abyss and as confining as a prison, pure beyond measure, as if containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Though faint, its quality far exceeded that of any grandmaster Li Songhai had ever encountered, even causing a slight shudder in his heart. A half-step grandmaster, absolutely a half-step grandmaster, and likely perfected, only lacking a single opportunity to truly ascend to our realm. The other party was not deliberately low-key, but had reached a level of cultivation where mastery over emission and absorption was natural, returning to simplicity. That brief moment was likely an unintentional reveal of his fundamental aura. Li Songhai immediately understood and grew even more respectful. "Sir, your detachment from worldly ambitions and noble character are truly admirable. Please rest assured, our school will strive to provide your daughter with an absolutely quiet and superior environment for growth." He then gently placed the wooden box in his hand onto the table. "This is a small token of our gratitude. Some foundational medicinal herbs and cultivation resources of decent quality that may help strengthen the basics. Consider it a modest support from the school for Miss Xinran. Please do not refuse." Wang Etian glanced at the wooden box as the system's prompt quietly appeared. Detected high-quality body-tempering liquid X3, concentration incense X1. Spirit stones, medium grade, X10. Valuation, high. His heart blossomed with joy, but outwardly he feigned embarrassment and reluctance. Ah, Principal Lee, this is far too generous. Surely unnecessary? We're just a humble little family. Not at all, not at all, Lee Songhai hastened to say. Moreover, the school has decided to include Miss Shinran in the highest-level Hidden Dragon cultivation program. She will have exclusive, unlimited access to the Advanced Cultivation Chamber, full access to all areas of the library, and a monthly quota of premium medicinal potions. The school would also assign the finest teachers to provide her with the most appropriate guidance, but would never interfere excessively. Everything would be based on her own wishes and natural growth. As Wang Yitian listened to this series of benefits, he was already grinning inwardly, yet his face remained calm and composed. Since the school is so sincere, let me express my gratitude to Principal Lee and the school on behalf of Ranran. His tone was unmistakably reluctant. Seeing that the other party accepted it begrudgingly, Lee Songhai felt a sense of relief, convinced that this master was truly no ordinary person and that his move had been the right one. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and repeatedly assuring that all minor matters would be handled properly, ensuring Wang Yiqian's peace and quiet, he finally rose to take his leave. After bidding farewell to this excessively courteous Grandmaster Principal, the cramped living room fell silent once more. Wang Shinran was still petrified, staring at the simple wooden box on the table, then glancing at her father's face, which bore an expression as serene as today's weather, feeling as if she had just awoken from a bizarre and surreal dream. Pinch me, Dad. Am I still half asleep? She murmured. Wang Yitian had already picked up the bowl of cold nutritional porridge again, slurped a mouthful, then extended his foot, deftly pinching a scrap of paper from the floor between his toes and flicking it with precision into the distant trash bin, his movements fluid like flowing water. He cast a glance at his daughter, raised an eyebrow proudly, and, with a hand that had just been picking at his toes, stroked his chin leisurely, saying slowly, "See? This old face of mine still holds some charm." Wang Shinran looked at her father's mischievous expression, then at the glossy resource card the principal had personally delivered, and suddenly felt that this magical world might actually be quite thrilling. After seeing off that painfully polite Grandmaster Principal, the meager air in their humble apartment seemed to begin flowing once more. Wang Shinran, like a marionette, stiffly shuffled to the table, extended her slightly trembling fingers, and gingerly touched the rustic wooden box. This was no dream. The principal, who usually looked down on everyone from his lofty perch in the clouds and couldn't even remember the name of a poor student like her, had just personally come to their home, politely and even respectfully, to bring warmth and support, just because her father might perhaps, be the formidable recluse master. She abruptly turned her head, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Yitian, who was sitting with one leg crossed, picking at his teeth with his fingernails, contemplating whether the cold nutritional porridge was still drinkable. "Old man," Wang Shinran's voice was a bit dry. "What exactly did you say to the principal? Does he have some kind of issue here?" She pointed at her own temple. Wang Yitian plucked a string of meat from between his teeth, flicked it away innocently. "Say what? Didn't he say anything? I just told him I like peace and quiet and hope my daughter is safe and happy." The old man's pretty sharp, he caught on right away. Probably thought my bones were extraordinary, a talent worth cultivating. He paused, then added, "Mainly, it's because my daughter's doing well and made the school look good." Wang Shinran, "Yeah, right. You're a rotten old man. You've got a wicked streak." She had finally understood. Trying to extract the truth from this old fox's mouth was harder than catching a nuclear bomb barehanded. Forget it, no point asking. If there's a benefit, not taking it would be a fool's game. She grabbed the wooden box like a squirrel guarding its food, darted back to her room, slammed the door shut, and prepared to thoroughly examine these premium goods. Wang Yitian watched his daughter's retreating figure and chuckled, his consciousness sinking into the system. Beep. The host has successfully secured high-quality external resources for the bound target, greatly enhancing her growth environment and sense of security. Fatherly love like a mountain task, progress increased. Reward, plus 200 points of fatherly love. Current fatherly love balance, 485 points. TSK. When a Grandmaster makes a move, it's generous indeed. Boosting goodwill like this covers several days of me struggling to raise the kid. Wang Yitian rubbed his hands happily and began browsing the store, pondering whether to exchange for daughter's Happy Water Pro Max or save up for a bigger item. The next day, Monday, Wang Shinran sported a freshly styled, dazzlingly vibrant, multicolored short haircut, each strand radiating an aura of "don't mess with me," as she cruised toward Jiangxingno, one high school on her hoverboard. Along the way, she felt a bit nervous. The principal's visit was one thing, but actual changes at school were quite another. Would the teachers and classmates really change their attitudes just because of the principal's word? Would Isekai'd and his gang still harbor ill intentions? However, as soon as she entered the school gate and stepped onto the main road, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Something very wrong. Previously, when she came to school, most looks she received were of indifference, disdain, or mockery, as if she were a sideshow. But today, everyone who saw her, students and teachers alike, had extremely complex expressions. There was curiosity, inquiry, disbelief, but more than anything, a cautious reverence. Several of Isekai'd's former henchmen, upon seeing her, turned pale as if they had seen a ghost, lowered their heads, and scurried along the walls at a speed that suggested they were fleeing from a dog. Puzzled, she parked her hoverboard and walked toward the teaching building. Along the way, classmates, whether familiar or strangers, greeted her proactively, their tones overflowing with enthusiasm and even a hint of flattery. Ranjia, good morning. Ranjia, you look great today. Ranjia, have you eaten breakfast? I have a new energy bar here, want one? Even a girl who had once mocked her most fiercely, shyly approached, handing her a cup of exquisitely packaged milk tea. Ranran, I was wrong before. You're magnanimous. Please don't hold it against me. Ranran was overwhelmed by this sudden warmth, goosebumps rising all over her body. She could only nod stiffly and respond vaguely, I already ate, no thanks. When she reached the classroom door, something even more absurd happened. The homeroom teacher, usually scowling, looking at her as if she were non-recyclable trash, was now standing at the door with a face full of what could only be described as a kindly smile. Upon seeing her approach, the teacher's eyes lit up and he hurried over. Shinran is here. Come on in, come on in. Oh, that hairstyle is really sharp today. So unique. Truly a future martial arts star. Shinran stumbled slightly, almost losing her footing. She glanced suspiciously at the homeroom teacher, then looked up at the classroom number. Yes, it was the 11th class of the second year. Had the homeroom teacher been possessed? Dazed, she walked into the classroom and found that her seat was completely wrong. Her old desk, which had been at the back of the room near the trash can, riddled with dents and carved with the word loser, was gone. In its place was a brand new desk, gleaming with metallic luster, equipped with a subtle light screen and a built-in thermos cup holder, an advanced intelligent study desk. Her seat had been moved to the very center of the classroom, the golden C position. All the students' gazes were fixed on her. Their expressions varied, but no one dared to speak loudly. Shinran, pointing at the new desk, was a bit bewildered. The homeroom teacher beamed. The school has noticed Shinran's rapid recent progress and immense potential, so they specially replaced your study environment with one more suited to unlocking your abilities. This is the latest Voyager intelligent desk model. It can help regulate your mental state and use microcurrent stimulation on acupuncture points to promote blood circulation and remove stagnation. Shinran. Promote blood circulation and remove stagnation? What nonsense is that? I'm not here for cupping therapy. But that was only the beginning. The first class was martial arts theory. The theory teacher, a pedantic old scholar who usually looked down on everyone and was only kind of top students, spent at least 1/3 of the class time staring at Shinran. Whenever the discussion reached a pivotal point, the teacher would instinctively ask, Shinran, do you grasp this concept? Or Shinran, do you have any unique insights on this power technique? Shinran's scalp tingled from the constant questioning, and she could only grit her teeth and nod feebly. Yes, I understand. No particular insights. As soon as the dismissal bell rang, Lu Meng, the head of the martial arts department, personally appeared at the classroom door, beaming as he said to Shinran, your Hidden Dragon Project resource card has been activated. From now on, Advanced Training Room number 3 is exclusively yours. Here is the access card. You can enter anytime. The monthly quota of potions will be automatically credited to your card at the beginning of each month. Just collect whatever you need from the logistics department. No queues necessary. With that, he handed her a shimmering silver access card engraved with a dragon pattern and a resource card. The entire class was stunned. An exclusive advanced training room? Unlimited access? Potions at will? Even the student council president doesn't get this kind of treatment. Holding those two weighty cards, Shinran felt as if she were clutching two searing irons. She finally truly understood what the principal meant by top-tier cultivation. This was no longer mere focused training. It was as if she were being treated like a beloved daughter. No, like a revered deity. At lunch in the cafeteria, the auntie serving food no longer trembled. She piled fierce beast meat into a mountain for her, and even gave her an extra bowl of medicinal soup, said to nourish chi and blood. The coveted window seats, which once required a fierce scramble, always had one vacant, as if reserved just for her. Even when she went to the restroom, younger girls stood shyly at the door, blushing as they handed her tissues, and timidly asked, "Sister Ranran, could you sign an autograph for me?" Wang Xinran replied, "An autograph? Where? On your uniform or your forehead?" Throughout the day, she lived in a surreal, euphoric haze. She felt almost weightless as she walked. Yet, she remembered her father's advice to keep a low profile, forcing a stoic expression to maintain composure. Even though a mischievous grin was already plastered across her face, and she wished she could somersault thrice on the spot. Not bad, just pretty impressive, was her teasingly exasperated assessment of her envious and resentful deskmate's tone. After school, she dashed straight to that legendary exclusive advanced training room. Upon opening the door, she gasped sharply. This was no mere training room. It was a luxurious, presidential suite, larger than her own home. The floor was covered with special material that automatically adjusted its firmness and absorbed impact. The walls were holographic projection screens capable of simulating various combat environments. The air was suffused with pure elemental energy, condensed by intricate formations, making every breath invigorating. Nearby were a private shower, a rest pod, and even a compact, emergency medical kit. Damn privileged class, Wang Xinran muttered to herself, then without hesitation dove in with relish. It was irresistible. She wasted no time and immediately began rigorous training, diluting the high-quality body-tempering elixir sent by the principal, lighting the incense that calmed the mind, clutching a mid-grade spirit stone. She started practicing her father's awkward but effective secret techniques in this energy-rich room. The results were astonishing, with top-tier resources, a supreme environment, and elite cultivation methods all reinforcing each other. She felt every cell in her body jubilant. Her chi and blood surged like mighty rivers, and her perception and control of elemental energy visibly improved. The once obscure and difficult power release techniques now flowed naturally and effortlessly. She could distinctly feel her strength increasing steadily and rapidly, her foundation becoming rock solid. At this pace, breaking through to the late stage of martial artist was imminent. After training, she dragged her exhausted yet exhilarated body home to find her father sprawled on the sofa, scratching his foot while watching an ancient soap opera about mother-in-law conflicts. Back already? Wang Yiqian didn't even raise his eyelids. How was the new desk? Comfortable? Enough meat in the cafeteria? Wang Xinran tossed her bag aside and collapsed onto the worn sofa, exhaling deeply but wearing a barely contained grin of excitement and smugness. Not bad. Just SOSO. People greet me everywhere I go. It's a bit annoying. The training room is okay. The elemental energy concentration is only about 7 or 8 times higher than outside. Wang Yiqian gave her a sidelong glance and snorted. Look at you, getting all cocky over that. Back in my day, cough cough. Anyway, stay calm and keep your fundamentals solid. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes, but couldn't suppress the smile, tugging at the corners of her mouth. Being fawned over wherever she went, having resources at her disposal, and rocketing through cultivation, this was incredibly exhilarating. The script of a failing student's triumphant comeback, the return of the school tyrant. She loved it. She felt like her body might burst. This was no exaggeration. It was a genuine sensation. Her chi and blood were so full, surging violently through her meridians, swelling intensely. Ever since becoming the school's key protected individual, with an exclusive training room and endless resources, plus her father's seemingly unreliable but remarkably effective guidance, her cultivation soared rapidly. Every day, she sensed her power increasing, and the feeling was addictive. She practically lived in the training room, training fervently. That night, Wang Xinran sat in meditation in the training room. The surrounding energy was dense. She held a spirit stone in her hand, her mind serene. Suddenly, a tremor stirred in her dantian. A low humming resonated deep within her body. Her previously steady chi and blood suddenly became wild and turbulent, fiercely surging throughout her frame. Her dantian swelled, the barrier separating the mid and late stages of martial artist violently shaking as if about to shatter at any moment. She was about to break through. A surge of joy flooded her heart, but she quickly calmed herself. She knew better than to rush recklessly. She focused her spirit, guiding the chi and blood to the breakthrough point. But the barrier was stubborn. Despite several attempts, she failed. Instead, the violent tremors made her chi and blood churn wildly, and her throat tasted sweet. Brute force wouldn't work. She stopped to regulate her breath. Breakthrough opportunities were rare and precious. She couldn't afford to miss this one. Growing anxious, she thought, I need Dad. That old man may be unserious most times, but his advice is always useful when it counts. She sprang up without bothering to change, grabbed her skateboard, and sped home. Bang! The door was flung open. Wang Yiqian was sprawled on the sofa, watching a worn-out drama, scratching his foot, commenting, "That old lady's really wicked." "Dad, I'm about to explode." Wang Xinran rushed up to him, her face flushed and breath ragged. Wang Yitian jumped in surprise, chips scattering over him. "What's wrong, daughter? Chased by a dog?" "No, I'm breaking through. Late-stage martial artist. I'm stuck. Help me out." Wang Xinran grabbed his arm and shook him. Hearing it was about cultivation, Wang Yitian flopped back down. "Breakthrough, huh? It's like that thing. You can't just use brute force. Speak plainly, or you're washing dishes for a year." All right. Wang Yitian sat up, mentally connecting to the system. System, scan daughter's status. Provide a breakthrough plan and explain it simply. Scan complete. Status, peak mid-stage martial artist. Breakthrough, barrier loosening. Qi and blood abundant. Meridians near limit. Optimal method. Guide qi and blood to gather at the node 3CUN below the qi acupoint. Apply spiral compression, then release explosively. Precision is crucial to avoid injury. Wang Yitian nodded knowingly and assumed the pose of a master, dipping his finger in water to draw a circle on the tea table. "Daughter, look here. The qi acupoint. You know it, right? Don't foolishly hit the center. Go a bit lower, to a place called Hidden Dragon Abyss, my secret technique." He made the name up. Wang Xinran was skeptical. Hidden Dragon Abyss? It's not in the books. The books lie to kids. Wang Yitian wore a look of disdain. "Listen carefully. When your qi and blood reach the critical juncture, divert the thickest stream of qi and blood, curve it, and channel it into this hidden dragon abyss. Then, without hesitation, like unleashing a hidden move, detonate it instantly. Be swift. Be ruthless. Be precise. One decisive strike." Wang Xinran was skeptical, but time was pressing. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll trust you this once. If it fails, you'll be washing all the bowls and socks." With that, she turned and dashed back to the training room. Wang Yitian smugly lay back, waiting for the system's reward. Inside the training room, Wang Xinran calmed her mind once more. Although her father's words had been harsh, the concept of the hidden dragon abyss and detonation had given her a clue. She guided her qi and blood, and when it surged to the critical point, she steeled herself and, following her father's instructions, diverted a stream of qi and blood toward that spot. The flow created a suction. Now, she focused her spirit, spiraled the pressure, and detonated. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed in her consciousness. The solid barrier shattered instantly. Qi and blood surged like a flood into her more expansive meridians. A stronger, more refined aura burst forth from within her. The energy in the training room swirled into her body. Bones cracked, muscles strengthened, senses sharpened. Late-stage martial artist. She had succeeded. Her eyes snapped open, shining with fierce light, and she couldn't help but let out a long roar. The sound echoed beyond the training room. Success! She pumped her fist excitedly. In the modest rented room, Wang Yitian trembled all over. At the moment his daughter broke through, a massive energy spontaneously appeared, flooding every limb and bone. The bottleneck of mid-stage Grandmaster vanished instantly in the presence of this power. The qi expanded, energy grew stronger and purer, mental power surged, and his control over strength became more refined. Late-stage Grandmaster. Achieved effortlessly. Ding. Wang Xinran has broken through to late-stage martial artist. Host S Realm advanced to late-stage Grandmaster. Qualitative leap in strength, control enhanced. Reward. Parental affection points 200. School resources indirectly assisted. Reward. Parental affection points 50. Current parental affection points 735. The notification tones chimed in succession. Awesome. Wang Yitian hurriedly suppressed his breath and resumed his lazy demeanor. Though his heart was bursting with joy, this feeling of effortless victory was truly delightful. Wang Xinran rushed home, her face alight with excitement. "Dad, I broke through. Late stage. Your method really works." Wang Yitian lifted an eyelid. "Basic operation. Look at you all happy. Hungry? I'm in a good mood today. I'll cook." He got up and went to the kitchen, whipping up a meal from inexpensive ingredients, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. At the dining table, Wang Xinran chewed on a synthetic meat patty, brimming with confidence. "I'll definitely take first place in the final competition." Wang Yitian pushed his food around and mumbled indistinctly. "Whatever you want, just don't disturb my sleep." Inside, he was delighted, staring at his 735 parental affection points, pondering what to exchange for. At that moment, the old communication device on Wang Xinran's wrist beeped, displaying a new message. She casually tapped it open, glanced over, and froze. She even forgot to chew the meat in her mouth. The message's title stood out boldly. Notice regarding the school selection for the National Youth Martial Arts Competition. Wang Yitian noticed her dazed expression and leaned over to peek at the screen, smacking his lips. National competition? Sounds lively. Want to give it a shot? Wang Xinran snapped back to reality, eyes sparkling brighter, snatched the device, and slammed her fist on the table. Absolutely. Why wouldn't I go? It's the perfect chance to test how strong I am now. Staring at the screen of the worn communication device on her wrist, her eyes widened like saucers. Mouth slightly agape, she completely forgot the synthetic meat patty still in her mouth. On the screen appeared a freshly popped, officially certified notification. The title bold and highlighted in red, exceptionally eye-catching. Notice regarding the school selection for the National Youth Martial Arts Competition and the Jiangxingno. One high school representative team member selection. Below the notice, dense fine print detailed the competition S-level, significance, as well as the rules, schedule of the school selection, and the most enticing rewards. Wang Xinran skimmed swiftly, her breath involuntarily growing heavier. National Youth Martial Arts Competition. She murmured to herself, heart pounding wildly. The name alone sounded formidable. It was nationwide, not like the small-scale school or West City District matches she'd known before. Then she read the reward details, her eyes beginning to shine. Those selected for the School S representative team would receive. First, access to the School S resource library at A-level permissions, with cultivation resources supplied at the highest standards. Second, exclusive guidance from a Grandmaster level coaching team. Third, top-tier bonus points for comprehensive college entrance evaluations, or priority admission qualifications to elite martial arts universities. Fourth, the honor of representing the school at city, provincial, and even national competitions, with additional huge prize money and special resource rewards based on performance. A-level resource access, Grandmaster coaching, priority college admission, massive prize money. Each point struck her heart like a heavy hammer. The temptation was overwhelming, especially for someone like her, who had once been resource poor and barely kept pace thanks to her father's unconventional support. These resources were not just a godsend, but a crowning glory, saving her countless detours and propelling her cultivation to new heights. She could envision that if she could stand out in this election, or even go further, her life's trajectory would be utterly transformed. No longer would she worry about resources, and she could single-mindedly pursue higher realms. Yes, she had to participate. This thought sprouted wildly in her heart like a rampant weed. However, when her gaze dropped to the end of the notice, where a preview list of upperclassmen who had already expressed interest was posted, that blazing enthusiasm was instantly doused with a bucket of ice water. At the top of the list, several names were marked with cultivation levels. Lin Hao, senior year. Early stage martial warrior Ouyang Qian, senior year. Complete martial artist Zhao Meng, senior year. Complete martial artist. Note, recently recovered from injury. Early stage martial warrior. Several complete martial artists. Sinyo. They had been cultivating longer than her, possessed richer experience, and their resources might not be much worse than hers now. She, Wang Xinran at best, was a newly broken through, late-stage martial artist. Though confident in her combat ability and bolstered by her father's unconventional theories. How much chance did she really have against true geniuses who had stepped into the martial warrior realm? An immense pressure washed over her. She recalled the helplessness she felt facing Zhou Biao last time. Though her father had dealt with it easily, it was because he was strong, not her. This time, she had to rely on herself to compete. Go or not, if she went, she might be beaten badly, becoming a laughingstock, potentially even losing the modest benefits she currently enjoyed. If she didn't go, she could quietly enjoy her existing resources, wait until senior year, and perhaps break through to martial warrior smoothly. Why risk it now? Wang Xinran wrestled with the dilemma. She was a rogue, proud, but not foolish. She understood the gap. For a moment, excitement, desire, hesitation, and worry clashed within her heart, freezing her chopsticks mid-air. TSK, just eat your meal instead of zoning out at that broken screen. The meat's getting cold. A lazy voice sounded nearby. Wang Yitian pushed his plate of greens around without looking up, seemingly uninterested in the heavy news his daughter was holding. Wang Xinran snapped back to attention and thrust the communicator screen in front of Wang Yitian's eyes. Her tone tinged with urgency, Xian noticed herself. Old man, look at this. Only then did Wang Yitian raise his eyelids, casually glancing at it and muttering. National competition? Sounds lively. So you want to go? The rewards are incredible. Wang Xinran pointed at the screen. A-level resources. Grandmaster coaching. Guaranteed admission. Yet her voice softened as she pointed to Lin Hao's name. Look at the contestants. There are even martial masters. I've only just reached the late stage. Wang Yitian leisurely picked up a piece of green vegetable, chewing slowly and mumbling indistinctly. "Oh, martial masters, huh? That is somewhat impressive." His tone was so flat, it was as if he were commenting on the vegetables being a bit tough today. Wang Xinran glared at his indifferent demeanor, her anger bubbling up uncontrollably. "Hey, old man, your daughter might be ground down on stage. Is that all the reaction you have?" At last, Wang Yiqian set down his chopsticks, rubbed his hands together, and, out of habit, reached to scratch his foot, only to be shot down by Wang Xinran's murderous glare. Sheepishly, he withdrew his hand and shrugged. "Grinding down is just grinding down. It won't make me lose any flesh. If you can't win, just admit defeat. It's no big deal. My pension is not enough to cover your exorbitant medical bills or compensation for psychological trauma." His words were delivered with a casual nonchalance, as if discussing whether to haggle at the market tomorrow. "Wang Yi, Tian," Wang Xinran finally exploded, slapping the table so hard that dishes rattled. "Are you even my father? Do you look down on me that much? What do you mean admit defeat? The word defeat doesn't exist in this genius-s dictionary." Her chest heaved violently, and her multicolored short hair nearly stood on end with fury. "So what if he is a martial master? Isn't he's still just two shoulders carrying one head? Who is afraid of whom? It's just fighting. I refuse to believe otherwise." Wang Yiqian's sarcastic remark was like a matchstick, instantly igniting the indomitable spirit and rebellious fire deep within Wang Xinran's bones. The earlier hesitation and worry were completely consumed by this wicked flame. Indeed, what is there to fear? If I can't win, I'll just fall down. But if I don't even have the courage to fight, that is truly disgraceful. Why has Wang Xinran ever been cowardly? Watching his daughter resemble a provoked little leopard, a faint, nearly imperceptible smile flickered deep within Wang Yiqian's usually murky eyes. Yet his face remained lazily impudent as he scratched his ear and muttered, all right. You're amazing. You're awesome. If you want to go, then go. Why the fuss? You're disturbing your old man's meal." With that, he picked his bowl back up and resumed his focused assault on the few strands of vegetables. As if nothing had transpired, Wang Xinran huffed and plopped back into her seat, snatching the communication device and rapidly tapping on the screen. Ding! The confirmation tone chimed. Registration successful. She flashed the screen in front of Wang Yiqian and snapped fiercely. "Watch closely. This genius is signed up. Just wait. I'll bring home first place for you." Wang Yiqian lifted his head from the bowl, glanced briefly, and grumbled, "What is the use of first place? Can it buy me a little extra meat?" Then he lowered his head and continued eating. Wang Xinran sighed, "Forget it. Getting mad at this old fossil will just shorten my life." She bit hard into the now-cold meat patty, determination burning in her heart. "Just wait, Lin Hao, Yang Qian. Bring them all on. I'm claiming this representative spot." Meanwhile, Wang Yiqian, seemingly absorbed in his meal, silently connected to the system interface. His gaze swept over the modest amount of paternal affection points recently credited due to his daughter's resolute decision to compete. A barely noticeable twitch curved the corner of his mouth. Big fish, finally about to be netted. The waters of this national competition are just right for refining this uncut gem. As for the storms, with your old man backing you up, go ahead and thrash about. The thrill of successful registration was like a bottle of ice-cold soda on a summer day, refreshing with a few gulps, yet soon evaporated in the stifling heat of reality. Wang Xinran dove headfirst into her exclusive advanced training chamber, throwing herself into relentless practice. The school's internal selection competition was only days away. The names of martial masters and fully accomplished warriors on the list slapped her like tiny whips against the back of her head, leaving no room for slackening. She repeatedly drilled the basic but effective punching techniques her father had taught, striking the energy target with fierce punches. At first, it was all right, power coalesced. Bursts of strength were abundant. But when she tried to increase her speed, simulating high-velocity combat, problems emerged. Faster meant messy. The quicker she moved, the more her form distorted. Her power delivery lost precision, and her chi and blood circulation couldn't keep pace. The previously harmonious force scattered. Achieving even 70% of her full strength was a struggle. Several times, unstable exertion nearly threw her off balance, and the recoil from the target sent aches shooting through her wrists. Damn it, why can't I perform well when I speed up? Panting heavily, Wang Xinran stared at the erratic numbers on the energy target and irritably scratched her multicolored hair. The sensation was like driving. A steady pace was manageable. But once she hit the highway, the car drifted uncontrollably. The steering wheel defied her commands. She knew this was a bottleneck. Previously, training had been methodical, with no urgent need to master high-speed offense and defense. Now, facing opponents potentially stronger than herself, speed, reaction, and instantaneous power were all indispensable. After an entire afternoon of practice, progress was minimal. Exhausted and frustrated, Wang Xinran stomped home. Wang Etian was slouched on the sofa, watching an old-fashioned light brain screen, playing an archaeological documentary. The image showed a group clad in protective suits, digging in a pit suspected to be an ancient ruin. "You're back." Without lifting his eyelids, Wang Etian asked, "How's training? Did you punch through any sandbags?" Wang Xinran threw her backpack to the floor and collapsed into the worn sofa opposite, her voice weak. "Punch through my foot. I can't speed up. As soon as I do, everything falls apart. Old man, is there a flaw in your boxing style? Is it only good for slow, leisurely fighting?" Only then did Wang Etian sluggishly pause the documentary, the screen freezing on a close-up of a strange metal fragment unearthed during the excavation. He turned his head and scrutinized his daughter a few times. In those usually dull, lifeless eyes flickered a faint, almost imperceptible gleam of sharpness as the system scan activated. Ding! Scan complete. Bound subject, Wang Xinran. Current training bottleneck. Insufficient coordination of core muscle groups during high-speed movement. Neural reflex and elemental energy operation mismatch at 178. Resulting in reduced power efficiency and distorted movements. Recommended solution: high-intensity dynamic visual and neural response enhancement training. Marketplace recommended item: high-speed dynamic visual simulation card, beginner. Price: 80 paternal affection points. Wang Etian mentally exclaimed, "Oh, so there really is a problem." Feigning nonchalance, he scratched his belly and leisurely said, "Flaw? Nonsense. You just haven't trained properly. My kung fu is vast and profound." "Do you think a little girl like you can question?" Wang Xinran took the metal plate in her hand. It was icy cold and heavy. The runes etched upon it were crooked and uneven, yet undeniably exuded an aura of ancient mystery. She regarded it with skepticism. "This thing? How does one use it? Press it to the forehead? Blood oath, huh?" "Huh," Wang Etian nearly blurted out. "Just input a trace of primordial energy to activate it. Then focus your mind. It will transport you into a simulated training space. Fair warning, this relic is ancient. Its effects uncertain, might be a bit intense. If you can't handle it, disconnect immediately. Don't push yourself." Wang Xinran glanced once more at the seemingly antique artifact in her hand, then at her father's indifferent demeanor, as if it were something he cared for, but rarely used. She gritted her teeth. Might as well try it as a last resort. She settled into a cross-legged position and, as instructed, infused a sliver of primordial energy into the metal plate. Ahem! The runes on the plate flickered faintly, and Wang Xinran suddenly felt a blur before her eyes. The surroundings instantly transformed. No longer was she in the shabby living room at home, but immersed within a pristine white virtual space suffused with technological aura. Countless tiny points of light darted chaotically at high speed around her, accompanied by a cold, mechanical voice ringing in her ears. High-speed dynamic visual response training, beginner mode, activated. Evade the light points. The longer you endure, the higher the score. Before she could even process this, a light point hurtled straight at her at breakneck speed. Damn! Instinctively, Wang Xinran tried to dodge sideways, but since her body was seated in reality and only her consciousness was active in the virtual space, this nearly caused her to lose balance and topple over in the real world. Within the virtual realm, she saw herself being struck squarely by the light point. Bang! Score: failure. Reaction delay: 0.5 seconds. The prompt sounded coldly. That was way too fast. Wang Xinran refused to accept defeat and concentrated harder for another attempt. And thus began a cycle of various humiliations. A light point came from the left. She dodged right, only to be hit by one coming from the right. A light point descended from above. She ducked, but one flew diagonally from below, striking her. Two light points attacked simultaneously from different directions. Flustered, she failed to respond properly and was hit by all. Sometimes she judged the direction correctly, but her body reacted a split second too late and still got hit. Once, so nervous that her virtual self attempted to jump away with both hands and feet simultaneously, she ended up tripping over herself and was overwhelmed by the light points. Bang! Failure. Bang! Overreaction. Bang! Poor coordination. Bang! The cold prompt noises rang incessantly. Wang Xinran was battered senseless in a virtual space, though not physically harmed. The crushing sense of failure and mental exhaustion with each defeat were very real. In reality, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, her brows furrowed tightly, lips pressed firmly together. Wang Etian lounged nearby, leisurely engrossed in his archaeological documentary, occasionally glancing at his daughter's battle-ready, yet twitching demeanor, suppressing a smile that threatened to escape. This ancient training talisman's effect, it seemed, was indeed quite stimulating. After an indeterminate length of time, Wang Xinran abruptly opened her eyes, panting heavily, her gaze somewhat vacant. She threw the metal plate onto the sofa, as if discarding a hot potato. Devil. Wang Etian. You're a devil. What kind of broken thing is this? Impossible to dodge. Her voice was hoarse with exhaustion. Wang Etian scratched his ear. TSK. Blaming the prop for being stupid yourself? So how do you feel? Wang Xinran caught her breath and calmed herself, carefully reflecting. Though she had been mercilessly battered, her dynamic vision seemed slightly sharpened. Her ability to track rapidly moving objects appeared somewhat clearer. Just a subtle sensation, as if a thin veil that had always clouded her sight was lifted at one corner. Maybe it's somewhat useful, she said uncertainly. Useful? Then keep practicing. No excuses. Wang Etian waved his hand. Tomorrow we continue. Let us not get pummeled into fools by virtual light points before the selection competition. Wang Xinran groaned, but thinking of the formidable opponents ahead, she gritted her teeth. After resting for a while, she picked up the ancient training talisman again. In the following days, besides her regular training, Wang Xinran relentlessly battled that cursed thing. Each day left her mentally drained. Yet her reaction speed and adaptability to high-speed dynamics improved rapidly without her even realizing. The selection competition approached ever closer. The days spent being tortured by the ancient training talisman slipped away like sand through her fingers. Before long, the day of the Jiangqingno, one high school national youth martial arts tournament's internal selection arrived. Early that morning, the school's central giant multipurpose gymnasium, usually only used for full school assemblies, buzzed with a crowd as lively as a festival. The enormous circular stands were packed densely with students, their chattering merging into a buzzing background hum. The air was thick with youthful hormones, the scent of sweat, and an intense tension named competition. At the center of the gymnasium, 10 standard alloy fighting rings had been set up, reflecting a cold, hard gleam under the high-intensity overhead lights. Surrounding each ring were pale, blue energy shield generators, ensuring that the residual energy from fierce battles would not harm the spectators. Judges' seats, medical stations, and competitors' rest areas were all in place, lending an air of formality. Wang Xinran, sporting her signature multicolored short hair and clad in a neatly worn but clean training uniform, blended into the bustling crowd of participants, awaiting the draw. She absent-mindedly rubbed the now-familiar, grayish ancient training talisman in her hand. Its trial effect expired. Now it served only as a psychological comfort charm. Her gaze sweeping the surrounding competitors like a searchlight. TSK, quite a crowd, she muttered inwardly. Glancing around, most were upperclassmen from the second and third years, each exuding a composed aura, eyes sharp, clearly not to be trifled with. She, a mere late-stage, newly promoted martial artist, felt like a husky among wolves, an odd sight indeed. A long queue formed at the drawing station. Wang Xinran stood on tiptoe, peering forward, silently praying, "Don't get a freak, don't get a freak." The results came swiftly. She unfolded her slip. Group B, 7th match. Phew, not bad. Toward the back. Wang Xinran exhaled in relief. This meant she had ample time to observe the opponents ahead, to gauge their strengths. She pocketed the slip and found a spot neither too close nor too far from the ring, settling down to commence reconnaissance. Soon, her radar locked on several key targets. The first to catch her, I was a boy dressed in a crisply tailored, obviously high-end custom training uniform. Tall and upright, handsome, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He appeared refined and quiet, calmly leafing through a paper book. Yet, Wang Xinran keenly sensed a faint but exceptionally concentrated aura radiating from him. Lin Hao. Wang Xinran narrowed her eyes. Senior third year, top student, early stage martial master. The #1 seed on the roster. Rumored to excel in both academics and martial arts. He was a flagship of the school's elite cultivation. TSK, a scholar warrior who's good-looking to boot. Do they even let people like that live? Wang Xinran curled her lip, thinking, such a perfect persona usually means either the protagonist or the final boss, probably tough to deal with. Then her gaze was drawn to another figure. A girl, slender and lithe, moving with an eerie grace, cat-like in her agility. She was warming up, her footsteps erratic and elusive, sometimes swift and ghost-like, other times as still as a maiden, rendering her movements utterly inscrutable. Ouyang Qian and Wang Xinran recognized her immediately. A senior in high school, a martial artist at the pinnacle of her craft, reputed to have inherited a peculiar family technique of body movement, acclaimed as invincible among her peers, remarkably slippery. One who specializes in agility techniques? Those are the most vexing. Impossible to strike, impossible to chase, like an eel slipping through fingers. Wang Xinran felt a headache brewing. Such opponents tested her reflexes and anticipation to the extreme, precisely her previous weaknesses. Yet, recalling the modest progress she had painfully extracted from the ancient training talisman, she felt a slight reassurance stir within her. Besides these two most conspicuous figures, several others caught her attention. A burly man named Zhao Mang, his muscles knotted and sinewy, exuding a fierce aura. A martial artist at the peak of his power, strength-oriented. A black-clad youth with cold, piercing eyes, arms folded, silent, and a cheerful, sunny-faced boy who greeted those around him with a smile, yet whose aura was by no means weak. Good heavens, the whole menagerie of demons and monsters had come forth. Wang Xinran muttered bitterly in her mind as she watched. Lin Hao was clearly a show-off, likely fond of striking from behind and playing the deep strategist. Ouyang Qian was like a ghost. She must be wary of her sneaking around for a back attack. The muscular brute would probably just charge headlong. She'd have to use finesse to counter. The cold-eyed boy would likely resort to underhanded tactics. She'd have to be cautious of hidden weapons. And the sunny boy? The chances were 80% he was a smiling tiger in disguise. As she was weaving these thoughts, the draw results were announced one after another, and the matchups illuminated on the big screen. Wang Xinran quickly lifted her gaze to find her own name. Group B, Match 7. Wang Xinran, second-year high school. Late-stage martial artist versus Zhang Chao, senior, late-stage martial artist. Zhang Chao. Wang Xinran ran through the name in her mind rapidly. No particular impression. Just an ordinary senior martial artist at the late stage. She exhaled slightly. Her first-round opponent wasn't too formidable. There was a chance. The match began swiftly. At the referee's signal, the arenas instantly surged with energy, shouts and clashes ringing out incessantly. The crowd erupted in cheers and exclamations. Wang Xinran watched intently, especially focusing on the matches of the popular contenders like Lin Hao and Ouyang Qian. Lin Hao stepped onto the stage, facing a senior who was a martial artist at the peak. The senior launched a fierce assault from the outset, brimming with momentum. Lin Hao merely adjusted his glasses, shifted his footing lightly, effortlessly evading every strike, then casually delivered a palm strike, the concentrated wind of his palm landing squarely on the opponent's chest. The senior grunted lowly, flew backward, and after landing, struggled to rise for a long while. A one-move knockout of a martial artist at the peak? Wang Xinran's pupils contracted sharply. Lin Hao's strength was even more terrifying than the rumor suggested. His control over energy was astonishingly precise. Ouyang Qian's match was even stranger. Her opponent could not grasp the hem of her garment, spun around helplessly by her ghost-like footwork, and finally, exhausted and gasping, was lightly tapped on acupoint by Ouyang Qian, instantly collapsing in submission. That body technique was truly extraordinary. Wang Xinran felt that her training in dynamic vision had not been in vain. She could at least barely discern parts of Ouyang Qian's movement trajectory, though keeping pace remained far beyond her reach. Match after match unfolded, some fiercely contested, some one-sided routes, and some stunning upsets. The atmosphere inside the arena was electrifying. Finally, it was time for Group B, Match 7. Contestants for Group B, Match 7, Wang Xinran and Zhang Chao. Please proceed to Arena 3 for preparation. The announcement boomed. Wang Xinran took a deep breath, stretched her limbs, rose to her feet, and walked toward Arena 3. She felt a mixture of nervousness and excitement. The first battle had arrived. She reached the edge of the stage and prepared to mount. The referee was already in position. Yet, after waiting a long while, Zhang Chao's figure failed to appear. Whispers began to ripple through the audience. The referee frowned and called out loudly again. Contestant Zhang Chao, please proceed to the stage immediately. Failure to appear will be considered a forfeit. After another minute passed with no sign of Zhang Chao, the referee picked up the communicator to confirm, then cast a peculiar glance at Wang Xinran before raising his hand to announce. Due to contestant Zhang Chao's failure to appear within the designated time, he is deemed to have forfeited. The winner is Wang Xinran. Wang Xinran. She stood at the edge of the arena, utterly bewildered. Was this really a victory? A win without a fight? Instinctively scanning the crowd for the one called Zhang Chao, she caught sight not far off of a somewhat familiar tall boy, head lowered, surrounded by several companions, his expression looking rather sour. Wang Xinran recalled. Wasn't he one of the lackeys who used to follow Zhou Kai? Could it be that her reputation had frightened him off? He dare not fight? Wang Xinran scratched her head, feeling both amused and exasperated. This victory had come far too abruptly. She had been bracing herself for a fight, yet her opponent simply vanished. A wave of ambiguous boos and murmurs arose from the stands. Wang Xinran shrugged and, at the referee's gesture, reluctantly stepped down from the arena. The first round match ended in such a dramatic fashion. She returned to the resting area, staring at the advancement mark beside her name on the big screen, her emotions tangled. Was this a promising start, or just dumb luck? Regardless, she had moved on to the next round. The true challenge still lay ahead. News of her first round bye, an unchallenged victory, spread like wildfire throughout the gymnasium. Wang Xinran bore a multitude of gazes, some surprised, some curious, some scornful, and a few tinged with the ambiguous glint of just as expected as she returned to the contestants' resting area. She felt uneasy, as if a fist she had gathered all her strength to throw had hit nothing but cotton, hollow and empty. No srid, muttering under her breath. She plopped down onto a plastic chair and resumed observing the ongoing matches. The faint sense of fortune she felt because of her opponent's forfeit was soon diluted by the presence of stronger adversaries and fiercer battles. Especially seeing Lin Hao and Ouyang Qian continuing to advance with ease, she understood clearly that luck alone would not carry her far. True skill was the ultimate truth. The second round draw commenced promptly. Wang Xinran's draw position remained toward the back. Her opponent was Li Chong. Upon seeing the name, Wang Xinran raised an eyebrow. She knew this fellow, a senior, a martial artist at the peak, formerly one of Zhou Kai's most devoted followers, who had often taunted her mercilessly alongside Zhou Kai. After Zhou Kai had been persuaded by her father to retire and recuperate, this guy had quieted down for a while. Now that the master was out of commission, the lackey was trying to pick a fight? Wang Xinran sneered inwardly. She could almost guess his thoughts. He assumed her strength was merely bolstered by her formidable father, and that she was otherwise insignificant. Now he wanted to seize this chance to trample her, hoping to gain favor before Zhou Kai. Sure enough, as she approached Arena 5, she felt a malevolent gaze fixed unwaveringly upon her. At the edge of the arena stood a tall, burly boy with a trace of hostility etched on his face. Arms folded, glancing at her sideways with an unmistakable sneer. It was Li Chong. Well, if at ISNT our undefeated champion Wang Xinran. Li Chong sneered the moment she stood firm, his voice low but loud enough for nearby people to hear. Lucky, huh? A free pass in the first round. Let us see if your luck holds in this second round. Wang Xinran lazily rubbed her ear and cast him a casual glance. Where did this stray dog come from? Barking here? Didn't its owner tie the leash tight? Li Chong's face darkened, a flash of anger sparking in his eyes. Wang Xinran, don't get cocky. Don't think you're something just because someone's backing you. This is the arena where true skill prevails. Today, I shall teach Zhou Xiao a lesson, so he understands the vastness of heaven and earth. Referee, may we begin? Wang Xinran outright ignored him and turned to the referee, thinking, spending too much time with idiots might be contagious. The referee's mouth twitched slightly. After the routine inspection of both competitors and confirming their readiness, he waved his hand. Second round, ring number 5, Wang Xinran versus Li Chong. Begin. No sooner had the words fallen than Li Chong let out a low roar. The aura of a consummate martial artist surged forth in full force, and he charged at Wang Xinran like a raging bull. He was determined to end the fight swiftly, to avenge his previous shame. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full strength. His fist, accompanied by a fierce gust, aimed straight at Wang Xinran's face. The punch was tremendous and heavy, clearly meant to be ruthless. A murmur arose from the crowd. Many believed that although Wang Xinran had broken through to the late stage, facing Li Chong, who had long been immersed in the consummate realm, was still a grim prospect. After all, a small difference in realm can sometimes be an insurmountable chasm. Confronting this ferocious punch, Wang Xinran stood her ground without moving. She even had the leisure to yawn. At the very moment Li Chong's fist was about to land, Wang Xinran moved. No fancy footwork, no dazzling aura of primal energy. She simply shifted her body slightly to the side, with an almost negligible movement, yet exquisitely precise, allowing Li Chong's fist to graze past the tip of her nose. At the same time, her right fist appeared to casually sweep upward from below. That punch was unremarkable, even somewhat awkward-looking. The trajectory of her arm followed a peculiar arc, and the way she exerted power was strange, completely unlike any formal martial arts technique taught in class. It looked as if she had just swung her arm carelessly. Yet it was precisely this punch. Bang! A dull, thunderous crack exploded. Her fist struck exactly in the vulnerable gap between Li Chong's chest and abdomen, left wide open by his forward momentum. Li Chong's charge came to an abrupt halt. The sinister grin on his face instantly froze, replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. He felt a sharp, concentrated, drill-like force pierce through his body in an instant. His protective primal energy shattered like paper, his internal organs seeming to shift out of place from the impact. Ugh! He emitted a short, agonized scream as his burly body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. His feet left the ground, tracing a humiliating arc before crashing off the ring. With a heavy thud, he slammed on the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop, curling up with only exhalations and no inhalations, unconscious. A swift knockout. A genuine, clean, and decisive knockout without any suspense. From start to finish, the entire sequence likely lasted no more than 3 seconds. Wang Xinran remained in her punching stance, slowly retracting her fist, gently blowing away an imaginary wisp of smoke, as if she had just done something trivial. She didn't even glance at Li Chong, who lay like a dead dog beneath the ring, and turned to walk toward the edge of the platform. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Not a pin could drop. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, as though they had witnessed something incredible. One punch. Just one punch? She knocked a consummate martial artist senior flying? Knocked him out in an instant? What on earth was going on? Wazti had said that Wang Xinran was just lucky, just riding on her father's coattails? A late-stage martial artist? Nonsense. Which late-stage martial artist can knock out a consummate one with a single punch? After a brief silence, an uproar erupted like a volcanic eruption. Holy hell. One punch. Just one punch. Li Chong was a consummate martial artist, and he was done just like that? When did Wang Xinran become this strong? What kind of technique was that? Never seen anything like it. So strange. Look at how she sidestepped just now. Her timing was perfect, and the power she unleashed. So the first round was luck after all. She truly has skill. The students in the stands completely lost their minds. Voices of discussion and exclamation rising in waves. Those previously dismissive and doubtful gazes were instantly replaced by shock, horror, and disbelief. Wang Xinran had declared her strength in the most direct and domineering manner. In the competitors' resting area, many of those who advanced wore solemn expressions as they looked toward Wang Xinran's retreating figure. Ouyang Qian's delicate brows furrowed slightly. A flicker of surprise in her eyes. Even Lin Hao, who had been calmly reading, looked up, pushed up his glasses, and gazed at Wang Xinran for several seconds with a trace of curiosity. The referee stood stunned for several seconds before hurrying down from the ring to check on Li Chong's condition, then announced, second match winner, Wang Xinran. Wang Xinran walked down from the ring as if nothing had happened, feeling countless eyes fixed on her. She felt a quiet thrill inside, but maintained a composed and unimpressed expression. She even cast a glance at the spot where Li Chong had fallen. Curling her lips, "You screamed a lot, so you deserved it." Meanwhile, in the most inconspicuous corner of the arena, near the shadow by the trash bin, Wang Yitian was slumped in a plastic chair, his head bobbing as if he had fallen asleep. Only when the surrounding uproar broke out did he awaken, blinking groggily, rubbing his eyes and letting out a huge yawn, mumbling, "Already done? So noisy. Can a guy catch some sleep?" He stretched lazily, adjusted his position to get more comfortable, apparently uninterested in the earth-shattering punch just now or the commotion caused by his daughter, even somewhat annoyed by the noise. Only those familiar with him might catch a barely perceptible gleam of satisfaction flickering through his drooping eyelids, vanishing in an instant. That ugly punch. My daughter is doing all right. My efforts in guiding her weren't in vain. Wang Xinran sensed that familiar yet indifferent gaze from the corner and snorted inwardly. Pretending, keep pretending. Old drama king. She lifted her head, her eyes sweeping over the competitors' area, where faces had grown serious and wary, a faint curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. The real show was only just beginning. The ripple from Wang Xinran's punch that sent Li Chong flying lingered in the arena for a while. Those previously dismissive or watchful eyes mostly turned to suspicion and reevaluation. She keenly felt the increased appraisal in the glances cast her way as she walked through the competitors' area. TSK. Finally some peace and quiet. Wang Xinran snorted inwardly, quite pleased with this change. But she did not get carried away. For the third round matchups appearing on the big screen, just moments later poured cold water on her newly ignited heart. Group C, fourth match. Wang Xinran, second year, late-stage martial artist, versus Ouyang Qian, third year, consummate martial artist. Ouyang Qian, that senior with ghostly, uncanny footwork. Wang Xinran's mouth twitched. Fear had truly summoned trouble. She had just dealt with a brute, only to face the kind of agile opponent that gave her the most headaches. What rotten luck. She glanced furtively toward Ouyang Qian's direction. The latter remained quietly in the corner, posture upright, face cold and distant, as if the surrounding bustle meant nothing to her, like a moving iceberg. Just looking at her made one feel uneasy, let alone fighting her. Curse luck, Wang Xinran muttered to herself, feeling the slight pride from defeating Li Chong vanish in an instant. This was the real test. In the corner of the stands, Wang Yiqian shifted his posture and resumed dozing, though his eyelids seemed to part ever so slightly, imperceptibly, as he glanced over the match schedule before letting them fall again. Revealing no discernible expression, one bout followed another in swift succession. Soon, it was time for the fourth match in Group C. Contestant for the fourth match in Group C, Wang Xinran and Ouyang Qian. Please proceed to ring number 2 for preparation. The announcement echoed through the venue. Wang Xinran took a deep breath, rose to her feet, stretched her limbs, and approached the ring. She could feel the gaze of nearly the entire audience fixated upon her. After all, one was a dark horse who had achieved a knockout victory in a single punch against a Wudu master, and the other was a favored contender renowned for her exceptional agility. This confrontation promised to be a spectacle. Ouyang Qian rose almost simultaneously, her steps light and silent as she glided onto the ring, standing opposite Wang Xinran. Their eyes met. Ouyang Qian's gaze was cold, devoid of emotion. As if appraising an object, she merely inclined her head slightly, a subtle greeting. Wang Xinran curled her lips but deemed further words unnecessary. She was least adept at dealing with such an icy beauty. The referee confirmed both fighters were ready, then waved his hand. Begin. Almost at the exact moment the referee's voice fell, Ouyang Qian moved. Without warning or any wind-up, her figure seemed to blur momentarily, and the next instant, she had already appeared at Wang Xinran's side and rear. Her speed left behind only a faint afterimage. Simultaneously, a silent hand chop sliced toward Wang Xinran's neck. The angle was cunning, the strike exceptionally fierce. So fast. Alarm bells rang loudly in Wang Xinran's mind. This speed surpassed by far that of the light points she had previously battled using ancient training talismans. Moreover, it was soundless and utterly deceptive. Fortunately, after enduring torment from those broken talismans for several days, her dynamic vision and neurological reflexes had improved significantly. Almost instinctively, she twisted her waist sharply, threw her head back desperately, and, at the same time, pushed off with her feet to slide sideways. Whish! The hand chop swept past her throat-esque skin with a sharp whoosh, leaving a searing sting. A hair-esque breadth from disaster. Cold sweat broke out across Wang Xinran's body. Had she been a mere fraction of a second slower, her throat would have been struck solidly. Ouyang Qian's attack missed. Her figure drifted backward like a ghost, silently retreating to regain distance. Her eyes remained icy, betraying no hint of emotion. A wave of gasps erupted from the stands. That strike had been terrifyingly close. Wang Xinran shook her head, her gaze hardening. She could not remain on the defensive. With a low shout, she charged forward, her fists cutting through the air, aiming directly at Ouyang Qian's face. Yet Ouyang Qian was like a feather without weight. As Wang Xinran's punch arrived, she had already stepped back half a pace, effortlessly evading. Wang Xinran switched tactics, sweeping her arm horizontally. But Ouyang Qian floated like willow catkins to the other side. Wang Xinran accelerated her assault. Her fists and feet moved like the wind, yet each strike missed, failing even to graze the edge of Ouyang Qian's garment. Ouyang Qian's footwork was bewildering. She darted left and right, forward and back, her steps seemingly chaotic, yet always evading attacks by mere millimeters. She occasionally launched insidious counterattacks, forcing Wang Xinran into disarray. The scene devolved into what appeared to be Wang Xinran's personal air-punching performance, punctuated by perilous dodges. She resembled a clumsy bear toyed with, strong but powerless, while Ouyang Qian was the nimble butterfly. This could not continue. Her stamina would be drained. Sweat beaded on Wang Xinran's forehead. Her breathing grew rapid. Ouyang Qian's energy consumption was evidently far less than hers. Prediction. She had to anticipate Ouyang Qian's movements, recalling the agonizing encounters with the light points. Wang Xinran forced herself to calm her mind, ceasing blind pursuit. Instead, she focused most of her attention on observing subtle signs in Ouyang Qian's footwork and shoulder movements. Once again, Ouyang Qian cut in from a strange angle, her fingertips gathering sharp chi as she aimed at the vital point beneath Wang Xinran's ribs. This time, Wang Xinran did not fully evade. Her pupils contracted. By noticing a barely perceptible tilt of Ouyang Qian's shoulder, she predicted the attack's trajectory and possible follow-up. Left ribs, a feint, the true target was the right shoulder. In a flash, Wang Xinran made a daring choice. She ceased retreating and instead slightly turned her body sideways, bracing her left arm to absorb Ouyang Qian's pointed strike beneath the ribs. The sharp chi from the fingertips pierced her arm, sending searing pain and numbness through her left arm. Yet Wang Xinran gritted her teeth, using the impact to launch her right fist, already charged. Along the predicted path, toward Ouyang Qian's anticipated right shoulder position. It was precisely that awkward, yet effective power technique. Ouyang Qian clearly had not expected Wang Xinran to absorb injury to counterattack. Her old energy depleted, new energy not yet generated. Her form froze momentarily. Wang Xinran's fist, as if foreseeing the moment, was already waiting there. Boom! Her fist struck solidly upon Ouyang Qian's right scapula. Ouyang Qian emitted a muffled grunt. The icy mask she wore cracked for the first time, revealing a flicker of shock and pain. The force staggered her backward. Her right arm hung limply, clearly seriously injured. Wang Xinran pressed her advantage mercilessly, enduring the agony in her left arm to charge again. Ouyang Qian's footwork faltered. She barely managed to defend a few blows before Wang Xinran's sweeping leg trip sent her tumbling off the ring. Winner of the fourth match in Group C, Wang Xinran. The referee announced loudly. Victory! Standing atop the ring, Wang Xinran panted heavily, her left arm throbbing unbearably. Sweat streaming down her forehead, yet her eyes shone brilliantly. She had won. She had conquered the most formidable opponent. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into even more fervent cheers. She won. Wang Xinran defeated Ouyang Qian, a battle won at the cost of injury. Such grit. How had she predicted Ouyang Qian's moves? Incredible. This Wang Xinran was truly a dark horse. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Wang Xinran clutched her wounded left arm and stepped down from the ring. Though the pain made her wince, her heart overflowed with unprecedented exhilaration. The feeling of triumph through wisdom and courage against a formidable foe was far more satisfying than a knockout punch. She made her way to the competitor's rest area, found a corner to sit, and examined her left arm. The struck area was bruised and swollen, throbbing painfully with even the slightest movement. At that moment, a shadow loomed over her. Looking up, Wang Xinran saw her father, Wang Yitian, who had somehow wandered over, still wearing that half-asleep expression. TCH, can't win, but 1T admit defeat? Showing off what? Look at that swollen arm, like a braised pig-esh trotter, Wang Yitian said disdainfully, his tone devoid of any concern. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes irritably. Mind your own business. As long as I won, that's all that matters. Wang Yitian said nothing in reply. Slowly, he reached into the pocket of his faded old shirt and pulled out a small, palm-sized, unadorned gray-brown ceramic jar, which looked rustic and unlabeled, and tossed it casually to Wang Xinran. Here, bought it from street vendor. Supposed to reduce swelling and relieve pain. Use it if you want. Don't expect any miracles, he said flatly, as if throwing her a mere stone. Wang Xinran caught the jar. It felt slightly cool to the touch. She opened the lid with suspicion. A faint, indescribable aroma wafted out, neither quite herbal nor quite the marrow of some exotic beast that invigorated the spirit upon inhalation. Inside was a milky white ointment, delicate and smooth. Beep! A prompt sounded in Wang Yitian's mind, signaling the detection of a host-gifted item bound to the recipient. Special effect healing ointment, system issued. Highly efficient in repairing soft tissue damage, mildly stimulating qi and blood vitality. Upon the bound recipient's use, recovery speed increased by 300, pain level reduced by 80. Wang Yitian remained expressionless. Wang Xinran, half in doubt, pinched a tiny amount of the ointment and applied it to her swollen and aching arm. An immediate sensation of coolness permeated through, and the searing pain was instantly alleviated by more than half. The swollen area seemed to emit a faint warmth, soothing and comforting. This street vendor's product, isn't bad at all? Wang Xinran was somewhat surprised. Nonsense, do you want a jar? Wang Yitian snorted, turning around and leisurely strolling back to his throne beside the trash bin in his corner, muttering under his breath, use it sparingly. It's expensive. Wang Xinran watched her father's retreating figure, then glanced at the jar of miraculous street medicine in her hand, a subtle smile curling at the corner of her lips. This old man's habit of speaking one way and meaning another was incurable. She carefully put away the ointment. Feeling the cooling sensation on her left arm and the qi and blood surging within her body from the taste of victory, her gaze shifting toward the remaining matches. The next round would bring even stronger opponents, but she sensed she had grown a little mightier herself. Wang Xinran grimaced as she applied the miraculous street ointment to herself again, the cooling feeling seeping through her skin, significantly dulling the fiery pain and seemingly reducing the swelling. This old man finally did something right, she muttered softly, cautiously stowing away the jar that was still more than half full. This stuff was surprisingly effective and must not be wasted. Having treated her wound, She did not rush away, but remained seated in the competitor's rest area, catching her breath while observing the ongoing matches. Her left arm still throbbed faintly, a reminder of how hard-fought her recent victory had been. The battle for the quarterfinals was fiercely intense. Those who had reached this stage were all formidable, none to be taken lightly. The clash of primordial energy shouted commands, and spectators' gasps echoed in unison around the arena. Wang Xinran watched with particular attentiveness, especially focusing on the few universally recognized top-seeded contenders. Lin Hao stepped into the arena once more. His opponent was also a senior martial artist in the early stage, formidable in strength. The two exchanged blows for over a dozen rounds, primordial energy surging, creating a spectacular spectacle. Yet Lin Hao remained poised and effortless, his footwork steady, his strikes precise. Finally, he sees a minute flaw in his opponent's defense, delivering a fierce finger strike that struck a vital acupoint, securing an effortless victory. The entire process was chillingly composed, like a finely tuned combat machine. This guy is really tough to deal with. Wang Xinran frowned deeply. Lin Hao's strength was comprehensive, nearly without weaknesses. To defeat him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Elsewhere on the other arenas, victors also emerged. The muscular powerhouse, Zhao Meng, relying on his wild strength and stout defense, brutally overwhelmed his opponent. The cold-eyed young man in black, wielding a strange claw technique, narrowly won by a single move. The sunny youth, smiling brightly, swiftly dispatched his opponent off the stage, his agility and tricky punches and kicks making him a formidable adversary. At last, as the final whistle of the quarterfinal sounded, the central screen in the gymnasium illuminated the list of the 8 finalists of this selection contest. Lin Hao, Senior Year 3. Early Stage Martial Artist. Ouyang Qian, Senior Year 3, Master Level Martial Artist. Although defeated by Wang Xinran, due to her previous outstanding performance and according to the rules, she earned a revival spot in the loser's bracket, squeezing into the last seat of the top 8. Zhao Meng, Senior Year 3. Master Level Martial Artist. Chening, Senior Year 3. Master Level Martial Artist. Sun Yu, Senior Year 2. Master Level Martial Artist. Lu Kuan, Senior Year 3. Master Level Martial Artist. Li Wei, Senior Year 3. Master Level Martial Artist. Wang Xinran, Senior Year 2. Late Stage Martial Artist, seeing her name alongside 7 other brilliant names. Especially mixed among seniors in their final year and bearing the late-stage martial artist title, Wang Xinran's heart involuntarily pounded fiercely. An indescribable sensation surged within her. Was it excitement, pride, or a touch of disbelief? Just a few months ago, she had been the last in martial art class, mocked casually by the likes of Zhou Kai as a worthless freak. Now, she stood among the top 8 students in the entire school, qualified to vie for a spot in the national competition. The stark contrast left her a bit dizzy. Yet the faint pain radiating from her left arm reminded her with unshakable reality that this was no dream. It was carved out by every punch and kick she had fought for. High above in the stands, Principal Li Songhai nodded slightly and whispered to the vice principal beside him. This Wang Xinran is quite interesting. With her late-stage master cultivation, she has defeated formidable enemies, especially that match against Ouyang Qian. Her tactical choices and willpower are commendable, a promising talent. The vice principal nodded eagerly, raising his estimation of Wang Xinran even further. Being praised as a promising talent by the Grandmaster Principal himself was a privilege few could claim. Wang Xinran took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, her gaze once more scanning the list. After the excitement came greater pressure. Among the top 8, except for her, the lowest cultivation was master level. Lin Hao was even a martial artist. Each upcoming match would be tougher than the last. Her current strength was still insufficient. Luck and desperation alone would not carry her far. She silently warned herself to identify her shortcomings and quickly make up for them. In her mind, she began to review her battle with Ouyang Qian. Her speed still lagged behind. Had she not been tormented by that cursed talisman for a few days, her anticipation would not have been so accurate, and she would never have touched her. Her power technique distorted somewhat during rapid movement. Striking stationary and moving targets differed vastly. Exchanging injury for injury was too costly. Next time, she must find a smarter approach. Her primordial energy reserve seemed slightly inferior, putting her at a disadvantage in a prolonged fight. The more she pondered, the deeper her frown grew. Problems abounded. The small pride accumulated from winning a few matches earlier was now shattered by cold analysis. At that moment, the announcement system rang out, notifying that the quarterfinals would commence tomorrow, urging competitors to rest and prepare. Wang Xinran rose, feeling utterly exhausted, her left arm still aching. She dragged her feet along with the crowd as they exited the gymnasium. Upon returning home, a familiar yet noticeably richer aroma of food greeted her. Wang Xinran paused, pushed open the door, and saw several dishes laid out on the dining table. Though still composed of inexpensive synthetic meat and nutritious vegetables, they were clearly cooked with care, their colors and fragrances revealing the effort invested. Wang Yitian, wearing a grease-stained, twisted apron, was placing the last bowl of soup on the table. Noticing his daughter's return, he raised his eyelids and said, "Oh, the top 8 expert is back? Arm still intact. Come eat." Wang Xinran approached suspiciously, looking at the table and then at her father. "Old man, did you hit the jackpot? Making so many dishes? Not like your stingy style at all." Wang Yitian shrugged off the apron and snorted, "Nonsense. My daughter made it into the top 8. Don't I deserve a celebration? Though it's just the top 8. No big deal, but at least we can have a decent meal, right?" Wang Xinran rolled her eyes, washed her hands, sat down, and unabashedly grabbed a large piece of meat, stuffing it into her mouth, mumbling, "At least you have some conscience." Wang Yitian sat down as well, shoveling a few mouthfuls of rice, casually asking, "So, who is your next opponent? Confident?" With her mouth full of meat, Wang Xinran replied indistinctly, "The list just came out. The draw is tomorrow." Not a single one was soft. All were tough as nails. She recited the list of the quarterfinalists in turn. Wang Yitian listened without pausing his chopsticks, casually remarking, "Oh, that kid Lin Hao, he is not bad. He actually looks the part. Ouyang Qian, that little girl, slippery for sure, but she lacks grit. Zhao Mang, just a big dumb brute. His muscles outpace his brain. Chuning, training S turned him dark inside. Sunyu, a smiling tiger, but he strikes with dirty tricks." As he ate, he methodically evaluated each of the 8 competitors, his tone as indifferent as if he were appraising radishes and cabbages at a market, yet every word struck precisely at their defining traits, even exposing hidden weaknesses and fighting habits unknown to others. At first, Wang Xinran paid little heed, but as she listened, her eyes grew wider and wider, and she forgot to chew the meat in her mouth. "My goodness, old man, how do you know all this? Did you secretly investigate them?" She was astounded. This old dang, who rarely ventured out and mostly just lounged around watching dramas and picking his feet, was surprisingly so well-versed in the school's top fighters. Wang Yitian scoffed and took a bite of rice. "Investigate? Why bother? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. With their amateurish skills, I can size them up at a glance. Do you think I'm hanging around the school gates every day for fun? You really think I'm there to watch middle-aged ladies doing square dancing?" Wang Xinran said. "So every time you happen to run into her at school, you also scan all the top fighters on the side? What kind of perverse observational skill is that?" Suddenly invigorated, she stopped eating and leaned closer to ask, "Then tell me, who am I most likely to face in the next round? How should I fight?" Wang Yitian pushed her head away disdainfully with his chopsticks. "Eat. Don't talk with your mouth full, understand?" When Wang Xinran sulked back to her seat, he leisurely said, "Does it matter who you face? What matters is what you've got. Have you mastered your 3 basic moves? If your speed ISNT enough, train until they can't keep up with you. If your power ISNT steady, train until the earth shakes and you don't flinch. Trading injury for injury? That is stupid. Use your brain. Get the biggest result with the smallest cost." "Got it." He paused, glancing at her left arm. "That 2 yuan ointment I gave you, does it work? If it does, save some. You might need it in the next match." Wang Xinran was stunned. Although old Dang's words were as blunt as ever, they seemed to make perfect sense, piercing right to the heart of her problems. Suddenly, she felt that this foot-picking old man before her was perhaps more inscrutable than she had imagined. All right. Enough nagging," she said, outwardly defiant, but inwardly silently noting his advice. Her appetite seemed to improve, and she eagerly scooped up another mouthful of rice. The father and daughter bantered back and forth, analyzing potential opponents and strategies while devouring the food on the table. Beneath the warm glow of the lamp, in the shabby rented room, there was an ineffable celebratory atmosphere that belonged solely to the 2 of them. Regarding tomorrow's match, Wang Xinran still felt immense pressure, but inexplicably, her heart was considerably more at ease. At least there was someone at home cooking for her, and someone, albeit in a quirky way, offering advice. That was enough. The next day, the atmosphere in the gymnasium was even more fervent than the day before. The quarterfinals meant one step closer to the national competition ticket and signified even fiercer battles ahead. The stands were packed to capacity. Even the aisles were filled with standing spectators. The buzzing murmurs nearly threatened to tear the roof off. When Wang Xinran arrived, she immediately sensed that the gazes cast her way were different. Less doubt and disdain, more curiosity, wariness, and even a trace of admiration. Especially when she approached the vicinity of class 17 in the 11th grade, several classmates with whom she usually had little interaction actually greeted her warmly, smiling. "Sister Ran, you're here. Sister Ran, you're in great form today." Go, Sister Ran. Crush them. Wang Xinran was a little bewildered by this sudden enthusiasm and nodded vaguely before finding a seat. Her deskmate, usually a quiet girl, whispered, Wang Xinran, you are now the pride of our class. The homeroom teacher just said she's coming to cheer you on. As she spoke, their homeroom teacher, the middle-aged woman who usually wore a stern expression, actually walked over, her face wearing a rare, even overly radiant smile. Wang Xinran, don't feel pressured. Just perform normally. I believe in you. Our whole class supports you. Her gaze was so eager, it was as if Wang Xinran was not going to compete, but to collect an end-of-year bonus. Wang Xinran twitched the corner of her mouth and forced a laugh. Thank you, teacher. I'll do my best. Inwardly, she mused, this change in treatment is too sudden. So good results really are the hard truth? The draw ceremony began. The large screen displayed the quarterfinal matchups one by one. When she saw her name paired with her opponent Wang Xinran's pupils contracted slightly. Second match, Wang Xinran, grade 11, late martial artist, vs Zhao Meng, grade 12, master martial artist. Zhao Meng, the muscular, fierce-looking brute who relied purely on strength. One of the 8 strongest known for his direct assault capabilities. What she feared most had come to pass. Wang Xinran rubbed her left arm, which still ached faintly. She would have rather faced a nimble opponent like Ouyang Qian than be crushed by this powerhouse. One's strength overcomes 10 skills when there's an absolute power gap. Technique sometimes falls painfully short. Her eyes instinctively shifted toward the iron tower-like figure in the player's area. Zhao Meng happened to look back, baring his white teeth in a grin, his eyes brimming with unhidden aggression and eagerness. He even pointed a thick finger at Wang Xinran from across the distance. Full of provocation. Brute Meng, Wang Xinran cursed silently, but her pressure surged. This guy was clearly not to be trifled with. Soon, the first match ended. Lin Hao once again advanced to the semifinals effortlessly, his performance calm and unruffled, revealing unfathomable strength. The second match, Wang Xinran versus Zhao Meng. Please proceed to ring number 1. The announcement blared, and all eyes converged instantly. Wang Xinran took a deep breath and rose. The class area erupted in cheers. Go, Sister Ran. Defeat him. The homeroom teacher waved her arms excitedly. She steadied herself and walked toward the ring. Passing through the players' area, she felt Ouyang Qian's cold gaze, Lin Hao's calm watch, and the complex looks of other competitors. Stepping onto the ring, Zhao Meng was already standing firm. He was nearly 2 heads taller than Wang Xinran, his arms thicker than her thighs, and just standing there exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Haha, you must be Wang Xinran, right? Heard your punches pack a punch? Come on, let the senior test you. Don't be like Ouyang Qian, always dodging. Zhao Meng's voice was loud and brash. Wang Xinran said nothing, merely adjusted her breathing and assumed her stance. There was no use in talking to someone like him. The referee waved his hand. Begin. True to his name, Zhao Meng was straightforward, letting out a low roar as his muscles bulged. His fists were coated in tawny yuan energy, like a raging wild bull charging forward. His massive fist carrying a fierce wind, smashing toward Wang Xinran. Simple, brutal, and full of power. The blast of wind from the punch swept her hair back. She dared not meet it head-on. Her footwork spun sharply, employing the strange, elusive sliding steps she had painstakingly practiced, infused with her father's insights, narrowly evading the deadly edge. Boom! Zhao Meng's fist slammed into the ring floor with a heavy thud, causing the specially crafted surface to tremble slightly. Dodging? Let us see how long you can keep that up. Zhao Meng sneered, unleashing a barrage of punches, his fists like a storm, enveloping Wang Xinran entirely. He was resolute, determined to overwhelm with absolute force, leaving Wang Xinran no respite nor opportunity for evasive maneuvers. Wang Xinran pushed her agility to the utmost, weaving through the myriad shadows of fists like a fragile leaf tossed in a tempestuous storm, seemingly perilous at every turn, yet consistently evading attacks by the narrowest of margins. However, she could sense the mounting pressure borne by the opponent's gale-like punches, her space for movement steadily constricting. Continuing to evade was no solution. The toll on her stamina was far greater than his. She had to close the distance, find the opening. Recalling her father's counsel on using minimal force to leverage great power, her gaze sharpened. In the stands, the audience's hearts seemed lodged in their throats. Sister Ran, be careful. Zhao Meng is too ferocious. How is she supposed to fight like this? Wang Xinran's footwork is excellent, but constantly dodging is far too passive. In the section for Class 17 of the second year, cheers thundered relentlessly. The homeroom teacher clenched his fists tightly, muttering prayers under his breath. In a corner, Wang Yiqian had quietly slipped over at some unknown moment, settling into the shadow behind a trash bin, squinting as he watched the ring, his fingers tapping unconsciously on his knee. In the ring, Wang Xinran narrowly evaded a heavy blow once more, stumbling slightly and seemingly revealing a flaw. A golden opportunity. Zhao Meng's eyes brightened, mistaking her faltering for exhaustion, elated beyond measure. He gathered all his strength and unleashed a straightforward yet immensely powerful punch straight to Wang Xinran's center. His signature move, the mountain-crushing fist. Just as everyone anticipated Wang Xinran would either block it head-on or retreat awkwardly, she executed a move that defied all expectations. She did not back away, nor did she fully sidestep. Instead, she leaned into the incoming punch at a minutely precise angle, her right hand striking out like a serpent emerging from its den, not to resist, but to swiftly grasp Zhao Meng's wrist with lightning speed. The contact was fleeting yet imbued with a subtle rotational force, with a gentle pull. Precisely the deflection technique from her father's clumsy fist style, combined with her impeccable timing. Zhao Meng's all-out punch was diverted slightly, his balance momentarily unsettled. Now was the moment. A brilliant light ignited in Wang Xinran's eyes. She had been waiting for this chance. Seizing the instant when Zhao Meng's previous force had dissipated and new power had yet to form, his center of gravity unstable. The strength that had been suppressed within her erupted suddenly. She pushed off with her feet, twisted her waist, channeling power through her entire body, converging it into her left shoulder. Like a cannonball shot forth, she struck Zhao Meng's wide-open chest with a body blow, a refined version of the Iron Mountain lean, imbued with rotational and penetrating momentum. Boom! A muffled thud resounded. Zhao Meng felt a sharp, concentrated force, swirling and piercing, crash violently into his chest. His protective energy instantly shattered. His massive frame was hurled off the ground, flying backward and crashing out of the ring, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. Clutching his chest, gasping for breath, his face a mask of disbelief. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. He won. Wang Xinran won, using a body strike to send Zhao Meng flying. What kind of fighting style was this? Wasn't she supposed to evade and maneuver? How did she suddenly go for a direct clash and win? After a brief pause, an uproar like a mountain storm erupted. Unbelievable. She won. Sister Ran won. Into the semifinals. Class 17 is advancing. This is history. That move was so cool. How did she do it? I saw it clearly. She diverted Zhao Meng's punch and used his strength against him. Such battle intelligence. Incredible. The Class 17 area was completely electrified. Students cheered wildly, embracing one another. The homeroom teacher was moved to tears, repeatedly murmuring, "Good, good. The year-end bonus is hopeful. No, it's guaranteed." The referee stood stunned for several seconds before loudly announcing, second match winner, Wang Xinran. Wang Xinran stood atop the ring, her chest rising and falling gently, sweat glistening at her temples. That strike, seemingly simple yet fraught with peril, demanded exquisite timing and mastery of power. A single misstep, and she would have been the one sent flying. She glanced at Zhao Meng struggling to rise below the ring and exhaled in relief. Fortunately, her gamble had paid off. Turning, she descended the ring to a chorus of enthusiastic applause and cheers from her classmates. Shouts of Sister Ran is amazing, echoed endlessly. She even caught the homeroom teacher giving her a thumbs up, his smile more sincere than ever before. In this moment, she truly understood what it meant to hold one's head high and to earn respect through strength. The campus discourse reversed utterly. The labels of oddity and failure were torn apart, replaced by Sister Ran, Dark Horse, and Genius as her new epithets. Though her face betrayed little emotion, inside Wang Xinran was elated beyond measure. Recognition earned through sheer ability was the most exhilarating of all. In the corner, Wang Yiqian watched his daughter surrounded by admirers, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he subtly nodded. Not bad. This girl had not been taught in vain. She had learned to fight with her mind. He yawned, retreating into the shadows to resume his meditation. The semifinals. The gateway to the national competition was now within reach. Wang Xinran clenched her fists, her gaze burning as she looked toward the remaining opponents. Who will be next? Breaking into the semifinals, making history, and dominating at school. Yet standing on the semifinal ring now, she could not feel even a trace of ease. Her adversary was Li Wei, senior disciple of Ouyang Qian, a consummate martial artist skilled in the cloud-dispersing palm technique. Wang Xinran had watched Li Wei's previous bouts. This senior was a woman of few words, but ruthless action. Her cloud-dispersing palm unleashed layered, oppressive palm forces, like a dark cloud pressing down, suffocating all breath. Unlike Ouyang Qian's elusive style, This was a tangible, weighty onslaught, leaving no escape. Cloud-dispersing palm, Wang Xinran mused grimly. Just the name alone felt stifling. She felt like someone stepping out into an impending storm without an umbrella. Watching the clouds thicken overhead, her whole body uneasy. The referee's signal fell, and the match began. True to form, Li Wei was merciless and taciturn, initiating with the cloud-dispersing palm's opening posture. Her palms crossed, releasing a dense, heavy palm wind that bore down relentlessly. Wang Xinran dared not meet it head-on. She employed her agility to weave and seek an opening to close in. Yet Li Wei's palm technique mirrored her temperament, terrifyingly steady. The palm force covered a vast area, appearing slow yet impenetrably dense. Several attempts to penetrate were repelled by the overlapping shadows of palms, as if she were trapped within a mass of soaked cotton. Powerless to exert strength. Bang! A momentary lapse in evasion saw her shoulders struck by the palm wind, burning fiercely and shaking her body. Trouble, Wang Xinran thought with a sinking heart. The cloud-dispersing palm lacked raw power, but possessed relentless resilience and aftershock. If this continued, her energy, less profound than her opponent's, would inevitably be exhausted. She tried to employ her father's fourth-generation techniques for a strong attack, but her punches landed on the opponent's palm force like stones dropped into a deep pool. Ripples faded quickly, leaving no impact. Li Wei's defense was as harmonious and dense as her palm technique, leaving almost no chinks. The situation became increasingly grim. Wang Xinran felt like a fly trapped in a spider's web, struggling desperately, yet unable to break free from the invisible bonds. The cheers from Class 17 had diminished considerably. Everyone was gripping their seats, hearts clenched in anxious anticipation. This palm technique is utterly infuriating. Wang Xinran grew increasingly frustrated as the match progressed. She would have preferred to face a brawler like Zhao Meng again. At least with him, every punch landed solidly, delivering satisfying pain. But this slow, grinding, soft approach was maddeningly unbearable. Under mounting pressure, she desperately racked her brains for her father's twisted wisdom, hoping to uncover a countermeasure. Strength alone can't beat technique. Technique can't beat skill, she recalled. But pure force against cunning? That's not the whole picture either. In all martial arts, speed is king. She wished she could be faster, yet her opponent's palm shadows loomed like mountains, no matter how swift she tried to be. She couldn't break through. Wang Xinran's heart burned with anxiety. She took a few more light blows, none severe, but each one stifled her spirit further. It felt as though she had hit a bottleneck in understanding her father's teachings. She knew she had to be agile, to flow with the momentum. But how exactly? How to be agile? How to flow? Facing this impenetrable cloud, dispelling palm, she was at a loss. Just as she awkwardly tumbled aside to evade a flurry of palm strikes, nearly falling off the ring. A flicker in her peripheral vision caught sight of a tiny piece of chalk lying near the referee's foot in the corner of the ring. Someone's careless litter. Such an insignificant thing, yet it struck her mind like a thunderbolt, shattering the chaos in her thoughts. Suddenly, she recalled one afternoon at home when she was frustrated practicing alone, flailing at the air. Her father, Wang Yiqian, was lounging on the sofa, picking at his toes. Watching her clumsy attempts, he curled his lip in disdain, then casually wiped the freshly picked dirt from his fingers on the nearby clothesline. With a lazy gesture, he traced an arc in the air, muttering, "Stupid, power, power, always just thrusting forward. Look at the clothesline when the wind blows. Doesn't it bend with the breeze first? Then, when the wind passes, it snaps back. Do you understand using leverage? Do you understand going with the flow? Your fist should learn from the clothesline. Don't just ram in hard. First follow the force, find the gap, then strike. What is that called again? Oh, right, fighting by drilling into the eye of the wind." At the time, Wang Xinran had rolled her eyes, thinking her old man was babbling nonsense. Who learns to fight by bending like a clothesline? How embarrassing. But in this very moment, staring at Li Wei's overlapping, oppressive palm shadows like a dark cloud pressing down, inspiration struck Wang Xinran like a divine revelation. Clouds. The eye of the wind. Of course. Even the densest cloud has gaps. Even the strongest palm force has paths of energy flow and a core. She had been obsessing over how to break apart this cloud, how to disrupt the palm attack, but never considered slipping through the gaps in the palm's force, finding the relatively weak eye of the storm. With this thought, Wang Xinran looked at Li Wei's cloud, dispelling palm anew. Suddenly, the impenetrable palm shadows seemed to reveal subtle, flowing energy trails. The deep, resonant palm force was not a solid block, but constantly circulating, layering, and shifting. Let us try. A flicker of wild determination shone in Wang Xinran's eyes. She no longer tried to charge or dodge, but took a deep breath, facing Li Wei's incoming palm strike. Instead of retreating, she slightly twisted her body, her arm moving as if boneless, sliding along the edge of the overwhelming force with a peculiarly awkward yet incredibly supple posture. This caught Li Wei completely off guard. Her cloud-dispelling palm relied on overwhelming momentum. Opponents either resisted head-on or dodged, but she had never seen such a slippery, ill-like technique that slipped through the gaps of her palm force. Her palm strike wavered for a moment. In that fleeting hesitation, Wang Xinran felt as if she had truly slipped into the eye of the storm. The crushing pressure suddenly eased. She powered her waist, her body snapping upward like a bamboo bent and released, and all the suppressed strength exploded forth. A short, fierce elbow strike, like a venomous snake striking from its den, drove straight into the opening in Li Wei's chest, exposed by the momentary palm force faltering. Drilling fist. An astute senior student watching from the stands gasped. This was no orthodox technique, but some cunning close-range trick. Thud! The tip of Wang Xinran's elbow slammed heavily into the lower chest of Li Wei. Though hastily delivered, it elicited a muffled grunt from Li Wei, her blood surging wildly, and she staggered back 3 steps, her face revealing shock for the first time. The entire arena erupted. She landed it. How did she slip in? What kind of strange move is that? Wang Xinran pressed her advantage mercilessly, not hesitating. It was as if her meridians had opened fully. All her painstaking practice melded into a fluid whole. Her footwork grew more agile, her strikes more devious, attacking the weak points and gaps in Li Wei's palm force. Though still perilous, she was no longer merely on the defensive, occasionally landing threatening counterattacks. The match dragged into a tense stalemate. Li Wei, both furious and astonished, pushed her cloud-dispelling palm to the extreme. The palm wind howling, but Wang Xinran countered in baffling ways again and again, like a piece of stubborn taffy stuck fast to her opponent. Minutes ticked by, the battle entering its final seconds. Both fighters neared their limits. The last strike, Li Wei gathered all her primordial energy, unleashing both palms simultaneously, the ultimate form of the cloud-dispelling palm. Clouds hanging, sea standing, the palm force surged like a towering tidal wave. An overwhelming deluge crashing down upon Wang Xinran. This was a decisive blow. Wang Xinran's pupils constricted. Utterly drained, she could no longer evade. Gritting her teeth, her mind flashed again to her father's image by the clothesline and that absurd phrase about drilling into the eye of the wind. All or nothing, she resolved, advancing instead of retreating. Amidst the swirling palm shadows, her body twisted into an extremely strange posture, like a fish swimming upstream, dangerously slipping into the very core of the palm force, the quietest point before the explosion of power. Simultaneously, she unleashed her final reserve of strength. Not a fist, not a palm, but fingers pressed together like a sword, aimed at the vital wrist point of Li Wei. This was a desperate gamble, betting on the fleeting vacuum at the moment before the palm force erupted. Wish! The finger wind sliced through the air. Li Wei Isekai'd dinglat, and her fully charged palm force faltered with an almost imperceptible disturbance and delay. At the same time, Wang Xinran was grazed by the edge of the still unleashed, overwhelming palm force. Thunk! Both spat blood and staggered backward. Beep! The sharp whistle signaled the end of the match. The arena fell deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, watching the two fighters fall simultaneously, struggling to rise again. The referee rushed forward. Isekai'd, her face pale as death, trying several times but unable to stand. Wang Xinran felt as if every bone in her body had shattered. Darkness clouded her vision. Yet, driven by sheer willpower, she propped herself up with one trembling hand and slowly rose. Though unsteady, she stood firm. After a thorough check, the referee inhaled deeply and raised Wang Xinran's arm high. Semi-final winner, Wang Xinran. As the words fell, a brief silence was shattered by deafening cheers and screams, especially from the 10th grade Class 17 section, which nearly went wild. Standing on the ring, listening to the roaring crowd and seeing the ecstatic faces below, Wang Xinran grinned through the pain. A violent cough racked her body, but her eyes shone with fierce brilliance. She had won, truly won, using that bizarre move inspired by drilling into the gap in the clothesline's weave. In a corner of the audience, Wang Etienne had somehow straightened up, staring at his daughter, swaying but filled with stubborn excitement. He paused briefly, then the faintest, almost invisible curve tugged at the corner of his lips as he muttered softly, words only he could hear. Hey, That little brat actually let her get through. Having said that, he resumed his usual languid demeanor, yawning as if the momentary tension and relief had never existed. The medical staff swiftly ascended the stage and helped the fainted Wang Xinran off. In the finals, she would face an opponent towering like a mountain, Lin Hao. Yet at this moment, the sole focus of the entire audience was this miracle worker, the underdog second-year student, Wang Xinran. Wang Xinran was carried back to her modest apartment. The brutal semi-final battle had nearly drained her of every ounce of strength, leaving her with a myriad of internal and external injuries and a concussion. The medical team administered emergency treatment and infused several vials of a rather unpalatable nutrient solution before advising her to rest at home for a couple of days. After all, the finals were only 2 days away, and time was pressing. So when Wang Etian sauntered up to their doorstep, chewing on a toothpick and shuffling in flip-flops, he found his daughter slumped on the sofa like a lifeless fish, her complexion pale and weak, mumbling softly. Beside her lay a small packet of cheap painkillers and bruise ointment, kindly provided by the medical team. Well, what happened here? Did someone cook you? Wang Etian approached, giving the sofa leg a kick with his foot, his tone provocatively cheeky. Wang Xinran barely had the strength to roll her eyes and weakly retorted, "Old man, cut the sarcasm. Can't you see your daughter is about to fall apart?" Feigning concern, Wang Etian bent over to inspect her and clicked his tongue twice. "Looks rough, like you were ganged up on by 10 burly men. You should VE just admitted defeat if you couldn't win. Now look at you. You don't know the first thing. It's a tactic, a strategic exchange of injury to secure victory in peril. You couch potato wound tea understand." Wang Xinran, furious, tried to strike him, but her arm flopped limply halfway up. All right. Your tactic, your strategy, you're the boss." Wang Etian shrugged indifferently and collapsed onto a rickety chair nearby, crossing his legs while discreetly logging into the system. He needed to assess just how severe his daughter's injuries were and browse the shop for any affordable yet effective consolation prizes. After all, having made it to the finals, the fatherly duty demanded some show of support, though his primary aim was to maximize the investment return for the upcoming championship. The system interface popped up, bound subject, Wang Xinran status, severe physical exhaustion, mild internal concussion, multiple soft tissue contusions, slight meridian damage. Estimated full recovery time, 4,860 hours under regular rest and low-efficiency medication. Recommendation: use high-efficiency recovery items or complete rest. Ding. Detected host S strong paternal affection and bound subject S imminent important event. Limited time special items refreshed in the shop. A dazzling item slot flashed with a flamboyant, multicolored icon that nearly blinded Wang Etian's titanium alloy eyes. Ghostfire Girl S Radiant Battle Suit, trial version. Grade: special costume. Effect: appearance, stunningly stylish. Perfectly matching the bound subject S hairstyle, radiating rebellious personality, blinding all who behold it. Power boost: temporarily elevates the bound subject S strength by 1 minor realm. Maximum enhancement to martial artist perfection for 30 minutes. After effect ends, a 12-hour weakness period ensues. Power decreases by 20. Hidden attribute unlocked. Price: 150 paternal affection points. Note: young man, how about a set? Be the most dazzling presence in the arena. Fashion matters in battle too. Wang Etian glanced at the flashy multicolor icon and the description, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The system's aesthetic sense remained as eccentric as ever. Boosting 1 minor realm? Martial artist late stage to perfection? That might still be insufficient against Lin Hao, who was an early-stage martial artist, but it was certainly better than nothing. Besides, the claim of blinding all who behold felt somewhat dubious, and the fact that it was a costume, it had to be worn to take effect. Getting his daughter to wear that was a whole other problem. If he simply told her that donning this hideous outfit would make her stronger, with her stubborn mule temperament and sense of style, she would surely toss him out as a fraud. He needed a cunning, indirect approach. Wang Etian logged out of the system, stroking his chin as his eyes scanned Wang Xinran's figure, plotting his scheme. Wang Xinran shivered under her father's mischievous gaze and weakly asked, "WH, what do you want this time? I warn you, I'm a patient now, protected by law." Wang Etian immediately adopted a look of heart-wrenching grief. Ranran, look at you, finally making it to the finals, bringing honor to the school and pride to your old man. And yet you end up in such a sorry state. It pains me deeply. He even pretended to rub his chest dramatically. Speak plainly. Dad's just thinking. Wang Etian shifted gears. The finals will surely be packed, maybe even broadcast live on TV. You're the school's shining star, the face of the institution. Are you really going to step onto the stage in that tattered training suit? How humiliating. What a blow to morale. What a disgrace to the Wang family. Wang Xinran paused, glancing down at her bloodstained and dust-speckled training clothes, feeling somewhat embarrassed. So what do I do? Doesn't the school provide new uniforms? Uniforms? Those are all cookie-cutter. How could they express your individuality? Showcase your unique style? Ranjia? Wang Yitian wore a look of amused disbelief. The finals require presence. Showmanship. You have to dominate your opponent visually. Wang Xinran felt a creeping sense of foreboding. With a conspiratorial smile, Wang Yitian produced from the pocket of his worn-out old shirt, seemingly a bottomless pit, a neatly folded piece of fabric that nonetheless radiated a riot of colors. Like a precious heirloom. He carefully unfurled it before Wang Xinran. Instantly, the dim rental apartment seemed to be flooded with light. It was a garment beyond description. The base was a blinding neon green, overlaid with even more dazzling hot pink, electric blue, and deathly Barbie pink, woven into a wild and untamed abstract pattern. The collar and cuffs were adorned with sparkling, seemingly plastic rhinestones. Under the light, the fabric shimmered faintly, even exhibiting a subtle gradient. In short, when tackiness reaches its zenith, it becomes trendy. When trendiness hits its extreme, it becomes shockingly avant-garde. It was not unrelated to Wang Xinran's vividly colored short hair. It was a harmonious extension, each enhancing the other. Wang Xinran's eyes ached from the intense visual assault, and she gasped, nearly fainting. What is this monstrosity? Which junkyard did you dig this up from? Junkyard? Ha! Wang Yitian caressed the garment lovingly, utterly enchanted. This is Dad's treasured relic. Back in the day, cough cough, when I was young and roaming the world, I paid a king's ransom for this battle robe in an ancient, cutting-edge fashion hotspot. Look at the colors, the design, the texture. Wearing this, your aura will be unstoppable, radiant beyond measure. Lin Hao will see it and be 3 parts scared before the fight even begins. Wang Xinran's mouth twitched uncontrollably, feeling her internal injuries worsen. Thanks a lot. Wearing this on stage, the judges would probably rule against me for visual pollution. The audience would all go blind. And scared before the fight? He is probably afraid of laughing, so hard his energy reverses. You don't understand. This is art. Individuality. Wang Yitian lamented dramatically. Young people must dare to break conventions. Look at your hair already. Don't you need this outfit to match? It's all about coordination. The overall look. Visual unity. I want to wear it. Not even if you kill me. Xinran Wang shook her head vigorously like a rattle, exclaiming, it's hideous. I can't bear to be seen with that. I'd rather show up dressed like a beggar. Hey, how can you be so unappreciative, kid? Yitian Wang began to play the stubborn card. This is for your own good. Think about it, the finals are so important. If you wear this, all eyes will be on you. Lin Hao will definitely be distracted. This is psychological warfare. Do you even understand tactics? Tactics are about dressing yourself up like a human neon sign to dazzle the opponent, right? Xinran burst out laughing in exasperation. That tactic is way too hardcore. Anyway, I don't care. Yitian Wang shoved the garment into Xinran's arms. Here, the outfit. Wear it or not, it's up to you. This is my heartfelt intention. If you don't wear it, it means you despise your father's taste. Don't want to win the finals, and don't want to bring honor to your old man. Having said that, he put on a hurt and disappointed expression, crossed his arms behind his back, sighed deeply, and walked away, leaving Xinran staring bewildered at the dazzlingly colorful battle suit in her arms. Xinran looked at the garment in her hands. Surprisingly, the texture was supple and comfortable, but the colors assaulted her sense of aesthetics like never before. She tried to imagine herself standing on the final arena wearing this thing. The scene was so beautiful, she dared not. The old man must be scheming something again. She gritted her teeth, but remained uncertain. Though the old man was usually unreliable, sometimes the things he brought out made a strange kind of sense, like that ancient training talisman. Or that street vendor's miracle medicine. Could it be that this explosively ugly outfit really held some kind of secret? After much inner turmoil, she finally crumpled the garment with disgust and shoved it into the corner of the sofa. I'll put it aside for now. Once I heal, I'll study this visual weapon. Seeing that his daughter hadn't thrown the outfit into the trash immediately, Yitian Wang peeked from the kitchen doorway and chuckled to himself. Step 1 success. Just getting her to accept it is enough. With 2 days until the finals, he had plenty of ways to coax, persuade, and provoke. In any case, his daughter must shine brightest on the day of the final. As for the result, Yitian Wang stroked his chin, eyes gazing toward the school. Lin Hao, kid, get ready to be blinded. On the eve of the final, the atmosphere in the lower-end apartment was strangely tense. Xinran Wang slumped on the sofa, grimacing as she applied ointment to her bruised arm. The street vendor's miracle medicine her father gave her had indeed reduced the swelling significantly. her gaze flickering repeatedly toward the kaleidoscopic visual assault in the sofa corner. That flashy, ghostly girl-esque battlesuit seemed to possess a magic power that made her heart itch like a cat's claw. To wear it, or not to wear it? If she wore it, the thing would seriously challenge human aesthetic limits. She feared that before the fight even began, the judges might penalize her for an overly avant-garde image. Besides, who knew what mischief the old man was plotting again? If she didn't wear it, what if this explosively ugly outfit really had some secret? Like the ancient talisman and miracle medicine? Though her father was eccentric, the things he produced never seemed to fail. Torn, Shinran scratched her brightly colored hair. Feeling more exhausted than fighting Li Wei, Etienne Wang, meanwhile, was unusually busy. He clattered about in the kitchen preparing some dubious concoction, then crouched in the corner rummaging through boxes, muttering, "I remember putting it here, where did it go?" Shinran, dizzy from his antics, snapped irritably, "Old man, can you calm down for a bit? What are you looking for? Do you really think there's a treasure among your junk? Hey, who are you underestimating?" Straightening up from the pile of rubbish, Etienne Wang actually held something, a dirty, mud-like object roughly the size of a thumb, sealed at the top with a dried grass stem. "Here, found it," he said triumphantly, handing the tiny clay bottle to Shinran. "Take this before the finals." Shinran eyed the bottle warily, shrinking back. "What is this? Mud pills? You're not trying to poison me to take over my aunt credit, are you?" "Nonsense. This is a good thing." Etienne Wang puffed up his chest, glaring. "This is a clear-eye pill made from the essence of Mingmu grass I painstakingly gathered on a mist-shrouded mountain peak years ago. Take it and your eyesight will be razor-sharp. You'll see everything crystal clear. When fighting, your opponent's moves will look like slow motion. It's incredibly effective." As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at the system interface, showing his rapidly dwindling fatherly love points. He had spent a fortune to exchange for this one-time skill. Tactical insight, weak point detection. This thing could dramatically enhance the user's battlefield awareness and ability to identify weaknesses, making it a miraculous tool for fighting above one's level. It was expensive and had the side effect of causing some mental fatigue afterward. Of course, in his mouth, it was just some street-picked herbal pills. Shinran took the clay bottle with hesitant trust, pulled out the grass stopper, and peered inside. There was just one dull gray, roughly textured, utterly unappetizing pill emitting a faint, indescribable herbal or earthy smell. "That's it? Clear eyesight? I think you'll just get diarrhea." She looked at it with utter disdain. "You don't understand. Bitter medicine is the best medicine. The plainer it looks, the more powerful it is." Etienne Wang swore solemnly. "Your old man wound harm you. Tomorrow, when you fight Lin Hao, you need sharp eyes. You must see his flaws. This pill could save your life at a critical moment." Seeing Shinran's skeptical expression, Etienne's eyes darted, a plan forming. Lowering his voice, he pointed mysteriously at the kaleidoscopic outfit in the sofa corner. "Besides, I'll tell you. The pill's effect pairs perfectly with that battlesuit. They complement each other and enhance each other's power." Shinran blinked in surprise. "Pairs? What do you mean?" "Well, think about it." Etienne began to spout nonsense earnestly. "The pill sharpens your vision, and the suit boosts your courage. If your eyes are sharp but your heart is timid, what good is it? But when you wear this suit, your aura is fully charged. Your confidence skyrockets. You see the flaws and dare to strike. That's called inner and outer cultivation. Eyes, heart, hands, and feet all working together. The effect doubles." He grew more animated, spitting as he spoke, "Especially with your flashy hairdo. The whole look hits maximum visual impact. Lin Hao will see you and think, where did this wild master come from? Such a rebellious style. His mindset will crumble halfway. Then you take your chance. Take the pill, and with sharp eyes and quick hands, you hit the vital spots. Your chances of winning will soar." Shinran listened wide-eyed, almost convinced. This old man's ability to spin tales was truly reaching new heights. What kind of nonsense was this? Medicine matching clothes? Visual effects affecting mentality? It sounded utterly absurd, yet for some reason, looking at her father's utterly sincere expression and recalling those unreliable but effective things before, the tiniest flicker of doubt in her heart wavered. What if it really was true? Her final opponent was Lin Hao, a martial artist realm warrior. She couldn't afford to miss any chance to improve her odds, even if only psychological. Clutching the ugly little pill, she glanced again at the blindingly colorful outfit in the corner, her heart torn between heaven and earth. To take it, or not to take it. To wear it, or not to wear it. This was undoubtedly one of the most arduous decisions of her life. Wang Yiqian gazed at his daughter's troubled little face, his heart blooming with joy, yet his expression remained that stern, father-knows-best look. "This opportunity comes but once, my dear. I've given you my most treasured secret remedy. Whether you seize it or not, that's entirely your choice." The medicine is here, the outfit is here. Use them or not, it's up to you. Having said that, he folded his hands behind his back, hummed a discordant tune, and strolled back into the kitchen to continue tinkering with his pot of suspiciously odorous, nutritious soup, quietly harboring his merits and fame. Wang Xinran sat alone on the sofa, staring blankly at the pill in her hand and the colorful attire tucked away in the corner for a long while. Ultimately, her yearning for victory, coupled with a faint, strange trust in her old man's twisted yet oddly persuasive logic, prevailed. Damn it, she was going all in, gritting her teeth. She carefully stowed the pill away and glared fiercely at the dazzlingly multicolored battle suit. She would wear it. At worst, she'd embarrass herself. If it didn't work, she'd come back and settle accounts with that old rascal. She resolved that for tomorrow's final, she would give this old man a chance, sneakily take the medicine and bravely don the outfit. Watching his daughter finally pocket the pill and cast a determined glance toward the flamboyant battle suit, Wang Yiqian, hiding behind the kitchen door, finally breathed a sigh of relief. A sly old fox-esque smile spreading across his face. Mission accomplished. The bluff had worked. He turned around happily, only to catch sight of a charred, unidentifiable lump in the pot, his smile instantly freezing. Well, looks like we're ordering takeout tonight. After the pain of fatherly love, here came the pain of meal expenses. Raising a daughter truly was a laborious and technical undertaking, and costly, too. On the day of the final, the weather was clear and cloudless, as if the heavens themselves wished to witness the spectacle. The central gymnasium of Jiangqingno, one high school, was packed to the brim. The atmosphere so fervent it seemed about to explode. The stands were filled to capacity, even the aisles crowded with people, while several small hovering cameras bearing media logos circled overhead. Principal Li Songhai and the school's senior officials were all present, seated in the main grandstand, their expressions solemn yet expectant. Every notable figure in Jiangxing, with even a passing interest in martial arts, had come. After all, the finals of this school's internal selection tournament represented, to some extent, the highest level among Jiangxing's younger generation. All eyes converged on the largest alloy ring at the center of the arena. On one side, Lin Hao stood silently waiting. He still wore that impeccably tailored training uniform, his posture erect, his countenance calm. Behind his golden-rimmed glasses, his gaze was as serene as a deep, still well, seemingly untouched by the thunderous atmosphere swirling around him. The aura of a nascent martial master was subtle, yet unmistakably carried the dignified bearing of a grandmaster, inspiring awe. He was the undisputed favorite to claim the championship. The pride of Jiangxingno, one high school, the model child everyone envied. On the opposite side of the ring, when Wang Xinran, after much hesitation and psychological preparation, finally emerged from the competitor's entrance, the entire gymnasium instantly fell into an eerie silence, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Everyone's eyes widened like copper bells, mouths agape wide enough to swallow eggs. There stood Wang Xinran, sporting her signature, freshly styled, spiky, multicolored short hair, but not clad in the school-issued standard training uniform nor some high-end custom battle robe. Instead, she wore an indescribable, dazzlingly vibrant battle suit that seemed to drape the entire spectrum of the rainbow upon her. The base was fluorescent green, interwoven with fuchsia, electric blue, and a shade of Barbie pink that screamed deathly wild abstract patterns. The collar and cuffs were adorned with sparkling plastic rhinestones. Under the bright lights of the gymnasium's ceiling, the suit emitted reflective and gradient color effects, making her appear like a humanoid, self-propelled disco ball, radiant, blinding, and utterly eye-catching. Suddenly, someone couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Like a fuse igniting, the entire gymnasium erupted into thunderous, earth-shaking guffaws. My goodness, what on earth was that? Ha ha! Has Wang Xinran given up all pretense? Is that outfit meant to blind Lin Hao with sheer brilliance? A visual assault, an absolutely novel tactic. Sister Ran, you truly never take the conventional path. The student from class 17, grade 10, held their cheers back, their expressions complex, half wanted to laugh, half embarrassed, faces flushed red. The homeroom teacher covered her face with her hands, unable to bear watching, feeling her year-end bonus waving goodbye. At the judges' table, Principal Li Songhai's mouth twitched slightly as he fought to maintain composure, but the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. Indeed, the daughter of that Taoist Wang Yiqian had a uniquely distinctive style. Opposite the ring, Lin Hao's perpetually icy expression cracked ever so slightly, his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, evidently shaken by this sudden visual onslaught. Wang Xinran's face burned with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the floor. She lowered her head and swiftly approached the edge of the ring, cursing her unreliable old man 1,000 times in her heart. How humiliating. Too humiliating. She felt like a monkey on display. If this ridiculous outfit didn't prove useful, she vowed to stuff it into that old man's mouth when she got back. She muttered through gritted teeth. Finally, when the referee signaled both contestants to ascend the ring, Wang Xinran braced herself and, amidst the uproarious laughter and whispered gossip, stepped onto the stage. Her multicolored battle robe shimmered brilliantly under the lights, dazzling and disorienting. Lin Hao had regained his composure, pushing up his glasses, his gaze once again indifferent, as if the figure before him were nothing more than an inconsequential clown. Such disregard was even more painful than ridicule. The referee glanced at the two vastly different competitors, his lips twitching before he mechanically confirmed their readiness and waved his hand. Final match. Commence. No sooner had the words fallen than Lin Hao sprang into action. No probing, no hay del chatter. His form flickered like a phantom as he closed the distance in an instant. His speed left only a residual blur. The formidable aura of a nascent martial master burst forth, pressing down on Wang Xinran like a mountain. With a single finger extended, his fingertip condensed an exquisitely refined source energy, accompanied by a piercing whoosh aimed straight at a vital point on Wang Xinran's chest. Simple, direct, efficient, lethal. His opening move was a crushing display of dominance. Wang Xinran's pupils contracted sharply. So fast, so strong. This pressure surpassed Li Wei's by far. She instinctively prepared to retreat and evade. But at the critical moment, she suddenly remembered the dull gray pill she had secretly swallowed before entering the ring. After ingesting the pill, she hadn't felt anything special. Yet now, facing Lin Hao's lightning-fast finger strike, she suddenly perceived his movements as slightly slower. Not truly slower, but she could see more clearly. The trajectory of the energy flowing from his fingertip, the subtle tremor of his arm muscles, even the fleeting coldness in his eyes, all were vividly etched in her vision. Strategic insight had taken effect. Before she could ponder further, Wang Xinran twisted her waist sharply, executing her footwork to its utmost. At an awkward yet masterfully precise angle, she narrowly and perilously evaded the deadly finger strike. The fierce gust whipped by the fingertip stung her cheek painfully. Huh? Lin Hao emitted a light sound of surprise, apparently taken aback that Wang Xinran had dodged. But he swiftly changed tactics. His finger strike missed, transforming into a palm strike, the edge of the palm like a blade slicing horizontally across Wang Xinran's neck. The transition was seamless, flowing like clouds and water, flawless in execution. Wang Xinran's mind was intensely focused. With the aid of tactical insight, she could clearly discern the trajectory and force distribution of her opponent's palm strike. No longer blindly evading, she identified the point where his power was weakest. Crossing her arms, she concentrated her energy in her forearms, bracing herself to withstand the blow head-on. Boom! Palms and arms collided. The shock surged through Wang Xinran's body, her vitality tumultuous. She staggered back 3 steps, her arms searing with pain. Yet she had managed to block the attack. She was not gravely injured. Blocked it? She actually blocked Lin Hao's relentless assault? A chorus of astonished gasps rose from the stands. What was expected to be a one-sided, swift defeat had turned into Wang Xinran enduring the first round of ferocious onslaught. Lin Hao's gaze tightened, no longer holding back. He unleashed the full extent of his early-stage martial artist strength, transforming into a torrent of light and shadow, cascading over Wang Xinran like a violent storm. Each strike was heavy and precise, ruthless and imbued with terrifying energy. Wang Xinran was plunged into an absolute struggle. She pushed her agility and power techniques to their limits, darting and weaving across the ring, occasionally bracing herself against the blows. Thanks to her tactical insight, she narrowly evaded vital strikes or chose to block in ways that minimized damage. Yet the vast disparity in strength was insurmountable. She was like a fragile leaf tossed in a tempest, liable to be torn apart at any moment. Bang! Her shoulder was swept by a gust of fist wind, burning with sharp pain. Shing! The hem of her garment was sliced by a finger wind, revealing the skin beneath. Uft! A moment's delayed dodge, and a palm wind grazed her ribs, causing internal organs to jolt. A trickle of fresh blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She was steadily pushed back, utterly unable to retaliate, relying solely on her indomitable will and the faint advantage granted by tactical insight to cling to survival. Her vibrant, multicolored battle robe, amidst her rapid movements and fierce exchanges, blurred into a dazzling whirlwind of colors, dizzying all who looked on. The gap was too great. To last this long was already remarkable. Lin Hao was overwhelmingly strong, utterly unbeatable, The spectators watched with bated breath, both admiring Wang Xinran's tenacity and fearing for her perilous plight. Gritting her teeth, Wang Xinran ignored the blood staining her lips. Every ounce of her spirit was devoted to tracking Lin Hao's attack patterns, searching for the nearly non-existent flaws. Her internal energy rapidly drained, injuries mounting. Yet her eyes remained sharp, devoid of any hint of surrender. She must find an opening. She screamed silently within. At that moment, unable to break through, Lin Hao's expression darkened, his patience worn thin. Suddenly, he halted mid-motion, his energy furiously converging in his right fist, which began to glow with a blinding radiance. It was Lin Hao's signature move, the mountain-crushing fist. Those who recognized it gasped. It's over. Lin Hao growled low, unleashing a powerful punch. The force was like a tangible mountain, crushing all in its path, locking onto Wang Xinran, thunderously descending. This punch was inescapable. Wang Xinran's pupils dilated as she sensed mortal peril. Tactical insight whirred wildly in her mind. Through her eyes, even this massive fist revealed subtle nodes of energy flow. Desperation, she gathered all her remaining energy into her crossed arms, shielding her chest, while twisting her body slightly, attempting to evade the full frontal impact. Boom! The deafening crash shattered the air. Wang Xinran was struck as if by a high-speed hovering train. Her protective energy instantly shattered. Bone-cracking pain surged through her arms. She spat a torrent of blood, her body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily at the edge of the ring. She struggled feebly, unable to rise immediately. Her multicolored battle robe was dust-stained and bloodied, its luster extinguished. Silence engulfed the arena, all eyes fixed upon that curled-up, colorful figure at the ring's edge. Shaking their heads, lying at the edge, Wang Xinran felt as if every bone had been shattered, her internal organs displaced and burning with agony. Her mouth was filled with the metallic taste of blood. Darkness flickered before her eyes. Around her ears was an oppressive silence, gradually replaced by stifled sighs and murmurs. It's over. Sure enough, it was no use. Lin Hao was too strong. There was no way. Making it to the finals was already impressive. She even heard, from the direction of Class 17, the sobbing and sniffling, tinged with tears. Is it over? Just like this? After all the struggle to reach this point, she still couldn't win? A surge of intense frustration and humiliation welled up inside her, more painful than her wounds. She tried to rise, but her arms were limp as noodles, utterly powerless. Her flamboyant, multicolored robe, now soaked with dust and dark crimson bloodstains, hung like a tattered rag, heavy and cumbersome. That old man's ragged clothes were useless, a fraud. Her consciousness blurred as she cursed, despair spreading like icy water. Then, an unexpected change. Her bloodied, dulled, multicolored robe, touching the fresh blood seeping from her wounds, suddenly flickered faintly with its once blinding fluorescent patterns. An indescribable aura, cold yet tinged with a sly, almost mischievous vitality, flowed silently like a gentle stream, seeping into her body through the wounds. Wang Xinran shuddered violently. It was neither pain nor warmth, but a peculiarly strange sensation, as if a seasoned trickster, lurking in a shadowy corner for years, skilled in ambushes and throwing quicklime, had breathed a mystical breath into her mind. A sudden flash of inexplicable insight flooded her brain. Her previously chaotic thoughts, muddled by grievous injury and despair, instantly sharpened with cunning clarity. Those minute, seemingly insignificant nodes and habits she had observed in Lin Hao's movements through tactical insight now gleamed like sparkling vulnerabilities in her eyes. Or rather, they were opportunities to exploit. An unprecedented, slightly unscrupulous battle wisdom surged like a floodgate opening in her heart. If brute force won't work, then play dirty? The thought escaped her control, startling even herself with its audacity. Yet why did it feel so right? Lying prone on the ground, she stealthily opened one eye, glancing at Lin Hao, who was slowly retracting, his expression indifferent, apparently ready to accept victory. Empowered by the aura of the old sixth, she keenly sensed the faintest trace of complacency deep within Lin Hao's victorious gaze, along with his subconscious disregard for the defeated opponent before him. Opportunity. Wang Xinran's heart pounded wildly. She gambled everything. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body convulsing violently. Then, with a voice so weak it seemed she might pass away at any moment, she hoarsely shouted toward the referee, "Referee, I admit defeat." Before the words could fully escape, at the very instant everyone believed she was conceding, Lin Hao instinctively relaxed his guard. even frowning slightly at what he perceived as an unnecessary gesture. Wang Xinran moved. No, not simply moved. She sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, or a streak of vibrant lightning skimming the ground. She did not rise in any normal fashion, but executed an astonishingly swift and clumsy roll. Propelled by a fierce kick against the floor, her body nearly grazing the surface of the ring. In a near-lawless sliding tackle, she brazenly cut between Lin Hao's slightly parted legs, exploiting the wide-open gate left by his momentary lapse. Meanwhile, her right hand, poised and ready to strike, extended like a blade, not aiming for vital points nor acupuncture spots, but insidiously targeting the ligament connection on the lateral rear side of Lin Hao's supporting leg's knee. That precise location had just been identified through a combination of tactical insight and Lao Lu's instinctive judgment as a minute but vulnerable stress point during Lin Hao's power transition. This strike was an elbow flick from the armpit, swift, cunningly angled, and malicious in intent. It utterly transcended the bounds of conventional martial arts sparring. It resembled more the groin kick of a street thug fight, an upgraded version of scattering lime powder. The entire audience. Lin Hao. The indifferent expression on Lin Hao's face instantly froze, transforming into a profound shock mingled with a trace of humiliated fury. He had never expected that someone who appeared gravely injured, on the brink of defeat and perhaps ready to concede, would suddenly unleash such a despicably underhanded and utterly unorthodox sneak attack. His extensive combat experience notwithstanding, in a surge of shock and anger. The muscles in his supporting leg tensed instantly as he infused it with primal energy to endure the blow, while his other leg lashed out like a steel whip toward Wang Xinran. Bang! Wang Xinran's fingers struck against something resilient like tough rubber, the recoil causing sharp pain. Yet Lin Hao's center of gravity wavered slightly from the sudden counterattack, causing his sweeping leg strike to slow for a moment. And in that split second, Wang Xinran disregarded the injury to her fingers, harnessing the rebound force, her body slithering like a boneless eel, clinging tightly to Lin Hao's leg. Her other hand curled into a claw, not seeking lethal damage but swiftly and fiercely scratching at Lin Hao's soft ribs beneath his waist. Meanwhile, her other leg insidiously hooked around the ankle of Lin Hao's opposite foot. Groin strikes, eye pokes, throat locks, such overt tactics were beneath her. She targeted those insidious, distracting, and hard-to-defend soft spots. Shameless. What kind of fighting style was this? Even the spectators were dumbfounded. The atmosphere had shifted so abruptly, from tragic heroism moments ago to street thug brutality in the blink of an eye. Lin Hao was simultaneously shocked and enraged. He was accustomed to upright, honorable duels and had never encountered such slippery, eel-like villainy. Wang Xinran's offensive power was not formidable, but she was exasperatingly persistent. She relentlessly assaulted the lower regions with lightning speed, sticking to him like a tenacious bandage, disrupting his rhythm and breath. Forced to divert his attention to counter these sneaky maneuvers, his once fluid and seamless offensive faltered instantly. Yet Wang Xinran grew increasingly confident. In the possessed state of Lao Lu, she felt her understanding of underhanded combat had reached unprecedented heights. She no longer sought to defeat her opponent in a single decisive move, but instead continuously harassed, provoked, and created chaos. She even exploited the visual afterimages and reflections produced by her multicolored battle robe in rapid motion, periodically dazzling Lin Hao's eyes. Hey, grandson, where are you looking? Unsteady on your feet, senior. Your waist is weak, huh? Kidney deficiency? While fighting, her voice never ceased, spewing all manner of trash talk. Though hoarse from injury, the mischievous tone was palpable even from afar. Lin Hao's face darkened with fury. Despite his formidable cultivation as a martial artist, he was rendered helpless by this despicable fighting style, unable to unleash his strength. Several times he attempted to gather energy for a decisive move, only to be interrupted by Wang Xinran's crafty attacks, or forced into a defensive rhythm by her willingness to fight to the death. The tide had completely turned. Just moments ago, Wang Xinran had been teetering on the edge of defeat, but now she was exchanging blows with Lin Hao on even footing. Although still mostly on the receiving end and returning few strikes, she was like an indomitable cockroach, entangling Lin Hao in bewildering ways that frayed his patience and gradually unbalanced his mindset. My goodness, a reversal. What kind of tactic was this? Though somewhat unorthodox, it seemed effective. Wang Xinran was incredible. No matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. The audience transitioned from shock to bewilderment, then inexplicably to exhilaration. This underdog's unexpected and unorthodox comeback stirred their blood. The section for Class 17, Grade 2, erupted in cheers. Wang Xinran, get him. Yes. Fight like this. Don't let him get comfortable. Lin Hao's face turned green with frustration. Wang Xinran rolled awkwardly, evading Lin Hao's furious strike once again. Though her shoulder was seared by the palm wind, burning fiercely a roguish, blood-tinged grin curled the corner of her lips. She felt utterly exhilarated. To hell with honor. Victory was all that mattered. Lin Hao stared at this seemingly transformed opponent, disbelief flickering in his eyes for the first time. How had Wang Xinran become a different person? This style was utterly revolting. The scales of victory seemed to tilt quietly in a direction no one had anticipated. On the arena floor, the atmosphere had completely derailed. Wang Xinran, the fiery girl crowned with a multicolored headpiece and clad in a flamboyant multicolored battle robe, had entirely morphed into the arena's Lao Lu. She abandoned all thoughts of direct confrontation, pushing the underhanded style to its zenith. Relying on the eerie combat intuition and tactical insight bestowed by the possession of Lao Lu, she clung to Lin Hao like stubborn chewing gum, assaulting his lower body with devious, vexing moves designed to torment. She jabbed at his ribs, hooked his ankles, pricked his armpits, and even occasionally flicked the floating dust from the arena floor mockingly toward his face. Her mouth never ceased its stream of trash talk, hoarse but wickedly cutting in tone. Senior, your steps are off. Kidney deficiency making your legs weak? Oh dear, your punches are slowing. Skip breakfast? Heart fluttering? My move cures nervousness. Lin Hao was on the verge of madness. His pure martial artist-esque cultivation should have crushed his adversary. Yet his strikes landed on nothing but cotton. No, on a slippery eel that stung with its sharpness. She never accepted his big moves, just clung to him, harassed him, and disgusted him, leaving him powerless to vent his strength, and so frustrated he felt like coughing up blood. His rhythm was utterly shattered, his breathing growing labored. That multicolored battle robe, wavering before his eyes, only added to his vexation. Shameless scoundrel! Lin Hao finally roared in anger, his movements stiffening slightly from his fury. Now! Wang Xinran's eyes blazed with a fierce gleam. Lao Lu's instinct sounded a frantic alarm. The opportunity was fleeting. She ceased her entanglement, her body suddenly arching backward as if about to fall, but her feet, spring-loaded, flipped her in an extraordinarily bizarre posture, narrowly evading Lin Hao's furious sweeping kick. Suspended midair, she brought together her right hand's index and middle fingers, concentrating the last remnants of Lao Lu's energy within her body and the temporary infusion from the multicolored battle robe into her fingertips. This coalesced into an almost imperceptible yet ruthlessly sharp chi strike, not aimed at any vital point, but directed precisely at the extremely secret and subtle acupuncture point Weizhong behind the knee of Lin Hao's supporting leg, inevitably exposed by his raised sweeping leg. This was the minute-sticking point identified through tactical insight combined with Lao Lu's experience, a nearly negligible but real hesitation during Lin Hao's power transition. This strike was executed with an exquisitely cunning angle and merciless timing at its peak. It completely exceeded the norms of orthodox martial arts, resembling a long-lost forbidden dim-mak acupressure technique. Lin Hao's entire focus was on Wang Xinran's inverted body, preparing to deliver a fatal blow upon her landing. Utterly unprepared for such a sinister counterattack executed midair, by the time he perceived that faint yet fatal gust of finger energy, it was already too late to evade it completely. The vital breath struck the acupuncture point with pinpoint accuracy. Lin Hao's entire supporting leg suddenly went numb and aching, like an electric shock coursing through it, causing the concentrated power to dissipate instantly. For the first time, his tall and imposing figure lost balance, staggering before collapsing onto one knee. His face was etched with utter astonishment, fury, and disbelief. Wang Xinran, propelled by the momentum of her fall, tumbled helplessly onto the ground, rolling several times to dissipate the force before collapsing on the opposite side of the ring, gasping heavily. Her entire body fell as if it had been hauled from the depths of water, utterly drained of strength, unable even to move a single finger. The radiance of her multicolored battle robe had completely dimmed. The aura of the cunning strategist was utterly expended. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stood with mouths agape, dumbfounded by the bizarre scene unfolding on the ring. Lin Hao kneeling on one knee, his face ashen, Wang Xinran sprawled on the floor, barely clinging to life. Who had won? What on earth was happening? Even the referee was stunned, hastily rushing onto the ring to check on both competitors. Lin Hao attempted to rise, but his right leg throbbed with numb weakness, utterly incapable of exertion in the short term, let alone continuing the fight. His gaze locked onto the collapsed Wang Xinran across from him, eyes swirling with a complex mixture of anger, frustration, and a hint of disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Xinran could barely utter a word, only managing to blink faintly, signaling she was still alive. After confirming their conditions, the referee took a deep breath and, with a trembling and incredulous voice, loudly announced, "The finals are over. The victor, Wang Xinran." The announcement echoed throughout the venue via the loudspeakers. After a brief stillness, an eruption of cheers exploded like a volcanic eruption, nearly shaking the roof off. She won? Wang Xinran won? My heavens! A comeback. A true, genuine comeback. The dark horse. An unyielding dark horse. How'd she do it? What was that final move? No matter how she pulled it off, winning is winning. Sister Ran is incredible. Champion. The champion of the 11th grade. A miracle. The entire section of Class 11. Grade 11 erupted into madness. Students screamed, jumped, embraced one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The homeroom teacher was moved to tears, repeatedly murmuring, "The prize money is secured. No, it's doubled. It's doubled." Students from other classes, having recovered from their initial shock, burst into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Regardless of whether they had previously supported Wang Xinran, everyone was conquered by this unbelievable turnaround. A warrior at the late cultivation stage, she had defeated one formidable opponent after another, ultimately overcoming Lin Hao, a martial master, to seize the championship. This was a living legend. Principal Li Songhai slowly rose from his seat, his eyes flickering with profound astonishment as he gazed at the collapsed, colorful figure on the ring, which then transformed into deep appreciation and satisfaction. He gently applauded. Immediately, the entire arena resounded with thunderous, enduring applause. Spotlights shone upon the ring, illuminating Wang Xinran. Medical personnel swiftly ascended the platform to administer urgent treatment to both fighters. Supported by others, Lin Hao stood up, his legs still tingling with numbness. He cast a deep, complicated look at Wang Xinran before saying nothing and limping off the ring. His pride had shattered utterly at this moment. Wang Xinran, also supported, managed to stand, though racked with pain and weakness. Yet her spine remained straight and proud. Her multicolored short hair, damp with sweat and clinging to her forehead, added a rebellious and fierce aura. The dirty, dull battle robe, at this moment, seemed to transform into a badge of victory. The awards ceremony commenced. Principal Li Songhai personally placed a medal engraved with a dragon pattern, symbolizing the highest honor of Jiangxing No. One high school's internal selection tournament champion, around Wang Xinran's neck. The heavy metal's cold touch made her feel as if her blood were boiling. Wang Xinran, congratulations, Li Songhai spoke gently. With praise, you have proven through your actions that willpower, wisdom, and courage can equally create miracles. I hope you remain humble and steady, and achieve even greater success on the national competition stage. Wang Xinran nodded vigorously, her voice hoarse but resolute. Thank you, Principal. I will continue to work hard. Then, the principal solemnly handed her a shimmering crystal card, the qualification certificate for the National Youth Martial Arts Competition. At that moment, the entire venue erupted again with enthusiastic cheers. Wang Xinran, champion. Sister Ran is mighty. Wang Xinran raised the medal and certificate high, her multicolored short hair fluttering under the lights. Though her face was pale, it radiated unparalleled brilliance and confidence. She savored this moment of universal admiration. The glory earned through her fists and intellect. All the sweat, all the pain, all the doubts, at this moment, were worth it. In a nondescript corner of the crowd, Wang Yiqian stood with both hands in the pockets of his worn old shirt, swaying slightly as he watched his daughter shining brilliantly on the ring. His usually expressionless face involuntarily curled into a wide, dazzling smile, tinged with a hint of foolishness but mostly overflowing with undeniable pride and satisfaction. See? I told you, my seed follows me, he murmured softly, his voice brimming with the pride of a loving father. At this moment, systems, cheats, or cunning tactics no longer mattered. What mattered was that his daughter had won. She was the champion. That was enough. Wang Yiqian smiled contentedly, turned, whistling an off-key tune, and leisurely strolled toward home. Not hiding his achievements? No, he was rushing home to throw a victory banquet for his champion daughter. As for that nearly ruined, multicolored battle robe, and the shrunken measure of fatherly love, mere trifles, just trifles. The feverish wave of triumph only began to subside after next came congratulatory messages from various seniors she had never even known before, and even teachers from other grades, all bearing a clear tone of camaraderie and alliance. Even the school's logistics department sent word, offering to replace her dormitory door with a premium alloy one free of charge. Her campus card privileges were elevated to the highest tier. At the cafeteria, the auntie's hands no longer trembled, piling mountains of meat onto her tray, accompanied by fruit and nourishing soup. Walking down hallways, she was no longer met with ridicule or curiosity, but uniformly greeted with Sister Ran, well done, and congratulations, Sister Ran, their gazes brimming with admiration and a hint of reverence. Wang Xinran took a considerable time to acclimate to this seismic shift. She drew a deep breath and clenched her fists. All of this was earned by her own fists and feet. City-level selection tournament, national competition, she was ready. However, not everyone welcomed her rise. In the western district of Jiangsheng, within a heavily guarded luxurious villa, the atmosphere was oppressive. Lin Hao sat sullenly on the sofa, his right knee wrapped in a special medicinal ointment that exuded a faint herbal scent. Before him sat a stern-faced, middle-aged man with piercing eyes, Lin Zhendong, the current head of the Lin family, a formidable expert at the late martial artist stage. Trash. Lin Zhendong slammed the exquisite rosewood tea table, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. You couldn't even defeat a little girl at the late martial artist stage, and she won by using such despicable underhanded tactics. You've brought utter disgrace to the Lin family. Lin Hao lowered his head, gripping his hands so tightly that his nails bit into his flesh. Yet he dared not retort. The defeat in the finals was the greatest humiliation of his life. Father, that Wang Xinran is truly uncanny. Lin Hao gritted his teeth. Her fighting style is nothing like conventional martial arts, and that last move, uncanny? Lin Zhendong snorted coldly. No matter how uncanny, she is just a late martial artist. What about her father, Wang Yitian? Have you investigated him thoroughly? A butler-like man, standing nearby, bowed respectfully. Master Lin, preliminary investigation has been conducted. Wang Yitian is a former low-ranking officer of the city's garrison, retired due to injury. His records are ordinary, with an assessed strength at the early martial artist stage. He has been chronically ill and comes from a poor family, residing in a low-rent apartment in the XC district. On the surface, there is nothing unusual. Nothing unusual? Lin Zhendong's eyes darkened with suspicion. An early martial artist rec like him can teach a daughter capable of defeating a martial artist? Do you believe that? The butler lowered his head. I do not believe it either, but no other background can be found. Perhaps Wang Xinran herself encountered some extraordinary fortune? Extraordinary fortune? Lin Zhendong rose and walked to the window, gazing into the night. Whatever it is, anyone who dares to trample on the Lin family's honor to rise must pay the price. Continue the investigation. Focus on Wang Yitian, and at the city-level selection tournament. I will not tolerate any more surprises. Understood? Yes, master. Both the butler and Lin Hao responded in unison. Meanwhile, inside the low-rent apartment, Wang Yitian was tying on his grease-stained, twisted apron, flustered as he wrestled with a lively fish in the kitchen. A pot of meat stew simmered, filling the air with a rich aroma. Today, he had splurged a little, buying some fine ingredients to celebrate his daughter's victory. Beep. Detection of faint malicious spying attempt. Target. Host and bound entity. Source, Lin family. Threat level, low. The system's alert sounded in his mind. Wang Yitian paused briefly, then curled his lip and continued scraping the fish scales, muttering to himself, the Lin family? That brat who lost the match and couldn't handle it? Spying? Let them spy all they want. If they find anything, I'll admit defeat. He did not take the warning seriously at all. To him, threats from the Lin family were like pesky flies buzzing around, annoying but utterly harmless. His greater concern was whether the fish would be braised or steamed. At that moment, Wang Xinran, still dragging the residual soreness in her body, returned home. Upon entering, the savory aroma caught her attention, and her eyes brightened. Oh, has the sun risen in the west? Old Wang, you're being generous today? Nonsense. My daughter won the championship. Shouldn't she eat well? Wang Yitian said proudly without turning his head. Look at my cooking skills. Smells good, doesn't it? Wang Xinran leaned toward the kitchen doorway, peering at the bubbling stew, and sniffed. Not bad, I guess. Barely edible. Although she voiced her complaints, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upward. This feeling of coming home to a hot meal and someone waiting for her was quite comforting. The food was served. Though its appearance was modest, the portions were generous. The father and daughter sat facing each other. Wang Xinran bit into a chicken leg and mumbled boastfully, "Old man, see this? Champion. Medal. A-grade resources. 500,000. I'm rich now. I'm going to support you from now on." Wang Yitian shoveled rice and snorted, showing off. It's just a school championship. Look at you. All puffed up. The city-level competition is full of experts. Don't come crying after getting knocked out in the first round. Jinx. Wang Xinran glared at him. The city-level competition is nothing. I'm aiming for a ranking at the national tournament. Aiming high, Wang Etian said, passing her a piece of meat. First heal your injury and build a solid foundation. Don't think you're invincible just because you beat Lin Hao. You know how close that match was? Budadamblak. That was strategy. Intelligence. Wang Xinran protested. Bullshit strategy. Just random fighting. Wang Etian scoffed. They ate while bickering, yet the atmosphere was exceptionally warm. Compared to the clamorous honors and adulation outside, Wang Xinran felt far more grounded and joyful bickering and dining with her foul-mouthed old man at home. After the meal, Wang Xinran rubbed her round belly and slumped in the chair, watching her father clear the dishes. She suddenly asked, "Hey, old man, honestly, am I impressive this time?" Wang Etian paused mid-motion, still facing away as he slowly wiped the plate. After several seconds, he replied in his characteristic tone, part disdainful, part proud, mumbling indistinctly, so. Not bad. At least you didn't disgrace the Wang family. Mainly because you take after me. Wang Xinran was momentarily stunned, then grabbed an empty bowl, intending to throw it at him. But upon seeing her father's slightly stooped back, she lowered her hand with a grunt, a wide smile tugging at her lips. You old fart, you sure know how to talk. Outside, the moonlight was just right. Inside, the lamplight was warm and inviting. Wang Xinran's glorious days at school were rocketing upward like a rocket. Her exclusive training room, A-grade resources, and greetings from Sister Ran, wherever she went, made her life thoroughly indulgent. Although the hidden injuries inflicted by Li Wei and Lin Hao had yet to fully heal, her spirits soared. She walked with the wind at her back, feeling her future radiant and boundless. Yet, as always, the world held both joy and sorrow. While Wang Xinran basked in the sunshine, in some households, dark clouds gathered. In Jiangcheng's western district, within an expansive villa resembling a small castle, the atmosphere was so oppressive it could be squeezed for water. In a spacious bedroom on the second floor, large enough to gallop a horse, Lin Hao resembled a wilted eggplant, listlessly slumped in an opulent rehabilitation chair. His right knee was wrapped in special gel bandages, emitting a strong medicinal scent. His face was pale, eyes vacant, staring at the ceiling with none of the pride and bearing he once held as the top student of the first high school. The image of being defeated by Wang Xinran's underhanded tactics on the final stage, then kneeling on one knee and humiliating himself publicly, haunted his mind like a nightmare on repeat. The overwhelming shame threatened to consume him utterly. The door was gently pushed open, and a middle-aged man clad in a black training suit entered, his physique lean and sharp, with eyes keen as a hawk's. His steps were measured and steady, exuding an unspoken aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. This was Lin Jindong, the father of Lin Hao, one of the three influential figures in the western district of Jiangcheng City, a formidable expert at the late stage of the martial artist rank. Lin Jindong cast a glance at his son's half-dead, listless demeanor, his brow immediately furrowed into a knot, and his eyes flickered with a subtle mixture of disappointment and frustration at his son's lack of ambition. Yet, he did not lash out immediately. Instead, he walked to the window, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed upon the meticulously tended garden outside, his voice low and resonant as he spoke. What? You can't get back up after a single defeat? Lin Hao trembled slightly, lowering his head, his voice hoarse. Dad, I've brought shame upon the Lin family. Shame? Lin Jindong snorted coldly, turning around, his gaze slicing across Lin Hao's face like a blade. You know what? Shame is a good thing. It means you still have a shred of pride. But what good is knowing you're ashamed? Think about how to regain your honor. He strode over to the desk, picked up a crystal-thin panel, and with a touch of his finger, a three-dimensional projection of the final match arena materialized in midair. It was the scene of Wang Xinran's last peculiar strike that caused Lin Hao to collapse to his knees, replayed in slow motion. Look carefully. Lin Jindong pointed at the projection, his voice simmering with suppressed fury. A little girl at the late stage of martial artist rank. What kind of move is that? Street thug fighting tactics? Stabbing the ankle? Targeting the soft ribs? Such unworthy methods actually brought down you, the Lin family's heir at the early martial artist stage. If this gets out, where does my Lin Jindong's face go? Where does the Lin family's honor go? Lin Hao lowered his head even further, his fist clenched so tightly his nails bit into his flesh. I know you underestimated her. You thought victory was assured, so you let your guard down. She took advantage of that. Lin Jindong's tone was icy, but this was no excuse. A lion still uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Don't you even understand that much logic? Yes, I was careless, Lin Hao admitted with difficulty. Careless? Lin Jindong stepped closer, towering over his son. I think you're just stupid. You let yourself be toyed with like a monkey. That last move was obviously planned. She was just waiting for you to show a flaw. All the tactics you've learned, the composure you've trained, gone to waste like dog food? Lin Hao was left speechless under the tirade, his face burning with shame. After venting his anger, Lin Jindong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his fury. Returning to his usual grim composure, he switched off the projection and sat back down, rhythmically tapping the armrest with his fingers. This Wang Xinran and her father. Wang Etian, his eyes narrowed, gleaming with dangerous light. I checked. His records are as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Lives in a slum district, survives on pension money. And Wang Etian is a sickly man. But to raise a daughter like that? No one would believe it. He was naturally suspicious, never trusting appearances at face value. A useless old man raising a genius daughter who can defeat a martial artist out of rank. There has to be something fishy behind this. Either the Wang family is hiding some secret, or Wang Etian himself is a deeply concealed expert. Dad, you mean Lin Hao lifted his head. No matter where he comes from, anyone who dares to trample on the Lin family's honor to rise must pay the price. Lin Jindong's tone was calm, but laced with an undeniable killing intent. But at this volatile moment, we cannot act personally and give our enemies a pretext. He pressed a conceal button on the desk. Moments later, a man clad in a gray-fitted outfit, his aura restrained and face so ordinary he would be lost in a crowd, appeared silently in the study like a ghost, bowing respectfully, master of the house. This was Lin Jindong's trusted aide, specializing in covert operations, codenamed Shadow Rat, a mid-stage martial artist particularly skilled in stealth, tracking, and assassination. Shadow Rat, Lin Jindong said, tapping the desk lightly, his voice indifferent. Go find someone. Clean operation, swift hands. Martial artist mid-stage level, adept at ambush and probing. Target, a man named Wang Etian, living in a low-rent apartment in the Isekai'd district. Test his worth. See if he is truly a useless wretch or hiding something. Remember, be clean. Leave no trace. Yes, sir. Shadow Rat responded without hesitation, bowing and vanishing in a flash as if never present. Lin Jindong gazed out the window, his eyes deep and contemplative. He intended to use this blade to probe the depths of that murky pond. If Wang Etian truly was worthless, then his death would be his misfortune. If he was a true expert, then they would need to consider their next moves carefully. A chilling wind began to stir quietly in the western district of Jiangqing City, its aim fixed upon that seemingly tranquil lower-end apartment. Meanwhile, in a bustling, chaotic market in the Isekai'd district. Oh dear, your vegetable leaves are all yellowed. And you're still charging 3.5 yuan per gene? That is highway robbery. 2 yuan, 2.5 at most. This fish is already rolling its eyes. Not fresh. Make it cheaper, 5 yuan. Fine. If not, I'll check out another stall. Wang Etian, dressed in his faded old man shirt and wearing flip-flops, clutching a worn-out reusable bag, was vehemently haggling with a vegetable vendor over a few dimes. His expression was utterly absorbed, a world apart from the scheming Lin Jindong in the Lin family study. Eventually, he emerged victorious, purchasing the eye-rolling fish and a few wilted greens at a price 5 dimes cheaper, humming a tuneless little song with satisfaction as he ambled homeward. He pondered whether to braise or steam the fish for dinner, completely unaware that an invisible net was quietly being cast toward him. The fading rays of the setting sun sliced the narrow alley into stripes of light and shadow, the air heavy with the damp scent of old walls and the aroma of distant cooking. Wang Etian carried his half-worn cloth bag, strolling unhurriedly. Inside were a few fresh vegetables and a lively grass carp threaded on a straw cord, its tail occasionally thrashing with strength. He had traveled this shortcut home for over a decade and could navigate it blindfolded. Yet, today, something in the alley's scent was off. Beyond the familiar dust and the earthy smell of moss in the corners, there was a faint, chilling aura he could not ignore, tinged with the metallic scent of blood, like a hidden venomous snake flicking its tongue in the shadows. A barely perceptible curve played at Wang Etian's lips, his mind as clear as a mirror. Since leaving the market, he had sensed a small pest clinging to his heels, a mid-stage martial artist specializing in dirty work, with decent stealth skills, but that faint murderous intent was as conspicuous to him as a firefly in the dark night. That old fox Lin Jindong was surprisingly quick in his moves. He snorted coldly in his heart, sending such a lackluster operative to probe, truly underestimating him. He did not quicken his pace. Instead, he walked even more leisurely, as if strolling through his own backyard, almost humming a tune, deliberately exposing his back with utter confidence. Sure enough, just as he reached the middle of the alley beside a pile of discarded building materials, the darkest spot perfect for a sneak attack, the hidden serpent behind him finally bared its fangs. Whoosh! A shadow darted out like a specter from the broken bricks and rubble. Moving so fast, it left nothing but a blur a dagger gleaming with a ghostly blue chill, bristling with lethal intent. Silently and soundlessly thrust straight toward Wang Etien's heart. The angle was cruel and precise, infused with internal energy, clearly aiming for a kill shot. Just as the dagger's tip was about to pierce the faded old shirt, a hoarse and mocking voice suddenly rang in the assassin's ear, dripping with icy ridicule. After all this time, that's your speed? Lin Jindong's money doesn't seem easy to earn. The assassin's pupils contracted sharply. He had neither seen Wang Etienne turn around nor sensed any internal energy fluctuations, yet the voice sounded as if it were right beside him. A chill surged instantaneously from the soles of his feet all the way to the crown of his head. Yet, with the arrow already drawn, there was no turning back. He bellowed fiercely, the dagger's thrust accelerating, playing tricks and putting on airs, dying and still defiant. Die for me. The dagger cut through the air with a sharp whistle, seemingly about to pierce through to the core with chilling precision. However, in the next moment, the assassin's vision blurred. The man, Wang Etienne, who had previously turned his back, had somehow spun around to face him directly. Those eyes, calm and undisturbed, were as profound as an ancient frozen pond, gazing at him with a faint, almost dismissive look, as if observing a snarling ant. What terrified him even more was that the dagger, imbued with the assassin's full force and lightning speed, was now gently clasped by two seemingly ordinary fingers at its tip. Like catching a drifting leaf with effortless grace, the blade remained motionless. No matter how the assassin summoned his elemental energy, his face flushed red with exertion. The dagger seemed welded to Wang Etienne's fingers, unable to advance an inch or retreat at all. Impossible. The assassin gasped in disbelief, his eyes brimming with terror, barehandedly intercepting a mid-stage martial artist's full-strength strike so nonchalantly. What kind of monster was this? Wang Etienne looked at the assassin's ghost-stricken expression and shook his head slightly, his tone tinged with disappointment. Decent power, but too slow, and your accuracy is abysmal. Lin Jindong sent scum like you? You're only getting worse with age. With that, the fingers holding the dagger's tip twitched slightly. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The dagger, forged from 100 refined steel and laced with potent poison, shattered from the tip like fragile glass, fragmenting inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, it crumbled into a pile of iron shards scattered on the ground. The recoil stunned the assassin's arm, leaving it numb as he staggered backward, staring dumbfounded at his empty hand and the heap of iron fragments, utterly bewildered. Wang Etienne flicked his fingers as if brushing off a speck of dust, his gaze landing on the assassin's pale face with a hint of amusement. Speak. Did Lin Jindong send you to break a leg or leave an arm behind? The assassin no longer bore even a trace of his previous arrogance. Dread surged over him like a tidal wave, suddenly recalling Lin Jindong's parting warning. He resolved to flee at once. With a sharp push from his foot, he vaulted backward violently, simultaneously raising his hand to launch 3 obsidian shuttle-shaped hidden weapons in a triangular formation toward Wang Etienne's face, throat, and chest. The speed was astonishing, accompanied by a piercing whistle. Trying to run? Wang Etienne chuckled softly. Facing the oncoming poison darts, he neither dodged nor flinched but simply opened his mouth and blew gently. A breath of pure air escaped. The 3 lethal darts, capable of piercing metal and shattering stone, struck an invisible wall of air, halted abruptly midair, then reversed direction at an even greater velocity. Thunk, thunk, thunk. 3 muffled impacts sounded. The assassin, caught off guard, was pierced through both knees and the right scapula by his own returning weapons. Blood spatters flew. He let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to his knees with a thud, instantly rendered immobile. My legs, my arm. The assassin howled in agony, his eyes fixed on Wang Etienne with utter terror, as if confronting a demon god. Are you human or ghost? Wang Etienne approached him slowly, towering over the fallen man with an indifferent gaze. It seems you've chosen the third path. His eyes swept toward a nearby, foul-smelling, half-open septic tank entrance. He nodded. That place seems fitting for you. The assassin seemed to sense his fate and screamed in panic. No. Please. Spare me, elder. It's Lin Jindong. The Lin family's head sent me. It's not my fault. Please. Before he could finish, Wang Etienne lifted his foot and gently nudged him with his toe. A gentle force propelled the assassin like a rag doll kicked away, tracing a graceful arc as he was precisely hurled into the septic tank's entrance. Splash! A dull thud echoed, and the stench spread instantly. The assassin's screams abruptly ceased, replaced by futile splashing and bubbling sounds before silence fell. Only then did Wang Yiqian bend down, picking up a grass carp that had bounced aside during the scuffle, dusted it off with a trace of elemental energy, and held it once more in his hand. He glanced at the churning septic tank and frowned, waving his hand in front of his nose. Unlucky, he murmured, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. Immediately, his consciousness sank into his mind-SC. System, scan the soul fluctuations of that man, just now. Trace the source. Ding. Scan complete. Target's soul fluctuations recorded. Analysis and tracing underway. Matching degree, 991. Location, Jiangxing West District. Affiliated with Lin Zhendong family S Outer Circle Mercenaries, codename, Shadow Dagger. The system announced coldly. A flicker of cold light flashed across Wang Yiqian's eyes. It appeared he would have to find time to pay a personal visit to this Lin family head. Some flies buzzing incessantly in his ear were truly vexing. Without lingering, he grasped the meal prepared for his daughter and resumed his steady stride homeward. His silhouette stretched long beneath the setting sun, steady as a mountain, as if the lightning-fast domination and slaughter moments ago had never transpired. Only the dissipating stench in the alley and the occasional bubbles rising from the septic tank silently narrated the demise of a mid-stage martial artist assassin and the impending storm targeting the Lin family. Carrying the resilient grass carp that had endured so much, Wang Yiqian strolled leisurely out of the alley imbued with its peculiar odor, merging once more into the sparse evening crowd. His expression was calm, his steps measured, as though the brief, flavorful clash in the alley was no more than swatting away a buzzing fly, insufficient even to ruffle his mood. What Lin Zhendong might have considered a thunderous probe, Wang Yiqian regarded as nothing but a child's tantrum, a mere stone tossed with no merit to warrant a glance. Revenge? That was inevitable, but not now, nor with such despicable means. His thoughts returned to the fish in his hand. It looked decent, steaming would best preserve its freshness. His daughter had been training hard lately. She deserved some nourishment. Back home, warm lights already glowed in the modest rental apartment. Wang Xinran had not yet returned, likely still sweating it out in the school's training room, which rivaled a presidential suite in luxury. Wang Yiqian tied on his oil-stained, twisted apron and began skillfully scaling the fish, gutting and cleaning it. His movements were fluid and natural, exuding a composure starkly at odds with his shabby attire. If the Shadow Dagger assassin were aware of this, witnessing the terrifying being who had effortlessly crushed him now bustling around the stove like an ordinary father, what feelings might he harbor? Soon, the sound of a key turning echoed outside, followed by a bang as the door swung open. Wang Xinran burst in like a whirlwind, drenched in sweat and brimming with vitality. "Dad, I'm home." Her voice rang out brightly. Her multicolored short hair was damp with sweat, strands clinging to her forehead. Her cheeks flushed rosy red, eyes sparkling brilliantly, radiating an aura of "I'm strong. I'm awesome. Praise me quickly." "Wash your hands and eat," Wang Yiqian said without turning. His focus fixed on the steaming fish in the pot, his tone even. Wang Xinran kicked off her shoes, tossed her backpack carelessly, and leaned against the kitchen doorway. Inhaling deeply, "Wow. Smells amazing. Fish for dinner today." She watched her father's busy figure retreating, unable to contain her excitement as she began reporting the day's achievements. "Dad, let me tell you, today's training was exceptionally effective. The flow of my vital energy was incredibly smooth. The principal's granting of that A-grade resource access was absolutely fantastic. Do you understand what it feels like to drink the body-tempering elixir as if it were water? In that cultivation chamber, its primordial energy was so dense it seemed about to drip. I feel that if I keep training like this, it won't be long before chirping away like a joyous little sparrow, she poured out every detail. The school's rewards, the teacher's attention, the envy of her classmates, and the slightest progress in her cultivation, with a tone brimming with enthusiasm and pride. Wang Yiqian, while laying ginger shreds and scallion sections atop the fish, nonchalantly hummed and muttered and oh, occasionally interjecting, "Use those resources sparingly. Don't squander them like a nouveau riche. Cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Don't push yourself to ruin." On the surface, he appeared utterly indifferent, embodying the archetype of a disheveled, apathetic father unconcerned with his daughter's great achievements. Yet, deep within his lowered eyes flickered a subtle, barely perceptible smile and satisfaction. In his mind, the system's prompt softly chimed. Ding. Bound subject Wang Xinran's strength steadily increasing. Positive mindset. Dependency on host at 1. Paternal affection value 5. Ding. Bound subject enjoying premium resources. Optimized growth environment. Potential stimulated, indirectly contributing 3 points of paternal affection. Current paternal affection balance. 850 points. Listening to this pleasant alert, Wang Yiqian felt a secret thrill. This girl hasn't wasted my covert efforts after all. Thinking of the bottle of spiked nutrient solution and the catalyst soon to arrive, the corner of his mouth twitched ever so slightly upward. The meal was served, a simple spread of 2 dishes and a soup, yet fragrant and inviting. Wang Xinran, ravenous, shoveled a large mouthful of rice. Her cheeks puffed as she mumbled indistinctly, "Also, Dad, I feel like someone has been tailing me lately. It's kind of creepy, having experienced real combat." Her intuition was keener than that of ordinary people. Wang Yiqian picked up a piece of fish, meticulously removed the bones, and placed it in her bowl. Get home early after school. Don't walk alone at night, especially if you're a delinquent girl. Stay away from those dark, narrow alleys. At this, Wang Xinran's brows furrowed sharply. She slammed her chopsticks on the bowl. Little thieves? Dare to set their sights on this genius? They must be out of their minds. Perfect for practice. Bring 1, I'll beat 1. Bring 2, I'll take on both. Wang Yiqian raised his eyelids, casting her a sidelong glance, then drawled slowly, "Beat what? You don't have a light touch. If you accidentally cripple someone, I'll have to pay the medical bills. And my pension isn't nearly enough to cover the damage you cause. Listen to your old man. Just avoid trouble." His words sounded earnest and considerate, but his inner monologue was, "I'm just worried you'll go overboard and accidentally kill one of those thugs sent to probe us. Then that old Lin Jindong will seize the opportunity to stir up trouble. It's better if I handle the fly swatting, professional, environmentally friendly, and harmless." Wang Xinran pouted, clearly dissatisfied. But seeing her father's "I'm doing this for your own good" demeanor, she didn't bother arguing. She picked up her chopsticks again, grumbling, Okay. You're so naggy. I'll avoid those places, all right? Geez, you make me sound like a troublemaker." Yet in her heart, she mused, "If some careless fool does run into me, it'll all be a good chance to try out my new moves." The meal concluded amidst the father and daughter's playful banter. Wang Xinran quickly tidied up the dishes and retreated to her room, presumably to digest the gains from today's cultivation. Wang Yiqian stared at the tightly shut door, his gaze profound. He could feel the increasing vitality and liveliness of his daughter's vital energy, and that barrier between the late warrior stage and early martial master stage was indeed on the verge of collapse. It was time to gently give her a little push. He connected to the system store, browsing swiftly. Soon, his eyes fixed on an item. Cultivation Breakthrough Catalyst, Gentle Version. Effect: subtly nourishes the meridians, gently stimulates potential. Slightly enhances vital energy activity and affinity with primordial energy. Significantly increases breakthrough success rate. No side effects. Price: 120 paternal affection points. Note: silent nourishment. Aids the genius' ascent. That was it. Without hesitation, Wang Yiqian made the payment. The paternal affection points in his account instantly shrank. But he didn't bat an eye. Investing his daughter was a guaranteed profit. The exchange was successful, and a small crystal vial containing a colorless, odorless transparent liquid appeared in the system space. Wang Yiqian rose, took the high-grade nutrient solution provided by the school from the refrigerator, and with a barely perceptible flick of his fingertip, infused a trace of colorless, odorless medicinal liquid into it, blending perfectly without any abnormality. "Ranran, come out and drink this nutrient solution to help with digestion," he called toward the room. Coming. Wang Xinran dashed out, took the nutrient solution, and without a glance, tipped her head back and gulped it down. She licked her lips, remarking, "The flavor seems a bit lighter, but the effect should be the same. I'm off to train." Another 3 days passed. Wang Xinran sat cross-legged at the center of the exclusive training chamber the school had assigned her, feeling the ceaseless surging of vital energy within her body, her face alight with excitement. Today's training was unusually good. After drinking that nutrient solution just now, a warm current swept through her, soothing her entire body. The previously stagnant, difficult-to-penetrate spots during cultivation now seemed to loosen imperceptibly. It seems this genius is really about to break through. This A-grade resource is truly something else. She thought happily. Taking a deep breath, she cleared her mind and devoted herself fully to circulating her technique, guiding the surging vital energy to assault the stubborn barrier that had long hindered her, the solid boundary between late warrior and early martial master stages. Once, twice, the vital energy crashed against the bottleneck like tidal waves. The barrier trembled violently, yet remained steadfast. Sweat beaded finely on Wang Xinran's forehead, but her resolve was unshaken. Instead, it only kindled a fiercer fighting spirit. "Open, for me," she shouted silently in her heart, concentrating all her spirit and strength into a single point, launching her most ferocious charge. At that moment, The gentle yet persistent medicinal power of the cultivation breakthrough catalyst, contained in the spiked nutrient solution, seemed to find a breakthrough point, quietly playing a pivotal role. It acted like the most dexterous lubricant, seeping into the tiniest cracks of the barrier, nourishing the meridians at the impact site, allowing vital energy to flow more smoothly and converge more easily. Boom! In her consciousness, it was as if a cataclysmic thunderclap had sounded, splitting the heavens and earth. The once unyielding barrier, caught between external assault and internal aid, finally groaned under the unbearable strain and collapsed into rubble. The surging vital energy poured into a broader, more resilient meridian network like a bursting flood, an aura far stronger and several times more refined than before, majestic and overwhelming, erupted from Wang Xinran's body like a slumbering dragon suddenly awakened. Within the cultivation chamber, the dense primordial energy, nearly liquefied, was drawn into a frenzy, forming countless small whirlpools that surged into her body. Her bones cracked and popped, her muscle fibers reorganized and strengthened, her senses sharpened considerably, and her perception and control over the surrounding primordial energy expanded several-fold. Early martial master. She had made it. Wang Xinran suddenly opened her eyes, beams of brilliance shooting forth like tangible lightning, flashing briefly in the dim chamber. She felt the ceaseless, mighty energy within her body, as grand as the Yangtze River and Yellow River combined, flooding every fiber of her being with an unprecedented sense of power. Unable to contain it, she let out a long, triumphant howl toward the heavens. The piercing howl of Qinghue shattered through the soundproof barriers of the training chamber, echoing far into the silent night sky of the campus. Early-stage martial artist. I made it. She leapt up with exhilaration, swinging her fist midair, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that cracked the air with a thunderous boom. Feeling the surging torrent of formidable power flowing from her fingertips, her confidence soared. Lin Hao, Ouyang Qian, just wait for me, this prodigy. At the city-level competition, I'll show you how to deal with me. She paced back and forth excitedly within the training room, acclimating to her newfound strength, occasionally throwing punches and kicks into the air, reveling in the exhilarating sensation brought by her leap in power. Meanwhile, inside a modest rental apartment, Wang Etian slumped on a creaking sofa, seemingly dozing but his consciousness deeply immersed in the system interface as he reviewed the ledger of paternal affection points. Suddenly, his entire body jolted violently. At the very moment Wang Xinran successfully broke through, he distinctly sensed an immense, unfathomably pure energy surge forth from the void, instantly flooding his limbs, meridians, and dantian. This energy was gentle yet overwhelmingly potent, sharing the same root and origin as his own cultivation, blending seamlessly as water and milk. The seemingly impenetrable barrier between mid-stage and late-stage Grandmaster cultivation dissolved quietly like snow under sunlight. Unable to withstand even the slightest resistance against this vast energy feedback from the system, triggered by the breakthrough of his bound counterpart. His chi expanded wildly. The quality of his primordial energy surged dramatically, becoming increasingly condensed and refined, suffused with a faint golden radiance. His spiritual power skyrocketed at an unprecedented pace, sharpening his perception of the surrounding heavens and earth to an exquisite degree, as if he could hear the flow of primordial energy and see the intricate weaving of the laws governing reality. A marvelous sensation filled his heart, a mastery over his own strength that was effortless and natural, as if he could command the forces of a realm with a single thought. Early-stage Grandmaster, a natural progression. The entire process unfolded smoothly and miraculously, devoid of any earth-shattering phenomena. Only the essential transcendence of his life's internal layers. Beep. Detected. Bound counterpart Wang Xinran has broken through to early-stage martial artist. Host-S cultivation realm synchronized to early-stage Grandmaster. Congratulations, host, on a qualitative leap in strength. Your control over power has become more exquisite, touching the embryonic form of heavenly laws. Reward: 500 paternal affection points. Current paternal affection balance: 780 points. A series of pleasant notification tones echoed within Wang Etien's mind. He slowly opened his eyes, and within his deep gaze flickered fleeting shadows of the sun, moon, and stars, before settling into serene calmness. Yet the profound, immovable aura, like a vast mountain and deep ocean, grew ever more intense. Clenching his fist gently, he savored the terrifying might within him, vast as the sea, capable of deciding life and death with but a thought and a feint. Satisfied smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. So this is the power of a grandmaster. Indeed, it is worlds apart from the realm of a mere master. He murmured softly to himself, his tone even but laced with the composure of one who commands all. Unlike his daughter's rapturous roar, he quietly absorbed the mysterious sensation brought by this leap in life's depth. To him, it was more like reclaiming a portion of strength that had always belonged to him, entirely natural. That girl has finally proven my investment worthwhile. Thinking of his daughter, a genuine, paternal smile of contentment graced his face. Though most of the credit belonged to the system and, well, his timely assistance, he reigned in the overwhelming aura that inadvertently emanated from him, an oppressive presence that could suffocate an ordinary martial artist and resume the guise of somewhat lethargic middle-aged man. Only his eyes remained profoundly deep and inscrutable. Lin Jindong, now I want to see what tricks you still have up your sleeve. Wang Yitian's gaze turned calmly toward the western district, laced with a detached disdain as if looking down on insignificant ants. With the strength of a grandmaster, many matters that once required caution could now be handled differently. For instance, how to pay a visit to that troublemaking head of the Lin family in a manner that achieves my purpose without causing a scandal or alarming the neighbors. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Perhaps this time, he could afford to be just a little more conspicuous. At that moment, in the school's training chamber, Wang Xinran, having consolidated her cultivation, brimmed with confidence as she planned how to shine brilliantly in the city-level selection contest. Utterly unaware that her seemingly lackluster father had silently risen to a height she would long need to look up to, and was preparing to clear away some minor obstacles on her path. Wang Yitian sat cross-legged on the creaky sofa in the modest apartment, eyes half closed, appearing to nap but truly immersed in a serene contemplation of the vast and harmonious power of the Grandmaster within him. This power was entirely under his control. As if every gesture could summon the might of a realm, it was truly wondrous. That old fly, Lin Jindong, it's time to swat him. But the method must be proper. He couldn't simply show up in this faded old shirt and slippers. That would be disrespectful to his opponent. More importantly, it wouldn't suit the dignity of Wang the Grandmaster. With this thought, he opened his eyes, rose, and paced over to the peeling wooden wardrobe. That wardrobe had seen better days. It was purchased when he first retired. Inside were mostly old clothes, year after year, all similar in style. His hand probed deep within until his fingertips brushed against a long, rigid object carefully wrapped in dust cloth. He paused slightly, as if recalling something, and gently withdrew the bundle. Undoing the tied cloth strings, he unfolded the dust covers layer by layer to reveal not some splendid garment or ornament, but a neatly folded set of clothing, a deep black Zhongshan suit. The fabric was understated yet of exquisite quality, cool and smooth to the touch, obviously valuable. The style was a classic slim-fit custom-made many years ago, without any superfluous embellishments, with clean, sharp lines. This was commissioned at a significant juncture in his life, tailored by a master craftsman to make him look spirited and imposing. As life changed, this suit had been deeply stored away, untouched, as if sealing away that entire chapter of his past. Wang Yitian gently brushed over the nearly imperceptible creases on the fabric, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions before swiftly returning to calm. He promptly shed his worn shirt and donned a Zhongshan suit. Surprisingly, the suit fit perfectly, as if time had altered nothing. The crisp shoulders and tapered waist straightened his once slightly stooped posture, worn down by years of neglect. The proud bearing and broad shoulders, hidden beneath his old clothes, now stood fully revealed. He approached the cracked mirror in the bathroom. The reflection showed a disheveled mane, stubbled face, and the habitual laziness in his eyes, at odds with the sharp suit he now wore. Turning on the faucet, he splashed cold water onto his face, then took up a razor and skillfully shaved off the stubble, revealing a sharply defined jawline. With wet hands, he carefully slicked back his unruly hair. Though no gel was used, it appeared much neater and refreshed. Having completed these preparations, he raised his eyes to the mirror once more. The man staring back was transformed, reborn, the wild hair and stubble gone, revealing a face of angular features, weathered yet devoid of age's frailty. His deep eyes were calm and unruffled, concealing a subtle sharpness that seemed to pierce through the world's affairs. Clad in a perfectly tailored black Zhongshan suit, his poised and restrained demeanor was accentuated to the fullest extent, exuding an aura of unchallenged authority that comes naturally from long-standing prominence. Gone was the slightest trace of the usual disheveled middle-aged man who slouched on the sofa, picking at his feet, or who had turned red-faced and flustered over petty disputes of the market. This was unmistakably a master hidden among the common folk. No, a grandmaster. Wang Yitian gave a slight, gnawed to his reflection in the mirror, seemingly satisfied. He adjusted his collar, flicked away some non-existent dust, moving with calm and unhurried grace. At that moment, the door was flung open with a clang. Wang Xinran had returned from her morning exercise. Her short, multicolored hair was damp with sweat, her cheeks flushed, and she carried a bag of soybean milk and fried dough sticks for her father. Even before she stepped inside, her voice reached him. "Old man, are you up? I brought you breakfast. Eat it while it's hot." Before she could finish, she stepped fully through the door, her gaze casually sweeping across the living room. Then, as if frozen by a spell, she stiffened at the threshold, mouth half open, words caught in her throat, eyes wide as saucers. And the bag in her hand nearly slipped from her grasp. What had she seen? In the center of the living room stood a tall, upright stranger dressed in a crisply pressed black Zhongshan suit. His profile was sharp and resolute, his aura calm and unyielding. From his back and side alone, he radiated an imposing presence. The crucial question was, what was this man doing in her home? And why was he dressed so formally? A thief? No, no thief would dress like that. Moreover, the silhouette looked somewhat familiar. Wang Xinran's mind stumbled to keep pace. She instinctively rubbed her eyes and looked again, when the man slowly turned his head upon hearing her voice, revealing a face both familiar and yet strange after shaving off his beard and neatly combing his hair. Wang Xinran was utterly petrified. "Old man?" Her voice shifted tone, filled with incredulous astonishment. With trembling fingers, she pointed at Wang Yitian. "How are you? What has gotten into you? Am I hallucinating from my training? Are you dressing like this to go on a blind date? No, at your age. Why would you even bother with that? What's going on?" She circled Wang Yitian twice, scrutinizing him as if meeting her own father for the first time. The clothes, the hairstyle, the face, though the underlying features were the same, the entire spirit and vitality had transformed completely. Where there had once been a puddle of sludge, now stood a sword sheathed but deadly, serene on the surface yet bristling with an indescribable sharpness and majesty. Wang Yitian was mildly amused by his daughter's ghostly expression, but maintained his usual calm and unruffled demeanor. Casting her a cool glance, he spoke in a steady, unflappable tone. "Such clamoring is unbecoming. After your morning exercise, you should consolidate your cultivation. You just broke through. Your foundation is unstable. That's nonsense." As he spoke, he slightly turned to the cracked mirror on the wall, smoothing the already immaculate collar of his suit with elegant composure. Still stunned, Wang Xinran stammered, "No. What exactly are you going to do dressed like this? You look scary. Are you going to an important event? Did the school invite you? That can't be right. No principal would dress you up like this." Wang Yitian finished tidying himself, then turned to his daughter with a profound gaze. "I'm going out on some business. You," he paused, his tone laced with unmistakable authority, "stay home and cultivate properly. Don't wander about unnecessarily, and especially avoid stirring up trouble." With that, he fell silent, stepping toward the door with measured, steady strides. His upright silhouette, accentuated by the fitted Zhongshan suit that highlighted broad shoulders and a narrow waist, exuded a dignified and unshakable presence. Only after the door clicked softly shut did Wang Xinran remain rooted to the spot, still clutching the bag of soybean milk and fried dough sticks forgotten. She stared at the now empty doorway, glanced down at her sweat-drenched training clothes, and her mind replayed the revolutionary image of her father. After a long moment, she finally snapped out of it, swallowing hard and murmuring to herself, I can't believe it. Turns out Dad actually looks quite the part when he tidies up." This realization struck her even more profoundly and shockingly than her breakthrough to the initial stage of martial mastery just yesterday. What on earth was the old man playing at today? Meanwhile, downstairs, bathed in the morning sunlight, Wang Yitian felt the surging power within his body and the natural flow of the world's energy around him. A faint curve lifted the corner of his mouth. "Lin family, Lin Jindong, are you prepared to receive your guest?" The morning sun filtered through the mist, casting light upon the grandest Lin family estate in Jiangxing's western district. The towering wrought iron gates stood firmly closed, flanked by two vigilant guards whose temples bulged with exertion, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Within the estate, lush trees shaded the grounds, glimpses of a luxurious villa nestled deep inside, signaling the owner's extraordinary status and wealth. A tall figure appeared on the tree-lined avenue outside the Lin estate, walking deliberately and unhurriedly. Dressed in a flawlessly pressed black Zhongshan suit, his steps steady, his face stern, his eyes deep as an ancient well, this was none other than Wang Yitian. His attire clashed with the opulent surroundings, yet he carried an aura of profound calm and towering presence that could not be ignored. The two guards immediately became alert. One step forward, reaching out to block his path, his tone condescending and sharp. Stop. Who goes there? This is a private estate. No unauthorized persons may approach. Leave at once. Wang Etian did not halt, nor did he divert his gaze. He merely cast a faint glance at the guard. That simple, unremarkable look made the guard feel as though he had been fixed upon by a prehistoric beast, an indescribable and terrifying pressure instantly enveloping his entire being. His blood seemed to freeze, his breath ceased. He tried to shout a warning, but no words emerged. Helpless, he could only watch the black-clad figure continue unimpeded toward the gate. The other guard, seeing his companion frozen and the intruder ignoring their warning, erupted in fury and shouted, seeking death. Harnessing his martial energy, he unleashed a punch wrapped in a fierce wind, aimed directly at Wang Etien's face, a blow capable of shattering stone and splitting monuments. Wang Etian remained unfazed. Only as the fist neared did an invisible wall of energy ripple slightly around him. Bang! The guard who struck collided as if against an invisible steel barrier. Bone-shattering pain shot through his arm, and he was hurled backward with even greater speed than he had approached, crashing heavily against the wrought iron gate. A dull, thunderous sound echoed as he slid to the ground, unconscious. The first guard, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, collapsed to the ground, legs giving way, his face as pale as paper. Wang Etian did not spare them a glance, as if merely brushing dust from his sleeve. He approached the heavy alloy gate, but did not reach out. Instead, his gaze sharpened. Creak, rumble. The gate, which normally required electricity or great force to open, groaned as though pushed by an invisible giant hand. It bent inward, twisted with a sickening sound, then burst open with a thunderous crash. Beyond lay the estate's broad driveway and meticulously manicured lawns. The commotion had already alerted others within the estate. Several figures came racing from the direction of the villa, led by a middle-aged man in a stewardess uniform, his features sharp and eyes cold and fierce. His cultivation had clearly reached the mid-stage of martial mastery. Following him were 4 or 5 other formidable martial artists. The stewardess face darkened upon seeing the open gate, the unconscious guard, and Wang Etien's calm advance. He shouted sharply, "Who are you, sir? How dare you trespass upon the Lin estate? Do you know where this is?" Wang Etian finally came to a halt, his gaze serene as it settled upon the steward, his tone indifferent. "Summon Lin Jindong to meet me." The steward's heart tightened under that calm, yet profoundly oppressive stare. Yet, relying on the presence of reinforcements behind him and the Lin family's formidable influence, he forcibly maintained his composure and sneered coldly. "How presumptuous! The head of the family is not someone you can see at will. Whoever you are, storming into the Lin estate and injuring the guards. Today you must pay the price. Seize him." Several martial artists behind him responded in unison, brandishing their weapons, their momentum erupting as they lunged at Wang Etian from multiple directions. Blades flashed and swords clashed, instantly encircling Wang Etian. A slight frown creased Wang Etien's brow, as if the noise annoyed him. He remained motionless, merely raising his right hand, his fingers extended like a blade, casually slashing at the foremost attacker, swinging his sword. Whoosh! A condensed, almost tangible pale golden aura tore through the air, arriving before the sword's strike, effortlessly severing the tempered steel blade and slicing across the attacker's arm. Amid a scream of agony, the attacker's right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood spraying forth. The man was propelled backward by the residual force, crashing against an artificial rock formation, his fate unknown. The other warriors, witnessing this, turned pale with shock, their assault faltering involuntarily. The steward's pupils contracted sharply, a tempest of dread surging within his heart. Releasing sword chi barehanded? So refined? Could this man be a grandmaster? He realized he had struck a formidable wall, but by now he was trapped beyond retreat. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Form ranks! Trap him!" Simultaneously, he retreated rapidly, intending to send a warning. Obstinate and unyielding, Wang Etian spoke calmly, his figure flickering like a phantom, suddenly appearing before the steward before he could react. The steward's horror intensified. He condensed all his elemental energy into a palm strike, the palm wind fierce and cutting. Wang Etian neither dodged nor parried, striking with his own palm. This palm strike seemed leisurely, but contained an ineffable, profound trajectory, arriving ahead of expectation, lightly pressing against the steward's palm. Crack! Puffed! The sickening sound of bones shattering and blood spurting erupted almost simultaneously. The steward's hand, infused with mighty elemental energy, along with his forearm bones, shattered inch by inch. He was hurled back like a truck barreling at high speed, spewing blood mixed with shattered viscera. flying tens of meters before colliding with a tree trunk as thick as a basin, finally collapsing limply, breath ceasing to enter, only leaving traces of exhalation. The remaining warriors were petrified, their souls fleeing in terror. None dared to advance, retreating instead, as if beholding a demigod. Wang Yitian did not glance at the fallen or the wounded. Brushing the spotless corner of his garment, he strode toward the most opulent villa. Wherever he passed, Lin family guards and servants who had rushed in upon hearing the news were overwhelmed by the invisible, terrifying aura he radiated, scattering without exception, no one daring to obstruct him further. He seemed to tread into a realm devoid of opposition, walking directly to the thick redwood door of the villa. The door was closed. He did not push it open, but merely narrowed his eyes slightly. Boom! The two heavy solid wood doors shattered explosively as if struck by a cannonball, splintering into countless fragments that sprayed inward. Amid the swirling wood dust, Wang Yitian stepped inside. Within the spacious and lavish hall of the villa, Lin Jindong sat gloomily in the main seat, scolding Lin Hao below him, who hung his head dejectedly, his right leg still in a fixed splint. The sudden thunderous noise and pervasive killing intent caused both to look up in alarm. When Lin Jindong saw Wang Yitian enter calmly, his expression indifferent, especially feeling the terrifying aura emanating from him like a fathomless abyss, vast as the ocean, causing his very soul to tremble. His face froze instantly, transforming into sheer terror and disbelief. Cold sweat poured down his back like a waterfall. He tried to stand, but found his body weighed down by an invisible mountain, unable to move even a single finger. A late-stage martial artist's cultivation was as insignificant as an ant before such an aura. Lin Hao trembled uncontrollably, collapsing onto the ground, his pants soaked, his eyes filled with terror, as if beholding a demon from hell. Wang Yitian's gaze swept over the disordered hall, finally resting on Lin Jindong, who seemed frozen in place, as if immobilized by a spell, appearing no more significant than a trivial piece of furniture. He walked over to an expensive rosewood Grandmaster chair and sat down leisurely. Beside him was a finely crafted purple clay tea set. He picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup of still warm, fragrant tea, his movements elegant and unhurried, as though at home. He raised the cup to his nose, gently inhaled, then sipped before lifting his eyes to look at Lin Jindong, whose face was pale and drenched in sweat. His voice was calm and quiet. It had thundered like a shockwave in Lin Jindong's ears. The tea is decent, but the upbringing leaves much to be desired. He set down the cup, his gaze piercing like twin swords, stabbing into Lin Jindong. You, head of the Lin family, send an unworthy assassin. This is your way of receiving guests? Or do you truly believe my daughter, Wang Yitian's daughter, is someone any stray dog can provoke? Lin Jindong trembled violently, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. He knew everything. And this aura, this was undoubtedly a grandmaster. No, perhaps a great grandmaster. Heavens, Wang Yitian was a great grandmaster. He had sent someone to assassinate a great grandmaster and dared to touch his daughter. This was courting death. Boundless terror instantly engulfed Lin Jindong. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but found his throat parched, unable to utter a sound. Wang Yitian looked at him, gently shaking his head, his tone still calm but bearing the finality of a death sentence. Lin family head, poor parenting is one thing. I can help you correct that. But to provoke my daughter repeatedly, this debt, tell me, how do you intend to settle it? An oppressive silence filled the hall. Only Lin Jindong's heavy bellows like breaths and Lin Hao's suppressed sobs could be heard. Sunlight streamed through the shattered doors, illuminating Wang Yitian's cold and composed face, as if he were the arbiter of life and death. Within the luxurious hall, the silence was deathly. Dust floated in the shafts of light pouring through the broken doors. Lin Jindong sat rigid in the main seat, his clothes soaked through with cold sweat, his face pale as parchment, lips trembling uncontrollably. He felt as if his heart were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, each beat agonizingly difficult. Before Wang Yitian's calm, yet abyssal gaze, all his schemes, calculations, and supports crumbled instantly, leaving only raw, primal terror in the face of a calamity from the heavens. Endless regret and fear poured over him like icy water, sobering him instantly. What Lin family honor, what Western district dominance, before life and death, all was meaningless. He had but one thought now, to survive at any cost. Senior. Lin Jindong summoned all his strength to croak out these words, his voice dry and hoarse, filled with humility and dread. He struggled to rise from his seat to pay respects, but found an invisible oppressive force still mountain-like upon him, preventing him from standing. He remained in a humiliating half-rising posture, cold sweat streaming down his forehead and cheeks, dripping onto the precious Persian carpet. He suddenly turned his head toward his son Lin Hao, who lay collapsed on the ground, pants soaked, trembling like a leaf. Hatred flared in his eyes as he roared with all his might. Useless wretch. Hurry up and come here. Bow to the senior and admit your fault. It's all your fault that this disaster has come upon us. If it were not for your incompetence at school and being outmatched by others, how could the Lin family have fallen to such a state? Hurry. Lin Hao had long been terrified upon hearing his father's roar. He scrambled forward in a panic until he reached Wang Etienne's side. Hearing his father shift all the blame onto him, he was overwhelmed with fear and shock, tears streaming down his face as his head frantically pounded against the floor with dull thuds. Amidst his incoherent sobbing, he instinctively tried to divert the calamity. Please, senior. Spare me. It's not my fault. It really isn't my fault. While kowtowing, he frantically pointed at Lin Jindong. It was my father. It was my father who felt humiliated and sent people to persuade me to stop. I really did try to dissuade them. Please, senior, see reason. I only lost the match fairly. I accept defeat wholeheartedly, without any intent of revenge. It's all because of my father. He just can't swallow this grievance. It's him. Silence. You wretched child. Lin Jindong was so enraged that he nearly spat out old blood upon hearing his son shift all the blame onto him at such a critical moment. His face turned from pale to ashen, his whole body trembling as he pointed furiously at Lin Hao, his eyes bloodshot. You good for nothing. Your skills are pathetic and disgraceful. And now you dare to blame your own father? How could the Lin family produce such a coward lacking courage and responsibility? At this moment, he was filled with shock, anger, and regret all at once. Shock at Wang Etienne's terrifying strength, anger at his son's utter uselessness, and regret at having provoked such an existence for the sake of this worthless offspring. Watching this father and son shamefully shift responsibility onto each other at a life-or-death moment, Wang Etienne's gaze remained indifferent and unruffled. He leisurely sipped his tea once more before gently placing the cup on the table, producing a crisp clink. Though subtle, the sound caused both Lin Jindong and his son's hearts to skip a beat. Their quarrel ceased instantly, leaving only fearful gasps. Apologies? Shifting blame? Wang Etienne finally spoke again, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unyielding chill, his eyes like twin ice daggers first piercing Lin Hao. In a combat match, victory and defeat are common. You lost because your skills were inferior. There's nothing to argue about. But you, his gaze shifted to the ashen-faced Lin Jindong, the chill deepening. As a father, instead of teaching your son to face failure honorably, you allowed personal grudges to twist your mind into murderous intent, committing such a despicable act. Lin Jindong, you are the true culprit. Senior. Lin Jindong attempted to defend himself, but under Wang Etienne's all-seeing gaze, he was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by boundless terror. If kowtowing a few times and shirking responsibility could erase your repeated offenses and murderous intentions, Wang Etienne slowly rose, looking down upon them from above. Then this world would be far too lenient. He raised his right hand, his index finger seemingly idly pointing toward Lin Jindong's dantian, the vital energy center, lightly tapping the air. The gesture was casual, stirring not a hint of spiritual energy. Yet Lin Jindong felt an indescribable, irresistible force imbued with the laws of destruction pierce through his defenses with pinpoint accuracy, striking the core of his dantian. With a sudden jolt, Lin Jindong's body convulsed as if struck by lightning. He spewed a mouthful of dark, crimson reverse blood. His energy collapsed instantly. Decades of painstaking cultivation vanished like a receding tide, utterly dissipated within moments. He wilted, his complexion ashen, his eyes dim, instantly aged by decades. Father. Lin Hao let out a heart-wrenching scream, utterly terrified. Wang Etienne withdrew his finger, his tone indifferent. This is the interest on the assassin you hired. Your cultivation is ruined as a minor punishment, a stern warning, so you will no longer harbor such delusions. Then his gaze swept over the collapsed Lin Hao before settling back on Lin Jindong. The interest has been paid. Now, let us discuss the principle. He held up 5 fingers, 3 days. I give you 3 days. First, prepare 5 million credit points. Second, manage your entire Lin family carefully. From now on, if I hear even a whisper about my daughter Wang Xinran, or if any Lin family member dares to come within 100 meters of her, he paused, his voice ice-cold and laced with a hellish killing intent. Then the Lin family has no reason to exist. I will personally come and wipe this place off the map. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. I understand, senior. Jindong struggled to kneel, forehead pressed to the ground, his voice trembling but resolute. 3 days. 5 million will be delivered without fail. The Lin family will never disturb you or your daughter again. If we disobey, may we be struck down by heaven and earth. Wang Yitian no longer looked at them, turning to walk toward the shattered door, his shadow elongated by the sunlight. Remember your words. His voice faded, and his figure vanished. The hall was left with a desperate father and son, the stench of blood and the chill of fear lingering in the air. Fists are the ultimate truth. Today, the Lin family learned this lesson through their cultivation and dignity. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As promised, the Lin family kept their word. At dawn on the third day, a plain black storage bag without any markings was silently placed at the door of Wang Yitian's modest rental apartment by a stranger exuding nervous energy. The man set down the bag and, as if fearing pursuit, fled without looking back, his speed as swift as a gust of wind. Wang Yitian opened the door, lifted the bag, and cast his divine sense inside. 5 million credit points, brand new, crisp bills neatly stacked, emanating the fresh scent of ink. Neither more nor less. Exactly the sum owed. He weighed the bag in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Though Lin Jindong was weak and a poor father, at least when it came to spending money to avert disaster, his execution was satisfactory. It seemed the visit that day had a remarkable effect. He carried the bag back inside, carelessly tossing it into a corner as one might discard a sack of newly bought potatoes, then collapsed onto the sofa, resuming his viewing of an outdated television drama. As if the bag contained nothing more than a handful of vegetables instead of a fortune capable of granting a normal family financial freedom. In the afternoon, Wang Xinran returned from school, immediately complaining of hunger. Her gaze flicked to the incongruous black bag in the corner, and she casually asked, "Old man, what's in that pitch-black bag? Did you go scavenging?" Wang Yiqian didn't even raise an eyelid, replying lazily, "Yeah, picked up some scrap paper." Wang Xinran pouted, but paid no mind, heading into the kitchen in search of food. 2 days later, on a weekend morning, Wang Yiqian unexpectedly did not laze about, but changed into a relatively neat set of casual clothes. He said to Wang Xinran, who was preparing to go to the school training room, "No practice today. Come with me." Wang Xinran was tying her shoelaces, stunned by his words. She looked him up and down with suspicion. "Go out? Why? Are you going to the market to haggle with the old ladies again?" "I'm not going. That's embarrassing." Broaden your perspective. Wang Yiqian shot her a glance, his tone calm, but tinged with an inexplicable meaning. "I'm taking you to see our new home." "New home?" Wang Xinran was even more puzzled, blinking her eyes. "New home? Did the neighbors across the street move out? Are you planning to rent their place to expand?" "Old man, although we're a bit better off lately, we can't just go crazy. That pension and my scholarship need to be saved." Wang Yiqian said nothing, only picking up the scrap paper bag from the corner and heading out first. "Too much chatter, keep up." Wang Xinran, full of questions, allowed curiosity to overcome all else. Muttering mysteriously, she followed behind. Wang Yiqian neither took the bus nor rode his nearly broken bicycle. Instead, for the first time, he stood by the roadside and raised his hand to hail a hovering taxi. Wang Xinran's eyes widened even further. "Old man, you must be possessed today. The dad who normally is so stingy he'd rather walk 3 times around the city to save on taxi fare. He actually took a cab today? Has the sun risen in the west?" Wang Yiqian opened the car door, pushed her inside, then settled into the passenger seat himself. He gave the driver an address. "Take us to the Jinlan court sales office." The driver acknowledged with a nod, and the vehicle set off smoothly. Yet, sitting in the back, Wang Xinran was still somewhat bewildered. Jinlan Court? That newly constructed upscale apartment complex? Why are we going there? To look around? Will they even let us in? Wang Yiqian closed his eyes to rest, unwilling to entertain her questions. The car soon arrived at its destination. The Jinlan court sales office was decorated with modern elegance and grandeur, so polished it was almost mirror-like. As soon as Wang Xinran stepped out, the environment unsettled her a bit. Instinctively, she reached to tug her father's sleeve, only to find that he was already walking steadily inside with his hands clasped behind his back. His demeanor was not that of a mere house hunter, but more akin to someone inspecting a construction project. At the entrance, a sales consultant dressed in a neat suit approached with a professional smile. "Sir, are you here to view a property? Do you have an appointment?" "No," Wang Yiqian answered succinctly. "I'm just looking at your location. It's good, quiet, suitable for cultivation. Ready to move in apartments." The consultant maintained her smile. "Very well, sir. Our Jinlan Court specializes in high-quality, livable apartments. May I ask what your budget range is?" The question was politely phrased, but the implication was clear. Wang Yiqian said nothing but placed a black storage bag on the reception desk with a dull thud. He opened it, revealing neatly stacked bundles of credit point cash inside. "Budget?" He raised his eyes to the consultant, his gaze calm and steady. "Full payment. For immediate move-in." Show me around. At that moment, the consultant's professional smile instantly transformed into one of genuine warmth and enthusiasm. Certainly, sir. Please follow me. We happen to have several reserved premium-ready units available with excellent views and quiet surroundings. Wang Xinran watched in stunned silence from behind. She looked at her father's composed expression, then back at the bag of cash, her mind struggling to catch up. Throughout the subsequent house viewing, Wang Xinran felt as if she were sleepwalking. She observed the bright and spacious living room, the pristine bathroom, the independent bedroom, and the small balcony. Although it could not compare to the luxurious mansion she had seen in promotional brochures, it was worlds apart from their drafty, leaky, dilapidated low-income rental. When a sales consultant mentioned that this finely decorated apartment was priced at just over 40 million credit points, Wang Xinran gasped inwardly. 40 million. It was still an astronomical figure to her. Yet Wang Etienne's expression remained unchanged throughout. He mainly inquired about soundproofing, security, and the surrounding environment. Finally, he pointed to a mid-level floor, well-lit, relatively quiet three-bedroom apartment. This one. The sales consultant quickly responded, "Excellent choice, sir. This is one of our premium layouts in this building. The total price is 43 million credit points. Here, please take a look." Wang Etienne interrupted her bluntly. 40 million. Sign a contract now, full payment. If not, I'll check the neighboring community. The sales consultant was taken aback by his bargaining and hesitated. "Sir, I will need to consult the manager about this price." Minutes later, the manager arrived, and after some negotiation, the price was settled at 41 million, including some furniture and 1 year of property management fees. Only then did Wang Etienne nod. "All right, proceed with the paperwork." The contract was signed, the corresponding cash counted from the bag, keys handed over, and the process was swift. When Wang Etienne placed the new house keys into Wang Xinran's still-dazed hands, she suddenly snapped back to reality. Grabbing her father's arm, her voice changed pitch as she whispered sharply, Old dad, did you rob a bank?" Wang Etienne disdainfully pushed her hand away, flicked his sleeve, and glanced at her with a nonchalant tone. "Rob a bank? Can you think of something with a bit more skill? Do you think your old man would stoop to such tasteless work?" He strode toward the exit, then added leisurely, "Don't ask so many questions. The money came legitimately. That old place was unlivable. Time for a change. Money, when left unused, is just paper. Spend it to buy peace and comfort. That's real money. Understand?" Wang Xinran. The information overload was staggering, but seeing her father already walking away, she had no choice but to follow, still dazed. On the ride back to the low-income rental, Wang Xinran gazed out the window, then glanced at her father who was resting with his eyes closed, feeling as if in a dream. A new home? In an upscale apartment at that? Back in the shabby rental, Wang Etienne commanded, "Stop dawdling. Pack your things. Take what's useful. Throw away the rest. We're moving today." Wang Xinran looked at the familiar broken furniture and clutter inside the room, feeling a twinge of reluctance, but mostly excitement. She began hurriedly packing her belongings, mainly her training clothes and some personal items. Wang Etienne's packing was simpler, just a few old clothes and some odds and ends. Several hours later, the father and daughter stood inside the now much emptier rental. Wang Etienne cast a final glance at the place he had lived in for many years. His expression was calm, devoid of any attachment. "Let us go." He lifted a simple duffel bag and said to Wang Xinran. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xinran gave one last look at the small room filled with memories, then turned to follow her father's footsteps. They locked the door behind them and tossed the key into the mailbox. With their modest luggage in hand, they headed to the roadside and took another cab. Destination Jinlan Court. Sitting in the new car, watching the rapidly receding streets outside the window, Wang Xinran couldn't help but ask again, "Old man, what about that money?" Wang Etienne interrupted her with closed eyes. "I told you, don't ask. Remember, from now on, this is our home. Focus on your cultivation and stop thinking about nonsense." Wang Xinran looked at her father's profile and swallowed her questions. No matter how the money was obtained, leaving that dilapidated place and moving into a clean, bright new apartment was undoubtedly a tremendous blessing. She clenched the new keys in her pocket, her heart brimming with hope for the future. That old low-income rental. Let whoever wants to live there stay. This genius girl, from today onward, was going to live in a new apartment. In the first 2 days after moving in, Wang Etienne and Wang Xinran truly enjoyed a few peaceful days. The new apartment was bright and spotless, with expansive views and excellent soundproofing. No longer did they have to endure neighbors' midnight quarrels or stray cats mating calls downstairs. Wang Xinran was especially pleased with the small, independently ventilated cultivation room. Though it could not rival the school's luxurious facilities, the energy concentration was decent. Most importantly, it was private and quiet. She could train however she wished without worrying about disturbing neighbors. Her days were spent between school and the cultivation room, consolidating her initial martial artist realm and adapting to her rapidly increasing strength. Life was fulfilling. Wang Yitian fully embraced a laid-back lifestyle. The new sofa was far more comfortable than the dilapidated one in the rental, allowing him to lounge with even greater justification. Every day, besides routinely scanning his daughter's physical condition with his spiritual awareness to ensure the Catalyst S effect was stable and free of side effects, he experimented with various takeout options. Previously, he was stingy and calculated coupons meticulously. Now, with some financial leeway, he occasionally ordered barbecue or crayfish to improve their meals. But most of the time, they still stuck to affordable, filling sets. Meanwhile, the underworld of Jiangxing's Western District stirred with unrest due to the Lin family's quiet departure. At first, everyone found it peculiar. Once dominant in the Western District, with numerous enterprises and bustling households, the Lin family had suddenly become conspicuously low-key in recent days. Several casinos and nightclubs under their management, though still operational, had undergone a subtle transformation. The stewards had been replaced by a fresh batch of unfamiliar faces whose mannerisms had turned considerably cautious, even bordering on obsequious smiles. The once domineering scions of the Lin family had seemingly vanished in a thin air, not a single one to be found. Those with keen insight and boldness began to quietly inquire, and what they uncovered was staggering. The Lin family South Core estate was being discreetly liquidated, not through overt listings, but via covert channels, hastily converted into cash at a steep discount. Some prime real estate had been quietly snapped up by several astute prominent families at prices 20 to 30% below market value. More chilling still, there were sworn eyewitnesses claiming to have seen Lin Jintong and his cherished son Lin Hao on a moonless, blustery night, accompanied by a handful of trusted aides and a minimal amount of luggage, departing the city outright. Their exit was so hurried and low profile, it resembled a desperate flight from disaster. The news, as if sprouted wings, exploded within a certain inner circle. Have you heard? The Lin family has fallen? They fled? Impossible, right? Lin Jintong is a late-stage martial artist, having entrenched himself in the West District for years. How could the family collapse so abruptly? But it was absolutely true. The estate had been sold. The family had fled. Rumor had it they had provoked someone they should never have crossed. Provoked someone they shouldn't have? In Jiangxing, is there really anyone capable of making Lin Jintong tail between his legs and run? That's just uncanny. Outside, the gossip spread like wildfire, claiming that Wang Tianyi was far more complex than he appeared, a hidden, peerless master. The Lin family had struck a brick wall, and a red-hot one at that. A concealed grandmaster? Damn, like a novel come to life? How else to explain it? The Lin family dared not utter a sound, swiftly liquidating their assets and fleeing. That's a level of intimidation beyond measure. Speculation and rumors ran rampant. The legend of Wang Tianyi, the reclusive landlord of affordable housing, and his daughter, a martial prodigy known as the Sweeping Monk, whose single punch could incapacitate late-stage martial artists, was embellished beyond belief, taking on mythical proportions. Those who had once been close to the Lin family were now trembling with fear, their nerves frayed, warning their subordinates to keep their eyes peeled and avoid Wang Tianyi and his daughter at all costs, not to tempt fate. The power dynamics of the West District quietly reshuffled following the Lin family's sudden exit. Several families previously suppressed by the Lin clan began to stir, eager to seize the power vacuum left behind. Yet, all tacitly avoided a single name, Wang Tianyi. That name, along with his gifted daughter, quietly spread throughout the upper echelons of Jiangxing, especially within the West District. Jinlinting, Wang Xinran had just finished a session of cultivation, sweat pouring down her body. As she stepped out of the training room and grabbed an energy drink from the table, gulping down several mouthfuls. Wiping her brow, she spoke excitedly to her father, who was slouched on the sofa watching the news. Old man, I feel like my training has been going much smoother lately. My chi and blood flow are far more unimpeded than before. Wang Tianyi did not even lift his eyelids, his gaze fixed on a broadcast about interstellar exploration, responding absent-mindedly with a grunt. Unfazed, Wang Xinran leaned closer, curious. Hey, the property management folks around the neighborhood have been acting ridiculously polite lately, nodding and bowing from afar. Even some neighbors who used to be quite arrogant now crossed the street to avoid me. Did you do something again? She distinctly recalled the scene when her father had called the developer's boss the day they moved. Wang Tianyi finally turned his head slowly, casting her a glance. His tone even and calm. What could I have done? Just being a law-abiding, decent citizen. Probably they see a young girl practicing martial arts alone and are just being neighborly. Wang Xinran rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. I bet you scare them off again. She changed the subject. By the way, I heard at school that the Lin family seems to have moved out. Is that true? Just because Lin Hao lost a match? That can't be it, right? The Lin family can't be that sore about losing. Wang Tianyi took a sip of water, still watching the news, and casually replied, who knows? Maybe they think Jiangqing's feng shui is bad and want to develop elsewhere. Trees die if they don't move. People thrive by relocating. Just then, a crisp alert sounded in Wang Tianyi's mind. Ding! External threat detected. Lin family has voluntarily evacuated. Threat neutralized. Survival environment security for bound subject Wang Xinran significantly enhanced. Fatherly affection points awarded 100. Current fatherly affection points balance 700. Wang Tianyi's eyes flickered subtly, but his expression remained unchanged. Inwardly, he muttered, good for you, Lin Jintong. Running fast saves me the trouble. He switched off the news, rose, stretched, and said to his daughter, stop gossiping about other people's business all day. Whether the Lin family stays or goes has nothing to do with you. Focus on yourself. What do you want for dinner? Dad's in a good mood tonight, so you can order something a bit pricier. Wang Xinran instantly perked up, casting the Lin family from her mind with a cheer. Really? I want the Vitality Barbecue from downtown. I heard their grilled fierce beast ribs are amazing. All right, order it then. In their new home, Wang Tianyi was living a life of pure comfort. The new residence was bright and pristine, with delivery straight to the door. His daughter Wang Xinran's daily routine was a simple 2.1 line between school and training, steadily improving her abilities, her rosy cheeks radiating joy. As for Wang Tianyi himself, he spent most of his time seemingly fused to the new sofa, scrolling through news and mindless dramas. He examined those flashy but practically questionable black tech gadgets in the system's marketplace, occasionally scanning his daughter's condition with his spiritual awareness, ostensibly fatherly guardianship, but in reality, enjoying the slow, steady rise of his fatherly affection points. With the Lin family gone, the buzzing flies dispersed, peace returned to his ears and comfort to his eyes. Wang Tianyi felt as if he had prematurely entered the leisurely life of a retired cadre, save for the slight gap his bank balance still had from true financial freedom. Otherwise, it was perfect. Yet, not everyone was willing to allow him to savor this small, but certain bliss uninterrupted. Just as he pondered whether to try that highly rated spiritual energy grilled fish tonight or indulge once more in his old favorite, Zhang's beef noodles. Several dozen kilometers away, atop the heavily guarded and signal jam command building of the Jiangchang Garrison Military District, a top-secret, orange-level electronic document was placed with a snap on the photon desk of Division Commander Major General Yi Xingfan. Yi Xingfan, in his early 40s, bore the rank of Major General, with a square face and sharp, eagle-like eyes. A mid-stage Grandmaster himself, he was the undisputed top figure openly stationed in Jiangxing. Having just concluded a video conference on border outpost reinforcements, his brows still bore traces of fatigue as he casually opened the secretary-marked highest priority file. The screen unfolded, and the title leapt out. Preliminary Investigation and Analysis Report on the Abnormal Martial Prowess and Related Circumstances of Jiangcheng West District Resident Wang Tianyi. Wang Tianyi? Yi Xingfan furrowed his brows, the name unfamiliar. Was there such a figure in Jiangcheng? Patiently, he continued reading. The first half of the report detailed Wang Tianyi's public record. Unremarkable, even somewhat shabby. Wang Tianyi, male, 45 years old. Former corporal of the 7th Wild Army. Steel 7th Company, Eastern Theater Command. Retired 35 years ago due to injuries from the Great Cataclysm. Disability, rating level 7 mild. Upon retirement, martial arts level assessed as early stage. Currently residing at the 16th floor of Jinlinting, West District, Jiangxing City. No fixed occupation, receiving federal veteran compensation. Has one daughter, Wang Xinran, currently a sophomore at Jiangxing No. 1 high school. Yi Xingfan read through, grinding his teeth in frustration. A retired soldier, injured and of meager strength, subsisting on a pension? How on earth did a dossier of such a person get classified as top secret and delivered to him? This must be a mistake. He continued flipping through the pages, his mind brimming with questions. Then, the tone of the report shifted abruptly, as if he had been on a roller coaster ride. The report meticulously detailed several recent anomalies in the Western District. His daughter, Ranran, initially assessed as ordinary in aptitude, had stormed through the selection competition at Jiangxing No. 1 high school with a late-stage warrior cultivation level, effortlessly cutting through opponents and clinching the championship. One of the local overlords of the Western District, Lin Jindong, a late-stage martial master, had vanished just days after the competition, fleeing with his son and key subordinates after liquidating his assets. The reasons remained a mystery. Here came the crux. The report highlighted in bold red letters. According to the military's Ling Shu Energy Detection Network, deployed throughout the city. Retrospective analysis captured an extremely brief, yet outrageously high-level energy burst at the Lin family residence during a specific time window, exhibiting control precision that bordered on pathological. The peak energy response far exceeded the conventional threshold for a Grandmaster, suspected to have grazed the realm of a great Grandmaster. The energy signature corresponded highly with the activity trajectory of Wang Yiqian. All the clues, twisting and turning, ultimately pointed to one individual, Wang Yiqian, a seemingly harmless, early-stage warrior disabled veteran with a clean record. At the end of the report, the analyst wrote with palpable urgency, as if eager to pierce the screen. Preliminary conclusion. The subject, Wang Yiqian, exhibits severe informational discrepancies or unfathomable circumstances, based on Ling Shu network data and correlated events. His true strength likely surpasses Grandmaster level, reaching that of a great Grandmaster. The extraordinary surge in his daughter Ranran's abilities is very probably closely linked. Risk level, extremely high. Value level, pending. Recommendation. Immediately initiate the highest contingency plan to verify the true situation and intent. Great Grandmaster? The moment he saw those three words, Major General Yixing Fan sprang from his chair, the fatigue evaporating instantly, his eyes wide with disbelief. Great Grandmaster? In the entire Jiangdong province, the number of acknowledged great Grandmasters could be counted on one hand. Each one was a stabilizing pillar capable of influencing regional strategic balance. And now, he was being told that in Jiangsheng, a second-tier city, tucked away in an ordinary apartment recently vacated from low-rent housing, there lurked a seemingly innocent disabled veteran with a spotless dossier, who might actually be a hidden boss capable of casually unleashing great Grandmaster-level energy, frightening a late-stage martial master bigwig like Lin Jindong into fleeing in panic. Yixing Fan's initial reaction was disbelief, convinced the intelligence was flawed. Yet the Ling Shu energy spectrum attached to the report was irrefutable. It was the military's most advanced detection system, with an error margin so low it was staggering. Combined with the fact that Lin Jindong had indeed fled, and the rocket-like rise in the young girl Wang Ranran's strength, all these pieces converged into a conclusion that gave him both a headache and a tightening gut, yet demanded his utmost seriousness. Jiangcheng, his defense zone, might truly be harboring a colossal dragon, a dragon disguised as a mere salted fish. Yixing Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, pressed the internal communicator, and spoke in a low voice. Chief of Staff, report to my office immediately. Double time. Minutes later, a bespectacled, sharp-featured colonel stormed in like a whirlwind. This was Qin Feng, the brigade's chief of staff, an early-stage Grandmaster, and Yixing Fan's trusted right hand. Sir, what's the situation? Is it urgent? Qin Feng asked, sensing the gravity on Yixing Fan's face. Yixing Fan turned the screen toward him. See for yourself, then speak. Qin Feng adjusted his glasses and scanned the report quickly. At first confusion, then astonishment, followed by disbelief. When he reached the Grandmaster evaluation and conclusion, his hand trembled, nearly sending his glasses flying. This is too surreal. Qin Feng's voice cracked. Ling Shu's data should be accurate. Could there be some hidden truth we don't yet know? Or is the equipment malfunctioning? Malfunction my foot. Ye Ingfan snip. The Ling Shu network cross-validates through multiple nodes simultaneously, with an error probability less than 1 in a million. Lin Jindong's flight is fact. His daughter's power surge is fact. And you want me to believe it's all coincidence? Pacing like a restless lion in his office, he growled. A great Grandmaster lurking in Jiangcheng. What are his intentions? Enemy or ally? We must find out. Immediately. Now. Qin Feng, seasoned and composed, pushed up his glasses and analyzed, sir. Judging by current behavior, the subject has shown no overt aggression or destructive intent. Disabling Lin Jindong seems more like retaliation. Training his daughter for competition could be normal, albeit somewhat exaggerated, parental ambition. But the mind of a great Grandmaster cannot be fathomed by ordinary logic. Exactly. Yixing Fan halted, locking eyes on Qin Feng. This matter demands the highest level of attention. You will handle it personally. Qin Feng snapped to attention. Yes, sir. Please instruct, Brigade Commander. Ye Ingfan ponderit briefly. Then issued rapid orders. First, immediately elevate all information on Wang Yiqian to strategic confidentiality level. Second, draft a non-official but sincerely toned visitation letter in my name, explaining that we have noted some unusual circumstances and, according to the high-level warrior management regulations, require necessary registration and reporting. Emphasize it as routine and without hostility. Keep the tone humble. Third, he paused, his gaze grave, you will personally deliver it. Bring the invitation and official letter. Remember, attitude. Above all, attitude. Show respect. No guards, no grand entourage, just you alone. When meeting him, perform the Junior S salute. Our primary objective is to verify the situation and express goodwill. Understood? Feeling the weight of this mission. Aware that any misstep with a suspected great grandmaster could spark a diplomatic, or worse, a security incident, Qin Feng inhaled deeply and saluted solemnly. Understood. I guarantee mission completion. I will prepare immediately. Yi Xingfan nodded, patting Qin Feng on the shoulder. Old Qin, steady yourself. If he really is as formidable as the report claims. Handle things with care, no funny business. Yes, sir. Qin Feng turned and swiftly exited, heart pounding like a drumbeat, ready to embark on what might be the most nerve-wracking visit in history. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Wang Yiqian, who had just decided to have spirit energy grilled fish for dinner, inexplicably sneezed twice. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, "Who has been talking about me?" Entirely unaware that the military's gaze had already zeroed in on his building like a glaring searchlight. Shortly after 7 o'clock in the evening, Wang Yiqian had just finished tidying the dishes, apron tied, scrubbing a pot at the sink. Wang Xian sat cross-legged on the living room carpet, grimacing at a set of movement technique analysis diagrams on the screen, fingers mimicking the motions in midair while softly muttering, "This point of force is too tricky, no. It seems it needs to be like this." The doorbell chimed. Without pausing, Wang Yiqian called out toward the living room, "Ranran, go see who's at the door." "Oh." Wang Xian responded, barefoot, running to the door, tiptoeing to peer through the peephole. Outside stood a man in a plain jacket, standing upright, looking alert, but not like a property manager or neighbor. "Who is it?" she asked through the door. "Good evening. Is this the residence of Wang Yiqian? I am Qin Feng of the Jianshan Garrison District, commissioned by General Yi Xingfan to pay a visit," the man outside said steadily and clearly. Wang Xian froze for a moment. "Garrison District? General?" She turned toward the kitchen and called out, "Dad, someone from the garrison is here to see you." Wang Yiqian turned off the faucet, wiped his hands on his apron, and approached with an unhurried gait. In truth, he had already discerned with his spiritual awareness that the visitor was a mid-stage grandmaster, exuding a calm and steady aura, imbued with the disciplined vigor characteristic of military service. His mind was as clear as a polished mirror. This was undoubtedly a consequence stemming from the Lin family affair. He opened the door and regarded Qin Feng, standing outside. His face bore no particular expression as he stepped aside. "Please, come in. Sorry to intrude." Qin Feng nodded slightly and entered, his gaze swift and professional as it swept across the living room. The decor was not overly luxurious, but tidy and neat. The air carried the lingering aroma of a recently finished meal, mingled with faint waves of primordial energy left behind by a young person's training. Everything spoke of the ordinary rhythms of a common household. This was quite unlike the reclusive sage's abode he had envisioned. Wang Yiqian casually closed the door behind him and, noticing Qin Feng's daughter curiously observing, said, "Don't just stand there. Go pour a glass of water for our guest." Then he gestured toward the sofa and took a seat. Wang Xinran responded with an "oh," before heading to the kitchen to fetch water. Qin Feng expressed his thanks and sat down on the sofa, his posture naturally upright. Wang Yiqian removed his apron and draped it over the chair back, sitting opposite Qin Feng with ease. He picked up an apple from the table and began peeling it while casually inquiring, "General Yi sent you? What brings you here?" His demeanor was so natural that Qin Feng found himself taken aback. There was no wariness, no hauteur, just the ease of receiving a routine business visitor. Qin Feng accepted the water cup from Wang Xinran's outstretched hands, thanked him again, and then faced Wang Yiqian with sincerity. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for the unsolicited visit. General Yi holds you and your family in high regard. I was dispatched primarily to gain an understanding of recent developments and also to inform you of certain regulations." His words were tactful, yet the implication was clear. Wang Yiqian hummed in acknowledgement, continuing to peel the apple with steady hands as the skin curled down evenly. "Go ahead." Choosing his words carefully, Qin Feng initiated the first round of probing with a matter-of-fact tone. "We have noticed that your daughter, Wang Xinran, has been excelling remarkably at school lately, making astonishing progress that is quite rare among her peers." The general was pleased to hear this. "May I ask, Mr. Wang, if you have any particular insights or methods in her education and training? Our garrison district also has schools for children. Perhaps there are approaches we might learn from." Though seemingly innocuous, this question sought to uncover whether Wang Xinran's sudden surge in ability was connected to her father's influence. Without lifting his head, Wang Yiqian smiled faintly. The child works hard on her own. That's the best thing. I don't have any particular wisdom. I just tell her that losing ISNT shameful, conceding ISNT disgraceful, and that she can always win it back next time. The rest, she figures out herself. He handed the peeled apple to the eagerly watching Wang Xinran. Take it and eat. Don't just look. Wang Xinran bit into the apple with a crunch, mumbling indistinctly. My dad just spouts big principles, but has no practical combat insights. It's all thanks to my exceptional talent. Half complaint, half pride. Qin Feng smiled in return, smoothly steering the conversation deeper. Indeed, talent and effort are both indispensable. However, a good environment and appropriate pressure are also vital. For example, the Lin family in the Western District seem to have placed some additional stress on Wang Xinran. I understand they have recently relocated from Jiangchen. He mentioned the Lin family incident delicately, observing Wang Yiqian's reaction. This was the second round of probing, touching on the core matter. Wang Yiqian picked up another apple and continued peeling with a calm tone. The Lin family. Lin Hao lost the match, and his father, Lin Jintong, wasn't very civilized. Sent someone to intercept me halfway. I lost my temper and threw a punch. Later, they felt embarrassed and couldn't stay. So they left on their own. He spoke with casual nonchalance, as if recounting a mere neighborhood dispute. Wang Yiqian refilled Qin Feng's teacup, then lifted a mug emblazoned with the phrase lying flat is the most comfortable, blowing on the tea slowly. Qin Feng accepted the cup with both hands and expressed his gratitude, visibly more relaxed than when he had arrived. Setting down the cup, his back still straight. Qin Feng spoke earnestly. Mr. Wang, thank you for your candor. Since we are on this topic, I have a question that may seem somewhat forward, but duty compels me to ask for clarity. He paused briefly, then looked at Wang Yiqian with sincere eyes. Would you be willing to disclose your current precise level of strength? This is crucial for subsequent registration, classification, and certain arrangements. Wang Yiqian was about to peel an apple when he heard this. Without pausing his motion or lifting his head, he answered promptly, Grandmaster. The three words fell flat and matter-of-factly, as if stating he had already eaten. Qin Feng was clearly taken aback by the straightforwardness. He had prepared many probing phrases, none of which now seemed necessary. Instinctively, he pressed further. Could you specify whether early stage, mid-stage, or Wang Yiqian raised his head, a faint, playful smile, curling his lips. What? Are you checking household registration? As long as it's efficient, that's all that matters. He deftly twirled the small knife in his hand, the apple peel descending uniformly. As for the precise step, you can guess for yourselves. I'm more than capable of dealing with a few ungrateful pests like Lin Jintong. His words were light, but carried an undeniable confidence. He acknowledged the Grandmaster level while cleverly preserving the mystery of his exact rank, leaving others guessing. Qin Feng immediately realized his misstep. For a warrior of this caliber, admitting to being a Grandmaster was already remarkable. Pressing for specifics would be inappropriate. He hurriedly said, Understood. I was presumptuous. Thank you for your frankness, Mr. Wang. He straightened his posture and moved on to the main topic. Now that your strength level is clear, I must explain the core provisions of the post-cataclysm Advanced Martial Artists Management Regulations. According to the rules, all warriors at Grandmaster level and above are required to formally register with the military. Wang Yiqian handed the peeled apple to his daughter, who was watching eagerly, then picked up another to peel. Register? So, from now on, whenever I go out for a stroll, I have to report? Does that mean my retirement life is ruined? Qin Feng explained earnestly. Please rest assured, it is not like that. Registration is primarily for strategic coordination. You can think of it as a safeguard rather than a constraint. Imagine if a massive beast tide were to erupt in the wasteland one day. Regular troops alone would be insufficient to resist. Without prior knowledge of the distribution of high-level combatants in the area, how could we efficiently organize a defense? Wang Yiqian nodded, then asked from another perspective. Sounds reasonable. But what if I just want to live quietly as a civilian and refuse to register? Qin Feng's expression grew solemn, his tone sincere yet firm. Mr. Wang, you jest. Registration is a rule established by the state for overall security considerations, designed to address the grave threats we face together. It is not a trivial matter. For instance, recent disturbances in the wasteland have increased the frequency of general-grade beast activity along the borders. Our survival environment is far from secure. Enough. Wang Yiqian made a stopping gesture, chuckling. You're making me laugh with how anxious you sound. Fine, register if you must. I understand my obligations. He set down the knife, his expression growing serious. But let us be clear, troublesome is my greatest fear. If nothing earth-shattering happens, don't come knocking on my door every other day. Let me live in peace and raise my daughter. That is more important than anything. Qin Feng promptly assured him, "You have my absolute word on that. Registration is merely procedural. Your peace will not be disturbed in daily life. Only in the event of the highest level crises will you be contacted through designated channels." "That is more like it." Wang Etian nodded with satisfaction, lifting the black encrypted communicator in his hand and weighing it thoughtfully. This device looked quite sophisticated. Surely it wouldn't bombard him with pop-up update notifications on a whim, right? Qin Feng explained earnestly, "This is a top-tier encrypted communication device, specially crafted by the military. It only activates when a life-or-death crisis is detected. Under normal circumstances, it remains completely silent and will never cause you any disturbance." "All right, I trust you." Wang Etian casually placed the communicator on the coffee table. "It's settled then. Arrange a time for the formalities, and I'll cooperate." "Thank you very much for your understanding and cooperation." Qin Feng's face relaxed into a relieved smile. Wang Etian waved his hand dismissively. "No problem. I understand the rules. I used to be part of a team myself, so I know the importance of the bigger picture." As if recalling something, he casually asked, "By the way, you mentioned the wasteland isn't peaceful. What exactly is the current situation outside?" Seeing Wang Etian take the initiative to inquire about the situation, Qin Feng's demeanor brightened. "Since you ask, I won't withhold anything. The current global situation can be summed up in one phrase: seemingly calm on the surface, yet turbulent beneath." He sat upright and spoke clearly. "Since the Great Cataclysm, human living space has been drastically reduced. According to the latest statistics, the global population is about 1.5 billion. At present, the world has formed 3 major power blocks: our Dragon Nation, the Eagle Nation and its allies in the Western Hemisphere, and the Survival Federation, composed of numerous survivor enclaves." Wang Etian nodded thoughtfully. "A tripartite balance of power, as it has been since ancient times. The real threat," Qin Feng lowered his voice, "comes from outside. The mutated creatures in the wasteland are evolving at an unimaginable speed. The scale and frequency of beast tides are continuously increasing. Recently, multiple border monitoring stations have reported unusually active energy fluctuations. There is concrete evidence that apex-level feral beasts have been frequently appearing near the outer perimeter of our defenses." "Apex-level feral beasts are right under our noses?" Wang Etian furrowed his brow. It seemed the safety zone was not as secure as he had imagined. "Exactly." Qin Feng's tone grew grave. "That is why a Grandmaster of your caliber, who voluntarily registers, is all the more precious. Your strength could be the cornerstone that steadies the front lines and protects millions of families in critical moments." After bidding Qin Feng farewell, Wang Etian stood by the window, idly turning the military-grade encrypted communicator over in his hand. The device was hefty and cold to the touch, a reminder of the undercurrents lurking beneath the surface of peaceful days. What he had just told Qin Feng was the truth. If a crisis ever threatened those he cared about, he would never stand idly by. But ordinarily, he remained the same, just an ordinary father who wanted nothing more than to relax and watch his daughter's antics. He hoped the military's clever minds could understand that. Qin Feng returned to the garrison and reported Wang Etian's attitude verbatim. After evaluation, the upper echelons placed Wang Etian on the observation list with a note: "Profoundly powerful. Confirmed Grandmaster level. Holds a favorable stance toward our side. Prefers tranquility. No disturbance except in major crises." This resolution was a compromise both parties could accept. Wang Etian, for the time being, had cleared the path ahead and gained relative peace. This minor incident, like a stone cast into a lake, caused ripples that quickly subsided. Wang Etian's focus swiftly returned to the imminent grand event. The National Youth Martial Arts Tournament, Jiangxing city-level qualifiers, were about to commence. This event was on an entirely different scale compared to the previous intra-school qualifiers. The venue had been upgraded to Jiangxing's largest comprehensive sports arena, the Yangfan Pavilion, reportedly capable of accommodating nearly 10,000 spectators. Outside the pavilion, colorful flags fluttered in the breeze, and massive holographic billboards continuously played promotional videos and sponsor logos. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Media from all directions were poised with cameras and microphones, and the air was thick with a mixture of exhilaration and tension. Wang Etian wore his usual casual attire, blending inconspicuously into the bustling throng of spectators and family members. Wang Xinran, however, donned the standard team uniform of Jiangxing No. 1 high school, trailing behind the team coach. Her small face was tightly composed, and her multicolored short hair stood out vividly today, drawing many admiring glances. Upon entering the athlete's preparation area, she was immediately struck by a pressure far more intense than that of the school qualifiers. Glancing around, she noticed that almost no novices or mid-level martial artists were present. The lowest level was advanced, and several presences clearly radiated the aura of martial masters. Talented individuals from every district of Jiangcheng, major high schools, and even some private martial arts academies had gathered, each with sharp eyes and formidable presences. Wang Xinran whispered in awe, her heartbeat quickening. She instinctively scanned the crowd for familiar faces and soon locked onto several particularly eye-catching ones. First was a girl not far from her, surrounded by a small group. The girl wore a well-tailored, high-quality white training suit, her posture upright and her features delicate. Yet her brows bore an unmistakable air of haughty pride. On the equipment bag beside her was a modest emblem known to the discerning eye as a family crest. Is she from the Lin family? No, the Lin family ISN T. Wang Xinran pondered, then recalled rumors she had heard. Oh, she is from the Ouyang family, Ouyang Shui. I've heard her family is a martial arts lineage, a prodigy forged by abundant resources, already at mid-martial master level. She is one of the frontrunners for the championship. Ouyang Shui seemed to sense the gaze and cast a faint glance at Wang Xinran. Her eyes were calm and unruffled before she looked away, an absolute confidence born of strength and heritage. On the other side, a boy clad in a uniform resembling combat fatigues, with a sturdy build and dark skin, was warming up alone. His movements were free of any flourish but exuded a sharp, killing intent. When his eyes scanned the surroundings, they were as piercing as a hawk's. Many nearby instinctively kept their distance. That S. Zhaofeng, the military S. special recruit, Wang Xinran had heard of him. He was said to have grown up at a border outpost with extensive combat experience. Although he was also mid-martial master level, his combat prowess reportedly far surpassed his peers. Every move lethal. He was a tough nut to crack. Another figure caught Wang Xinran's attention, a slender boy in ordinary sportswear, quietly seated in a corner with his head bowed, seemingly out of place amid the lively scene. Yet Wang Xinran keenly sensed his aura was somewhat elusive, imbued with an inexplicable strangeness. He was said to be the dark horse from a civilian school in a northern district, nicknamed Shadow. His fighting style was peculiar. During the district qualifiers, opponents never quite understood how they lost. Wang Xinran took a deep breath, feeling the warrior spirit within her ignite. The pressure was immense, but even more so was her excitement. Competing alongside these prodigies was truly thrilling. She instinctively clenched her fists. Thanks to his exceptional perception, Wang Etian was fully aware of the situation within the preparation area, despite the distance. He blended into an inconspicuous corner in the front row of the audience, expressionless as he watched his daughter's small figure amidst a sea of prodigies. Yet inwardly, he was beaming. The atmosphere is good, and the opponents look respectable, just the right challenge for this girl. He thought happily, pressure breeds motivation. Daughter, give it your all. The stronger you become, the faster your old man levels up lying down. This investment is a surefire win. He even had the leisure to comment on a few key figures. The Ouyang girl has a solid foundation, but is a bit arrogant. Needs some polishing. That military kid's killing intent is intense. He has good material, just a little wild in his approach. The presence known as Shadow was intriguing, concealed quite deeply. Wang Xinran needed to be cautious. Soon, the opening ceremony concluded and the draw segment commenced. On the colossal screen, the names and portraits of the 32 finalists rapidly scrolled before finally settling into their respective groups. Wang Xinran held her breath as she located her own name and group. Group C, Wang Xinran, Jiangqingno. 1 High School, Early Martial Master, Zhongmeng, Thunder Martial Hall. Mid Martial Master, Sun Miao, Women S Academy, Early Martial Master, Chening, Northern District No. 3 High School, Fully Accomplished Martial Warrior. Chening? Was that the one called Shadow? Wang Xinran's gaze sharpened. Encountering such a mysterious opponent in the very first match was unsettling. The group also included Zhongmeng, a mid-martial master, indicating that advancing would not be so easy. She lifted her eyes to the top of the screen, where several names of universally acknowledged top-tier competitors appeared, those whose strength had reached the late martial master stage, even the early grandmaster level. That was the height she still had to look up to, yet simultaneously, it became the target she yearned to challenge. Early Grandmaster Wang Xinran licked her slightly parched lips, her eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Just wait, this prodigy has arrived. With the draw results announced, the competition would officially commence in 1 week. The 32 finalists were divided into 8 groups, each consisting of 4 competitors engaging in a round-robin tournament. The top 2 from each group would advance to the round of 16. Upon seeing the groups, Wang Etian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Not bad. The grouping ISN T2 unfavorable. That one called Shadow was interesting, just right for Xinran to get some practice. After the draw ceremony ended, Wang Etian rose and stretched lazily. The excitement was over. It was time to go home and prepare nutritious meals for the primary combatant gearing up for battle. As for the competition, he was not worried in the slightest. After all, if the sky were to fall, there was always him, the max-level powerhouse father, as the safety net. What he was more eager to witness now was how much potential his daughter could unleash under pressure, and how much experience he could glean alongside her. Time to leave. Time to go home for intensive training. Sharpening the spear at the last moment. It's never too late. Wang Yitian ambled out with a very good mood. This city-level tournament seemed far more interesting than he had imagined. 1 week passed in a blur amid tense and fulfilling preparation. The Jiangcheng city-level selection for the National Youth Martial Arts Competition officially kicked off. Inside the Yangfan Sports Arena, the crowd roared, the stands packed to capacity. A massive holographic projection hovered at the center of the arena, displaying real-time match information and competitor profiles on each ring. The spectators' cheers and the crisp whistles of the referees blended into an atmosphere that sent adrenaline soaring. Wang Yitian remained dressed in his inconspicuous casual clothes. Seated in a corner of the stands with a good vantage point, an unremarkable spot, yet sufficient to clearly see his daughter's matches on Ring 3. He held a steaming cup of health tea freshly purchased, sipping slowly, his expression calm and detached, incongruous amidst the excited, shouting crowd, as if attending a refined cultural performance. TSK, the air conditioning in this arena is a bit strong, he muttered, adjusting his posture to recline more comfortably. Regarding the upcoming match, he felt utterly unruffled, even somewhat inclined to yawn. Fully accomplished martial warrior versus early martial master? The disparity was clear. The outcome was hardly in doubt. He was purely here as a spectator, to see how well his daughter applied the fruits of her recent rigorous training. Soon, the broadcast announced, Ring 3, first match, Wang Xinran of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School versus Zhang Meng of Thunder Martial Hall. Competitors, please enter the ring. A spotlight illuminated Ring 3. Wang Xinran, clad in a sharp blue team uniform and sporting her signature multicolored short hair, stepped onto the ring with steady, measured strides. She inhaled deeply, scanning the deafening roar around her. Her face tensed slightly, but her eyes shone brightly with eager anticipation. Her opponent was a fully accomplished martial warrior, while she herself was a bona fide early martial master, aware of the difference, yet mindful of her father's repeated admonition to remain low-key and efficient. Word she had not forgotten. On the other side, Zhang Meng of Thunder Martial Hall leapt onto the ring. This young man was tall and muscular, wearing the Martial Hall's uniform emblazoned with a lightning emblem. His face bore an arrogant expression. Upon stepping up, he habitually raised a fist toward his supporting Martial Hall's direction, eliciting cheers. Glancing at the relatively petite Wang Xinran opposite him, particularly at her striking multicolored short hair, he curled his lips with a trace of disdain. To him, this girl who looked like some kind of performance artist was probably all show. After the referee briefly announced the rules, he waved his hand. Let the match begin. Zhang Meng let out a low roar and initiated the attack. He practiced the Thunder Martial Hall's signature forceful style. From the outset, his momentum was overwhelming, his fist accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder and wind. Aimed directly at Wang Xinran's face. His speed and power were indeed commendable for a fully accomplished martial warrior, drawing cheers from his supporters in the stands. Bring it on, Wang Xinran silently mouthed, advancing rather than retreating. She employed no fancy footwork, merely shifting her stance with a seemingly simple sidestep. Yet the timing was exquisitely precise, just enough to let Zhang Meng's seemingly certain punch graze her shoulder as it passed. At the same instant, Wang Xinran powered her waist, and her right fist, like a launched cannonball, struck first, hitting the exposed rib gap Zhang Meng revealed as he threw the punch. This punch bore no dazzling external aura of primordial energy, but contained the condensed strength of an early martial master, its speed leaving only a lingering afterimage. Zhang Meng had never anticipated such swift reaction and speed from his opponent. Though he felt the punch should have connected, he missed. His previous force exhausted and new power not yet generated. Helplessly watching the fist enlarge before his eyes, he could only barely contract his muscles, attempting to withstand the blow. Thud! A muffled sound of flesh colliding echoed. Wang Xinran's fist landed solidly beneath Zhang Meng's ribs. Zhang Meng felt a sharp, overwhelming force penetrate his body. His protective primordial energy instantly shattered. Pain surged forth. He groaned hoarsely, his sturdy frame staggering backward 5 or 6 steps. He nearly collapsed onto the ground, his face turning pale as he clutched his ribs, gasping for breath, utterly losing the will to fight. The entire exchange was clean and decisive. lasting no more than 3 seconds from start to finish. The previously boisterous stands fell into stunned silence. Many spectators, especially those unfamiliar with Wang Xinran, were taken aback. Already over? What the one punch? Isekai'd Zhangmeng, the Thunder Martial Hall prodigy, a fully accomplished martial warrior. Who is that girl? Qiangqing no. One high school. That strong? Did you see how she struck? So fast. After the brief quiet, an even louder uproar and debate erupted. Many instinctively glanced at Wang Xinran's profile on the screen, which still displayed her cultivation as late martial warrior. Official information update was delayed, but her performance was clearly anomalous. The referee was momentarily stunned, then hurried over to check Zhang Meng's condition, confirming he was no longer able to continue. The referee then loudly announced, Ring 3, winner, Wang Xinran. Wang Xinran retracted her fist and stood in place, calming her slightly accelerated breathing. She glanced at Zhang Meng clutching his abdomen, his face a mixture of disbelief and pain. Feeling no particular emotion. In martial contests, injuries were inevitable. She had held back, otherwise his ribs would have been fractured. She nodded slightly toward the referee and the audience before turning and stepping down from the ring, her pace still steady. Good fight, decent rhythm control. A familiar languid voice drifted into her ears as she passed through the competitor's corridor. Wang Xinran turned her head and saw her father had somehow strolled over to the corridor entrance, leaning against the wall with that cup of health tea in his hand, shaking it slightly at her, a look of proud approval softening his face. Of course. Who else's daughter could this be? Wang Xinran lifted her chin, a small triumph she could hardly conceal. Yet she lowered her voice and said, Old man, I've been discreet enough. Haven Ti? Didn't he even use my ultimate move? So 60 points, barely passing. Wang Etian nodded with a dismissive tone, mainly because his opponent was too weak, making her victory look even better. The next one, that guy called Shadow, now he's interesting. Don't underestimate him. Got it. Enough nagging. Wang Xinran grumbled aloud, but mentally took note. Wang Yiqian watched his daughter's energetic figure retreat, the corners of his mouth barely twitching upward. With a cultivation level at the initial stage of martial master, defeating a fully fledged martial artist was naturally overwhelming. That she could end it so calmly and efficiently, neither showing arrogance nor striking too harshly or too lightly, indicated her mindset was well controlled, proof that her special training was beginning to bear fruit. Very good. Keep it up. Meanwhile, at the competitor's preparation area in a different section, a few pairs of eyes flickered subtly due to the brief match. In the seated players section, Ouyang Shui cast a casual glance at the results on the screen, then withdrew her gaze, closing her eyes to rest. One shooting a fully fledged martial artist meant little to her. Elsewhere, Zhao Feng sat up straight like a spear, his sharp eyes sweeping over Wang Xinran as she made her way to the resting area. His expression lost some disdain and gained a hint of appraisal. Wang Xinran's first match, a swift knockout, had stirred quite a bit of discussion within the arena. Sporting her distinctive multicolored short hair and carrying a backpack, she walked home alone. Though she had won and even earned a SOSO, barely passing evaluation from her father, it was still her debut in the city-level competition, and a faint thrill lingered in her heart. As she walked, she replayed the match in her mind, feeling that she had timed her dodges and attacks well, though her final forceful strike had perhaps been a bit too strong, nearly knocking her opponent's breath away. Next time, she'd have to control it better. As Dad said, be low-key and efficient. Muttering to herself, she turned into a familiar shortcut on the way home. The alley wasn't exactly remote, but was quieter than the main road. After only a few steps, she sensed something was amiss. At the alley's entrance ahead, 3 tall boys in matching black tracksuits staggered out, arms crossed, eyes slanting as they blocked her path. Behind her, footsteps approached. She glanced back and saw 2 more leaning casually against the wall, chewing on toothpicks with a careless air. 5 of them, cutting off both her front and back routes. Recognizing the lightning bolt emblem on their tracksuits, Wang Xinran realized they were from the Thunder Martial Arts School. Leading them was a scoundrel with his chin raised arrogantly, the same lackey of Zhang Meng whom she had just knocked down with a single punch on the stage. Well, if at Isekai'd, the big prodigy from number 1 high, why the rush? The tall boy blocking the way sneered sarcastically. Beat our brother Meng. Feeling cocky now? Wang Xinran's heart skipped a beat, alarm bells ringing. Just as she feared, trouble had come her way. Her stamina hadn't fully recovered from the match, yet she was already being confronted by vengeful foes. Judging by their demeanor, they meant no good. Taking a deep breath, she stopped, tossed her backpack behind her, clenched her fists as her internal energy began to flow steadily. Though nervous, she refused to show weakness. What's this? Can't accept defeat? Lost on the stage, and now resorting to ambush? Is this the caliber of Thunder Martial Arts School? Her face hardened, eyes scanning the group. Want to spar? I'm game. But a fair warning. If you get hurt, the medical bills are on you. Huh. Mouth S sharp. One of the shorter, stockier boys spat out his toothpick. We're not trying to cause trouble. Just thought your win was way too easy. Wanted to teach you a lesson on how there's always someone better. With that, the 5 of them fanned out. Eyes dark with ill intent. Clearly not here for a friendly match. Wang Xinran assessed the distance and their approximate strength. All appeared to be late-stage martial artists. If it came to a fight, she could rely on her initial martial master cultivation without fear, but it would certainly be tough, and she might get injured. The real problem was that she was not at full strength after just finishing a match. Uneasy but forcing calm, she prepared to strike first, aiming for the seemingly weakest gap among the 5. Just as she touched down on her toes, ready to charge, an abrupt disturbance erupted. Whir! A harsh, muffled roar of an engine accompanied by urgent honking suddenly came from the other end of the alley. A green, somewhat aged heavy-duty garbage truck, seemingly out of control, wobbled wildly, its tires screeching against the ground, barreling toward them in a wildly reckless and unnatural fashion. The speed wasn't too fast, but the momentum was terrifying, especially with the indescribable stench emanating from the open bed of the truck. What the hell? Get out of the way. Move, move. The 5 martial arts school disciples, utterly unaccustomed to such a scene, were terrified out of their wits. They abandoned their attempt to block Wang Xinran, screaming as they scattered in all directions, scrambling and rolling toward the walls and corners, desperate to avoid contact with this biohazard assault. The garbage truck barely missed them, crashing with a thunderous bang into a trash bin in the middle of the alley, crushing it inward and spilling garbage everywhere. The driver cursed loudly as he climbed down to inspect. Wang Xinran was startled as well. She quickly stepped back, covering her nose, bewildered by the sudden chaos. Seizing the moment while the 5 were still shaken and the driver was cursing and stomping, Wang Xinran reacted swiftly. If not now, then when? She slipped through the narrow gap between the truck and the wall in an instant, bolting out of the alley like a frightened rabbit, never once looking back. Only upon reaching the main road and blending into the crowd did she finally exhale, patting her chest. That scared me to death. What kind of luck is this? Smooth match, then run into this absurd mess after school? She glanced back toward the alley, musing, but that truck going out of control felt weird. Almost like it was deliberately coming to the rescue. Meanwhile, at the edge of the rooftop terrace of a residential building diagonally opposite the alley, Wang Yiqian chewed on a lollipop, swinging his legs in boredom. The small stone he had flicked away earlier with his fingertip was long lost in some corner. He watched his daughter run safely away, then glanced down at the chaotic alley below, the disheveled martial arts school students, and the cursing driver, and wrinkled his nose in distaste. TCH, decent aim, but that smell is a bit overwhelming. Muttering softly, he lightly jumped down from the rooftop edge, hands in pockets, strolling home leisurely as if nothing had happened. His achievements hidden away in silence. Wang Xinran jogged back home, pushing open the door, still panting. Old man, I'm telling you, today I really lost my cool. She collapsed onto the sofa, gulping down several large mouthfuls of water. Wang Yiqian slouched on the other sofa, watching the starry news. Didn't he even raise his eyelids? What now? On the way back, those sore loser brats from Thunder Martial Arts School blocked the alley. 5 of them. Tried to gang up on me. Luckily, your girl was clever and brave. Oh, Wang Yiqian switched the channel. And then the ridiculous happened. Wang Xinran gesticulated animatedly, but suddenly a garbage truck came barreling out like a madman, scattering them all in its wake. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed back. ISNT, that a stroke of luck? Wang Yiqian responded with a grunt, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the screen. Quite a coincidence indeed. Be careful walking around. Don't stir up trouble. There are many unsavory characters outside. Wang Xinran pouted. I know. You always say that. But old man, do you think it could be, before she could finish, Wang Yiqian interrupted. Could be what? Just good fortune. Hurry up and wash your hands. Dinner will get cold soon. Wang Xinran looked at her father's perpetually slouched demeanor and swallowed the words. Was it you causing all this mischief? Perhaps it really was just her luck. Or maybe some passing righteous soul couldn't he bear to watch. She shook her head, dismissing the thought, and went off to wash her hands. Meanwhile, inside the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the Hall's master, Lei Bao, a burly man with a sullen expression, was listening to his disciples stammering out their embellished reports. Bao, Brother Bao, it's uncanny. That truck seemed to have eyes. It came straight at us. If we hadn't dodged in time. Lei Bao's face darkened as he slammed his palm on the table. Useless. 5 of you ganging up on one girl. And yet a garbage truck wrecked the whole plan? Brother Bao, it's not our fault. The truck came out of nowhere. The disciples pleaded. Annoyed, Lei Bao waved them off. He had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. The city-level qualifiers were progressing at a breakneck pace, swiftly reaching the fiercely contested round of 16. The arena was so hot it could fry an egg. Every match was a grueling battle. Lose once, and you were out. Wang Xinran stood beneath the spotlight on the number 3 platform, feeling the gazes from all directions like searchlights, making her slightly uneasy. She took a deep breath, flexed her wrists, and looked toward her opponent. This contestant, codenamed Shadow, was a dark horse from Northern District Middle School number 3. True to his name, he was as thin as a reed, clad in a faded, worn-out tracksuit, his head perpetually bowed, his presence barely noticeable. But Wang Xinran dared not underestimate him. Her instincts as a martial artist warned her that this adversary was a tough nut to crack, radiating a sinister aura. The referee's whistle blew. The match began. Shadow moved. That movement was utterly uncanny, like a ghost. Completely unnatural, his body seemed jointless, sliding close to the ground with such speed that he left afterimages. His trajectory erratic and bewildering, sometimes S-shaped, sometimes B-shaped, dazzling the eyes. Wang Xinran cursed inwardly, swinging her fist to meet him. But her punches always fell just short, either narrowly evaded by him or landing weakly, lacking force. In contrast, Shadow's counterattacks were viciously sly, targeting joints and soft spots. The swish of his fingers brushing her skin burned sharply. After several rounds, Wang Xinran found herself on the defensive, sweat beading on her temple. Damn, what kind of slippery eel technique is this? So slick and elusive. She grumbled inwardly, feeling frustrated. Her initial martial strength should have given her the upper hand. But what use was that if she couldn't land a hit? The cheers from her classmates only made her more anxious. Xinran, hold on. Don't let him disrupt your rhythm. His footwork is wicked, impossible to predict. Wang Xinran forced herself to calm down. Don't panic. Think about how the old man tortures me in training. She recalled the fear of being dominated by her father's elusive training light spots, and his occasional twisted logic. Eyes can deceive, feelings can deceive. Find the pattern. Find a rhythm. No matter how ghostly Shadow is, he has to follow the light. Yes, patterns, rhythm. No longer charging blindly, Wang Xinran steadied her mind, her gaze sharp as a hawk's. She stopped fixating on her opponent's movements and instead focused intently on detecting the subtle fluctuations of his energy flow, the premonitions of muscle tension, even the rhythm of his breathing. This was tactical insight born from rigorous training. After enduring a few more rounds, she began to discern a pattern. Though Shadow's footwork was strange, whenever he prepared for an extreme directional change or a lethal strike, the muscles around his shoulder blades and waist tensed minutely in advance, and his energy flow accelerated and converged instantly at the point of exertion. Got you. A glint of sharp light flashed in Wang Xinran's eyes, as Shadow once again slid ghost-like toward her flank, silently slicing his hand blade toward her neck. Wang Xinran did not retreat or block as before. Instead, anticipating his move, she took a subtle half-step sideways in the opposite direction. This seemingly inexplicable footwork perfectly cut off Shadow's predicted escape route after her dodge. His decisive strike missed by a hair. For the first time, surprise flickered in his eyes. His body froze momentarily, revealing a flaw. He had never anticipated that she could predict his landing point. Now was the moment. Wang Xinran's energy exploded within her. The power of a novice martial artist condensed in her right fist. Without any flourish, she threw a lightning-fast straight punch like a fired cannonball, directly targeting the exposed chest opening left by Shadow's frozen posture. Boom! With a muffled thud, Shadow staggered backward 7 or 8 steps, his face pale, breath erratic, clearly injured internally. He stared at Wang Xinran in disbelief, as if seeing a ghost. Sensing victory, Wang Xinran pressed her advantage relentlessly. Shadow's rhythm was disrupted, his footwork broken, and he could only feebly defend. After dozens of moves, Wang Xinran's sweeping leg knocked him down, and the referee promptly ended the match. Number 3 platform. Winner, Wang Xinran. Wang Xinran exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from her brow, waved to the exhilarated classmates below, and stepped down from the platform. This victory was exhilarating. Winning with brains was far more satisfying than brute force. Not bad. Finally learned to fight smart, not dumb. Wang Etienne, at some unknown moment, had already slipped to the entrance of the corridor. Leaning against the wall, he tossed her a bottle of water, his tone casual, but his eyes betraying a hint of pride that his daughter had not let him down. Of course, it's in the genes. Wang Xinran grabbed the water and gulped it down eagerly, beaming with pride. Still, that guy was too slippery. He made her sweat all over. Slippery is right. There will be more of these old tricksters in the future, Wang Etian said lazily. Go rest now. The next opponent is even tougher. While Wang Xinran battled fiercely in the arena, back at the Thunder Martial Art Hall, Lei Bao's mood was like a roller coaster. His trusted subordinate, sent to smooth things over, had returned with news that made him even more unsettled. The subordinate reported that he had gone politely with generous gifts to visit Jinlanyuan, but had not even met Wang Etian. A seemingly lazy middle-aged man had spoken through the door. Take your things and leave. If you come back bothering us, we'll break your legs. The tone was as casual as chatting about the weather. But the invisible pressure was so immense that this late-stage martial artist's legs went weak, and he fled without even leaving the gifts. Useless. Lei Bao cursed. But the unease in his heart grew heavier. How could an ordinary retired soldier possess such an aura? He increasingly suspected that Wang Etian harbored some earth-shattering secret or priceless treasure, which explained his daughter's skyrocketing abilities and his own unfathomable depths. Greed and fear tangled together, clouding his judgment and prompting him to make a more foolish decision. He resorted to some unsavory connections and contacted the notorious Black Snake Gang, a feared local underworld faction in Jiangxing. These people answered only to money, wielding ruthless methods. Lei Bao promised a hefty sum for them to uncover Wang Etian's background, even hinting that if necessary, they could invite his daughter for questioning. He thought he was acting discreetly, but little did he know that his petty scheme had long been noticed by the Jiangxing Defense District. Wang Etian was a registered and closely monitored Grandmaster. The military kept a watchful eye on his family's safety, just as Lei Bao had just connected with the intermediary from the Black Snake Gang and was still plotting the finer details. The martial arts school's main door suddenly burst open with a loud bang from the outside. Two officers, impeccably dressed in crisp military uniforms and exuding sharp, formidable auras, entered directly, led by an apprentice whose face was pale as a sheet. At the forefront was a middle-aged officer, his shoulder insignia marking him as a lieutenant colonel. His eyes were piercing, scanning the martial arts school before fixing on Lei Bao, whose expression instantly shifted dramatically. Master Lei? The lieutenant colonel's voice was low but carried an undeniable commanding pressure. I'm from the Military Discipline Inspection Office of Jiangxing Garrison District. There is a matter requiring your cooperation for investigation. A chill gripped Lei Bao's heart. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. The Military Discipline Inspection Office? How had they come to find him? Could it be? Before he could ponder further, the lieutenant colonel closed the distance and lowered his voice so only the two of them could hear. There are some people you must neither touch nor inquire about. Take care of yourself and your men, and keep your distance from the Wang family's father and daughter. Otherwise, the lieutenant colonel's gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade, and a terrifying aura, far surpassing that of a late-stage martial artist, subtly leaked out, pressing down on Lei Bao until he nearly suffocated. Next time, it will not be a conversation. Consider this your warning. With that, the lieutenant colonel turned and left swiftly, arriving and departing just as quickly, leaving behind a deathly silence in the martial arts school, and Lei Bao's face drained of all color. Lei Bao collapsed into his chair, drenched in cold sweat. The military. It was the military itself issuing a direct warning. That aura, just now, was absolutely that of a Grandmaster, or perhaps even stronger. For a Grandmaster of the military to personally appear and issue a warning. What on earth was Wang Etian's background? A Grandmaster? Or something even higher? The very thought that he had been foolish enough to target someone at least a Grandmaster, even reaching out to the Black Snake Gang, sent a chill racing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. This was pure, unadulterated courting of death. Regretting it to his core, Lei Bao trembled as he hurried to contact the Black Snake Gang intermediary to cancel the plan, only to find that the other party was unreachable. A deeper fear gripped his heart mercilessly. Having broken into the quarterfinals, Wang Xinran felt as though the very air around her had changed. The cheers within the arena nearly threatened to tear the roof off, while the media wielded their long lenses and cameras as if eager to press them right into the competitors' faces. Those who had made it this far were no innocents. Every gaze was sharp and edged like a blade. Standing upon the number 2 platform, Wang Xinran looked at her opponent across the ring, a faint twitch at the corner of her mouth. This elder brother, nicknamed Stone Buddha, was the star pupil of the Southern City Pan Sure Martial Arts School, a mid-stage martial artist. He was stocky, not tall, but broad across the shoulders and chest. Standing there, he resembled an iron tower. No, more like an enlarged stone pillar. His skin was dark and gleaming, muscles coiled like twisted ropes, his gaze steady and his aura heavy enough to intimidate. At the referee's whistle, Stone Buddha let out a low growl, a flash of earth-yellow primal energy shimmering around him, as if he had grown even more solid. He assumed a defensive stance as steady as an old hound, clearly signaling, "Come on, hit me if you can. If you can move me, I lose." Wang Xinran did not hold back. She pushed off with force, her body darting forward, fists cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh as they crashed towards Stone Buddha. Her fists and feet rained down like a torrent on Stone Buddha's body, the dull thuds of impact ringing out. Yet the opponent was like a statue carved from stone, his body only trembling slightly, feet unmoving, and that earth-yellow primal energy aura unyielding, dissipating most of the force. Occasionally, a heavy blow would elicit a muffled grunt and cause him to step back a fraction, only to regain his footing instantly. Damn, what kind of turtle shell is this? Too tough. Wang Xinran cursed inwardly. After her combo finished, her vital energy surged and primal energy consumption was significant, while the opponent remained unfazed. She tried aiming at joints and pressure points, seeking weak spots, but this guy's defense was airtight, his critical areas guarded tightly. Stone Buddha did not attack proactively, only holding firm in defense. Occasionally, when Wang Xinran's energy waned and had yet to renew, he would suddenly lunge with a punch or elbow of great force, forcing her to dodge or withstand, numbing her arms. The battle reached a stalemate. Wang Xinran could not break through the defense, and Stone Buddha could not catch the agile Wang Xinran. But any discerning observer could see that a prolonged defense would fail, and Wang Xinran's primal energy was depleting much faster than her opponent's. Dragging it out would be extremely disadvantageous to her. Come on, Sister Ran, break his defense. This guy must be a turtle. He is so tough. The anxious cheers from the audience reflected their concern. Sweat beaded on Wang Xinran's forehead. Her breathing grew rapid. She felt her primal energy rushing away like an unleashed flood. If this continued, she would collapse from exhaustion before her opponent even struck. Suddenly, Wang Xinran's eyes brightened. She seemed to have grasped something. Her previous attacks had been strong but too scattered, like smashing a stone with a sledgehammer, loud and imposing but ineffective. She needed to concentrate her power like a nail driven into wood. She took a deep breath and ceased her reckless assault, instead moving strategically, seeking the perfect moment and position. Stone Buddha maintained his steady defense, eyes vigilant. Now was the moment. Wang Xinran seized the brief stiffness Stone Buddha exhibited after a block, channeling all her remaining primal energy in an unprecedented way into the tips of her right hand's index and middle fingers. This time, she no longer sought a wide impact, but compressed and refined all her strength to an extreme focus. Her two fingers instantly shimmered with a faint golden hue, the air around their tips subtly warping. A piercing, unmatched sharpness suddenly erupted. Stone Buddha's face changed abruptly as he sensed a mortal threat. With a roar, his earth-yellow primal energy flared intensely, his arms crossing in front of his chest with full force to defend. Break! Wang Xinran let out a sharp cry, her body shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. The twin fingertips, concentrated with all her power, resembled a searing hot branding iron or an indomitable drill, striking precisely at the center of Stone Buddha's crossed arms. A sharp, grating sound like metal scraping rang out. Wang Xinran's fingertips collided fiercely with the dense earth-yellow primal energy aura. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, a faint cracking sound echoed. At the point of impact, Stone Buddha's once impenetrable defensive aura developed spiderweb-like fractures that rapidly spread. Stone Buddha staggered as if struck by a heavy hammer, coughing up a mouthful of reverse blood. The agonizing pain in his arms caused his defense to collapse instantly. He was hurled backward, crashing heavily against the edge of the platform. After a few struggles, he was unable to rise. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. The defense is broken. My God, what finger technique was that? Wang Xinran had won, advancing from the quarterfinals to the semifinals. Standing where she was, Wang Xinran's face was pale, sweat pouring down her body, legs trembling. That strike had nearly drained all her strength. She looked at Stone Buddha, who was being helped up by the referee, and exhaled deeply. That was too close. She almost lost. After confirmation, the referee loudly announced, on platform number 2, the victor is Wang Xinran. Wang Xinran barely raised her hand in acknowledgement, dragging her feet as she stepped down from the platform. Upon reaching the backstage resting area, she collapsed onto a bench, unwilling even to move a finger. Exhausted, utterly exhausted, yet her heart was filled with a thrilling sense of having broken through her limits. By piercing a point to break the hole, she felt she had touched upon a secret. Meanwhile, as Wang Xinran fought fiercely in the arena, on the 16th floor of Jinlanyuan, an unexpected visitor arrived. The doorbell rang. Wang Yitian was slouched on the sofa, scrolling through interstellar cuisine videos on his light brain, pondering what nourishing dish to prepare for his daughter tonight. He languidly rose to open the door, raising an eyebrow at the figure standing outside. Beyond the threshold stood Lei Bao, the master of the Thunder Martial Hall, accompanied by 2 subordinates. Their hands were laden with numerous gift boxes that appeared to be of considerable value. Century-old ginseng, exquisite spirit stones, and premium body-tempering elixirs were piled abundantly on the ground. Lei Bao himself wore an almost obsequious smile, bowing so low his waist nearly formed a right angle. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his eyes brimmed with reverence and fear. "Mr. Wang, pardon the intrusion. I am truly sorry. So sorry." Lei Bao's voice trembled. Wang Yitian leaned against the doorframe, yawning. "Who are you? Selling health supplements?" "No, thank you. No. Mr. Wang, you must be joking." Lei Bao hastily waved his hands, cold sweat pouring more profusely. "I am Lei Bao of the Thunder Martial Hall. It was my blindness before. My subordinates acted thoughtlessly and offended your esteemed daughter. I have specially come today to offer my apologies in person. This is a small token, a humble gesture. I beseech you, Mr. Wang, to show magnanimity and not hold petty grudges against us rough folk." As he spoke, he signaled his men to bring the gifts inside, while he himself nodded and bowed deeply, lowering his posture to the utmost. Wang Yitian cast a glance at the gifts, then at Lei Bao's terrified demeanor, clarity dawning in his mind. He waved his hand indifferently. "Take the things away. My daughter was not wronged. Just keep your people in check and don't bother us again." Yes, Mr. Wang, rest assured. From now on, the entire Thunder Martial Hall will avoid you and your daughter at all costs. No, we shall revere you both as our ancestors." Lei Bao, as if granted a royal pardon, hurriedly promised, then cautiously inquired about the Black Snake gang over there. Wang Yitian did not even lift his eyelids. "What Black Snake?" "White Snake. Never heard of them. You cause your own trouble. Clean up your own mess." Understood. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you for your mercy." Lei Bao nearly knelt, the great weight on his heart finally halved. He dared not linger, swiftly leading his men away with the gifts, expressing profuse gratitude as they departed far faster than they had arrived. Wang Yitian closed the door and looked down at the pile of gifts. He pursed his lips. "TSK, why didn't you come sooner?" He casually picked up 2 boxes of what seemed to be edible supplements, planning to add them to his daughter's meals that evening, while preparing to toss the rest into the storage room to gather dust. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a secured line. Upon answering, Qin Feng's voice came through. "Mr. Wang, regarding the Thunder Martial Hall." "Yes, they came, left the items, and then left," Wang Yitian replied lazily. "Please handle the aftermath." "You're too kind. It is our duty to ensure your peace of mind," Qin Feng said respectfully. "Also, regarding the Black Snake gang," Wang Yitian interrupted. "My daughter is exhausted from the competition. I need to cook now." "Understood. Sorry to bother you." Qin Feng hung up tactfully. Lei Bao's arrival had the effect of increasing the frequency of Wang's fatherly care meals for Wang Xinran recently. No matter how she inquired, the old man never divulged details, and Wang Xinran had grown too weary to ask further. Ultimately, what mattered was nourishment. However, after a few weeks, she realized with alarm that she had gained an astonishing 325 kilograms. Having stormed into the top 4, Wang Xinran felt as if she had been propelled by a rocket. The very air around her crackled with electricity. The roar of the crowd inside the arena threatened to tear the roof off, and the media cameras swirled around the 4 remaining contestants. The top 4 draw ceremony was held on the central giant screen, capturing the audience's full attention. Wang Xinran watched her avatar flash on the screen before settling in the upper bracket. When the matchups were announced, her heart skipped a beat. Upper bracket semifinal. Wang Xinran of Jiangqing 1 High School, martial artist, early stage, versus Zhao Feng of Jiangcheng Defense District Youth Military Academy, martial artist, mid-stage. Lower bracket semifinal. Ouyang Shui of the Ouyang family versus Avril Lin from the International School, Grandmaster, early stage. Damn, Soldier King, Zhao Feng. Wang Xinran's scalp tingled. This guy was one of the competition's hottest favorites, having grown up at a border outpost. His combat experience was terrifyingly extensive, and his techniques were lethal military moves, ruthless and merciless. His combat prowess was undoubtedly far more formidable than the previous stone-faced opponent. Looking at the lower bracket, Ouyang Shui versus that Avril Lin. Wang Xinran recognized Avril, a strikingly beautiful mixed-race woman with a commanding presence, astonishingly a grandmaster in the early stage. This tournament was truly brimming with prodigies. Sister Ran, your luck is great. Take down the Soldier King and go straight to the finals. A classmate cheered beside her. Wang Xinran tugged at the corner of her mouth. let us not get ahead of ourselves. First, I need to figure out how to survive under his fists for 3 minutes. She covertly glanced toward the corner of the spectator stands, where her father still slumped, wearing a cartoon-eye mask of unknown origin, seemingly asleep. Wang Xinran's mouth twitched. That old man really had nerves of steel. The semifinals took place on the main stage, the center of all attention. Wang Xinran and Zhao Feng ascended the platform simultaneously. Zhao Feng wore a crisp combo uniform. His skin was dark, his posture straight as a pine, and his gaze sharp as an eagle's. A faint aura of bloodlust and iron resolve emanated from him. Merely standing there, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The referee's whistle blew. The match began. Zhao Feng wasted no words, launching forward like a cheetah. A straightforward, flashy free straight punch aimed directly at Wang Xinran's face, moving at an astonishing speed. The wind from the punch was fierce, carrying the cruel intensity unique to the battlefield. This was not a mere martial arts exchange, but a genuine lethal technique. Wang Xinran's heart tightened. She dared not block directly. She pushed off the ground, swiftly sidestepping. The punch grazed past her cheek, burning painfully. So fast, so fierce. Wang Xinran marveled inwardly. Zhao Feng pressed his advantage relentlessly, his attacks like a sudden storm, unceasing, unpredictable, and vicious, targeting vital points such as the throat, temples, and groin. There were no feints. Each strike sought to inflict maximum damage. Wang Xinran deployed her footwork to the utmost, dodging across the platform with hair-raising precision. She attempted several counterattacks, only to be deftly neutralized by Zhao Feng's sharper, more concise combat techniques, nearly leaving her open to a devastating blow. He was like a precise and efficient killing machine, his combat instincts terrifyingly keen, his experience far beyond that of a mere youth. Boom! A slight delay in evasion, and Wang Xinran's shoulder was struck by an elbow, sending searing pain through her half-body. She staggered backward. Ouch, that really hurts. Wang Xinran gritted her teeth, feeling her elemental energy drain rapidly. At this rate, she would just lose. She'd be exhausted to death. She had to devise a new strategy. Wang Xinran shifted tactics, no longer attempting to clash head-on or purely evade. She began to exploit her superior agility and tactical foresight to perform a dangerously provocative dance on the razor's edge. Instead of fully dodging attacks, she narrowly escaped at the last possible moment, simultaneously using minimal movements to disrupt her opponent, lightly flicking his wrist or tapping the side of his knee joint with her toe. This approach was extremely perilous, akin to dancing on a knife's edge. Yet for a warrior like Zhao Feng, who pursued absolute efficiency, it proved remarkably effective. Strike after strike nearly connected, but the subtle interferences in his power delivery caused his attack rhythm to falter with barely perceptible stiffness and irritation, like a finely tuned machine gritting through sand. Its operation no longer flawless. Is dodging all you can do? Zhao Feng growled in frustration, unable to break through and repeatedly harassed. His assault intensified, culminating in a powerful side kick sweeping across Wang Xinran's waist and abdomen. Now is the moment. A gleam of sharp light flickered in Wang Xinran's eyes. She anticipated the strike, yet did not fully retreat. Instead, she daringly executed a slide tackle at an exceedingly low angle, skimming almost flush with the ground beneath Zhao Feng's sweeping leg. Simultaneously, her ankle deftly and covertly hooked the heel of Zhao Feng's right foot, the foot he relied upon for support. The force was slight, but the angle was exquisitely cunning. Striking precisely at the moment Zhao Feng launched his powerful side kick, his weight shifting forward. Zhao Feng felt an imperceptible yet irresistible subtle force on his supporting heel, causing his balance to falter instantly. He emitted a muffled grunt. The fierce side kick not only missed its target, but due to inertia combined with Wang Xinran's well-timed hook, he uncontrollably surged forward, hurtling straight toward the edge of the ring. Danger! Zhao Feng's expression darkened as he tried desperately to twist his body around. But Wang Xinran would not grant him the opportunity. Like a nimble cat, she sprang upward, gathering residual elemental energy in her palms, and gently pushed his back. With a thud, Zhao Feng lost control of his momentum, and with Wang Xinran's perfectly timed assist, he tumbled entirely off the ring. The arena fell into an instantaneous, suffocating silence, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. No one had expected such a fiercely fought battle to conclude in this manner. The warrior king Zhao Feng was not defeated by a strike, but rather had thrown himself off the platform. The referee was momentarily stunned before rushing over to inspect. Zhao Feng had already regained his footing, his face ashen, eyes fixed on Wang Xinran atop the ring. A complex mixture of anger and unwillingness flickering before it gave way to a trace of resignation. He understood perfectly well that the loss of balance was no accident. The winner of the upper bracket semifinal, Wang Xinran, the referee announced loudly, his voice tinged with disbelief. A brief silence was followed by an uproarious roar from the crowd. He fell off. The Warrior King fell off on his own. It was Wang Xinran. That slide tackle and heel hook were simply brilliant. Is this victory a bit of cheap trick? Cheap trick, my foot. The Warrior King so easily lost his balance. No, it was the pinnacle of prediction and timing. A triumph of wisdom. Incredible. Sister Ran has made it to the finals. Wang Xinran stood on the platform, breathing heavily, her entire body drenched in sweat. Her shoulders still aching faintly. She had won, but it was a victory born of narrow margins and fortune. She looked up at the giant screen. The final matchup had been updated. Jiangxing No. One High School S. Wang Xinran, early martial master, versus International School S. Avril Lin, early grandmaster. Early grandmaster. A tremendous wave of pressure washed over Wang Xinran. To cross an entire major realm in combat, the difficulty was nothing short of hellish. Although Ouyang Shui was formidable, she was almost powerless before Avril Lin, who defeated her swiftly and gracefully. Avril Lin stood beneath the spotlight, her mixed-race features as exquisite as a porcelain doll-s. Tall and slender, her aura cool with a hint of pride. The final would take place 3 days hence. She stepped down from the ring as classmates swarmed around her in jubilation. Her gaze swept to a corner of the audience, where her father had somehow removed his blindfold. He was watching her with an unreadable expression, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. A strange warmth blossomed in Wang Xinran's heart. She raised a clenched fist in his direction, silently conveying, "Rest assured, watch me perform in the final." News of Wang Xinran's entry into the final spread like wildfire. A girl from a regular high school, previously unknown before the competition, had defeated numerous prodigies to reach the final, where her opponent was a mixed-race prodigy of Grandmaster rank. The buzz was unprecedented. In Jiangxing's defense district, Yi Xingfan examined the battle report, a look of interest crossing his face. The daughter of Wang Yitian? Intriguing. Reaching this stage as an early martial master is no mere luck. Seems her father invested considerable effort. He spoke to Qin Feng beside him. Keep an eye on the final. Also, has the Black Serpent Gang been thoroughly cleansed? There must be no disturbances during the finals. Deployment is complete, ensuring absolute security. Qin Feng replied. Elsewhere, in the International School S resting area, Avril Lin elegantly sipped an energy supplement. Her coach, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a sharp demeanor, spoke quietly. Avril, your final opponent has been confirmed. It's Wang Xinran. Although she is only an early martial master, her combat intelligence is high. Do not underestimate her. Avril set down her cup and replied in flawless dragon tongue. Early martial master? Not a concern. My goal lies on the national stage. Jiangxing is merely the starting point. The exhilaration of reaching the city-level final was like a large can of ice-cold energy drink, leaving Wang Xinran in a slightly euphoric state even after returning home. She collapsed onto the living room sofa, clutching a pillow emblazoned with the words "Martial Arts Girl Never Gives Up," chattering animatedly to her father who was sprawled on another sofa. Old man, you didn't see it. Zhao Feng's strikes were ruthless. Every move targeted vital points. Almost drove me into a shell. Luckily, I was clever, had a flash of insight at the crucial moment, recalled your usual unreliable ramblings, and delivered a foot trap combo. Sent him packing. How about that? Your daughter's got skills, right? Wang Yitian did not even lift his eyelids, absorbed in watching an interstellar culinary program titled Meteorites on the tip of the tongue. Slowly munching on an apple, he murmured, So. You just charged in blindly during the fight, and in the end, it was your little tricks that won it. Still a long way from having real skill. Hey, what S with that attitude? That was the Warrior King. I pulled off an upset, okay? Wang Xinran kicked the leg of her father's sofa in protest. Can't you praise me just a little? Like, Ranran, you're amazing, or, oh, my daughter is awesome. Wang Yitian glanced at her, then flicked the apple core with precision into a distant trash bin. Got cocky just because you won one fight? Forgotten who your final opponent is? Early grandmaster. That's like a father playing with his son. Now go shower, stinking of sweat. Don't suffocate my sofa. TCH. So what if she asks an early grandmaster? This genius has a way. Wang Xinran grumbled, though inwardly she felt the weight of the grandmaster realm as pressure. Pouting, she rose. Fine, I'll shower. Just wait. When I shock everyone in the final, you'll drop your jaw. At that moment, with a sudden pop, the living room lights extinguished without warning. The screen went black instantly, and the entire house was plunged into darkness. Outside, the once brightly lit city dimmed visibly, leaving only scattered emergency lights and moonlight. The world seemed to have been muted. "Oh no, what is going on? Power outage?" Wang Xinran exclaimed, shrinking instinctively toward her father in the darkness. Wang Yitian frowned in the dark. He had experienced ordinary area blackouts before, but a citywide power failure without any warning was highly unusual. The air was tinged with a faint, almost imperceptible tension, something ordinary people might not notice, but his keen senses detected the anomaly. The city's foundational energy systems had multiple redundancies, unless a shadow of doubt crossed his mind, but his voice remained calm. "Stop yelling. Probably a line fault. I'll check the breaker box." Rising, he deftly made his way to the door by moonlight, opened the breaker panel, and took a glance. It was not an issue with their home. The entire neighborhood was darkened. Returning to the sofa, he blindly found the military-issued encrypted communicator, a device resembling a heavy brick. A faint indicator light glowed on its side, showing backup power was active. He pressed a specific button. After a few beeps, the device connected, and Qin Feng's low, grave voice came through. "Mr. Wang?" "Yes, it's me." Wang Yitian approached the window and gazed down upon the pitch-black city below. What on earth was happening? A citywide blackout? The commotion was unusually intense. After a 2-second silence on the other end of the communicator, Qin Feng's voice grew more solemn. "Mr. Wang, the situation is indeed out of the ordinary. We are conducting an urgent investigation into the cause. However, what we can confirm at present is that the city's backup power systems have been prioritized to ensure the operation of the monitoring outposts and defense nodes beyond the city limits. Priority given to the outposts outside the city?" Wang Yitian's eyes narrowed slightly. This typically signified that a situation demanding heightened vigilance had arisen beyond the city's borders. Jiangcheng bordered the wastelands, and the greatest assurance lay beyond the city walls. "Is there unrest at the border?" Wang Yitian asked directly. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, hesitating briefly. But considering Wang's rank and their previous interactions, he chose to reveal part of the truth. "We cannot rule out that possibility. Mr. Wang, as you know, Jiangcheng is only about 300 kilometers from the Qinglong Fortress. Qinglong Fortress is one of the Dragon Kingdom's 4 primary first-class war fortresses established on the wasteland border, permanently garrisoned by an elite force of over 5,000 warriors, commanded by Lord Marshal King Xiaohan." "Marshal King Xiaohan?" Wang Yitian's gaze flickered. One of the Dragon Kingdom's mere 13 officially recognized Marshal Kings? Even a fortress of that caliber and power warrants putting the rear city on such a state of alert? "I've heard the name Marshal King Xiaohan before," Wang Yitian said calmly. "Is communication with the fortress still possible?" "At present, communications are severely disrupted, with signals extremely unstable. We are attempting to establish alternative communication links." Qin Feng's voice was laced with anxiety. "Mr. Wang, the situation remains unclear, but the citywide alert status has already been quietly activated. Please ensure that you and your daughter remain at home. Keep your communicator open and avoid going out unless absolutely necessary. I will inform you immediately should there be any further developments." "Understood." Wang Yitian responded with a nod. "Contact me if anything arises." After ending the call, Wang Yitian set down the communicator and stared out at the dark cityscape, his fingers gently tapping against the windowsill. A citywide blackout, prioritization of border outposts, disrupted communications, and a fortress commanded by a martial king potentially in trouble. These were far from auspicious signs. It seemed the unrest on the wasteland was growing increasingly unruly. "Dad, what's going on? Is something wrong?" Wang Xinran approached cautiously in the dark, her voice tinged with apprehension. Although her father's voice had been low during the call, she had sensed the heavy atmosphere. Wang Yitian turned around, his face once again wearing its usual languid expression, and ruffled his daughter's hair. "What'd be wrong? Probably some idiot cut the main power cable, or a mutated squirrel gnawed through the power station. The military's just overreacting. It's nothing, just a blackout. Nobody's dying over this." He shuffled over to the sofa and flopped down with a yawn. "On the bright side, we save on electricity. No school tomorrow, so you can sleep in." "Really?" Wang Xinran was skeptical. "But I thought I heard you mention a fortress. A martial king, you're just a kid." "You misheard. That was some old footage playing on the military channel." Wang Yitian said this with a straight face, then hurried off to shower. "The water heater runs on gas, so no worries there. Finish up and get some sleep. Don't come to the finals looking like a panda, or you'll embarrass me." Observing her father's casual demeanor, as if the sky were falling but he remained unfazed, Wang Xinran felt a measure of reassurance. Muttering about being bossed around, she found her way to the bathroom. As the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, The laziness on Wang Etienne's face began to fade. He returned to the window, his deep gaze seemingly piercing through the dark night toward the wasteland border. Martial King Xiaohan of Qinglong Fortress, he murmured quietly, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes. Peaceful days like these won't last much longer. But for now, he added softly, the most important thing is to make sure my daughter finishes her finals smoothly. The rest, let the soldiers handle it. He sank back into the sofa, closing his eyes as if to rest. Yet his vast spiritual awareness rippled invisibly outward, enveloping the entire neighborhood and beyond, alert for any signs of abnormality. The aura of a grandmaster was restrained yet profound, like a dragon lurking in the night. This night, for many, was destined to be sleepless. And for this city, and indeed the entire border region, it might only mark the beginning of a long, dark night. In the latter half of the night, the house was engulfed in darkness. Save for a faint glow of moonlight filtering through the window, Wang Etienne did not turn on any lights. Quietly leaning against the window, like a statue melded into the shadows. The city was eerily silent, terrifyingly so. Even the usual non-stop hum of hovering traffic had vanished. Wang Xinran, still half a child and exhausted from the day's turmoil and fright, could not resist any longer. She had fallen asleep, unevenly on the sofa, covered by a thin blanket Wang Etienne had somehow procured. Her sleep was restless, her brows furrowed. Wang Etienne utilized his system to slowly and steadily scan the surrounding area. Centering on the home, everything appeared calm on the surface, but the excessive stillness carried an unsettling undertone. He sensed the city's underground emergency power system operating at low load, with energy flows concentrated towards several key points. The city wall defense nodes, communication hubs, and the outpost arrays beyond the city. This configuration unmistakably indicated the highest state of combat readiness. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he looked southeast, beyond the city walls, toward the distant horizon. There, without any warning, a small cluster of orange-red flames erupted, starkly vivid against the dark night sky. Then a second, and a third. Though the fires were not large, their locations seemed to point toward the remote wilderness monitoring stations further afield. Almost simultaneously, a low rumbling sounded in the night sky. Several camouflaged, sleek military attack aircraft, like ghosts in the darkness, activated low-visibility flight mode, armed with live ammunition beneath their wings. They surged rapidly toward the direction of the fires. Shortly after, several larger transport planes, escorted by the fighters, also headed in the same direction. This was no drill, nor an accident. It was a genuine military deployment, either to reinforce or to evacuate. Wang Etienne's gaze turned utterly cold. The assault on the outpost, the emergency scramble of military aircraft, the citywide blackout and alert, all these events connected to an unambiguous conclusion. Trouble had erupted at the border, and it was no trivial matter. Qinglong Fortress might truly be in grave danger. The flames of war were already spreading toward Jiangsheng. While he was lost in thought, Wang Xinran on the sofa was roused by the roar of the military planes overhead. Groggily sitting up, she rubbed her eyes. What is that noise, old man? Is it thunder? Following her father's gaze toward the window, she saw the faint flames on the horizon and the shadows of planes streaking across the night sky. Her drowsiness vanished instantly, and her voice trembled. Fire! There's an explosion over there. And planes. Dad, is it a war? Wang Etienne turned calmly, his usual composed expression restored. He walked over to the sofa and draped the blanket back over her shoulders, his tone casual. What were you talking about? Don't get so scared. Probably an old abandoned energy station outside the city just gave out in the middle of the night. The military-s just sending people to put out the fire and handle the emergency. Those planes are probably dropping fire retardant. Nothing to worry about. If the sky falls, there's a tall guy to hold it up. It's not your concern, little sprout. Really? Wang Xinran remained doubtful, her cheeks still pale. But the whole city's blacked out, and there were explosions of course. Wang Etienne rolled his eyes and gave her a playful flick on the forehead. If the energy station blew up, do you think the power would stay on? You are so timid. How do you expect to make it through the finals? Hurry up and get back to sleep. If you show up tomorrow with dark circles under your eyes, you might as well just faint on the spot and skip the match altogether. Wang Xinran covered her forehead, pouting, but seeing her father's indifferent demeanor. She felt somewhat reassured. She lay down again, muttering, "You're the weakling here. If I faint, who is going to use the championship prize money to buy you drinks?" Despite her words, neither of them managed to sleep soundly during the latter half of the night. Wang Etienne remained constantly alert to any changes outside, while Wang Xinran's mind was unsettled by a myriad of restless thoughts. Time slipped by minute, and outside the window, darkness still prevailed. Only the increasingly frequent explosions and faint sounds of gunfire from afar reminded them of the unrest beyond. The power system showed no sign of restoration. Communications were intermittent, and the internet was completely paralyzed. The entire city felt like an isolated island cut off from information. Finally, as dawn's faint gray light crept in through the windows, the city remained deathly silent, void of its usual morning clamor. Wang Xinran, sporting two faint dark circles under her eyes, got up and gazed at the still dark cityscape and the distant flames flickering on the horizon, her unease resurfacing. The power is still out. And it doesn't seem like things outside have settled down, she whispered. Wang Yitian, busy warming milk and frying eggs on a portable gas stove. Didn't he look up? What is the rush? Repairs take time. Maybe by the time you finish eating, power will be back. At that moment, a heavy military encrypted communicator buzzed and emitted a faint beeping, shattering the morning silence. Wang Yitian rose and picked it up, checking the number. It was Qin Feng. He pressed the answer button. Good morning, Mr. Wang. Qin Feng's voice carried a trace of weariness and barely concealed urgency, with a noisy background. Sorry to disturb you so early. To get straight to the point, the situation outside the city has changed and is more complicated than expected. To ensure your and your daughter's absolute safety, the garrison has decided to activate the emergency protocol. Please gather your essential belongings and bring your daughter. In 1 hour, someone will come to your building to escort you both to the number 3 underground defense bunker for temporary shelter. A bunker? Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow. Is the situation already serious enough to require going underground? There was a brief pause on the other end. Qin Feng lowered his voice. Mr. Wang, to be frank, communications toward the Qinglong fortress were completely cut off in the early hours. The last intelligence from our reconnaissance squad reported a massive horde of wild beasts breaching the frontline defenses, moving toward Jiangxing. Among them are suspected high-level commanders or even superior-tier entities. Jiangxing has entered first-level wartime readiness. The surface is no longer entirely safe. We ask for your full cooperation. He hesitated, his tone tinged with earnestness. Additionally, Captain Yi asked me to convey that if the situation deteriorates to the point where top-tier forces must intervene, we hope you, Mr. Wang, will prioritize the greater good. Though the message was veiled, the meaning was clear. If the city falls, they would need this Grandmaster's intervention. Wang Yitian's eyes flickered momentarily. Glancing at his daughter, who was listening intently, he replied calmly into the communicator. Understood. Send me the coordinates. See you in an hour. After ending the call, Wang Yitian pushed the warmed milk and eggs toward his daughter. Eat quickly. After you're done, pack 2 changes of clothes. We're leaving. Wang Xinran was momentarily stunned. Leaving? Where to? The bunker? Is it really that serious, Dad? What about the finals? Her concern was primarily for the competition. Wang Yitian's tone was light, but his eyes lost their usual laziness. The finals? Don't worry, it won't be cancelled, even if the sky falls. Your old man will make sure you have a stage to finish the finals. He looked at his daughter and, unusually serious, said, Remember with Dad around. There's nothing you need to fear. Stay close and don't wander off, got it? Looking into her father's eyes, so different from usual, Wang Xinran's anxiety strangely subsided. She nodded emphatically. Okay, got it. I definitely want to run off. She took a big gulp of milk and began devouring the eggs, mumbling excitedly. Hurry up and finish eating. Afterward, we'll go explore the bunker. Maybe I'll even get a soldier's autograph. Wang Yitian watched his daughter's sudden burst of energy and allowed a faint, almost imperceptible smile to tug at the corner of his mouth. This girl truly had a big heart. An hour later, a black military-grade off-road vehicle, devoid of any markings, silently pulled up beneath their building. Wang Yitian carried only a simple backpack, and Wang Xinran, equally lightly packed, wore a face brimming with excitement, as if off on a spring outing, as they descended the stairs. The car door opened, and a soldier with a stern expression and sharp presence saluted Wang Yitian. Mr. Wang, please get in. Wang Yitian nodded and took his daughter's hand as they settled into the back seat. The vehicle roared to life, gliding through the still silent, oppressive city streets, speeding toward a secret entrance on the outskirts. Outside the window lay an unprecedentedly quiet Jiangxing. Ahead, unknown dangers and challenges awaited. Leaning back in his seat, Wang Yitian closed his eyes, but his spirit extended like flowing mercury, enveloping the entire vehicle and reaching far beyond. The black military vehicle traversed the eerily silent city streets unimpeded. All traffic signals were dark due to the power outage. Occasionally, military patrols and engineering vehicles sped past. The atmosphere heavy and tense. Wang Xinran pressed her face to the window, curiously scanning the city that seemed to have been frozen in time. Her youthful face showed more excitement than fear. After all, this experience was too extraordinary for her. The car did not head toward the city center, but veered westward, toward a relatively remote industrial zone, finally stopping before an unremarkable, somewhat dilapidated three-story office building. The structure was a dull gray concrete, windows tightly shut, with no signboard at the entrance. If not for the fully armed soldiers guarding it, no one would give a second glance. "Mr. Wang, this way, please." The solemn-faced soldier who had greeted them led the way, guiding Wang Yiqian and his daughter toward a nondescript freight elevator on the side of the building. The elevator required both a password and fingerprint verification before slowly opening. Inside, the space was vast yet starkly minimalistic. Instead of ascending, the elevator descended straight down, its depth and duration far exceeding that of a typical underground parking garage. Wang Xinran felt a slight pressure in her ears and whispered, "Dad, are we going down to the Earth's core?" Wang Yiqian ignored her, focusing on the depth and speed of the descent, forming a preliminary judgment about the bunker's scale. This was no makeshift shelter. It was a genuine wartime command center and high-level refuge. With a gentle ding, the elevator doors slid open, revealing a breathtaking sight. Before them stretched an extraordinarily spacious, brightly lit underground chamber, with ceilings soaring more than 10 meters high. The air circulated freely, devoid of any stuffiness. What caught the eye most was the ceiling and surrounding walls. Not ordinary concrete, but a thick composite armor layer shimmering with a metallic cold glow, estimated to be several meters thick, imparting an unshakable sense of security. This was the first underground level. Countless military personnel busied themselves here, their voices mingling with the clatter of keyboards and hum of equipment. A massive holographic sand table displayed a real-time map of Jiangxing and its surrounding areas, dotted with countless moving points. The atmosphere was tense yet orderly. "Wow, this is so cool. A real underground city," Wang Xinran exclaimed, her eyes wide, everything seeming fresh and exciting. The soldier leading them twitched the corner of his mouth ever so slightly, but maintained a stoic expression. They did not linger on this floor, but continued descending via an internal elevator. With each descent of the elevator, the surroundings grew progressively quieter. Yet the level of security seemed to intensify. Ultimately, they arrived at the 7th underground residential floor. This level was arranged like a well-equipped emergency community, boasting orderly single dormitories, communal activity areas, a cafeteria, and even a modest physical training ground. Though it could not rival the comfort of the surface, it was clean and tidy, adequately meeting basic living needs. Many important personnel and their families, evacuated from elsewhere, had already settled in, creating an atmosphere somewhat more relaxed than that of the first floor. The soldier escorted Wang Yiqian and his daughter to the door of a dormitory labeled 7B12, handing over a keycard. "Mr. Wang, this room has been prepared for you and your daughter. It contains essential living supplies. Please rest here for now and refrain from wandering about. Staff Officer Qin will visit you shortly." "Thank you," Wang Yiqian replied, taking the keycard and opening the door. The room was modest in size, but contained 2 single beds, a private bathroom, and a small desk. Wang Xinran tossed her backpack onto the bed and began to explore the room with a spark of excitement still lingering in her eyes. "Not bad, old man. The military treatment is quite decent. Room and board included, plus security. Far better than that shabby apartment back home." Wang Yiqian ignored her cheerful banter, carefully placing his backpack aside. "You stay put here quietly. I'm stepping out for a moment. Don't wander off. You know the rules here are strict." "Got it. I'm not stupid." Wang Xinran waved her hand dismissively and plopped down on the bed, beginning to examine the emergency rations issued by the military. "Where are you headed?" "To find that Staff Officer Qin for some information." Stay put and don't cause trouble," Wang Yiqian admonished gently before leaving the room and softly closing the door behind him. Recalling the layout, he took the elevator back down to the first underground floor and subtly released a faint, almost imperceptible aura. Soon, an officer came running over, respectfully guiding him through the bustling hall to a door-marked intelligence analysis room. Knocking before entering, Wang Yiqian found Qin Feng standing before a massive tactical screen. His brows furrowed deeply as he studied the flowing information. He appeared much more haggard than the day before, with pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes. But upon seeing Wang Yiqian enter, he immediately brightened and approached him. "Mr. Wang, you're here. Right this way." Qin Feng led him to a small conference room, simply partitioned with soundproof materials, and closed the door to block out the surrounding noise. "How is the situation?" Wang Yiqian asked directly, settling into a chair with a relaxed posture but sharp gaze. Qin Feng drew a deep breath, massaging his temples, his tone grave. "Mr. Wang, the situation is rather complex. I'll be brief. Based on the intelligence we currently hold, There is one piece of good news and two pieces of bad news. Oh, please elaborate. Wang Etienne's expression remained unchanged. The good news, Qin Feng slightly lifted his spirits, is that the main body of the Azure Dragon Fortress still stands firm and has not fallen. Lord Xiao Hanwu remains in command, and the fortress's core defensive system is intact. This is our primary source of confidence in holding Jiang City. Wang Etienne nodded, acknowledging this reassurance. A fortress commanded by Lord Wu is not easily breached. However, Qin Feng's face darkened again. The two bad news items are quite troublesome. The first is that something has broken through the forward warning lines deep within the wastelands and infiltrated our defenses. These are not scattered wild beasts but organized, purposeful elite units. They bypass the fortress's front, utilizing the complex terrain and a concealment method we have yet to fully understand, destroying at least a dozen key forward outposts and monitoring stations, precisely in the direction where we saw flames last night. Moreover, there are signs that some of them have penetrated areas near Jiang City itself. This is the primary reason for the citywide lockdown and activation of shelters. Wang Etienne's eyes narrowed slightly. Infiltration? Organized elite units? This is no ordinary beast-tide. It resembles a targeted military operation. The intelligence of these wasteland creatures is far greater than we imagined. Qin Feng's voice carried a tinge of helplessness and pressure as he delivered the second piece of bad news, which concerned time. Support forces from several surrounding cities have been mobilized, but their immediate priority is securing Jiang City's outer defenses to prevent the roaming beasts from entering the city and to establish a buffer zone. To fully relieve the pressure facing the Azure Dragon Fortress's front, we require more powerful strategic reinforcements from the capital, which will take at least 3 days to arrive. He looked at Wang Etienne with a complicated gaze. This means that we, or rather, the Azure Dragon Fortress, must hold out independently against the pressure for at least 3 days. Those 3 days will be extremely arduous. The infiltrated units are the greatest unknown and threat. One piece of good news to stabilize morale, two pieces of bad news, each graver than the last. Especially that final 3-day period, the very mention of it reeks of bloodshed. Wang Etienne was silent for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. So, the biggest trouble right now is those rats already sneaking in the backyard? That is one way to put it. Qin Feng nodded. Their numbers, strength, and purpose remain unknown. They operate in the shadows while we are in the open. Lord Xiao Hanwu and the fortress's main forces are engaged with the frontal enemy and cannot spare troops to root them out. The city defense forces and garrison are stretched thin, maintaining the lines, protecting civilians, and clearing any infiltration points within the city. If among those rats there are officers, or worse, higher-level threats, he trailed off, but the implication was clear. Should high-ranking wasteland beasts erupt inside the city, or at a weak point in the defenses, the consequences would be catastrophic. Wang Etienne looked up at Qin Feng calmly. So, Staff Officer Qin, you, or General, you specially requested my presence here, not merely to offer VIP refuge, right? What do you need me to do? Qin Feng inhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and spoke with utmost solemnity. Mr. Wang, the situation is critical, so I will be frank. If the situation deteriorates beyond control and high-level threats emerge within the city that we cannot handle, endangering the fundamentals, Brigade Commander Yi earnestly requests your assistance on behalf of the million residents of Jiang City. Of course, this is a last resort contingency. We will do everything in our power to avoid involving you in danger. Though phrased politely, the meaning was unmistakable. Big shot. If the city falls and the monsters break through you, the great master can no longer remain a bystander. You must step up. Wang Etienne observed the suppressed anxiety and hope in Qin Feng's eyes, but did not reply immediately. He rose and walked to the one-way glass of the small conference room, gazing out at the busy and tense command hall beyond. After a long pause, he spoke lightly. I understand. For these 3 days, my daughter and I will remain here. As for intervening, he turned back to Qin Feng, his gaze profound. We'll see the circumstances when the time comes. I'm someone who dislikes trouble, but I hate being disturbed even more, especially when it concerns my daughter. Though his tone was calm, the implication sent a chill through Qin Feng's heart, quickly replaced by an indescribable surge of excitement and relief. This man had agreed to stand up when it mattered. Understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. Qin Feng saluted respectfully. Wang Etienne waved his hand. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. By the way, as if recalling something, he added, when is the final match scheduled? Don't let it interfere with my daughter's affairs. Qin Feng nearly missed his cue. At a time like this, still thinking about a competition? Yet he promptly answered, the final match is currently tentatively postponed. The exact timing will depend on how the situation develops. Please rest assured, once conditions permit, we will prioritize arranging it. Wang Etian nodded without further comment and turned to exit the conference room. Returning to the dormitory on the 7th underground level, Wang Xinran sat cross-legged on her bed, nibbling on compressed biscuits as she stared at the survival rules for the dungeon displayed on the wall. "Old man, you're back. Did you hear anything? Is it true we're really going to war?" she asked eagerly. Wang Etian took a sip from a bottle of water and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing major. Some wild beasts have appeared in the wasteland, and the military is capturing them. In a few days, once they're done, the power will be restored, and you'll be able to compete in the finals." Wang Xinran regarded him with skepticism. "Really? Don't lie to me. Then why all this secrecy? Why hide underground like this?" "The military's operations are beyond your understanding," Wang Etian said, collapsing onto another bed. "Hurry and eat. Once you finish, focus on your training. It will be embarrassing if the wild beasts are caught, but you still lose the competition." "Impossible. I'm in top form," Wang Xinran retorted, waving her fists defiantly but obediently resumed munching on her biscuits, pondering silently that although her old man spoke casually, the situation outside must be far from simple. Still, with her father around, she felt there was nothing to fear. After spending several hours in the modest dormitory on the 7th bunker level, Wang Etian idly traced an arcane trajectory in the air with his finger, while Wang Xinran tossed and turned on the opposite bed, twisting her compressed biscuits into bizarre shapes and muttering, "So boring, old man. How long do we have to stay here?" A gentle knock sounded at the dormitory door. Without lifting his eyelids, Wang Etian said calmly, "Come in." The door opened, and instead of Qin Feng, a military officer entered, shouldering the rank of Major General, with a straight posture and a stern yet composed countenance. He appeared to be in his 40s, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. His presence subtle, yet naturally exuding the gravity of a seasoned leader and the oppressive aura of a formidable warrior. Wang Etian immediately sensed that this man's strength was at the mid-level Grandmaster tier, with an exceptionally solid foundation, far beyond an ordinary Grandmaster. The visitor was none other than Yixing Fan, the commander of Jiangcheng Defense District. "Mr. Wang Etian?" Yixing Fan's voice was steady and commanding, typical of a soldier's crisp efficiency. "I am Yixing Fan. Apologies for the sudden intrusion, but the situation is urgent, and there are matters I must discuss with you in person." At last, Wang Etian leisurely sat upright and gestured to the empty bed opposite him. "General Yi, please have a seat. Speak plainly." A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed Yixing Fan's eyes. Occupying a high position himself as a mid-level Grandmaster, most warriors would inevitably feel nervous upon meeting him. Even Grandmasters usually showed great respect. Yet this man before him appeared casual and indifferent, his eyes fathomless. And when confronted with his imposing aura, he seemed as calm as a gentle spring breeze, utterly unfazed. Indeed, he was unfathomable. Yi's confidence in his assessment of Qin Feng deepened. Without preamble, Yi sat on the bed, his back straight, and spoke directly. "Mr. Wang, time is of the essence, so I shall be brief. The situation in Jiangcheng is severe, and our high-level forces are stretched thin. According to intelligence and information shared by Qinglong Fortress, the wild beasts infiltrating the area consist mainly of division level, equivalent to our Grandmaster tier, and general level, equivalent to mid-level Grandmaster, creatures. No lower-ranked troops or juveniles have been detected so far. The only confirmed king-level wild beast, Martial King tier, is currently restrained by Lord Xiaohan Wu on the fortress's front lines." His speech was rapid but coherent. "At present, including you and me, there are 7 mid-level Grandmasters available in Jiangcheng. My deployment plan is as follows, for we'll guard the city's east, south, west, and north directions as stabilizing pillars, with myself commanding from the center. 2 others must immediately leave the city to support several precarious outposts, ensuring communication channels and the outer defenses remain intact." Yixing Fan fixed his burning gaze on Wang Etian. "Mr. Wang, the northern sector of the city currently lacks a sufficiently formidable guardian. I would like to request that you take charge of the northern area's defensive support. What are your thoughts?" Wang Etian raised an eyebrow, but had yet to respond when Wang Xinran suddenly sprang upright from the bed beside him. "What? You want my old man to guard the city? Fight monsters? No way. That is too dangerous." Though prone to youthful exaggeration, she understood what a general-level wild beast signified. It was on par with a Grandmaster. And school textbooks stated that wild beasts at that tier were stronger than warriors of the same rank. Yixing Fan turned to Wang Xinran and softened his tone. "Ms. Wang, please rest assured, we are not asking Mr. Wang to launch offensive strikes or confront the beast tide head-on. The northern area will be patrolled around the clock by 3 elite patrol teams, each led by a Grandmaster. Mr. Wang's role will be to remain stationed at the 7th Safety Outpost in the north. Should the patrols encounter general-level threats or a large number of division-level wild beasts beyond their capacity, they will immediately send a distress signal. Your father's task will be to respond swiftly and neutralize the danger. Our preliminary assessment suggests only a few general-level wild beasts have infiltrated, so your main responsibility will be handling sudden high-tier threats, while routine patrols and clearances will be managed by the patrol teams. He added, the bunker here is absolutely secure. Ms. Wang can rest, train, and prepare for the finals without worry. We will provide the best protection. The bunker was designed to withstand even peak general-level assaults. Even a king-level beast would require over half an hour to breach it, plenty of time for evacuation. After hearing this, Wang Yiqian did not immediately reply, but glanced at his anxious daughter, reaching over to ruffle her head and crush her meticulously sculpted biscuit creation into a pile of crumbs. My masterpiece, Wang Xinran protested, puffing her cheeks and swatting his hand away. Wang Yiqian ignored her complaints and turned back to Yixing Fan, his tone still unruffled. So, basically, I'm a firefighter, usually just hanging around the outpost, but when trouble arises, I go out and fight, right? Yixing Fan was momentarily taken aback by the blunt, yet somewhat humorous description, but then nodded. That's a fair characterization. Your very presence is the greatest deterrent against potential threats. Unless a general-level menace appears, there is no need for you to take action. All right then, Wang Yiqian said with a straightforward nod. Northern City it is. Send me the outpost's location. I'll head there shortly. Yixing Fan was surprised by his prompt agreement, a great weight lifting from his heart. He saluted Wang Yiqian solemnly. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your enlightened understanding. On behalf of Jiangxing Defense District and its million citizens, I express our deepest gratitude for your assistance. He immediately used his tactical tablet to send detailed coordinates, interior layouts, communication channels, and patrol team identification codes for the Northern 7th Outpost to Wang Yiqian's encrypted communicator. Mr. Wang, this device holds the highest communication privileges and allows direct contact with Command and myself. Patrol distress signals will also be prioritized to you. We entrust everything to you. Yixing Fan rose and gave Wang Yiqian a formal military salute. Wang Yiqian waved dismissively. No need for formalities. I'm on it. Yixing Fan said no more and briskly departed, with many other tasks awaiting his attention. The dormitory was left with only the father and daughter. Wang Xinran leaned in, tugging at Wang Yiqian's sleeve, her face fraught with worry. Old man, are you really going? General-level wild beasts. That sounds terrifying. What if what? Wang Yiqian interrupted, flicking her forehead with a finger. Do I look like someone destined for an early grave? They're just a few stray dogs sneaking in, easy pickings. You stay put, focus on your training, and don't let me come back to find you Haven T improved and got beaten to a pulp in the finals. That would be embarrassing. Wang Xinran covered her forehead, her eyes reddening, but she swallowed her tears and stiffened her neck. Who is worried about you? I'm just afraid you'll mess up my competition. Don't try to be a hero. If you can't win, remember to run. It's not shameful. Wang Yiqian gazed at his daughter's expression, clearly worried yet determined, and felt a mixture of amusement and warmth welling up inside him. Rarely adopting a serious tone, he said, Rest assured, your old man has it all figured out. Remember my words, stay put in the bunker, don't wander off, and seize every moment to grow stronger. In this world, relying on anyone is never as reliable as relying on the strength of your own fists. He paused briefly, his face reverting to its usual languid demeanor. When I return, if I hear you lost in the finals, just wait and see if I don't give you a good spanking. You wouldn't dare. Wang Xinran, like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, instantly bristled, and the sting of parting sorrow was somewhat softened. Wang Yiqian chuckled softly, said no more, and checked his belongings. There wasn't much to bring. After all, the Grandmaster himself was the most formidable weapon, strapping on the seemingly empty backpack. He patted his daughter's shoulder. I'm off. Behave yourself. With that, he turned, opened the dormitory door, and his figure melded into the corridor's interplay of light and shadow without looking back. Wang Xinran stared at the closed door, sniffled, clenched her small fists tightly, and whispered, Old man, you absolutely must come back safe. I'll be waiting for you to see me claim the championship. Meanwhile, following the coordinates, Wang Yiqian deftly avoided the personnel within the bunker, moving like a specter silently to the surface. After identifying his direction, he flickered several times and vanished into the shadows of the alleyways leading toward the northern sector of the city. Though his speed appeared unhurried, he was covering ground with uncanny efficiency. Within minutes, he arrived at safe point number 7, located on the outskirts of the northern industrial district, disguised as an abandoned warehouse. The structure concealed a well-fortified stronghold within, complete with defensive installations, ample supplies, and a compact command post capable of receiving intelligence from multiple sources. Casting his divine perception over the area to confirm its security, Wang Etian seated himself on a relatively clean chair inside the outpost. Closing his eyes, he appeared to rest. But in truth, his vast and boundless divine awareness quietly unfurled like an invisible celestial canopy, enveloping the entire northern district. Within the city, undercurrents surged beyond its walls. The scent of death lurked, and this newly anointed guardian of the northern sector began his leisurely watch. The only unknown was when the first general-grade feral beast would recklessly charge into this ironclad defense. Inside the barebones safe house at safe point number 7. Equipped only with the most basic facilities, Wang Etian had been sprawling in his chair idly for nearly half a day. His divine sense radiated outward like an ethereal radar, covering the whole northern district. The metropolis of Jiancheng had by now become a ghost town. All residents had been evacuated underground according to plan, leaving the streets deserted. Only the occasional muffled explosions and faint gunfire from afar served as reminders that the city remained under martial law. Wang Etian yawned with a hint of boredom. Just then, the brick-like military encrypted communicator resting at his side emitted a rapid series of beeps. Its screen lit up, displaying a newly received encrypted message from the 3rd Patrol Squad of the northern sector. Lazily, Wang Etian picked up the device and pressed the answer button. Save point 7. Save point 7. This is the Northern 3rd Squad. Please respond. A young male voice, tinged with urgency and anxiety, came through the communicator, punctuated by subtle gasps and the faint scrape of metal. Speak. Wang Etian responded tersely. Report. We've detected abnormal energy fluctuations and claw marks with mucus residues suggestive of a large creature around the perimeter of warehouse number 3 in the former Yongfeng Logistics Park. Northern Sector. Based on residual energy analysis, it's preliminarily identified as the activity trace of a master-grade feral beast. Requesting instructions. The squad leader's voice trembled ever so slightly. After all, confronting a feral beast head-on was a severe psychological trial for most soldiers. Wang Etien's gaze flickered. Finally, some proper excitement. He stood, stretched his neck, and said, "Send me the coordinates. Hold your position and maintain a safe distance. I'm on my way." Understood. Coordinates sent. Please be careful. After ending the call, Wang Etian glanced at the coordinates. The location wasn't too far from the outpost. In the next instant, he appeared silently at a street corner just tens of meters away, his speed so swift it seemed like teleportation as he headed toward the target site. Minutes later, Wang Etian emerged like a ghost at the edge of the Yongfeng Logistics Park, concealing himself in the shadow of an abandoned guard post. His gaze swept the area, spotting 3 soldiers clad in urban camouflage combat uniforms, fully armed and arranged in a battle formation. They were nervously sheltering behind a military jeep, their weapons aimed at the tightly closed rolling door of a large warehouse not far ahead. The squad leader held an energy detector, eyes fixed intently on the crack beneath the door. Wang Etian could clearly sense a cold, chaotic, and primal energy emanating from the gap, undeniably the signature of a feral beast. Its strength roughly at the mid-master level. No longer concealing himself, he stepped out calmly from the shadows. Who was there? The 3 soldiers instantly swung their weapons around. Nerves taut. Save point 7, Wang Etian. Wang Etian illuminated his communicator. The squad leader immediately jogged over and saluted. Mr. Wang, you've arrived. The target is inside. The energy readings are stable. It appears to be nesting within. Wang Etian nodded and approached the warehouse door. His divine sense penetrated the heavy metal shutter, revealing the interior with crystal clarity. The warehouse was spacious, littered with discarded shelves and containers. In the center of the clearing lay a massive creature. Its form was somewhat abstract, broadly resembling a leopard magnified 2 to 3 times over, with a sleek body brimming with explosive power. Yet its head was more akin to a rhinoceros, bearing a thick, stubby horn. Its skin was a grayish blue, overlaid with a thin layer of frost-like crystalline coating. The beast rested there, nostrils exhaling cold mist, chilling the surrounding air by several degrees. TCH, a leopard-esque body with a rhino-esque head, and it breathes cold air? The mutated beasts of the wasteland are getting more creative by the day, Wang Etian muttered with a hint of disdain for the creature-esque design. He turned back to the 3 tense soldiers and waved his hand. Fall back a bit. Find cover and stay out of sight. I'll handle this. Yes, Mr. Wang. Be careful. The squad leader led his men to retreat behind a more distant container, setting up their weapons and readying to provide fire support at a moment's notice. Wang Etian approached the rolling door. With a sudden pull, the heavy shutter screeched as it rolled upward. A surge of icy air rushed out from the warehouse. Startled, the frost rhinoceros leopard snapped its head up, locking its ice-blue eyes on Wang Yiqian at the entrance. It let out a low, menacing growl, rising to its feet with muscles taut. The beast seemed enraged by his disregard. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, the massive body surged forward like a flash of lightning, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. At the same time, it opened its maw, unleashing a ghostly pale breath of frigid air like a spear aimed at Wang Yiqian. Wang Yiqian's footsteps never faltered. He merely tilted his body slightly to the side, narrowly evading the icy blast, which slammed into the concrete behind him and instantly froze into a thick sheet of ice. Simultaneously, he casually extended his right hand and delivered a sharp slap to the beast's charging shoulder. A muffled thud echoed. Wang Yiqian's palm struck precisely on the side of the frost rhinoceros leopard's shoulder blade, as effortlessly as brushing away a lunging dog. The beast's forward momentum abruptly stalled, emitting a pained roar. Its massive frame staggered sideways several steps before regaining balance. It shook its somewhat dazed head, eyes filled with a mixture of suspicion and deeper rage as it glared at Wang Yiqian. Oh, mid-master level and quite a tough hide. Wang Yiqian shook his hand dismissively and remarked, "The speed is decent, but the mind isn't quite sharp." The ice rhinoceros leopard seemed to comprehend the mockery, growing even more furious. A thick aura of frost enveloped its body as it lunged again. This time, its claws slashed with fierce, piercing cold light, covering Wang Yiqian's vital points. Wang Yiqian did not confront the attack head-on. His footwork shifted fluidly. His figure moved like a phantom, strolling leisurely amidst the flurry of claw shadows. Each strike was evaded by the narrowest margin, all the while he carefully observed the beast's attack patterns and energy flow. The attack pattern was monotonous, driven by instinct. Its ice affinity was decent, but its execution was crude. As he dodged, Wang Yiqian rapidly analyzed in his mind. The weak points must lie where the neck and abdomen connect, where the energy flow showed subtle sluggishness. Having probed sufficiently, Wang Yiqian lost interest in continuing the game. His eyes narrowed sharply, and his figure suddenly accelerated, appearing as if teleported to the ice rhinoceros leopard's flank and rear, narrowly evading a fierce tail swipe. At the very moment when the beast's old strength had drained and new power had yet to arise, attempting to turn, Wang Yiqian's fingertip condensed a small, highly compressed, exquisitely refined pale golden primordial energy, striking like lightning at the energy node where its neck and abdomen connected. The pale golden fingertip energy easily pierced through the leopard's tough fur and protective frost, precisely stabbing into its energy core. The massive beast stiffened abruptly. The fierce light in its eyes instantly dimmed, and it emitted a mournful, unwilling howl before collapsing with a thunderous crash. It twitched a few times, then lay motionless. No blood flowed from the wound. Only a pure stream of icy energy slowly dissipated. The battle was over in less than a minute from start to finish. Wang Yiqian did not even draw a breath, nor was his clothing creased. He approached the corpse and nudged it with his foot to confirm it was thoroughly dead. Then he called out to the outside, "Hey, those outside, it's done. Come in and clean up." 3 soldiers cautiously peeked from behind a barricade. Upon seeing the enormous fallen beast inside the warehouse and Wang Yiqian, calm and unscathed, they were utterly stunned. Just like that, a master-level wild beast. What seemed like a formidable enemy was, before this man, no more than a mosquito to be swatted. The team leader hurriedly led his men inside, swallowing hard as he looked at the ice rhinoceros leopard's corpse. His gaze toward Wang Yiqian brimmed with fervor and reverence. "Mr. Wang, you are incredible." Enough with the flattery. Wang Yiqian waved his hand dismissively. "Handle the corpse yourselves. Submit the energy core and any useful materials. Destroy the rest to avoid environmental contamination. I'm heading back to base. Call me if you need anything." "Yes, sir. We guarantee the mission's completion." The team leader stood at attention and saluted. Wang Yiqian nodded, hands in his pockets, and leisurely exited the warehouse. His figure flickered several times before vanishing at the street's end, his achievements concealed from the world. Back at Base 7, just as Wang Yiqian settled down, his encrypted communicator chimed again, a video request originating from the bunker's internal line. He answered, and immediately Ranran's worried yet curious face appeared on the screen. "Old man, are you all right? Did you go out to fight?" She fired questions rapidly as soon as the call connected. Wang Yiqian propped the communicator on the desk and lazily slumped into his chair. "Yeah, took down a big cat that snuck in, one that blows cold air. Ugly looking too. A big cat? A master-level wild beast? How strong was it? Did you get hurt?" It was dumb and clumsy. Took just a few moves to settle it. Do you think your old man would get hurt? Wang Yitian scoffed. It's way weaker than that soldier king you fought. Keep bragging. Wang Xinran visibly relaxed and then started teasing him. You better be careful and not slip up. I'm still waiting for you to come back and cheer me on. She stuck out her tongue. I'm off to train. You take care too. Remember to send me some photos of wild beasts. Make sure they're handsome ones. The call ended. Wang Yiqian shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Did this girl really expect to carry a camera herself? In the southern city, at the abandoned logistics center plaza, the elder Grandmaster Chao Kuei's hair and beard stood on end, his entire body aflame with crimson primordial energy, resembling an enraged fire god. In his hand, a simple but ancient long blade swung relentlessly, each slash unleashing piercing fire tribute blade energies that tore through the air. He was locked in fierce combat with a colossal, dark-scaled giant snake bearing a single horn on its head, the master-level wild beast known as the barbaric snake. Wretched beast, Plepavatadai, Gao Guiroret, slashing his blade against the snake's tough scales. Brilliant sparks and a tremendous noise erupted, but only a white scar was left behind. The barbaric snake growled hoarsely in pain, its thick tail sweeping like a steel whip, forcing Chao Kuei to dodge backward, his breath briefly faltering. He inwardly panicked. This barbaric snake's defense was astonishing, and its strength terrifying. His mid-stage Grandmaster power could barely suppress it, making a swift kill impossible. Age was finally a weakness. Endurance was limited. As he fully focused on countering the snake's frontal assault, seeking an opening, an abrupt anomaly occurred. Not far behind him, in a seemingly empty shadow, the air rippled like water waves. A slender, entirely transparent, almost camouflaged strange little snake, the stealth snake, shot out silently like a phantom. It opened its mouth, releasing an exquisitely refined, colorless, odorless venom arrow, lightning fast, aimed at Chao Kuei's back. The timing, angle, and stealth of this sneak attack were perfect, just as Chao Kuei's old strength had drained and new power had yet to arise. With all his attention fixed on the barbaric snake in front. Not good. Chao Kuei, an experienced grandmaster, sensed danger at the last moment. With a life-or-death warning, he forcibly twisted his body to avoid the heart strike, but the venom arrow grazed his left shoulder blade. Shoo! A piercing, bone-chilling cold pain surged instantly. Gao Guigronet. Half his body numb as his protective primordial energy dissolved like melting ice and snow. His long blade nearly slipped from his grasp. Seizing this perfect opportunity, the barbaric snake's horn glowed with a ghostly light, and a solid shadow shockwave slammed forcefully into Chao Kuei's chest. Chao Kuei was flung backward like a broken kite, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed heavily into a pile of discarded shipping containers. His fate remained uncertain. Hiss! The barbaric snake emitted a triumphant hiss, its cold vertical pupils scanning the direction of Chao Kuei's fall, alert to a rapidly approaching powerful presence in the distance. Its massive body twisted strangely, as if merging into the shadows, and it quickly vanished into the labyrinthine ruins of the complex buildings, escaping without a trace. The stealth snake, which had played a crucial role, had also long since disappeared. When the reinforcement team arrived, they found only a devastated battlefield. The gravely injured and unconscious Chao Kuei barely clinging to life, and emptiness where the beast had once been. In the western city, at the entrance of civilian shelter number 3, originally a sturdy underground air raid shelter, the thick alloy door now lay twisted and mangled like scrap iron, torn open to reveal a grim, gaping breach. Several bodies of station warriors lay sprawled outside the entrance, their deaths brutal, clearly after a brief, desperate resistance. Inside the shelter, under dim emergency lighting, lay a hellish scene. The stench of blood was so thick it induced nausea. The corpse of a master-level wild beast called the burrowing demon scorpion, resembling a giant spider with a scorpion-s venomous tail, lay in the center of the corridor, slain by the Grandmaster guarding the western city. But its rampage had already wrought irreparable tragedy. Cries, groans, and pleas for help filled the space. Unable to retreat deeper, civil rescuers were desperately striving to save the wounded, yet an overwhelming aura of sorrow and death lingered relentlessly. A master who had rushed to assist struck a nearby wall with a single punch, leaving a deep imprint. His tiger-like eyes brimmed with tears as he growled lowly, "Beasts. These wretched beasts." The news reached the command center, casting a heavy shadow over everyone's hearts. Civilian casualties were the most heart-rending toll in this defensive battle. Wang Yitian was inside Stronghold number 7, located in the northern part of the city. He had just finished a video call with his daughter, a routine exchange of safety confirmations laced with their usual playful banter, and was contemplating whether to continue idly scanning the streets with his spiritual perception to watch stray cats fight or to rummage through his small storage pouch for some snacks to pass the time. Suddenly, the brick-like military encrypted communicator by his side emitted an ear-piercing, shrill beep unlike any ordinary notification. The screen flashed with a glaring red alarm symbol. Almost simultaneously, the device forcibly switched to an emergency communication channel from the General Command, the highest priority line, and Yi Xingfan's voice, laden with unmistakable urgency and gravity, instantly shattered the stillness within the stronghold. Attention, all units. Highest alert. In the southern sector, Grandmaster Chao Kuei has been ambushed by a general-class feral beast, the barbaric serpent, and is severely injured. The assailants include a division-class stealth serpent. The primary target, the barbaric serpent, has breached containment and escaped. I repeat, a general-class feral beast has escaped and is currently unaccounted for. Threat level in the southern district has escalated to maximum. All units, heighten vigilance. This report struck like a thunderbolt, causing Wang Yiqian to bolt upright, instantly wiping away his languid expression, his gaze sharpening to a blade's edge. He had some familiarity with Chao Kuei, a veteran grandmaster native to Jiang City. Though age had somewhat diminished his strength, his experience was profound. How could he be gravely wounded after a single encounter? And worse, how did the main target slip away? A general-class feral beast, like the barbaric serpent, was no mere ice rhinoceros leopard from the northern district. Before he could ponder further, the communicator emitted another shrill wail. A second urgent dispatch followed, this time from a young officer whose voice trembled with suppressed sobs and fury. West Sector. Civilian Bunker Number 3 in the Western District is under sudden assault by an unidentified division-class feral beast. The protective gate was violently breached. The station warrior squad has been wiped out. Civilian casualties inside the bunker are severe. Reinforcement grandmasters have arrived and slain the beast. But the speaker's voice choked with tears, clearly overwhelmed by the horrific scene. The civilian bunker had been overrun, and the losses were devastating. Wang Yiqian's heart plummeted. Within mere minutes, the southern grandmaster was critically wounded, a general-class beast had escaped, and the western civilian zone suffered a brutal attack. This was no coincidence. The infiltrating feral beasts were not only formidable but cunning, perhaps even organized and premeditated in their simultaneous strikes, seeking to rend a breach in Jiang City's defensive network. He immediately activated the channel linking all northern patrol teams, his voice icy and resolute. All northern units, this is Wang Yiqian. Maximum alert. Contract defense perimeter and converge on my position at once. Report any anomalies without warning. Immediately request highest priority assistance. I repeat, maximum alert. North 1 team received. North 2 team understood. North 3 team contracting now. The patrol leaders' voices were tinged with unprecedented tension and determination. The reports from the south and west had clearly synchronized. Everyone understood the real crisis had begun. Wang Yiqian ended the communication and stood before the observation port of the stronghold, gazing out over the deathly silent city with profound eyes. He sensed an intangible, frigid pressure spreading through Jiang City, carried on the trail of the escaped barbaric serpent and the bloodied scent from the west. The carefree moments of idling and leisure were irrevocably gone. Receiving one battle report after another, Wang Yiqian's face remained composed, yet a glint of icy steel flickered deep within his gaze. He exhaled a slow, heavy breath. Moving to the stronghold's entrance, he looked south and west, his eyes seeming to pierce through the dense structures. The barbaric serpent, the stealth serpent, the subterranean demon scorpion, coordinated attacks with clear intent. These invaders were not a mere scattered pack. There were multiple nests, and something was orchestrating them from the shadows. He flexed his wrist, the slight crackle of bones audible. In the dead of night, Jiang City resembled a colossal, silent black tombstone. Power had been cut citywide, with only sporadic military emergency lights flickering like ghostly flames amidst the ruins and towering buildings, faintly tracing the city's grim silhouette. The wind whispered like a warning. The suffocating tension in the stillness was palpable. In the northern district, it was so quiet one could hear their own heartbeat. Within stronghold number 7, Wang Yiqian sat like a specter in the dark, his spiritual perception as precise as the most sophisticated radar, slowly and continuously scanning every trace of energy fluctuation within a several-kilometer radius. The news of Grandmaster Chao Kuei's grievous injury in the south and the assault on the western bunker weighed like two massive stones upon the hearts of all who knew. He knew the escaped barbaric serpent and the elusive stealth serpent would not vanish quietly. The The northern district was very likely the next target. Sure enough, around 2 o'clock in the morning, when the city was plunged into its darkest, coldest hour, the encrypted communicator suddenly emitted a rapid, yet deliberately, subdued beep. It was the emergency line of the 2nd Northern Patrol Squad. Wang Etienne's eyes snapped open as he pressed the button to answer, immediately greeted by a voice trembling with exertion and heavy gasps, amid the frantic sounds of running and the terrifying noise of a heavy object crushing rubble. Stronghold number 7. Stronghold number 7. North 2 Team, emergency call. Target sighted. Repeat, a general-class barbaric serpent. Location, abandoned Xinglong Textile Factory, warehouse number 3. It spotted us and is in pursuit. Energy readings are extremely high. Requesting immediate support. Requesting immediate support. Hold it off and retreat towards Stronghold 7. I'm on my way. Wang Etienne's voice was calm and unwavering. Before the words had faded, he vanished from his chair. In the next moment, his figure, like a phantom merging with the night, flickered several times through the silent urban ruins and appeared several hundred meters away. His speed was extraordinary, yet strangely silent, stirring no wind, only the faint hiss of fabric brushing the air. As he sprinted, he issued orders coldly through the communicator. Report your real-time location and casualties. Breaking out toward the northeast, approximately 1.5 kilometers from Stronghold. It's too fast. A brief, agonized scream and the furious shouts of comrades echoed through the device, followed by a rapid volley of energy gunfire and the wild roar of the barbaric serpent. Xiaolu, damn it, I'll fight it off. Captain, don't be reckless. Withdraw. Fall back now. Chaos reigned through the communicator, accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones shattering and heavy bodies collapsing. Wang Etienne's eyes darkened sharply as he increased his speed by 30%. Several kilometers away, he could see 5 tiny figures running desperately through the ruins. Behind them, a colossal serpent as thick as a water barrel, covered in dull scales with a single horn atop its head, pursued with agility incongruous to its massive bulk. Bricks and stones flew in its wake. One soldier, lagging behind, was struck by the serpent's tail and instantly reduced to a bloody mist. Another tried to suppress the beast with firepower, but was engulfed by the serpent's shadowy breath, his armor shattering like paper. He collapsed, motionless. In just over 10 seconds, the North 2 Team's 5 members had lost 3 lives. The remaining captain and 1 squad member were barely clinging to survival. Hold on. Wang Etienne's voice transmitted through the communicator, imbued with a strange, soothing power. His silhouette tore through the night, closing the distance with terrifying speed. As Wang Etienne crashed down like a meteor between the only 2 surviving patrol members and the ferocious serpent, the colossal snake's head lunged forward, reeking of blood and ready to bite. Get lost. Wang Etienne growled lowly, neither dodging nor retreating, his right fist simply and directly thrust forward. No radiant glow adorned his fist, yet it harbored an overwhelmingly terrifying physical strength. Boom! The knuckle collided fiercely with the serpent's head, unleashing a thunderous, muffled roar. A visible shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, violently stirring up the dust and rubble on the ground. The serpent's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, emitting a pained hiss. Its massive head was slammed backward, scales shattered in several places, revealing the flesh beneath. As for Wang Etienne, his figure only swayed slightly. The ground beneath his feet cracked, yet he did not retreat an inch. The 2 surviving patrolmen stared dumbfounded, their exhilaration at having narrowly escaped death mingling with profound astonishment. Is this the strength of a Grandmaster? To withstand a head-on clash with a class titanic wild beast? Fall back to a safe distance and stay alert to your surroundings. Wang Etienne ordered without turning his head, his gaze firmly fixed on the enraged serpent, which had grown even more furious from its injury. The captain quickly reacted, pulling his wounded comrade back to seek cover, all the while vigilantly scanning the battlefield and the surrounding shadows. They had not forgotten the presence of a lethal hidden serpent lurking somewhere in the darkness. The serpent shook its massive head, its icy blue vertical pupils locking onto Wang Etienne with brutal rage and a hint of suspicion. From this seemingly insignificant human before it, it sensed an unprecedented threat. It opened its blood-red maw, releasing a sharp hiss, its enormous body coiling violently as it launched another assault. Whether biting, whipping its tail, or spewing corrosive shadow breath, its offensive surged relentlessly like a storm. Wang Etienne's figure flickered and weaved effortlessly through the serpent's tempestuous onslaught. He did not rush into a fierce counterattack. Instead, like the coldest of hunters, he carefully sensed and analyzed the serpent's attack patterns, strength, energy flow, and potential weaknesses. Its power roughly reached the peak of early Grandmaster level, nearing mid-tier defense. Its scales provided primary protection. The Shadow Breath carried corrosive properties and should not be taken head-on. Its attack style was straightforward and lacked variation. Its vulnerability likely lay in the soft scales around its vital points and abdomen. After several exchanges, Wang Yitian had formed a clear judgment. This ferocious serpent was formidable but of limited intelligence, relying mostly on instinctual combat. He was fully capable of defeating it. Yet, he continually allocated a portion of his awareness, like the most sensitive radar, scanning every shadow and every discordant energy fluctuation around him. He was waiting for that insidious hidden serpent. Sure enough, just as Wang Yitian deliberately feigned a weakness, sidestepping a savage tail whip from the serpent, his body momentarily faltering as if exhausted. From the shadow of a collapsed wall to his left rear, the air rippled like water, and a nearly transparent, lightning-fast slender shadow shot forth silently and soundlessly, aiming straight for the back of Wang Yitian's neck. It was the class-master-level wild beast, the hidden serpent. It seized what it believed to be the perfect moment for an assassination. However, Wang Yitian had been waiting precisely for this moment. As the hidden serpent launched its strike, it was as if eyes had grown on his back. His left hand, which had been hanging at his side, darted like a ghost toward his waist. There lay a seemingly ordinary military-issue alloy dagger. The instant the dagger was drawn, infused with pure primal energy by Wang Yitian, it suddenly gleamed with a faint golden light. Without turning around, he reversed his hand and thrust the blade backward with impeccable precision. The timing, angle, speed, and force were all executed flawlessly, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Squelch! A faint sound of blade piercing flesh. The transparent shadow behind Wang Yitian materialized into the form of the hidden serpent. Its slender body was impaled through the mouth by the dagger, penetrating its skull. In its cold, compound eyes lingered the cruelty of an almost successful attack and a trace of disbelief before it completely lost life. Hanging limply in midair like a dead fish before finally dropping, Wang Yitian did not even glance at the serpent's corpse. A flick of his wrist sent the impaled body flying from the dagger. His gaze returned to the enraged serpent, momentarily stunned by the death of its companion. Now, it's your turn. His tone remained calm, yet the aura surrounding him abruptly shifted. If moments ago he resembled a bottomless ancient well, now that well transformed instantly into a volcano on the verge of eruption. A terrifying pressure spread out tangibly. The surrounding air thickened and weighed heavily. The serpent sensed a mortal threat, emitting an uneasy hiss as its massive body instinctively recoiled, adopting a defensive posture. But Wang Yitian gave it no further opportunity. He stomped the ground, shattering a shallow pit beneath his feet, his figure transforming into a streak of golden lightning as he charged the serpent. His speed reached its zenith, leaving behind multiple afterimages. Break! With a low shout, Wang Yitian's fingers formed a sword shape, his fingertips condensing an intensely compressed, razor-sharp pale golden primal energy, which he directed with lethal precision at the serpent's vital point, where the scales were relatively soft. Sizzle! The serpent's tough scales and protective energy, confronted with absolute, overwhelming force, were pierced as easily as paper. A piercing, agonized shriek erupted from the serpent, its massive body thrashing wildly in desperate struggle. But Wang Yitian showed no mercy. The primal energy in his inserted finger exploded. Boom! At the serpent's vital point, a tremendous bloodied hole burst from within. Dark red blood and shattered organs splattered outward. The serpent's resistance rapidly weakened until it collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust, utterly silent. The battle was over. From Wang Yitian's arrival to the downfall of the twin serpents, only 2 or 3 minutes had elapsed. Wang Yitian stood between the 2 colossal serpent corpses, breathing evenly, as if he had merely swatted away 2 flies. He shook off non-existent bloodstains from his hands and said to the 2 patrolmen, still dazed from the ordeal, "Notify logistics to collect the bodies. Give our fallen brothers a proper burial." With that, he did not linger. His figure flickered and vanished into the night, returning to Outpost 7, quietly concealing his deeds and glory. Only the 2 surviving patrolmen remained, gazing at the scene before them in speechless awe. The northern city night remained deep and solemn, yet the oppressive dread that had weighed on their hearts subtly dissipated with the death of the twin serpents. After dealing with the 2 enormous creatures, Wang Yitian felt a faint trace of bloodstain clinging to him, an uncomfortable sensation. He did not rush back to the outpost, instead settling on a relatively clean cement block by the ruins, savoring a slow bite of an energy bar as the early morning chill wind blew, waiting for logistics to arrive. Before long, several military green all-terrain transport vehicles rolled in silently, followed by a large purification processing truck. A squad of soldiers clad in protective suits disembarked swiftly. Upon seeing the two massive serpent carcasses, especially the terrifying gaping wound at the serpent's vital point, they involuntarily drew a sharp breath. Their eyes filled with reverence as they glanced at Wang Yitian. The commanding officer jogged over and saluted sharply. "Mr. Wang, thank you for your hard work. We'll take over the cleanup here." Wang Yitian nodded, stuffing the last bite of his energy bar into his mouth, brushing off the crumbs from his hands. "Keep it clean, don't pollute the environment." Having spoken, he rose to his feet, hands tucked casually into his pockets, and ambled leisurely back towards Stronghold Number 7. His silhouette as relaxed as that of an elderly gentleman who had just finished his morning exercises. Upon returning to the stronghold, the eastern sky was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. Wang Yitian utilized the simple cleansing apparatus stored within the stronghold to take a quick shower, then changed into a fresh set of clothes. Just as he slumped back into his chair, the cumbersome communication device buzzed. An encrypted video call request from Yixing Fan. Wang Yitian yawned and answered. Instantly, Yixing Fan's weary, yet clearly excited and grateful face appeared on the screen. The backdrop seemed to be the command center, where personnel were still bustling about, though the atmosphere had noticeably lightened. "Mr. Wang," Yixing Fan's voice trembled just slightly. "We've just received the battle report from the northern city. You've eliminated the wild serpent and the hidden serpent? We are deeply grateful." Wang Yitian lifted his eyelids lazily, his tone indifferent. "Oh, just a routine matter. Those two were disturbing my sleep." Yixing Fan was momentarily taken aback by the nonchalant tone, then forced a wry smile. "Routine? Those are the very beasts that severely wounded the veteran master Cao Kuei, caused panic in the southern city before escaping. The general-grade feral beasts and their cunning accomplice. This powerhouse's strength is likely far more unfathomable than assessment suggested." He took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and spoke with greater solemnity. "Mr. Wang, you have achieved a tremendous feat. The elimination of the wild serpent and hidden serpent has greatly eased the pressure on northern Jiangsheng, and indeed the entire city. Especially the removal of the hidden serpent, a lurking threat akin to pulling out a deeply embedded nail. On behalf of the garrison and all citizens, I extend our most sincere gratitude. Spare me the formalities." Wang Yitian waved his hand dismissively. "Tell me what is going on now. Those two threats are gone. What about the rest? Is the situation still chaotic?" Yixing Fan immediately adopted a serious tone. "Thanks to your victory, the overall situation has taken a positive turn." He brought up the tactical map and gave a swift briefing. "In the northern sector, with the wild serpent and hidden serpent eliminated, the threat level has dropped from maximum to high risk, though vigilance must be maintained. Your area is temporarily secure. In the southern sector, Master Cao Kuei has been stabilized following emergency treatment, but remains severely injured and requires prolonged rest, rendering him unable to fight for now. We have dispatched another Grandmaster from other fronts to temporarily assume southern defense duties. The front line is basically stable. In the western sector, cleanup operations and casualty treatment at bunker number 3 continue, with heavy losses sustained." Yixing Fan's voice briefly sank, then brightened. "The good news is that since you dealt with those two feral beasts, several minor, sporadic feral activities previously seen in other city areas have quietly subsided and gone into hiding. We assess that the infiltrated feral groups may have lost unified command or critical elite forces, causing their actions to become more cautious." Wang Yitian nodded. This was in line with his expectations. The hidden serpent was clearly an assassin type, a player of underhanded tactics, likely also responsible for coordinating or commanding lower-tier feral beasts. With its demise, the minions naturally fell into disarray. "So, the city is temporarily quiet?" Wang Yitian inquired. "That would be a fair interpretation. At least, large-scale, organized assaults have ceased for the time being," Yixing Fan answered cautiously. "However, we must not be complacent. Residual feral beasts still lurk in the city as shadows, and there may yet be individuals as formidable as the hidden serpent or stronger in hiding. Additionally, the pressure from outside the city toward the Azure Dragon Fortress remains immense. Communications are intermittent, but the latest contact confirms that Lord King Xiao Hanwu is still firmly engaging the king-grade feral beast on the front line, and the fortress itself remains intact. Mr. Wang, based on current conditions, we believe the most perilous phase for Jiangsheng has likely passed. If we can hold out for just over one more day, by the early hours of the day after tomorrow, the vanguard of reinforcements from the capital will arrive, with a pincer attack from inside and outside. We will surely annihilate the remaining foes and lift the siege of Jiangsheng. Yi Xingfan's voice brimmed with hopeful anticipation. One more day, huh? Wang Yitian rubbed the bridge of his nose, a perfectly measured expression of weary impatience crossing his face. This old frame of mind really can't take much more wear and tear. I had planned to retire in peace, but you've dragged me back into the fray. Fighting tooth and nail. Yi Xingfan's countenance showed an apologetic hue. I am truly sorry, Mr. Wang. The circumstances are exceptional. We had no choice. All right, just saying. Wang Yitian cut him off. So for the next day or so, it's mainly defensive. Keep an eye on those hiding rats. Don't let them stir up trouble again. And hold on until reinforcements arrive, right? Exactly. Ye Ingfan affirmet. Your task remains to hold the northern sector as our anchor. Patrol teams will intensify their search and elimination of residual feral beasts. Unless a new, unmanageable general-grade threat emerges, we won't trouble you to intervene again. That's bearable. Wang Yitian seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. A bit of downtime is welcome. By the way, my daughter, she's all right? Still safe in the bunker? Please rest assured. The bunker is equipped with the highest level protection and is absolutely secure. Ms. Wang Xinran is doing well. And we have dedicated personnel ensuring her daily life and cultivation needs. Yi Xingfan hastened to reassure. That's good to hear. Wang Yitian nodded and let out a long yawn. If there is nothing else, I'm hanging up now. Haven T slept all night, exhausted. Call me if anything happens. Otherwise, don't disturb my rest. Yes. Please get some rest. Thank you again. Ye Ingfan responded hurriedly. The communication ended. Wang Yitian tossed the device onto the table and sank once more into his chair, closing his eyes as if to sleep. Yet, his mind was as clear as a polished mirror. The city's threat had been temporarily subdued, but the root cause remained outside the city walls. The king-grade feral beast restrained by Xiao Han was the true linchpin. Moreover, the feral beast's infiltration had been so organized and methodical that there was surely more complexity behind it. They had only eliminated the vanguard and command nodes. A greater storm might yet be looming. One more day, hopefully it would pass peacefully. He muttered inwardly, just let me watch my daughter's final match in peace. Of course, that was merely a private wish. Should some reckless adversary dare cross his path, this old body would not hesitate to spring into action when necessary. Outside, the sky brightened. The lifeless city welcomed the dawn, yet the heavy aftermath of battle and the looming sense of unknown peril lingered in the air. Wang Yitian's spiritual awareness remained like the most devoted sentinel, enveloping the northern district, ever ready to respond to any sudden emergency. Day had broken, but Jiangsheng's sky remained overcast, as if shrouded by an inseparable gloom. Wang Yitian rested for several hours on the hard chair at Stronghold No. 7, eyes half closed, neither fully asleep nor fully awake. The brief tranquility brought by the double serpent's demise had not lasted long. His formidable spiritual perception faintly detected unsettling energy fluctuations writhing in the city's depths like cockroaches left unexterminated. Suddenly, a wave of energy distinct from an alarm, carrying a certain urgent rhythm, emanated from the southeastern sky over the city. Immediately after, the encrypted communicator at his side emitted a special signal indicating the arrival of friendly forces. Wang Yitian opened his eyes and picked up the device. It was Yi Xingfan's line. Mr. Wang. Yi Xingfan's voice carried a trace of fatigue, but was filled with excitement. Good news. The first batch of reinforcements from neighboring Sucheng has arrived. An elite squad composed of 3 Grandmasters and 20 Masters has just reached the designated rendezvous point outside the city and is now entering the urban area. Oh, that is excellent news. Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow. The reinforcements had arrived sooner than he had anticipated. It seems that Sioux City did not dare to slack off either. Indeed, leading the charge is Vice Commander Zhao Jinyue of the Sioux City Garrison, a late-stage Grandmaster General. Yi Xingfan's tone brimmed with respect. With General Zhao and this fresh contingent joining us, our burden will be significantly alleviated. Soon, the communicator received a temporarily opened regional command channel. Several unfamiliar, yet resonant voices came through, swiftly coordinating with Yi Xingfan. Commander Yi, this is Zhao Jinyue. Our unit has proceeded according to the plan scheme, dividing into 2 groups. Group A, led by mid-stage Grandmaster Sun Ming with 10 Masters, will immediately head to the southern sector of the city to relieve Master Chao Kuei's defense and stabilize the front line. Group B, personally led by me and consisting of early-stage Grandmaster Li Rue and 10 other Masters, will serve as the theater's general reserve, positioned centrally for rapid response and support. Thank you, General Zhao. Your efforts are much appreciated. We entrust the southern sector to Master Sun. The reserve's location is crucial, General Zhao. Your presence there is invaluable. Yixing Fan's voice noticeably relaxed. Wang Yitian silently listened to the dispatches on the channel, offering no comment. Reinforcements have arrived, and the deployment is more rational. On the surface, Jiangxing's defensive posture has indeed improved considerably. Yet the faint unease lingering in his heart had not entirely dissipated. Would the counterattack from the wild beasts outside be so easily resolved? Sure enough, just as the Sioux City reinforcements began to take their assigned positions, and the channel briefly radiated a sense of stability, an anxious, even slightly terrified voice forcibly cut into a higher-level encrypted emergency subchannel, accessible only to Yixing Fan, Zhao Jinyue, a few other senior commanders, and Wang Yitian. Command. Urgent military update. Outside the city, the support squad dispatched to the northwest direction outpost number 7 has lost contact. Repeating, the entire sword squad is missing. The last signal was a highest priority distress call from 3 kilometers outside the outpost in Black Wind Gorge, but lasted less than 2 seconds before being cut off. We have tried all backup channels. None could be reached. The reporting officer's voice trembled uncontrollably. The channel fell into an immediate dead silence. The atmosphere, which had just eased with the arrival of reinforcements, plummeted to freezing depths. Sword squad missing? Yixing Fan's voice was thick with incredulous shock. How could this be possible? The squad was composed of 1 early-stage Grandmaster and 7 late-stage Masters, each equipped with the highest-grade encrypted communicators. Even if they encountered a general-level wild beast, it would be impossible not to send out a complete distress signal unless they faced an overwhelming force in an instant and were annihilated on the spot, or their communications were completely jammed by some formidable power. Either possibility was terrifying beyond measure. Black Wind Gorge. Zhao Jinyue's steady voice rang out, heavy with gravity. That terrain was complex, with chaotic energy fields, and was already a weak signal zone. But to silence a squad of such caliber instantly. Commanderie. Something is very wrong. Extremely wrong. I understand. Yixing Fan's voice brimmed with suppressed fury and anxiety. Dispatch drones immediately to scout Black Wind Gorge. At the same time, notify all units outside the city to raise alert levels to the maximum. No unauthorized movements without orders, especially the other Falcon squad outside. Have them fortify their position and await further instructions. The orders were swiftly issued. Only the heavy breathing and faint sounds of instrument operation remained on the channel. Everyone understood that this sudden crisis beyond the city walls was far graver than the wild beasts being cleared within the city. The silent disappearance of an elite squad concealed a menace far beyond imagination. Wang Yitian tapped his fingers lightly on the chair's backrest as he listened to the chaos and solemnity on the channel. As expected, it was not so simple. The troubles inside the city had been temporarily subdued, but the waters beyond the walls were far deeper. A squad led by a Grandmaster vanishing without a trace. Not even a bubble rising. This was no ordinary wild beast's doing. He pondered a moment, then used an encrypted line to call Yixing Fan privately. Mr. Wang? Yixing Fan's voice remained tense. Is the bunker where my daughter is staying adequately protected? Since reinforcements have arrived, the family sent people to clear it out. Yixing Fan immediately assured him, rest assured, Mr. Wang. The bunker meets S-level protection standards, reinforced with multiple formations and independent power sources. The garrison there is the strongest. Even a Wuang-level expert's assault would be held off for a significant time. Wang Xinran's safety is absolutely guaranteed. Good, then that is settled. Wang Yitian acknowledged. Pausing briefly before inquiring further, is the other squad outside in a safe location? The Falcon squad is currently stationed at outpost number 3 to the east. The terrain there is elevated, with relatively complete fortifications. We have ordered them to hold their positions and await reinforcements. It should be safe for the time being. Yixing Fan responded with a hint of uncertainty. Understood. I'll keep an eye on the northern sector. Inform me if anything happens. Wang Yitian ended the call. He set down the communicator and approached the observation port of the stronghold, gazing toward the northwest. Though distant and obstructed by layers of buildings, his gaze seemed to pierce through all, resting upon the deathly expanse known as Black Wind Gorge. 8 members of Sword Squad, 1 Grandmaster and 7 Masters, had vanished without a single piece of news. Wang Yitian muttered softly, eyes sharp as blades. This is not something ordinary wild beasts could pull off. It appeared that the big fish sneaking in were more than one. Moreover, this fish was likely far more troublesome than the barbarian serpent. The grim tidings from outside the city cast an even darker shadow over Jiangxing, where a glimmer of dawn had just appeared. Inside outpost number 7 to the north, Wang Yiqian half-slumped in the rigid chair, fingers tapping the armrest intermittently, brow furrowed. His mind was still mulling over the inexplicable disappearance of the Sword Squad outside the city, growing increasingly unsettled. 8 fully alive personnel, 1 a Grandmaster. All equipped with the military's highest-grade communication devices. How could they simply vanish without trace? As he pondered, a prompt suddenly sounded. Ding. Detection of binding target, Wang Shinran, encountering a critical survival crisis. Urgency, highest. Emergency mission issued, daughter S crisis. Mission description, detection of ultra-high energy reaction approaching. A peak general-level wild beast, the Rift Earth Demon Ape, accompanied by a standard general-level wild beast, the Phantom Spirit Fox, are leading a large cluster of division-level and squad-level wild beasts. Having breached the outer weak defenses and rapidly closing in on the coordinates of binding target Wang Shinran at Jiangxing's underground shelter number 7. The straight-line distance is less than 500 meters. The target is clear. The special item sealed in the S-level biological laboratory at the bunker S lowest level. Mission requirements. Immediately intercept and annihilate all invading wild beasts, ensuring the absolute safety of the binding target. Mission rewards. 1 peak Grandmaster experience card, valid for 3 minutes. 5,000 points of paternal love. Failure penalty. Binding target S death, permanent system unbinding. Host cultivation reset to 0, soul severance. A series of cold, urgent, emotionless alert tones stabbed sharply into Wang Yiqian's consciousness like ice spikes piercing at minus several dozen degrees. Especially the final phrase, binding target S death, soul severance, froze his tapping fingers instantly, his pupils constricted violently, and a chill surged from the base of his spine to the crown of his head. Almost simultaneously with the system alarm, his vast, oceanic spiritual awareness was stabbed by a burning hot needle, clearly perceiving an extremely subtle, yet overwhelmingly violent, greedy, and destructive energy torrent emanating from the city center, from the direction of the bunker. A vast multitude, hierarchically ranked, with the 2 foremost emanations exuding a ferocity unparalleled, far surpassing the savage serpent he had slain the previous night. Their objective was unmistakably clear, the so-called impregnable underground fortress. Moreover, they were charging directly toward its most vital core, the laboratory. His daughter was in peril, right before his very eyes, overwhelmed by immense shock and an unprecedented sense of crisis. Wang Yiqian's muscles instantly tensed, yet paradoxically, his mind grew icy and lucid. Without the slightest hesitation, he snatched up the encrypted communicator beside him, instantly switching to the highest level emergency channel accessible only to Yi Xingfan and a select few. His voice was as cold as eternal ice, his speech astonishingly rapid. Yi Xingfan, listen carefully. This is the utmost urgent military alert. I sense a massive swarm of high-level wild beasts, their numbers vast, led by at least 2 general-grade beasts, one of which is at the pinnacle of that rank. They are speeding toward Bunker 7 and will arrive in no more than 3 minutes. Their target is unmistakably precise. Tell me, what on earth is concealed in that damned laboratory at the Bunker S lowest level? What could possibly lure these beasts with such pinpoint accuracy from the depths of the wasteland? Speak. On the other end, Yi Xingfan was evidently stunned by the sudden flood of critical information. Silence fell over the channel for 2 seconds, broken only by his abruptly heavy breathing, followed by a trembling voice filled with disbelief and horror. What? The bunker? Pinnacle general grade? Mr. Wang, are you certain? That's impossible. Our outer monitoring systems. To hell with impossible. Wang Yiqian's voice surged sharply, laced with unrestrained fury and murderous intent, cutting Yi Xingfan off. The energy fluctuations are right here. No deception possible. They're almost upon us. Yi Xingfan, I'll ask you one last time. What the hell is in that laboratory? If you dare conceal anything further, I'll tear down your command post myself. The intense killing intent nearly permeated through the communicator. Chaos erupted on Yi Xingfan's side. Sounds of things being overturned and urgent, hushed arguments. Moments later, Yi Xingfan's voice returned, laden with despair, shame, and a hoarseness born of desperation. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, we hit it. It's a cub. 3 months ago, the Qinglong Fortress exploration team discovered it in a cave deep in a wasteland, suspected to be a king-grade lair. It is the offspring of the king-grade wild beast, known as the funeral pyre lion. We intended to study it secretly, seeking weaknesses in the adult lions. But somehow the information leaked, or perhaps they possess senses we do not. This Isekai'd is a deliberate, desperate operation to reclaim the cub. Jiangcheng has been dragged into this because of us. A king-grade wild beast cub? Funeral pyre lion? At that moment, every clue thundered into place. Why was the beast invasion so organized and purposeful? Why did even the rare, hidden serpent appear? Why had the squads outside the city mysteriously vanished? This was no random beast tide, but a targeted catastrophe triggered by the greed and folly of the military high command. And his daughter, the sole tether of his heart in this world, was placed squarely in the eye of this storm. You fools! Bastards! A volcanic rage erupted within Wang Yitian, instantly drowning out all reason. He nearly crushed the communicator in his palm. For a nebulous research goal, these people had gambled with an entire city with countless innocent lives. With his precious Ranran, the wild murderous intent roiled within him. Yet he forced it down with immense willpower. Now was not the time for reckoning. Save his daughter. He must save her immediately. His voice, squeezed through clenched teeth, icy and resolute beyond question, was delivered at a breakneck pace into the communicator. Ranran, listen carefully. Now, immediately. Leave your room at once. Move as fast as you can. Get away from the underground laboratory. Run upward. Go to the highest level of the residential area, where the most people gather and visibility is greatest. Don't ask why. Don't look back. Now, run. On the other end, Wang Xinran was evidently startled by her father's unprecedented, near-commanding urgency and severity. After a 2-second pause, she questioned softly, tinged with confusion and unease. Huh? The laboratory? Why? What is happening, Dad? Don't scare me. Isn't there a military guard outside? Something charging at the laboratory. Extremely dangerous, life-threatening. No time to explain. Obey me. Run. Wang Yitian nearly growled, veins bulging on his temples. Oh, okay. I'm running now. Her voice quivered with tears and fear. But immediately came the sounds of hurried feet pounding downstairs, a chair toppled over, and a door opening. Hearing his daughter already moving, Wang Yitian's taut heartstrings eased just a fraction, yet the sense of peril clung like a relentless parasite. He barked a final warning through the communicator. Hide well. Protect yourself. No matter what noises you hear, don't come out. Dad will be there soon. The moment he ended the transmission, the anxious worry in Wang Yitian's eyes was instantly replaced by a frigid killing intent. To hell with northern city defense zones. To hell with support missions. To hell with the greater good. Now, even if the heavenly king himself barred his path, he would cleave through without hesitation. Clang! He shoved the communicator into his pocket and vaulted from his chair, bypassing the door entirely as he smashed through the reinforced alloy entrance of the stronghold. His entire form transformed into a pale golden streak tearing through the air, hurtling toward the city's central bunker at a terrifying speed beyond sound. The sonic boom detonated in place, the shockwave sending tables and chairs flying. His cultivation, at the pinnacle of mid-stage Grandmaster, erupted without reserve across his entire being. Driven by a father's desperate resolve, his velocity and aura would strike fear into anyone who perceived him. A pinnacle general-grade cub of the funeral pyre lion. Good, very good. Wang Yitian's murderous intent boiled over, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, locked unwaveringly on the bunker's direction. Dare harm my daughter? Even if you're the pinnacle general grade, even if your very own sire, the funeral pyre lion king, comes personally, today I will skin you alive and rip out your sinews. Within his consciousness, the luminous Grandmaster Pinnacle Experience card, 3 minutes, lay primed for activation. This was the system's trump card, his absolute assurance of his daughter's safety. From the bunker's direction came faint but escalating sounds of violent explosions, the thunder of colliding energies, and piercing alarms, while the sky flickered with abnormal energy radiance. The battle had erupted, fierce beyond measure. Wang Yitian pushed his speed to the utmost limit, his mind consumed by a single blazing thought. Ranran, hold on. Father is coming. If the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. At outpost number 7, to the north of the city, the night wind howled through the gaping, man-shaped breach in the wall. Wang Yitian had long since vanished, leaving behind only a wave of scorching air, and a lingering aura of a Grandmaster that had yet to dissipate. He had transformed into a streak of pale golden light, tearing through the darkness as he hurtled toward the city's central bunker with reckless abandon. His speed was so tremendous that even the wind could not keep pace, trailing behind him a long string of sonic boom clouds. The glass windows on either side of the street shattered with a sharp clatter. The fire burning within him blazed hotter than the golden streak beneath his feet. His daughter was in peril. The cold warning of the system echoed relentlessly in his mind. Now, only one thought occupied his consciousness. Faster, faster. To hell with restraint. To hell with modesty. Whoever stands in my way will be crushed beneath me. Ranran, hold on, please. Don't be hurt. At this moment, he was no longer the lethargic father lounging on the couch, bickering playfully with his daughter. He was a blade drawn from its sheath, bloodthirsty and determined to carve a path through the carnage. The silhouette of the bunker grew ever larger in his vision. Flames. Thick smoke. They obscured half the sky. What should have been an impregnable fortress was now a meat grinder. The hastily erected alloy barricades were torn to tatters, and the energy turrets, billowing black smoke, leaned precariously, some crackling with electric sparks in their death throes. On the ground, soldiers in uniform lay sprawled, their blood dark red beneath the ghastly glow of emergency lights. Those still standing, led by grandmasters with martial artists as their backbone, clung desperately to the shattered walls and half-buried automatic turrets, fighting tooth and nail. Their adversaries surged like a tidal wave, wild beasts of every variety, small but terrifying in number. The corrupt poison rats and spike scorpions swarmed relentlessly, spitting acid and shooting razor-sharp spikes. The defenders' heavy machine guns, automatic grenade launchers, and energy beam rifles wove a deadly web of fire, sweeping away the swarms of these soldier-grade creatures in waves, shattering them into fragments. Such firepower was sufficient against the small fry, but the real trouble lay with the brutes. Over 10 feet long and clad in bony armor, the ironclad rhinoceros resembled a small tank, charging through barges of bullets and shells. Energy beams struck its armor with nothing more than a resounding clang and a puff of smoke. Only after several machine guns concentrated fire on one spot could they barely pierce its defenses, a pitifully inefficient feat. Then there were the wind-blade wolves, ghosts in the ruins, their claws glowing with eerie blue light. They leapt and darted, untouchable by the defenders' fire. Their crescent-shaped wind blades were deadly sharp, slicing through metal shields and flesh alike as if cutting tofu. The defensive line was on the verge of collapse. Screams of agony, roars, explosions, and the howls of the wild beasts blended into a harrowing symphony of despair. At the heart of this chaos, two colossal beasts raged against the heavy alloy gate. One was a ground-shaking giant ape, over 30 feet tall, muscles knotted like boulders, cloaked in dark brown thick scales. A single curved horn crowned its head, and its eyes burned a bloody red. Its mere presence was suffocating. It swung its fist against the gate with earth-shattering force. Boom! Each strike shook the ground and left the thick alloy door pockmarked and dented. With a roar, it unleashed sound waves capable of causing human ears within dozens of feet to bleed from their orifices, barreling straight ahead. The other was ghost-like, a silver-white fox with fur as smooth as the finest silk, its eyes gleaming with an unnatural purple light. It did not smash the door, but prowled gracefully at the battlefield's edge. Wherever its purple gaze fell, the defenders' soldiers froze, their eyes glazing over, immobilized, a mental assault. Most breaches in a line were torn open by this wily phantom fox. Bastards! Wang Etienne's eyes blazed with murderous intent. These two were the culprits. Without a moment's hesitation, his speed not only remained undiminished, but increased like a golden meteor, crashing into the densest cluster of beasts. The most critical point of the defensive line. Boom! Right on target. He slammed into a pack of windblade wolves lunging at wounded soldiers on ground. The moment he landed, a pale, golden shockwave exploded outward. With a shockwave passed, a dozen soldier-grade beasts disintegrated into blood mist. 7 or 8 of the leading ironclad rhinoceroses and windblade wolves had their sinews and bones shattered, howling in agony as they were flung backward, toppling others in their wake. That single blow visibly eased the pressure at the entrance. Reinforcements. Reinforcements had arrived. The Grandmaster was here. The battle-worn defenders froze for a heartbeat, then erupted in joyous roars. Their morale visibly surged. Wang Etienne had no time to regard the lesser foes. His gaze, like twin ice daggers, pinned the two prime offenders, the ground-shaking ape pounding the gate and the mischievous phantom fox. Ranran was safe. The bunker's entrance had yet to fall. The weight on his heart eased just a fraction. Yet the fury and killing intent in his chest exploded like a volcano doused in oil. These two beasts nearly cost him his daughter's life. Roar! The ground-shaking ape immediately detected this uninvited guest. Abandoning its assault on the gate, it turned, its blood-red eyes locking onto Wang Etienne. Steam billowed from its nostrils as it let out a deafening roar. It sensed that this tiny human was no mere nuisance. The phantom fox halted its elegant stride, a flicker of suspicion flashing in its purple eyes. Silently, it retreated into the shadows, becoming all the more inscrutable. Wang Etienne's arrival rekindled the fragmented defense line, which now solidified once more. The chaotic front began an orderly retreat. The remaining automatic turrets and heavy machine guns pivoted their muzzles, pouring crossfire onto the soldier-grade and regiment-grade beasts, temporarily staving off the tide. With a single step, Wang Etienne's figure flickered like a phantom, covering 100 meters in several blinks, positioning himself squarely between the ground-shaking ape and the bunker entrance. Backed by the fortress, he faced a mountain of a beast, one man, one ape, locked in confrontation. "Beast, your opponent stands here." Slowly, he raised his right hand, pointing at the ground-shaking ape. The frigid killing intent radiating from him seemed to freeze the very air around, a silent warning. "I am here for you. Today, you will die for endangering my daughter." Roar. Enraged by the challenge from this insignificant insect, the ape pounded its chest with both fists like a thunderous drum. Then, defying its massive size, it exploded forward with terrifying speed, like an uncontrollable mountain, swinging a fist aimed squarely at Wang Etienne's forehead. Before the fist arrived, the gust it generated carved a crater into the ground, sending sand and stones flying. Wang Etienne's eyes sharpened. Without dodging or flinching, his internal energy surged through his right arm. Pale golden light enveloped his fist, accompanied faintly by the sounds of wind and thunder. With a solid punch, he met the blow head-on, unadorned and fierce. It was time to test this beast's true strength. Boom! A collision of two fists, one immense, one comparatively small, shattered the air. A horrifying shockwave erupted in a ring, hurling debris, rubble, and earth within a 10-meter radius into the sky, blotting out the sun. Within the dust and smoke, Wang Etienne's figure trembled violently. The specially reinforced cement beneath his feet cracked over 10 meters long. A bitter sweetness rose in his throat, a metallic tang of blood. But he swallowed it down with effort. His feet were rooted firmly, not a step was lost. The ape's fist, powerful enough to bring down buildings, was stopped dead in its tracks, no impact delivered. Such force was no trifling matter, truly befitting a peak-level regiment-grade beast, and with armor as tough as steel. Wang Etienne shook his right arm, now tingling and slightly numb, his gaze sharp and piercing as an eagle's. The brute's sheer strength was overwhelming. A direct clash put Wang Etienne, still in the early stages of his cultivation, at a distinct disadvantage. He lost ground in their very first collision. Yet combat was never merely a contest of raw power. The moment the beast faltered in its footing, Wang Etienne's figure became ghost-like and elusive, no longer engaging head-on. Relying on agility and speed far surpassing that of the colossal ape, he began to dance around it. He moved like a butterfly flitting through blossoms, darting swiftly around the mountain-sized, earth-shattering demon ape's massive frame. His fingers, sharp as blades, emitted a concentrated golden sword aura that flared and retracted at the tips, targeting the ape's eyes, joints, and armpits, its comparatively vulnerable spots, with precise jabs, stabs, and slashes. The earth-shattering demon ape roared furiously, swinging its fists like two giant hammers, pounding the ground into pits and sending shattered stones flying. Yet could not graze even the hem of Wang Etienne's garments. Occasionally struck by the sword aura, only faint white scars appeared on its thick scales, sparks erupting but causing no substantive harm. Still, Wang Etienne's attacks were like relentless flies, buzzing incessantly, driving the beast to distraction. Its skin was truly thick, even more resilient than that of the savage serpent encountered before. As Wang Etienne maneuvered, he calmly assessed the situation. This demon ape possessed immense strength and formidable defense, but was relatively slow and employed straightforward attack patterns. While entwined in battle, he kept a sliver of his focus fixed on the elusive phantom demon fox with violet eyes, drifting at the battlefield's edge. That fox exuded a far greater sense of danger than the hulking brute before him. Its unpredictable mental assaults were the real menace. Indeed, just as Wang Etienne executed a skillful dodge to circle behind the demon ape, preparing to strike its knee, a sinister, chilling psychic wave slithered silently toward the back of his head like a venomous serpent. The phantom demon fox had made its move. It seized the moment when Wang Etienne was fully engaged with the demon ape and had just expended his strength. Forewarned, Wang Etienne snorted coldly, forcefully repelling the intangible psychic assault. Nevertheless, his body involuntarily faltered for a brief instant. In that fleeting moment, the earth-shattering demon ape seized the opportunity. Its tail, as thick as a stone pillar, whipped through the air with a piercing whistle like a steel whip. The timing was perfect. Wang Etienne remained composed under pressure, bending his waist sharply until his body nearly grazed the ground, narrowly avoiding the tail as sweep as it brushed across his back. The fierce gust tore several rips in his clothing, scorching painfully. The coordination was impressively seamless. Wang Etienne's gaze grew colder. This fox not only wielded psychic powers, but also possessed a keen tactical mind, knowing how to coordinate attacks. Without hesitation, he retreated swiftly, creating distance from the demon ape, while his left hand swept forward. Several concentrated golden finger winds shot like bullets toward the faint, shifting figure of the phantom demon fox. A flicker of surprise flashed in the fox's violet eyes. It had not expected Wang Etienne to counterattack while fending off the demon ape. Its body twisted with uncanny flexibility, as if boneless, evading every finger wind. The attack struck the ruins behind, blasting several pits. General Yi, contain that fox. Don't let it pull any tricks. Wang Etienne abruptly barked into his communicator. He sensed Yi Xingfan and his team closing in on the battlefield's edge. Understood. Yi Xingfan's voice rang out resolutely. He emerged from the flank with several grandmasters, unleashing a barrage of ranged martial and energy attacks like a downpour upon the phantom demon fox. Though difficult to hit, the assault successfully disrupted the fox's rhythm, preventing it from calmly launching further covert strikes. With the pressure eased slightly, Wang Etienne refocused on the earth-shattering demon ape. He knew he had to finish off this colossal beast quickly. Prolonging the fight would surely spell disaster. Roar! Frustrated by repeated failures and tormented by the relentless pest, the demon ape's madness erupted completely. It pounded its rock-like chest with fists like drums, dark brown radiance surging violently around its massive form. The enormous creature swelled subtly once more, and the horn on its forehead began to gather a terrifying black glow. The ground trembled faintly beneath it. A wave of destructive energy radiated outward wildly from its core. This is bad. It's unleashing its innate killing technique. Everyone fall back. Yi Xingfan's alarmed voice echoed through the communicator, laden with dread. Wang Etienne's pupils constricted sharply as a lethal threat locked onto him unyieldingly. This time, there would be no escape. To withstand it directly, the demon ape lowered its head, the horn suffused with dreadful black light, aimed squarely at Wang Etienne and the precarious bunker entrance behind him. The air brimmed with an aura of annihilation. Within the bunker's fourth floor, inside the reinforced control room, Wang Xinran's face was deathly pale as she stared fixedly at the screen. Though the image trembled violently and the sound was chaotic, she could see the terrifying giant ape charging its ultimate attack and her father's comparatively small figure standing resolutely between the beast and the bunker, motionless. "Dad, please dodge," she screamed silently, her nails digging deeply into her palm until blood welled without her feeling it. Beside her, a female officer clenched her fists, sweat beading on her brow. Wang Etienne's eyes flicked between the increasingly radiant horn and the bunker's direction. The slight relief he had felt knowing his daughter was safe vanished instantly, replaced by a crushing weight. Originally intending to conserve energy, he now sighed bitterly. Drawing a deep breath, his primordial energy surged within him at unprecedented speed, a faint golden radiance swirling across his body. He could not endure a direct clash. He had no choice but to go all out. The ominous black glow coalesced on the demon ape's thick horn, emanating a heart-stopping aura. Wang Etienne stood opposite the beast, shaking his right arm that throbbed faintly, cursing inwardly. This monster's strength was outrageously immense. Though their previous collision appeared evenly matched, his right arm still tingled, bones aching deeply. He understood now that the title of peerless in the same realm, capable of battling superior levels, was no exaggeration. Today, he had met a truly formidable adversary. This great ape defied conventional standards. Unlike human martial artists, wild beasts relied solely on bloodline talent and physical constitution, disregarding mental cultivation or realms. This earth-shattering demon ape, by sheer physique and power alone, would dominate even among peak grandmasters. Even more extraordinary was its defense. The dark brown scales were so thick and resilient, they rivaled the protective energy a king-level martial artist could conjure. Wang Etienne's tentative attacks barely scratched the surface, leaving only faint white marks. How was he to fight this? Its offensive power was barely adequate, but its defense exceeded king-level standards. It was essentially an ironclad tortoise donning the guise of a top-tier general, unable to match strength. He must outweed it, wear it down with agility and technique. Wang Etienne instantly revised his strategy. To confront such a high defense, high-attack monster head-on was certain death. Roar! The demon ape, maddened by prolonged failure, pounded its rocky chest like a war drum, the dull thuds reverberating as its massive form surged forward again. A crushing fist descended with the force of a mountain-shattering blow. Wang Etienne's eyes sharpened, his footwork shifted fluidly, and his body slid like a phantom to the side and rear, narrowly evading the earth-shattering punch. The fist smashed into the ground with a thunderous roar, carving a pit several meters wide, scattering rubble and dust. Great strength, relatively slow speed, and straightforward attack patterns. Wang Etienne quickly evaluated, yet his figure never ceased moving. Like a butterfly among blossoms, he began weaving swiftly around the demon ape's enormous form. He fully leveraged his agility and exquisite skill, abandoning the futile pursuit of direct confrontation, instead opting for guerrilla tactics, seeking out vulnerabilities. The demon ape roared incessantly, its fists swinging like a pair of mighty hammers. Each strike heavy and forceful, pounding the ground into craters, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Yet Wang Etienne always managed to evade by a hair's breadth at the last possible moment, occasionally delivering a sudden counterstrike. In a flash, Wang Etienne appeared to the demon ape's left side, his finger extended like a sword. The faint golden sword aura at his fingertip was sharply condensed and lightning fast, aiming straight for the demon ape's blood-red eyelid, a relatively fragile spot. The demon ape reacted swiftly, snapping its eyes shut with a metallic clang like iron plates, blocking the strike and sparking a few flying embers. However, the piercing sting from the precise jab made its eyelid twitch involuntarily, fueling its fury. With a roaring sweep of its arm, it unleashed a brutal horizontal punch, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. Anticipating this move, Wang Etienne crouched low, slipping beneath the arm like a swimming fish, sliding to its side and rear. A palm strike followed, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, ruthlessly slicing into the back of the demon ape's knee joint, where the force is generated and the scales are comparatively thin. Boom! A muffled thud echoed. The colossal beast's massive frame wavered slightly, its attack rhythm momentarily faltering, but that was all. Wang Etienne felt as if his palm strike had landed on a finely forged adamantium, the recoil numbing his wrist, while the scales showed not even a trace of damage. Such thickness! A heavy weight sank in his heart. His palm strike, which would normally shatter tendons and bones against a novice grandmaster, was barely a mere tickle on this monstrous creature. How was he supposed to break through such defense? The demon ape howled in pain, its thick tail lashing out like a steel whip with fierce force. Wang Etienne's feet danced rapidly as he retreated, the tail narrowly grazing his garment and whipping up a violent gale that shattered half a broken wall behind him into dust. The battle entered a tense and exasperating stalemate. Relying on extraordinary agility and battle awareness, Wang Etienne became a persistent thorn, continuously circling the demon ape with hit-and-run attacks, his strikes landing precisely on its eyes, ears, nose, joints, and underarms, relatively vulnerable points. Each assault elicited a pained roar or a distorted movement, leaving the demon ape looking rather discomfited. Yet that was all it amounted to. The demon ape's defense was simply unnatural. Wang Etienne's attacks could only be deemed harassment, provoking momentary pain and irritation, but utterly incapable of inflicting genuine, substantial harm. Its scaled armor was nothing short of a tortoise shell. Meanwhile, the demon ape's strength was astonishingly immense, with a wide attack range. Wang Etienne had to remain fully focused, pushing his agility to the utmost to narrowly evade every devastating blow. This exacted a tremendous toll on both his mind and spirit. Damn it, how long is this going to drag on? Sweat beaded on Wang Etienne's forehead. His breath grew slightly labored. The fight was suffocatingly frustrating. Despite his comprehensive superiority in technique and awareness, he simply could not wear down his opponent. At that moment, several figures darted in swiftly from the flank, masters and grandmasters who had rushed over upon receiving the message. My heavens, it really is the Rift Earth Demon Ape, a pinnacle general-grade beast. A master gasped, his voice trembling as he beheld the mountain-like giant. Mr. Wang has been able to hold it off alone for so long. Another was even more incredulous, eyes nearly bulging out. They all knew the terror of a pinnacle general-grade savage beast, especially one like the Rift Earth Demon Ape, famed for its defense and strength. Its physical toughness was said to surpass that of some newly minted martial kings. When ordinary grandmasters encountered it, mere survival was a blessing, let alone prolonged combat. Yixing Fan's expression was grave as his sharp gaze swept the battlefield, immediately detecting the silver fox lurking in the shadows, emanating eerie psychic fluctuations. The Phantom Demon Fox, a psychic-type, general-grade, savage beast. Yixing Fan's voice lowered. Everyone, deploy ranged attacks to disrupt that demon fox. Don't let it approach, Mr. Wang, or interfere with our defenses. Guard your minds carefully. Be prepared for psychic assault. Yes, sir. The masters and grandmasters responded instantly, dispersing to unleash a barrage of palm winds, sword chi, and energy orbs like a downpour toward the phantom demon Fox's position. Their goal was not necessarily to hit the slippery creature, but to disrupt its movement and prevent it from casually deploying those insidious illusions. A flash of irritation flickered in the Fox's violet eyes. Its form flitted ghost-like between attacks, becoming ever more elusive. Several times, it attempted to focus its psychic interference on Wang Yitian, only to have its rhythm broken by Yixing Fan's precise range strikes. Whenever the fox tried to retaliate, Yixing Fan immediately stirred his spiritual power to form a shield, protecting their comrades. With Yixing Fan and the others' containment, the phantom demon Fox's threat diminished significantly, easing Wang Yitian's burden. Yet he knew this was merely a temporary fix. The real problem remained the ironclad beast before him, the invincible iron turtle. Deep within the fourth level of the bunker, in the reinforced monitoring room, the images on the screen jittered and blurred amid violent explosions and the bunker's tremors, interspersed with static and piercing noise. Yet Wang Xinran fixed her gaze on the screen unwaveringly, her eyes unblinking, fingers white-knuckled from tension. She saw her father's comparatively small figure nimbly dodging and weaving before the terrifying giant ape, as nimble as could be. Each of the ape's punches and kicks seemed capable of splitting mountains and shaking the earth, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Her father was like a fragile boat in a stormy sea, always on the verge of being swallowed, yet somehow evading danger by mere fractions of an inch at the most critical moments. She watched the pale golden light flickering from her father's fingertips as they repeatedly struck the giant ape's eyes, joints, and behind the ears. Yet the beast merely shook its massive head or roared angrily, apparently unscathed. In contrast, whenever her father's dodges lagged slightly, the gust from punches or tail swipes grazed him, causing him to stagger, making her heart clench painfully. So her father's strength was truly formidable. Those seemingly fearsome monsters possessed such extraordinary physical resilience that even with her father's impressive prowess, he was still at a disadvantage. Her previous pride in her modest early-stage martial artist cultivation now seemed laughably trivial and insignificant in the face of such life-or-death combat. Her proud early-stage martial artist level was likely insufficient even to make that giant ape blink. Fear, hindsight, worry, and an unprecedented yearning for overwhelming power churned violently within her heart. The battle had raged for nearly 10 minutes. For ordinary people, a brief moment, but for high-intensity life-and-death combat, an immense drain. Sweat soaked Wang Yitian's temples and hairline. His breathing grew heavier. His spiritual energy refined slowly and was consumed sparingly. But maintaining such intense concentration and executing his agility to the extreme exacted a heavy toll on his mind. Most importantly, this scraping, irritating style of combat was exasperating, sapping his fighting spirit. He could strike the demon ape 10 times without causing it pain. Yet if it landed a single blow on him, he might suffer grievous injury or worse. After prolonged failure to break through and exhaustion mounting, the Rift Earth Demon Ape's fury reached its peak, suddenly ceasing its pursuit. It threw back its head and unleashed a deafening roar, pounding the ground not at Wang Yitian, but with overwhelming force. Its innate skill, Earthquake Wave. Boom! Centered on the impact points of its fists, a visible circle of ochre shockwaves radiated outward in a sudden, sweeping ring. Wherever it passed, the ground undulated like waves, rising and fracturing. Countless shards of rock were hurled skyward, then blasted outward in all directions like cannonballs. The range was vast, the speed astonishingly swift. Wang Yitian's expression shifted slightly. This beast had erupted in fury. He swiftly tapped the ground beneath his feet, pushing his agility to its utmost limits. His form retreating violently, while his primordial energy shielded his entire body. Yet the shockwave's reach was too expansive, its velocity too great. Inevitably, he was struck by its periphery. Boom! A heavy, immense force surged up from beneath his feet. Wang Yitian's life energy churned violently, his body involuntarily staggering, causing a fleeting disruption in his rhythm of evasion. It was precisely this momentary lapse. The bloodstained earth ape's crimson eyes blazed with ferocity, its dark brown aura surging wildly. Upon its already extraordinarily thick scales, a layer of grayish-white, rock-like armor rapidly crystallized before the naked eye. This augmentation elevated its already terrifying defense to an even more formidable level. Innate skill, rock armor coverage. The The fence soared once more. Immediately thereafter, the curved singular horn upon its forehead condensed an inky black radiance at an unprecedented speed, compressing it relentlessly. The surrounding air emitted agonized wails beneath the unbearable strain. Even the light seemed devoured by the black glow, dimming to a somber hue. A wave of destructive energy, chilling to the soul, locked unerringly onto Wang Etian, who had just stabilized his stance, as well as the severely deformed, precarious bunker-S alloy door behind him. The bloodstained Earth-Ape-S ultimate technique, the earth-shattering roar cannon, had reached full charge. This strike concentrated the entirety of its strength, its power undoubtedly reaching the terrifying zenith of a Grandmaster S peak. At this moment, its defense had escalated to a despair-inducing magnitude. Wang Etian's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed the deadly lock-on and the Ape-S surging defensive presence, his heart sinking. Dodge? The charging strike-S range was too vast, its speed too swift. Evasion was impossible. Block head-on? Even with his body enhanced by the system, he could not possibly withstand a full-force blow that had already surpassed the peak of a Grandmaster. Moreover, the opponent had donned a thick rock armor, making it nearly impossible to break through its defense. This is bad. It's the earth-shattering roar cannon, and it's reinforced with rock armor. Mr. Wang, dodge now. From afar, Yixing Fan, who was currently restraining the demon fox, witnessed this scene, eyes bloodshot with rage, shouting hoarsely. He fully understood the terror of this strike and comprehended just how hopeless the Ape-S defense had become. In the bunker-S fourth-floor monitoring room, Wang Xinran abruptly rose from her chair, lunging toward the screen, her eyes wide with disbelief, her heart nearly ceasing to beat. Though she knew nothing of martial arts realms, the inky black glow gathering upon the singular horn, seemingly capable of annihilating all, and the suffocating oppressive aura transmitted through the flickering, blurred image made her soul tremble. And her father stood directly before that pillar of destruction. "Dad!" she screamed, her voice tearing through the air with anguish. The aura of annihilation enveloped the entire scene. Wang Etian was ensnared in a desperate plight. The black radiance condensed upon the bloodstained Earth-Ape-S forehead horn had reached its zenith, forming a fist-sized, fathomless orb of darkness, emitting a dreadful vibration of utter destruction. The surrounding air seemed drained of vitality, light warped, space trembled. The giant Ape-S blood-red eyes locked rigidly onto the tiny figure some dozen meters away, as well as the twisted, deformed alloy door behind him, its brutal killing intent almost tangible. The earth seemed poised to shatter and mountains to quake in the next instant. Yixing Fan's startled exclamation, the soldier's despair, the distant howls of fleeing beasts, and faint cries echoing from deep within the bunker. All sounds appeared to fade away, becoming distant and indistinct. Wang Etian stood amid the ravaged battlefield, facing the impending eruption of the annihilating energy cannon, his garments billowing wildly in the chaotic energy currents. He shook his right arm, still tingling with soreness, glanced at the freshly formed, heavy grayish rock armor on the Ape-S body, then cast a sidelong look at the abyssal orb of energy, clicking his tongue in mild disapproval. Really willing to invest heavily, huh? Both boosting defense and charging a big move. He muttered under his breath, his tone betraying little anxiety, rather a hint of disdain. The corner of Wang Etian's mouth twitched ever so slightly, as if expressing a faint helplessness, or perhaps finally finding an excuse to relax. Forget it. I won't play along anymore. He whispered softly, barely audible even to himself. His daughter was inside watching. It would be terrible if she got frightened. The instant these words fell, his gaze shifted dramatically. No earth-shattering aura erupted. No radiant light effects accompanied the change. Yet, at the very moment his eyes altered, within a radius of some 100 meters centered on him, everything seemed to freeze. Not that sound vanished, but something more fundamental was transformed. Dust suspended midair. Scattered stones ceased tumbling. Dissipating energy currents appeared smoothed by an invisible hand. Even Yixing Fan's horrified expression, the phantom demon Fox's frantic retreat, and the destructive orb gathering atop the earth, Ape-S horn, all exhibited an almost imperceptible moment of suspension. It was not a halt of time, but an ineffable, supreme momentum descending above all things. The bloodstained earth, Ape-S bloodshot eyes, brimming with violence and desire for destruction, contracted suddenly to the size of a needle-S point. A primal terror, born of life's instinct, coursed through its massive frame like icy water, causing even the peak energy it had amassed to tremble. It did not comprehend what had occurred, but it sensed that this tiny creature before it had changed. transformed into something unimaginably terrifying. Terrifying enough to make its very soul shudder. In the distance, the phantom demon fox, now streaking backward in silver light, emitted a shrill, distorted scream. Its violet eyes filled with unparalleled dread, accelerating its escape by 30% instantly. This was the shiver from the depths of its bloodline when confronted with a natural predator. An existence utterly unconquerable. System, activate Grandmaster Peak Experience card. Wang Etian silently intoned. No light, no sound, but an immense power, vast as a reversed star river. Majestic as the dawn of creation, awoke thunderously from the depths of his being without warning, yet naturally, surging into every limb and sinew. The fatigue and primordial energy depletion from the earlier fierce battle were instantly soothed and replenished. His condition returned to its pinnacle. No, far beyond his own peak. Multiplied countless times over, an unimaginable summit. Grandmaster Peak? No. At this moment, he keenly perceived that the experience card bestowed upon him the power of a half-step martial king. A realm that brushed the edge of a domain, where the level of life itself had begun to undergo a qualitative transformation, transcending the ordinary Grandmaster. He slowly raised his right hand, the motion as casual as brushing dust off his shoulder. No light converged, no aura soared. Utterly unremarkable. Opposite him, the earth-shattering roar cannon, charged to its utmost and capable of grievously wounding or even annihilating late-stage Grandmasters, finally unleashed with a hysterical, terror-laced roar. A pitch-black energy column, as thick as a water pipe and refined to perfection, tore through the air, bearing a will of destruction that annihilated all in its path, hurtling toward Wang Etian and the bunker entrance behind him with reckless abandon. Where the beam passed, space warped, and the ground was deeply scarred by the scattered energy. Confronting this cataclysmic strike, Wang Etian merely extended a fist in a simple, unhurried punch. That punch was slow, so slow that it seemed as though every onlooker could discern each subtle arc of the extension of his arm. Yet this punch was swift, so swift that the roaring, obsidian column of energy appeared to willfully collide with the edge of his fist. There was no cataclysmic roar, no dazzling explosion of power. Pop, a faint sound, as delicate as the bursting of soap bubble. That devastating beam of energy, capable of leveling mountains and vaporizing steel, shattered from tip to tail the instant it met Wang Etian's fist, as if snowflakes under a blazing sun, fragmenting, collapsing, utterly annihilated. No resistance, no drawn-out struggle. It simply vanished with crisp decisiveness, as though it had never existed at all. The motion of the punch did not cease. As if swatting away a mere fly with casual ease, Wang Etian's fist pressed forward, cutting through the dissipating remnants of the energy blast, traversing the short space, and striking the root where the single horn of the earth-splitting demon ape connected to its forehead and skull. There, armored anew with a fresh layer of grayish-white rock plating, even more formidable than before. Crack! Another soft sound, like a delicate porcelain vessel gently fractured. Immediately following, boom, the demon ape's unyieldingly hard horn, comparable to the protective aura of a novice martial king, along with the heavily armored skull beneath, detonated as though an internal bomb had exploded. Dark red blood mingled with grayish-white brain matter, bone shards, and stone fragments, scattering radiantly backward. Its mountain-sized frame stiffened abruptly. The crimson pupils instantly lost all vitality, replaced only by boundless confusion and petrified terror. Thud! The colossal body toppled backward like a mountain pushing down golden pillars, crashing heavily upon the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently and sending plumes of dust skyward. The apex-level beast, the earth-splitting demon ape, whose physical defense rivaled that of an ordinary martial king and had forced Wang Etian into a protracted, desperate battle, was slain in a single, instantaneous blow. Silence. A death-like stillness settled. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Across the battlefield, all remaining beasts, whether the fierce, ironclad rhinoceros, the cunning windblade wolves, or the swarming corruptive rats and stinging scorpions, were as though strangled by an invisible force, frozen in place, their throats emitting ragged, terrified gasps at the height of their dread. In the next instant, as if a tide had receded, they unleashed cries of panic and despair, turning tail and fleeing at speeds tenfold faster than before, trampling over one another in chaotic rout. The silver phantom, the enchanting fox, had already emitted a piercing, distorted shriek at the moment Wang Etian's fist was thrown, transforming into a nearly imperceptible flash of silver light, fleeing frantically into the wilderness far from the battlefield without a backward glance. In the blink of an eye, it vanished beyond the ruins, leaving only a fading silver afterimage. Yixing Fan and the few masters and grandmasters he had brought stood rooted like statues, eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape enough to swallow eggs, their expressions frozen in utter shock and bewilderment. What had they seen? That terrifying, despair-inducing, earth-splitting demon ape was just gone? Its head blown apart casually by Mr. Wong's single punch? Wasn't he that an apex-level beast? Was he a monster with physical defense comparable to a martial king? Was this even plausible? The remaining garrison near the bunker entrance was utterly dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the massive beast's fallen corpse, then at the slender figure slowly retracting his fist amidst the dust, their minds utterly blank. What that world-shattering energy cannon? The soul-chilling pressure it wielded? How could it have ended with just one punch? In the fourth-floor monitoring room of the bunker, Wang Xinran sat dazed in her chair. The camera feed shook violently as the demon ape collapsed, dust filling the air. Yet it was as if she could see nothing. Her ears filled only with the pounding of her own heart and her mind endlessly replaying that unassuming yet earth-shattering punch. Father won? With just one punch? She blinked, tears streaming once more. But this time, they were scalding, carrying the wild joy of survival and an ineffable pride tinged with honor. The dust slowly dispersed. Wang Etian stood still, slowly drawing back his right fist. He shook his hand lightly, his face devoid of expression, neither the joy of victory nor the exhaustion of battle, but a deep, tranquil calm as profound as a still, dark pool, as though that earth-shattering punch was nothing more than a casual swipe of dust from his garment. Only he could sense the terrifying power within him, vast as a sea of stars, seemingly capable of shattering mountains with a single blow, receding swiftly like a tide. The 3-minute duration of the Grandmaster Pinnacle experience card had barely been touched, merely an insignificant fraction. Yet it was enough. He lifted his gaze, calmly sweeping over the fleeing beasts, the stunned Yixing Fan and his companions, the utterly silent battlefield, and finally resting on the direction of the bunker entrance, as though he could pierce through the thick walls and see the frightened young girl inside. Yixing Fan shuddered, awakening from daze, looking into Wang Etian's serene, unruffled eyes and feeling the lingering aura that still sent chills through his soul despite its withdrawal. An uncontrollable thought crept over him, making his scalp tingle. Grandmaster Pinnacle? No. This was absolutely no ordinary Grandmaster Pinnacle. That instantaneous aura, that dominion over a fragment of heaven and earth, it was a sign of having touched the boundary of a domain. A half-step martial king, or perhaps even stronger. Could it be that Mr. Wong was an unparalleled powerhouse who had grazed the threshold of martial king? This realization thundered through his mind, instantly elevating his reverence for Wang Etian to an unprecedented pinnacle. Wang Etian spoke no further words, turning to walk toward the bunker entrance. As the dust slowly settled, revealing the massive, mountain-like, lifeless corpse of the earth-splitting demon ape, the battlefield lay in utter silence, broken only by the occasional distant cries of fleeing beasts and the mournful whisper of the wind. The garrison launched counterattacks to pursue and eliminate the escaping creatures. The overwhelming, stars-alike, soul-chilling aura that had emanated from Wang Etian ebbed swiftly like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye, restoring him to the appearance of an unremarkable, even somewhat languid, middle-aged man. Yet now, no one dared to associate him with the word ordinary. He stepped forward toward the bunker entrance with measured, unhurried footsteps. Wherever he passed, soldiers and officers instinctively held their breath, parted respectfully, and lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Yixing Fan quickly issued orders to the officers around him who had yet to fully recover, his voice regaining its usual calm and efficiency, though a trace of suppressed excitement remained discernible. First squad, second squad, secure the perimeter, prevent any beast counterattacks. Third squad, medical team, attend to the wounded immediately. Logistics, assess battle losses and clear the battlefield. Communications, report the battle report, especially Mr. Wong's feat of slaying the apex-level earth-splitting demon ape, to headquarters and the Azure Dragon Fortress. Do it swiftly. As commands rang out, the remaining garrison and reinforcements sprang into action as if wound up by a spring. The day's survivors were replaced by a sense of duty. Order began to return to the battlefield, though the air remained thick with the pungent stench of blood and an indelible shock. Wang Etian paid no heed to what lay behind him and strode directly into the bunker. The heavy alloy door closed slowly behind him, sealing off the clamor and chaos of the outside world. The corridor was brilliantly illuminated, yet the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Numerous staff members and injured personnel, upon seeing him, instinctively straightened their posture, casting glances imbued with a mixture of gratitude, reverence, and curiosity. Wang Yitian's gaze remained unwavering as he briskly made his way toward the upper level of the living quarters. On the fourth floor, outside the reinforced surveillance room, two fully armed guards exuded formidable presence. Upon spotting him, they immediately straightened their backs and lifted their heads, eyes blazing with fervor, raising their hands in salute. Mr. Wang. Wang Yitian nodded in acknowledgement and pushed the door open. As the door cracked ajar, a trembling voice tinged with sobs called out, "Dad." A figure swept toward him like a gust of wind, colliding into his embrace and causing him to falter slightly. It was Wang Xinran. The young girl's eyes were swollen and red like ripe peaches, tear stains still fresh on her cheeks, hair disheveled. She clung tightly to his clothing, her body shuddering uncontrollably. Wang Yitian stiffened momentarily before relaxing. He lifted his hand, somewhat awkwardly, and gently patted his daughter's back. His voice was unprecedentedly tender, a stark contrast to the merciless warrior who had just pulverized the demonic ape outside with a single punch. "It's all right now. It's all right. Ranran, don't be afraid. Dad's here. See? Me perfectly fine." His palm was warm and steady, carrying a reassuring calm. Wang Xinran buried her face in his chest, inhaling the familiar scent of her father, tinged faintly with the smell of gunpowder and dust. Her taut nerves finally eased completely. Her stifled cries softened into quiet hiccups. Yet her grip on his clothes tightened even more. The female officer standing nearby quietly withdrew, gently closing the door behind her, leaving the space to this father and daughter who had survived a harrowing ordeal. Wang Yitian said no more, merely continuing to gently pat his daughter's back, allowing her to vent her emotions. After a long while, Wang Xinran's sobs gradually subsided into soft sniffles. She lifted her head, eyes still reddened, gazing at Wang Yitian with a slightly hoarse voice. "Dad, you're not hurt, right? Just a brainless big monkey. Your old man took care of it with ease," he replied. Wang Yitian raised his hand, using his thumb to wipe away the tear stains on her face. "But this outfit of mine is pretty much ruined. You'll have to buy me a new one later." Wang Xinran burst into laughter at his absurd remark, the tears turning to smiles, but soon her expression tightened again. She scrutinized him from head to toe, confirming that aside from some torn fabric and dust, there were indeed no visible wounds. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Yet her brows furrowed again, fraught with lingering fear and worry. But just now it was so terrifying. Thought what?" He interrupted. "Thought you, Dad, were going to heroically sacrifice yourself," she whispered. Wang Yitian flicked her forehead lightly with his fingers, the force gentle. "What are you thinking? Your old man's got strong luck. There is no way I'm dying that easily." Wang Xinran covered her forehead, but unlike usual, she did not stomp her feet. Instead, her eyes glistened with fresh tears. Wang Yitian ruffled her hair softly, his gaze softening for a moment before he reined it in and regained composure. "All right, you cried enough, been scared enough. Stay here and wait. I have some matters to attend to. Once I'm done, I'll take you home." "Okay." Wang Xinran nodded obediently. Having faced the brink of life and death moments ago, she seemed to have matured overnight. In her eyes, besides dependence, there was now a profound recognition and yearning for formidable strength that had not existed before. Having comforted his daughter, the warmth on Wang Yitian's face vanished instantly, replaced by a neutral calm. He stepped out of the surveillance room and nodded at the female officer guarding outside. "Keep an eye on her. Don't let her wander off." "Yes, Mr. Wang." The female officer responded with solemnity. Wang Yitian proceeded to a makeshift command room within the bunker. Yi Xingfan was already waiting inside. Upon seeing him enter, Yi immediately rose, his demeanor more respectful than before, tinged with a hint of apprehension. "Mr. Wang, you're here. Please have a seat." Yi Xingfan personally brought over a chair. Wang Yitian did not sit, instead walking straight to the window. He gazed out at the gradually brightening sky and the bustling battlefield cleanup below, turning his back to Yi Xingfan. Without preamble, his voice was devoid of discernible emotion. "General Yi, I believe it is time for an explanation." A cold shudder ran through Yi Xingfan's heart. He knew the moment of truth had come. He took a deep breath, stood upright, and spoke gravely. "Mr. Wang, this matter falls under the Defense District's jurisdiction, or rather, it is a higher-level decision-making failure. On behalf of the Jiangchang Defense District, I extend my sincerest apologies to you, your daughter, and all the citizens endangered by this incident. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police?" Wang Yitian retorted. He turned to face Yi Xingfan, his gaze calm, but beneath the tranquility. Yi felt an invisible pressure. "I just want to know what exactly was so important that you would put the lives of the entire city and my daughter on the line. Don't tell me it was some accidental treasure you stumbled upon." Sweat beaded on Yi Xingfan's forehead. He knew he could no longer conceal the truth. Nor dare to. Yes, Yi Xingfan admitted with a grim expression. 3 months ago, an elite scouting team from the Qinglong fortress discovered a relic deep in the wasteland, suspected to be a king-level lair. The mother beast was absent, and they took the risk of bringing back a juvenile. The higher-ups intended to study the king-level wild beast's offspring, hoping to uncover species weaknesses or perhaps cultivate controllable combat power. This was top secret. The cub was secretly housed in the S-level biological laboratory at the bunker's lowest level, equipped with the highest level shielding and lockdown. We did not anticipate the intensity of the wild beast's sensitivity to their young, nor that they would go to such lengths, launching an assault of this scale to reclaim the cub. It was a premeditated operation targeting the offspring. Jiangcheng was merely caught in the crossfire. Having finished, he lowered his head, bracing for a storm of wrath. The unauthorized attention of a king-level wild beast cub had brought devastation upon the city. The responsibility was immense. Wang Etian remained silent for a moment, his face unreadable. Yet the air in the room seemed to freeze. After a long pause, he spoke slowly, his voice devoid of emotion. Studying the weaknesses of king-level wild beasts? Cultivating controllable forces? A commendable idea. But you truly believe that these king-level beasts would not retaliate? He paused, his tone chilling. And now? You've stirred a hornet's nest, nearly wiping out both yourself and your base. What do you intend to do with this hot potato? Keep it around and wait for that mother lioness to come knocking and erase Jiangcheng from a map? Beads of cold sweat ran down Yi Xingfan's face. No, we dare not. This matter has long surpassed the Jiangcheng Defense District's authority. I have urgently reported the situation to Qinglong Fortress and higher authorities. The cub must be transferred immediately, sent to an absolutely secure, top-tier research institute in the rear, or its fate decided by the upper echelons. This place must not harbor it any longer. Sooner the better, Wang Etian said, a trace of anger surfacing. Today, only the vanguard and a few leaders came. The real heavy hitters are surely on their way. If the king-level wild beast-s cub is lost, do you think the mother will let it go peacefully? If there's no solution, I think I'll have to move with my daughter. Yi Xingfan's heart tightened sharply, and he nodded earnestly. Understood. I will expedite this matter with the highest priority. Wang Etian suddenly recalled something and inquired, that silver-haired fox, did it escape? A look of guilt crossed Yi Xingfan's face. The phantom demon fox is extremely cunning, remarkably swift, and adept at concealment and mental interference. It sensed the danger and fled immediately. Our people failed to intercept it. Although it was injured by your punch's aftershock, it indeed escaped. Wang Etian pondered. This fox isn't merely a lackey. Its actions were methodical. Working with that big ape, it nearly caused us a disaster. Such high intelligence among wild beasts is rare. Yi Xingfan's expression grew grave. You mean the phantom demon fox was the commander behind this attack? And the missing squad outside the city? Have you uncovered the truth? Wang Etian countered with a question. Yi Xingfan shook his head, his face grim. No definitive information yet. However, the last signal transmitted from the area where the entire sword squadron went missing exhibited extraordinarily intense energy fluctuations, and traces of more than one general-class wild beast's aura remained. Considering the scale and targeted nature of this bunker assault, your conjecture is likely accurate. Beyond the city, there may be a more formidable adversary, as yet undetected by us, orchestrating all of this. This attack might be only the beginning. Wang Etian nodded silently, saying nothing further. Yet Yi Xingfan could sense that the gaze of this unfathomable powerhouse had grown even more profound. After a brief hesitation, Yi Xingfan spoke. Mr. Wang, there is one more matter. In today's battle, you turned the tide and slew the peak general-class, earth-shattering demon ape. This event is unlikely to remain concealed. Your strength, especially the level demonstrated in that final moment, will surely attract considerable attention from above. He chose his words carefully, speaking with utmost caution. A supreme grandmaster at the pinnacle, even one who brushes the threshold of domain mastery, is a strategic-level presence anywhere. I fear that soon, inquiries and scrutiny will come from the military department and perhaps even higher authorities. You must be prepared. Though his tone was gentle, the meaning was unmistakable. Your exalted status can no longer be hidden. The higher-ups will inevitably come to request your involvement or call you out of retirement. Moreover, it seemed that the situation at Qinglong Fortress had stabilized, and the crisis in Jiangcheng was temporarily averted. Military reinforcements were also en route. Mr. Wang, you and your team may now return home to reside. Wang Etian appeared unsurprised by this, merely twitching the corner of his mouth to reveal an inscrutable smile. Attention? Very well. Let them pay attention. As long as they don't bother me or my daughter. I am a man who detests trouble. Ye ingfan similit wd. There was no response to that. He was well aware of the weight carried by a warrior who had ostensibly grazed the threshold of martial king. The attitude from above would not be appeased by mere avoidance. The skies over Jiangsheng were indeed poised for change. Thank you for your hard work today, General Yi. You and your men will handle the aftermath. I will take my daughter home to rest. Wang Yiqian uttered no more, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Yes, Mr. Wang, please take care. The Jiangsheng garrison will never forget today's favor. Yi Xingfan saluted solemnly once again to Wang's retreating figure. Wang Yiqian waved off the gesture, his form vanishing beyond the door. Returning to the fourth-floor monitoring room, Wang Xinran had already wiped away her tears. Though her eyes remained slightly reddened, her spirits had brightened considerably as she sipped the hot water handed to her by a female officer in small, careful sips. Let us go home. Wang Yiqian approached, his tone unchanged. Wang Xinran set down her cup, stood, and took her father's hand willingly. Her palm was still a bit cool, but her grip was firm. Father and daughter exited the bunker and stepped through the doorway. Outside, dawn had begun to break, the rising sun painting the horizon with layers of golden crimson. The morning light dispelled the darkness, illuminating the battered battlefield, the soldiers busily clearing debris, and the survivors of the calamity who were gradually emerging from shelters. The air still hung heavy with the scent of gunpowder and blood, yet a new day had finally arrived. Wang Yiqian held his daughter's hand as they walked along the slowly awakening streets. Wang Xinran followed quietly, occasionally stealing glances at her father's calm profile, her mind replaying the earth-shattering punch on the surveillance screen and the warm, powerful hand now holding hers. These two starkly contrasting images intertwined, filling her heart with complex emotions. Fear had receded, lingering dread remained, but above all was an unprecedented sense of security, and quietly kindling within her a fervent yearning for strength. She wanted to grow stronger, to become as powerful as her father, or at least strong enough not to have to hide in bunkers in constant fear, strong enough to stand beside him rather than watch him face danger alone. If Wang Yiqian knew of his daughter's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. His gaze fixed ahead, Wang Yiqian's expression was serene. Yet, in his heart, he knew the bunker's crisis was only temporarily resolved. A greater storm might be brewing. The threat of the funeral fire lion, the possible unseen mastermind outside the city, the impending attention from higher authorities, and the little girl in his arms. After all this, her mind was surely more alert. The tree longs for stillness, yet the wind will not cease. He sighed inwardly and ruffled his daughter's hair. Well, come what may, we shall face it head on. At worst, I'll have to stretch these old bones a bit more. The morning sun cast their shadows long upon the ground. Daylight fully brightened, the sun's rays gilded the shattered streets, lending a somber golden hue to the city that had endured a night of blood and storm. Though the smoke had not yet cleared, the alarms had ceased, replaced only by the occasional siren of rescue vehicles and the distant rumble of machinery clearing the battlefield. The air was a complex blend of blood, char, and morning dew, so pungent it brought a sting to the nostrils. Wang Yiqian held his daughter's hand as they made their way home. Neither spoke, savoring this brief tranquility after surviving the ordeal. Wang Xinran's hand remained cool but held tightly, occasionally glancing up at her father's calm profile before lowering her gaze, lost in thought. Wang Yiqian felt the sweat and slight tremble in her palm, knowing this battle had truly frightened her deeply. He sighed and gripped her hand a little tighter. Occasionally, soldiers or survivors hurried past on the roadside. Upon seeing them, especially noting Wang Yiqian's dust-covered, slightly torn clothing, they cast complex, unspeakable looks. Wang Yiqian kept his eyes forward, intent only on reaching home swiftly. Upon entering their residence on the 16th floor of Jinlinting and closing the security door, shutting out the clamor and the scent of smoke, Wang Yiqian exhaled deeply, his usually rigid back relaxing slightly. The atmosphere of home, mingling the familiar aroma of food and old belongings, finally allowed his taut nerves a moment of reprieve. Finally back, he casually tossed his dust-streaked coat onto the bench by the entrance, changed into slippers, and sank into the sofa, emitting a contented sigh. Still better to collapse than to stand. Wang Xinran quietly closed the door, also changed her shoes, but unlike usual, she did not rush noisily back to her room. Instead, she lingered, then sat beside her father on the sofa, resting her small head gently on his shoulder, silent. Wang Yiqian turned to look at her. The little girl's eyes were still red-rimmed, her hair slightly disheveled, her face smudged with dust, looking pitiful. He reached out, awkwardly ruffling her already tousled multicolored short hair. What is this? Scared silly? That is not like our Ranji at all. Not. Wang Xinran promptly retorted, her voice muffled with a slight nasal tone, her head still resting on his shoulder without moving. I'm just a bit tired. Tired indeed. After a night of fear and vigilance, even the strongest would be weary. Wang Yitian spoke lightly. Go wash your face and change into comfortable clothes. I'll make you something to eat to calm your nerves. Wang Xinran obediently responded. She looked up, scrutinizing his face and the exposed arm, seeing no obvious wounds. She felt somewhat reassured. No matter how big and fierce, didn't your old man knock it down with one punch? Wang Yitian pinched her cheek and, unusually boastful, said, Don't worry, with your old man around, the sky won't fall. Now go wash up, covered in dust, filthy as can be. Oh. Only then did Wang Xinran slowly rise and head toward the bathroom. At the door, she turned back, looking at her father sprawled lazily on the sofa, and spoke softly but earnestly, Dad, you're really amazing. Wang Yitian paused for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. Enough flattery. Hurry up. Watching his daughter close the bathroom door, the sound of rushing water emanating from within, Wang Yitian's faint expression of relief gradually faded, his gaze deepening with intensity. Impressive? Nothing of the sort. It was a near disaster. Had it not been for that Grandmaster Pinnacle experience card as a safety net, he would have chosen to flee Jiang City with his daughter yesterday. Though he couldn't win the fight, at least retreating wouldn't have been a problem. At worst, they could relocate to the capital city. After all, he was a Grandmaster himself. Surely survival there wouldn't be impossible. Reflecting now on the earth-shattering demon Ape's defense, it was no exaggeration, it was like an iron clump. And that elusive phantom fox. This time they had been lucky, but what about next time? He lay on the sofa, staring up at the ceiling. Outside, the faint hum of electricity restoration drifted in. The living room lights flickered a few times before stabilizing and shining steadily. It seemed the municipal emergency repairs were efficient enough. Although the power supply was limited, at least the home had electricity. The food in the refrigerator would be preserved. System. He silently intoned in his mind. Ding. Greetings, host. The cold electronic voice responded precisely on cue. The previous daughter's crisis mission, was it considered complete? Where's the reward? Wang Yitian asked directly. Ding. Mission daughter's crisis completed. Mission evaluation, excellent. Successfully protected bound subject, Wang Xinran, repelled invading wild beasts. Killed a pinnacle general class wild beast earth-shattering demon ape. Heavily wounded general class wild beast phantom fox escaped. Mission reward issued. 5,000 points of paternal affection. Current total paternal affection points, 5,700. 5,000 points credited. Along with the bits and pieces accumulated before, he finally had some savings. Wang Yitian felt a slight ease in his heart. Though this system was a trap, the rewards were tangible enough. But what could this modest savings do? His mind flickered, pulling up the system's store interface visible only to him. A pale blue screen unfolded before his eyes, dazzling with a myriad of item icons shimmering faintly, each labeled with jaw-dropping prices. His gaze swept quickly over those tantalizing items. Soul refining bone purifying pill, basic, slightly enhances innate bone quality, priced at 1,000 points. His daughter had used it already. The effect had a ceiling. Essence of primordial energy, 1 liter. Purifies primordial energy, accelerates cultivation, priced at 800 points per liter. Even as drinking water, insufficient to propel her to Grandmaster. Combat Intuition Simulator, 24-hour trial card. Immersive simulated battles, improves practical experience, priced at 1,200 points. A temporary fix, not a fundamental solution. Genetic optimization serum, type, slightly raises physical attribute ceiling, priced at 2,000 points. Moderate cost performance ratio, limited enhancement. These items were useful for his daughter's current stage, but inadequate. From novice warrior to Grandmaster was a formidable chasm. Relying solely on gradual effort and ordinary resources would take an eternity. Who knew how long? Moreover, after last night's ordeal, Wang Yitian's previous leisurely notion of letting his daughter progress slowly was utterly shattered. In this chaotic world, without strength, one was merely fish meat on a chopping block. Luck was on their side today because he was present. But what about tomorrow? What if he wasn't there? What if an even fiercer threat arrived? He needed a method to enhance her abilities quickly, effectively, and with minimal side effects. At the very least, his daughter had to be capable of self-preservation, even counterattack. In these turbulent times, his finger swiped across the screen, bypassing numerous items he couldn't use or afford for now. His gaze finally settled on an inconspicuous yet exorbitantly priced icon under the store's special assistance category. The icon was simple, a silhouette of a person seated cross-legged. steam rising from their head, set against a swirling nebula background. Item name: Deep Enlightenment Experience Card, 24 hours. The description beneath caused Wang Yiqian's pupils to contract slightly. Deep Enlightenment Experience Card, 24 hours. Upon use, guides the user into a profound enlightenment state lasting 24 hours. During this state, the user's comprehension, perception, primordial energy affinity, and law realization abilities will be greatly and temporarily enhanced, exponentially accelerating cultivation efficiency, with a certain chance to trigger a flash of insight and break through bottlenecks. After the effect ends, based on the user's aptitude, foundation, mindset, and accumulation, permanent improvements will be gained. System assessment. For bound subject, Wang Xinran, current aptitude, excellent. Foundation, solid. Mindset, tempered by life and death crisis. The minimum expected result is advancement to late warrior stage, with a probability of reaching Grandmaster pinnacle. The optimal expected result, leveraging accumulation and opportunity. A certain chance, estimated below 30%, to glimpse the Grandmaster threshold and achieve an initial leap in life dimension. Note, this card is a one-time consumable. Usage is irreversible, and effects vary per individual. Price: 10,000 points of paternal affection. Wang Yiqian couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. A truly fine item. Even a minimum expectation could propel his daughter to late warrior stage, or even its pinnacle. The best-case scenario offered a chance to glimpse the Grandmaster threshold directly. Although the probability was less than 30%, this was the Grandmaster level. How many warriors remained stuck at the warrior stage their entire lives without ever reaching such heights? And once his daughter attained Grandmaster cultivation, wouldn't he himself officially become a martial king? Moreover, the enlightened state was far superior to merely taking pills or simulated combat. It fundamentally enhanced cultivation efficiency and insight, with minimal side effects and lasting strength. But the price, 10,000 points. Wang Yiqian stared at his pitiful balance of 5,700 points, feeling a pang in his teeth. He was short by a full 4,300 points. This was no small sum. If he had to rely on the daily trifling task points, it would take at least a year. Judging by previous investment efficiency, he'd have to nurture his daughter to the national selection competition stage before barely scraping together enough. System: could this item be discounted or purchased in installments? Wang Yiqian tried to bargain. Ding. System store prices are fixed. No negotiations permitted. Installment payment functionality is currently unavailable. The system replied coldly. TSK, money grubbing to the end. Wang Yiqian smirked and didn't truly expect a price cut. He fixed his burning gaze on the Deep Enlightenment Experience card. This item had to be obtained, sooner the better, but the gap was too great. Relying on his daughter's steady progress through competitions, cultivation, and breakthroughs to grind points was too slow. Who could predict when the next crisis would strike? He couldn't always be there, always have a trump card. He had to find a way, quickly, to earn money, or rather, paternal affection points. Just as he pondered, the bathroom water ceased flowing. After a moment, Wang Xinran emerged wearing a fresh set of cartoon pajamas, drying her damp hair. Her cheeks flushed rosy from the steam, looking much more spirited. Dad, I am hungry. She rubbed her belly, gazing at Wang Yiqian with hopeful eyes. Wait a moment. I'll show you a trick to calm your nerves. Wang Yiqian closed the system interface, sprang up from the sofa, stretched luxuriously, and headed toward the kitchen. Though they had just endured a fierce battle, the physique of a Grandmaster was undeniable. His energy replenished swiftly, and cooking a meal was a mere trifle. With limited power supply, the ingredients in the refrigerator were still relatively fresh. Wang Yiqian moved deftly, and soon 2 steaming bowls of deluxe instant noodles topped with double-fried eggs and ham, a plate of freshly cut fruit salad, and a few energy bars were placed on the table. Simple, yet filling, and most importantly quick. The father and daughter sat facing each other, slurping their noodles noisily. After the hot soup warmed her stomach, Wang Xinran's pale face finally regained some color, and she began to talk more. Dad, how did you manage that last move today? Just one bang and that big monkey was gone? She gestured excitedly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and the thrill that followed fading fear. Which move? I just threw a casual punch. That monkey might look strong, but it's actually fragile. Wang Yiqian mumbled with his mouth full of noodles. Lies. I saw it all. You hit it so many times before, and it was fine. But that last strike, it felt like you became a completely different person. Like you got stronger? Wang Xinran pressed on. Oh, that's called a burst of potential. You know, it's when your inner universe erupts at a critical moment. Wang Yiqian casually made up an explanation. Hurry up and eat. The noodles are getting soggy. What's this inner universe thing? Are you trying to fool me? Wang Xinran muttered, but didn't ask further, burying herself in the noodles. She knew her father didn't want to talk much. Asking more would be pointless. Yet, the yearning in her heart for formidable power grew wildly, like untamed weeds. She wanted to become strong, to be as powerful as her father. No, at least strong enough to protect herself and not be a burden. After finishing the meal, Wang Yiqian pushed the bowls aside, clear the table, and wash the dishes. Then go to your room and get some rest. Don't let your mind wander. Got it. Nagging dad. Wang Xinran obediently got up to tidy up. After this ordeal, she seemed more mature, at least no longer talking back. Watching his daughter carry the dishes into the kitchen, Wang Yiqian's eyes grew deep and thoughtful. The seed of strength had been planted. Now it needed fertilizer and sunlight. That 10,000-point profound enlightenment experience card was the best catalyst. He had to gather enough points as soon as possible. He sank back into the sofa, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness dive into the system. The light screen unfolded again as he meticulously browsed the task list and achievement system, searching for any way to rapidly accumulate a large amount of fatherly love points. Regular training progress gave too few points. Major crisis events were rare and unpredictable. Should he create crises on purpose? No, that was too dangerous and against his true nature. It seemed he had to find solutions from other angles. Wang Yiqian stroked his chin, pondering. Maybe invest in something else? Or make use of the upcoming attention? He recalled Yixing Fan's final, loaded words. Once your strength is exposed, trouble will surely come. Trouble, yes, but not necessarily without opportunity. As he thought, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. After all, having endured a high-intensity battle and mental strain, even a grandmaster needed rest. He drifted into a deep sleep on the sofa. In his dreams, he seemed to feel again that vast, starry power that commanded all things, the power he touched when using the Grandmaster Peak experience card, the strength at the semi-warlord level. Though brief, the sensation was vivid and profound. It surpassed the mundane, a power that could, to some degree, set the rules. Only at that level could one truly escape the fate of a mere pawn and become one of the players. Wang Xinran stepped quietly out of the room, fetched a thin blanket, and gently covered her father. Seeing his brow slightly furrowed, even in sleep, his exhaustion barely concealed, she bit her lip, her gaze resolute beyond measure. Returning to her room, she didn't immediately sleep, but sat cross-legged on the bed, closed her eyes, and silently began to circulate the family's inherited cultivation method. Her vital energy flowed slowly through her meridians, weak, yet unwaveringly determined. To grow stronger. She must grow stronger. She could no longer let her father stand alone in the front line. In the living room, Wang Yiqian mumbled unconsciously in his sleep. Gotta figure out how to get those 10,000 points the next day. The sky was overcast, with a drizzling rain washing over the scarred streets of Jiangqing, cleansing the lingering smoke and metallic scent of blood. Yet the city's machinery of operation had already begun a difficult restart amidst the ruins. Rescue teams cleared debris and treated the wounded. Engineering vehicles repaired roads and power lines. Military broadcasts looped soothing announcements to stabilize the public and maintain order. Though the bunker crisis had been resolved, that post-disaster shock and deeper unease still hung heavily over the city. Wang Yiqian unusually did not collapse on the sofa. He stood by the living room window, gazing at the busy scene through the rainy veil, holding a freshly brewed cup of hot tea, steam curling upward. The raindrops tapped softly against the glass. Wang Xinran was still in her room, ostensibly catching up on sleep, but Wang Yiqian could sense the little girl secretly circulating her cultivation method. After last night's ordeal, she seemed to have matured considerably. Her thirst for power was no longer mere words, but had begun to translate into action. Yet the world was such that hiding was futile. Wang Yiqian took a sip of tea, his eyes piercing beyond the rain, as if looking toward the distant wilderness. Before leaving yesterday, Yixing Fan had not only informed him that he would soon relocate the troublesome youngling, but also left him a temporary high-level access account to part of the military's non-confidential databases and information networks, a gesture of goodwill and a convenience for communication. After all, a suspected individual who had touched the threshold of a domain-level power, whether willing or not, had already entered the highest echelon's field of vision and had to be accorded the proper status. With nothing better to do, Wang Yiqian logged into the military's internal information system using this permission. He didn't bother with detailed combat reports or personnel shifts. Instead, directly opening the sub-libraries of wasteland threat assessments and known high-level entity files, which carried relatively high encryption levels. The information was vast and scattered, mostly fragmented eyewitness accounts, energy fluctuation analyses, and battle trace inferences. He quickly filtered, integrated, and combined it with his past life experience and last night's encounter. A vague yet chilling picture of the vast wasteland beyond the Qinglong fortress began to take shape in his mind. Within a radius of 500 kilometers outside the Qinglong fortress's front line lay a high-threat wasteland zone. Data showed that at least 2 king-level wild beasts habitually roamed this area, residing near the boundary between the outer and middle zones. Wang Yitian swiped his fingers across the screen, pulling up detailed files. Codename: Funeral Fire Lion. Early king level. Energy signature inclined toward fire and dark attributes. Massive in size. Immensely powerful, capable of manipulating high-temperature flames and corrosive shadow energy. Extremely territorial, suspected to possess high intelligence. Adept at ambushes and pack hunting. Danger level: extreme. Estimated combat strength: approximately equal to a mid-stage human warlord. At least 2 warlords of the same rank or 1 late-stage warlord would be required to counter it. Image data: none. This entity rarely exposes itself in observable areas. Latest activity: according to energy monitoring and sporadic reconnaissance reports, this individual has been active recently, showing signs of moving toward Qinglong Fortress. Note: the bunker lab's capture of a juvenile is highly suspected to be its offspring, whose abnormal activity may be related. Wang Yitian narrowed his eyes and continued scrolling. Codename: Thunder Lizard. Early king level. Energy signature inclined toward thunder and earth attributes. Relatively smaller, but extremely agile, with remarkable defense. Can unleash high-intensity lightning and trigger localized earthquakes. Movements are secretive, attack patterns variable. Danger level: high. Estimated combat strength: roughly equal to a peak early-stage human warlord. Requires a mid-stage warlord or 2 well-coordinated early-stage warlords for effective engagement. Image data: blurred thermal imaging, attachment 3. Latest developments: the activity zones partially overlap with those of the Funeral Fire Lion. Their relationship remains unclear. Brief confrontations have been observed, yet no direct evidence of conflict exists. Recently, their activity levels have increased somewhat. At the early stage of the 2 king-level beasts, one is roughly equivalent to a mid-stage martial king, the other to a peak early martial king. The pressure on Qinglong Fortress is considerable. Wang Yitian pondered inwardly. Xiao Han, the martial king, is at mid-stage martial king. Stationed at the fortress, handling the Funeral Fire Lion one-on-one is manageable, but add a Thunder Lizard to the mix, and resources become strained. No wonder reinforcements are being drawn from the rear. He swiped his finger again, opening the limited data related to the mid-circle. Records here were even scarcer, mostly vague and speculative. The mid-circle of the wasteland, approximately 300 to 600 miles from the fortress, is an environment of extreme energy adversity, severely limiting detection methods. According to scattered intelligence and ancient texts, at least 1 late-stage king-level individual exists here, suspected to be the Funeral Lion King, possibly related by bloodline or clan affiliation to the Funeral Fire Lion. This individual's energy level far surpasses that of the outer king-level beasts, having been captured by satellite 37 years ago during an enormous energy eruption. Its peak combat power was estimated to approach that of a fully realized martial king. However, over the past 2 decades, its activity has sharply declined. Energy fluctuations are highly unstable, showing signs of severe injury or dormancy. It has never left the mid-circle range. Warning: this individual's threat level is classified as nation-annihilating. Under no circumstances should contact be made. In strategic presets for Qinglong Fortress, it is considered an irresistible force. A late-stage king level, nearing a fully realized martial king. At its peak, it might single-handedly sweep a large fortress, yet severely injured or dormant. That is somewhat good news, but only relatively so. A dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Such a being, even clinging to its last breath, is not one to be trifled with. Beyond this point, detection is impossible. Wang Yitian turned off the light screen and massaged his brow. Though information was limited, it was enough to sketch a rough outline. 2 early-stage king-level beasts lurk on the periphery, and within the mid-circle crouches a possibly gravely wounded but still terrifying late-stage king-level old monster. Qinglong Fortress is practically sitting atop a powder keg. This bunker incident is most likely caused by the lioness detecting her lost cub and going mad. Wang Yitian analyzed that since she was pinned down head-on by Xiao Han, unable to free herself, or perhaps cautious, she dispatched her subordinates, the earth-splitting demon ape and the stealthy phantom fox, to infiltrate the city and retrieve the cub. They met with me, a tough opponent, and lost a general. And what about the Thunder Lizard? What role is it playing in this matter? A mere spectator? Or seeking to share the spoils? Or is it inherently hostile to the Funeral Fire Lion and taking this opportunity to cause trouble? Wang Yitian considered the latter more likely. Wasteland beasts are far from unified. Territorial disputes and competition for resources are commonplace. The Phantom Fox does not seem to be a direct subordinate of the Funeral Fire Lion, more like a hired hand or temporary ally. Headache. Wang Yitian set down his teacup. The situation was even more complex than he had anticipated. Two king-level wild beasts, even at early stages, once allied in assault, would exert tremendous pressure on Qinglong Fortress. Jiangcheng, a rear city, could very well be affected again. Not to mention that fox hiding in the shadows, whose allegiance is unknown and who excels in psychic attacks. His daughter must quickly gain the ability to protect herself. He glanced at the tightly closed door to his daughter's room, his gaze resolute. 10,000 points of paternal love value must be amassed as soon as possible. The Deep Enlightenment Experience card was the best short-term solution. But how to make up the 4,300-point deficit? Relying solely on his daughter's steady cultivation and competition progress was too slow. He needed to devise a faster way to earn money. Just as he was considering this, the heavy, brick-like military encrypted communicator resting on the tea table suddenly vibrated, emitting a soft yet persistent buzzing. Wang Yitian raised an eyebrow and walked over to pick up the communicator. It was an encrypted line from Yixing Fan. He connected. "Mr. Wang, good morning. Sorry to disturb your rest," came Yixing Fan's voice, more respectful than usual, with a subtle hint of nervousness. "Speak your business," Wang Yitian replied calmly. "It's like this, Mr. Wang." Yixing Fan hesitated, seemingly choosing his words carefully. "The support team sent from the capital has arrived." Leading them as he took a deep breath, his tone more solemn. "Sword Marshal King Xiao Han's senior brother, Lin Pejuan, Marshal King Lin." Wang Yitian's eyes flickered. Sword Marshal King? Lin Pejuan? The name rang a bell. He was one of the 13 Marshal Kings of Dragon Nation, famed for his fierce attacks and divine swordsmanship, ranking among the top Marshal Kings. More importantly, he was the senior brother of Xiao Han, who was stationed at Qinglong Fortress. The two brothers, one defending the nation's gate, the other securing the rear, were banners of the Dragon Nation's military. Marshal King Lin learned of last night's incident. He is very grateful for your intervention, killing the earth-splitting demon ape and severely wounding the Phantom Fox. Also, Yixing Fan paused, lowering his voice. He is very interested in your abilities and hopes to meet you in person. There are some matters regarding the wasteland and the current situation he wishes to discuss. Furthermore, on behalf of the military, he wants to formally express his gratitude to you. Wang Yitian did not respond immediately. Marshal King Lin Pejuan wished to see him? Not surprising. His display of strength last night, especially that punch seemingly brushing the threshold of a domain, surely did not escape the eyes of the upper echelons. A suspected half-step Marshal King is a strategic asset in any nation. It would be strange if the military did not seek contact. Gratitude was likely a facade. Probing, courting, or requisitioning were more probable. Yet Wang Yitian's mind raced. This might be an opportunity. A Marshal King, and one wielding real power in the military, coming personally, offering ample face. He could use this chance to gain core intelligence and assess the situation. More importantly, it might be a chance to acquire points. The military, especially at the Marshal King level, surely held resources, intelligence, and even rare items or methods capable of rapidly enhancing strength, things beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. These could be exchanged for the paternal love points he desperately needed to invest in his daughter. Without much hesitation, Wang Yitian agreed. Time and place. Yixing Fan seemed relieved and quickly said, "Marshal King Lin is at the garrison command post. He said he is ready to receive you at your convenience. Or, if you find it inconvenient to come to the command post, he can come to a safe location you designate." His posture was humble. Clearly, they took this seriously or were wary. "No need for such trouble," Wang Yitian said, glancing at the rain gradually diminishing outside the window. "I'll come now. Send me the address." "Yes, I'll arrange a vehicle to pick you up immediately." Yixing Fan responded at once. "No, I'll go on my own. It's quieter." Wang Yitian ended the call. He approached his daughter's door and knocked gently. "Ranran, I'm stepping out for a bit to handle something. Stay home and behave. Don't wander off and focus on your cultivation." From inside came Wang Xinran's muffled reply. "Got it. Where are you going?" "It's still chaotic outside. Just meeting someone. I'll be back soon." Wang Yitian said no more. "There's food in the fridge. Heat it yourself. I'm off." "Oh, be careful." Wang Xinran's voice carried a trace of worry. Wang Yitian responded, turned, and walked to the entrance. He changed his shoes and, after a moment's thought, took an umbrella from the drawer, though with his cultivation, the rain would hardly touch him. He opened the door and stepped into the slightly damp and chilly corridor. Wang Yitian's gaze was calm and undisturbed, yet his mind had already begun to strategize. What would King Lin Pejuan of the Sword Martial Realm discuss upon their meeting? The state of the wasteland? The movements of the king-class wild beasts? Or perhaps recruitment? Regardless, this encounter might offer him a path to swiftly bridge the gap of 4,300 points for his daughter's sake, and for securing a foothold in this increasingly chaotic world. He opened his umbrella and stepped into the gently drizzling rain, his silhouette soon vanishing at the end of the corridor. Inside the room, Wang Xinran pressed her ear against the door, listening for a moment. Once she confirmed that her father had gone far enough, she quietly tiptoed back to her bed, pulled out the family heirloom cultivation manual from beneath her pillow, its edges slightly curled from frequent use, and fixed her eyes with determination. Father has gone to meet an important figure. I can't slack off either. I must become stronger. I absolutely must become stronger. The drizzle gradually thinned, yet the sky remained overcast. Wang Yitian held a simple black umbrella, walking at a measured pace toward the command center of Jiangxing's defense district. The streets were still in disarray, but rescue and cleanup efforts were proceeding in an orderly fashion. The air was thick with the scent of earth, scorched remnants, and a faint trace of disinfectant. Observing along the way, Wang Yitian slowly arrived at the defense district's building. The guard at the entrance had evidently been forewarned. After verifying his identity, they immediately stood at attention and saluted with restrained excitement and curiosity, respectfully escorting him to a refined reception room situated on the top floor. Mr. Wang, King Lin Wu is already waiting inside, the guard whispered, pushing open the heavy wooden door for him. Wang Yitian nodded and stepped inside. The reception room was modest in size, but elegantly and simply decorated. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the cityscape, washed by the rain, stretched beyond. A subtle fragrance of tea lingered in the air. Seated on the sofa in the center was a man. He appeared to be in his 40s, his face lean, with features sharply chiseled as if carved by blade and axe. His eyes, in particular, gleamed with profound brilliance. Every blink seemed to pierce through one's soul with a penetrating sharpness. He wore a deep blue zhongshan suit devoid of any military insignia, resembling a sword sheathed and at rest, seemingly calm, yet exuding an aura of unfathomable majesty and resolute presence. The life force field of a martial king, even when deliberately restrained, inevitably exerts an intangible influence on the surrounding environment, compelling those who enter its sphere to involuntarily feel a solemn awe. This was King Lin Pejuan of the Sword Martial Realm. The moment Wang Yitian stepped into the room, Lin Pejuan lifted his eyes to meet his gaze. His look was composed, yet carried a tangible pressure that swept over Wang Yitian as if attempting to scrutinize him inside and out. However, beneath Lin Pejuan's serene eyes flickered a trace of barely perceptible surprise. Nothing, absolutely nothing. In his eyes, this man before him radiated a peaceful and reserved aura. His cultivation level was undeniably at the early stage of Grandmaster. His elemental energy fluctuations were steady and